Chapter 1. Old, Weiss New Assistant in a Cyberpunk World. November 2073. In Watson District's Little Chinatown. In the basement, behind Misty's fortune-telling parlor. It hurts. This was the only thought racing through Rocky's mind. As he opened his heavy eyelids, he was met with blinding light. You're finally awake. I had quite the struggle pulling you back from the brink of death. Who are you? My name is Victor, and I am a cybernetic surgeon. I found you injured in an alley while I was out today, so I brought you here. Fortunately, while your injuries are severe, they're not entirely fatal. Your left arm is completely crushed, your left leg is fractured, and 3 of your left ribs are broken. The left arm cannot be restored, so I replaced it with a prosthetic. As for the other injuries, if you don't opt for a prosthetic, you should recover completely within 3 months. Of course, if you wish, I could install more prosthetics, but I advise against overwhelming your body at once. It can be burdensome. I'm quite curious about your origins. You are a complete native, and your skin is remarkably smooth. You don't resemble a destitute vagabond, nor do you seem to be a hulking brute who reveres primal strength. Perhaps you are a pampered heir from some affluent corporate family? Quite the rarity indeed. As Victor spoke, clarity began to seep into Rocky's muddled brain that he glanced at the mature man beside him, donning sunglasses, then surveyed his surroundings. The spacious yet dimly lit basement was cluttered with various medical instruments, and electronic screens exuded a sense of technological sophistication. Everything around him mirrored the scenes etched in his mind. Now, Rocky comprehended where he was without a doubt. He had traversed into a cyberpunk realm. To think I have landed in a cyberpunk world. This is quite the twist of fate. I merely grazed against it and found myself thrust here, with my left hand rendered useless. Fortunately, in this cyberpunk setting, I can acquire a prosthetic. Otherwise, I would be destined to live as a disabled individual. While contemplating, Rocky attempted to move his left hand, discovering it felt just like his own, a testament to the wonders of this cybernetic world. Thank you, Victor. Had it not been for you, I might have perished. As for my origins, I apologize. It is rather complicated, and I cannot elucidate it clearly. I find myself destitute and completely alone now, and I may not be able to pay for the medical and prosthetic installation fees. However, I will find a way to repay you. I hope you can grant me some time. Rocky quickly regained his composure, yet his headache stemmed from his empty pockets. He had to devise a plan to acquire some funds, lest he be unable to afford even the prosthetic. Fortunately, he had been rescued by one of the few benevolent cybernetic surgeons in Night City, Oldway, Victor. Unlike other unscrupulous doctors or organ harvesters, the former would sell him to a butcher for disassembly should he be unable to pay his medical fees. The latter would be far more direct if they encountered him. He might never wake up at all, being processed for parts immediately. Amidst his gratitude, Rocky felt a sense of relief. It's quite all right. Nearly everyone who arrives in Night City carries an unspeakable past. You can repay me when you have the means. By the way, I still don't know your name. Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me L. If you wouldn't mind. Could you allow me to be your assistant? Or perhaps find me some other work? As long as I have a place to stay and food to eat, I would be grateful. Given my current state, survival outside is exceedingly difficult. While I possess no skills at present, I am eager to learn, and I hope you will grant me an opportunity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rocky resolved to fully embrace this opportunity. It was rare to encounter a person of integrity in Night City. With his injuries still healing, Rocky doubted he could achieve much on his own. His best course of action was to remain with Oldway, recover, and perhaps find a way to work off his debts while earning some money. At present, Rocky had yet to sense any extraordinary abilities within himself without special powers. In this ruthless cyberpunk world, it might be best for him to remain with Oldway as an ordinary individual for the rest of his life. Upon hearing Rocky's request, Oldway rubbed his chin thoughtfully with the hand resting on his knee. Perhaps he truly did not need an assistant in his shop, as he seldom had many customers. One person was typically sufficient. Moreover, he was simply seeking a quiet life, and having another person around felt somewhat peculiar. Additionally, Rocky's appearance suggested he was not entirely simple. His fair complexion did not align with that of a penniless vagabond seeking cybernetic modifications, nor did he resemble an adherent of primal strength. He might be a fallen scion from some prominent family, potentially embroiled in corporate intrigues. After a moment of silence, Rocky observed Old Weiss' contemplative expression. Feeling uncertain after all, he had already received considerable aid, and it was unclear whether Old Way would take him in. If Rocky were aware of Old Way's concerns, he would surely be astounded, for he bore no hidden agendas. If one were to insist on his origins, they were indeed intricate, as he was a traverser, after all. Very well, you may stay here as my assistant. Your food and lodging will be arranged, and I will ensure you receive your wages. As for your future once you recover, that is entirely up to you. However, you must first settle your medical expenses. After a moment of deliberation, Old Way spoke. For reasons unknown, perhaps driven by a desire to assist others or moved by Rocky's innocent countenance, he chose to help. Thus, Rocky successfully remained in Old Way's shop, becoming an assistant to the cybernetic surgeon. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. November 2075. Unbeknownst to me, 2076 is fast approaching. Perhaps the edge runners will soon commence. Let's see what I can accomplish. As Rocky pondered, he carefully inserted a prosthetic eye into a customer's eye socket. In these 2 years, Rocky had fully integrated into and adapted to life in the cyberpunk world. He had spent the past 2 years in Old Way's shop, learning cybernetic surgery and medical techniques. In his spare time after work, he trained in boxing and delved into hacking under Old Way's guidance. To Old Way's astonishment, this mysterious young man was an exceptionally quick learner. Under Old Way's patient tutelage, Rocky had mastered all necessary skills, earning Old Way's approval for his craftsmanship. It could be said that Rocky had now become a fully qualified cybernetic surgeon, with his skills only second to Old Way in the entire Watson district. Consequently, most cybernetic surgeries were conducted in rotation between Rocky and Old Way. However, to provide Rocky with more opportunities to practice and earn, Old Way often entrusted the surgeries to him. Chapter 2. Boxing Training. As a cybernetic surgeon, Rocky technically lacked an official certification, but in Night City, such matters were of little consequence, especially with Old Way's presence alleviating any concerns regarding mishaps. With deft hands, he expertly installed a prosthetic eye for a customer, subsequently amputating their arm to replace it with a new prosthetic limb. After considerable effort, once the anesthesia wore off, he administered a dose of soft stimulants to his dear patient, declaring the surgery a resounding success. After completing these tasks, Rocky stretched his body and took a deep breath. Something feels off today. It feels as though something is about to happen. Did I perhaps stay up too late watching Super Dream last night? Rocky sensed an unusual premonition, but he quickly calmed himself, reasoning that it was likely just a lack of rest. Old Way, it's all set. Are there any guests today? There are no appointments left, and it's getting late. Let's pack up, Old Way replied without turning around after receiving the customer's transfer, clearly confident in Rocky's skills. Before long, Rocky had tidied up the shop. Standing before the heavy bag, Rocky shed his clothing, revealing his muscular physique, brimming with explosive power. His left arm, a prosthetic, was devoid of synthetic skin, exposing a cybernetic arm that exuded a striking aesthetic of mechanical beauty, merging flesh and machinery in a way that conveyed a unique sense of intimidation. With practiced ease, he donned his training gear and secured his gloves, commencing his boxing practice for the day. Old Way had once been a legendary boxer in Night City, but he retired to become a cybernetic physician in Watson District, unable to endure the complexities and moral ambiguities of the boxing world. Nonetheless, he retained the habit of watching matches and training, dedicating a corner of his shop to display his past glories and boxing equipment. After work, Rocky often sought Old Way's guidance in boxing, as having a legendary fighter at hand seemed too valuable a resource to neglect. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking the heavy bag echoed through the shop. Hearing the noise, Old Way turned his gaze toward Rocky, smiling and shaking his head. This guy doesn't take a moment's rest. Since Rocky arrived at the shop, he had been incessantly studying surgical and cybernetic knowledge during the day, and dragging Old Way into boxing practice after hours. To Old Way's knowledge, Rocky even continued to delve into hacking knowledge after returning home at night. Old Way regarded Rocky's relentless effort as indicative of some goal, perhaps revenge, a desire for fame, or simply a yearning to live well. Ultimately, he moved from initial exasperation to admiration for this sudden young man, seeing in him a reflection of his former self. Thus, despite the considerable energy it took to teach Rocky, he was more than willing to assist him. Fortunately, Old Way also loved boxing, and having someone to spar with made him feel more fulfilled. Old Way approached Rocky, donning his boxing gloves as Rocky paused his training. Tonight marked their weekly sparring session. Hope you can take me down this time. Rest assured I will. When I knock you down, can I have half of those trophies on your wall to display in my new clinic? Rocky jested, pointing at the various trophies that represented old Weiss past victories. Those are relics of the past. If you truly manage to beat me, what's stopping you from taking them? Listening to Rocky's request, Old Way smiled and agreed. After 2 years of training, Rocky's prowess had nearly matched Old Weiss during their last encounter. Old Way had barely emerged victorious. Perhaps this time, Rocky would prevail. Yet if that were to happen, Old Way would not lament the loss of his trophies, but would instead rejoice for Rocky. Before long, the two completed their warm-up and commenced their match in the open space of the shop. Punches were thrown and blocks executed. Each engaged in a spirited exchange, their strikes filled with explosive force, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Given their familiarity with each other, breaking through defenses relied heavily on spontaneous, perfect reactions. Thus, they were locked in a stalemate for a considerable time, exchanging blows but yielding no substantial breakthroughs. It would ultimately come down to resilience and endurance. The question of whether the aged legendary fighter or the young contender, trained over 2 years, was superior remained a suspenseful one. As the situation stood, Rocky held the upper hand. However, just then, the balance shifted unexpectedly. Rocky, previously steady in defense, felt a sudden tremor of unease, an inexplicable sensation washing over him, as if his very soul were warning him that something significant was about to happen. Though Rocky quickly regained his composure, that fleeting moment of distraction caused him to react a split second too late, leaving him unable to block Old Weiss' hook, which landed solidly on his face. Old Way, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Rocky. The duo had maintained an extreme equilibrium, but with Rocky exposing a vulnerability, Old Way capitalized on the moment, resulting in a predictable outcome. Rocky was swiftly knocked to the ground. Lost focus, were you? Were you thinking about your new clinic? Grasping Rocky's outstretched hand, Old Way effortlessly pulled him up, teasing him with a hint of curiosity rather than reproach. No, it was just this strange feeling, I can't explain it. Perhaps I didn't rest well, Rocky replied, shaking his head. Let's call it a night then. Get some rest. You've learned so much you need to stay alive to put it to use. One might think you're a corporate drone drowning in debt, never taking a moment to breathe. Understood. As Rocky contemplated tidying up to head home, there came a knock at the clinic's door. A message from Misty appeared on the computer. The delivery has arrived. I let them in. They'll handle it. Rocky, as the shop's assistant, approved the visitor's request, allowing the clinic's door to swing open. In walked 3 sharply dressed men, 2 of whom were carrying a sizable storage crate. These were Old Weiss suppliers delivering the latest prosthetics. The delivery personnel, noticing the 2 muscular men with exposed arms observing him intently, felt a surge of relief at not being there to cause trouble. Indeed, the previous troublemakers had already been dealt with by Rocky, leaving them seeking cybernetic dental implants. Good day, Mr. Victor. Here are the prosthetics and modules you ordered. Please verify the items against this list. Chapter 3. The system. The sharply dressed man at the forefront concluded his speech and handed a chip to Old Way, containing detailed information and data regarding this batch of cybernetic implants. It was evident that he was no stranger to delivering goods to Old Way, displaying a familiarity with the shop's operations. All right, Old Way said, extending his hand to receive the chip from the suited man and inserting it into the shop's computer system. Although Old Way's clinic could be classified as an underground establishment, it distinguished itself from others by sourcing its implants from reputable suppliers, ensuring authenticity. While some of the items were secondhand, they were all legitimate replacements acquired through proper channels. Rather than scavenge from corpses, the implants provided by these suppliers had a traceable lineage, from production models to batches and distribution routes. And Old Way's current task was merely the routine verification prior to receipt. Why don't you take a look as well? Most of these implants were ordered on your behalf. It would be prudent for you to verify them as well. Old Way beckoned Rocky to assist with the inspection. Indeed, as Old Way had stated, the majority of these implants were indeed ordered for Rocky. Over the past 2 years, Rocky had matured into a competent cybernetic physician, while Old Way's clinic maintained a steady clientele. It was evident that there was little need for 2 cybernetic doctors. Consequently, With Old Way's guidance and the savings he had accumulated over the years, Rocky had recently rented a space, preparing to establish his own clinic. Currently, the clinic was under renovation, and these implants were intended for initial stock, with Old Way graciously covering the cost. Oh, right? Rocky suddenly snapped back to reality at the sound of Old Way's voice. Just moments before, when the delivery crew entered the clinic, his sense of foreboding had intensified. When the suited man revealed the implant inventory chip, that feeling peaked, and he was now certain that this chip contained something of great importance to him. Once inserted, the chip was swiftly read by the system. Cybernetic Eye, Stevenson Network Access Module, Gorilla Arms. Old Way examined the list while checking the implants in storage. Yes, Old Way confirmed that all the implants were in order. Rocky furrowed his brow, having found nothing suspicious. After ensuring the implants were sound, Old Way transferred the final payment to the supplier's account. Thank you for your support of our company. We look forward to serving you again. The suited man expressed his customary gratitude before departing. Once the delivery crew had vacated, Rocky pointed to the chip on the table and spoke. Old Way, may I keep this chip? I wish to study it. Of course, Old Way replied, handing the chip to Rocky. The chip was originally intended for the buyer, and the supplier would not reclaim it. Most of this shipment was destined for Rocky's clinic, making it entirely reasonable for him to retain it. All right, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Old Way. See you tomorrow. After securing the important chip, Rocky donned his coat and gathered his belongings, bidding farewell to Old Way. Stepping out of the clinic, he observed several citizens of Night City scattered about the narrow alley, some seated while others stood. They congregated in small groups, discussing the latest happenings in the city, gang wars, cyber psychos, and lamenting the oppression of corporations and social injustice. Rocky had grown accustomed to this scene. As he reached the main street, he found himself amidst a throng of hurried pedestrians. The small Chinatown at night lacked the vibrancy of the neighboring Kabukicho, or Japanese district, offering no entertainment hub. Most of these individuals were ordinary workers, eager to return home and savor the fleeting moments of freedom from their corporate grind. He turned down another street. He spotted several NCPD officers engaged in a confrontation with a cyber psycho. While the occurrence of cyber psychos in Chinatown was relatively low, they were by no means rare. Citizens fled the scene in panic. Yet tragically, many innocent lives were lost. Watching a dismembered torso, propelled several meters by a projectile launcher affixed to the cyber psycho. Slide to his feet, Rocky instinctively stepped back to avoid the splatter of blood. The grotesque visage of a middle-aged woman was barely recognizable. Though his keen eyesight discerned the company ID badge pinned to her chest, she appeared to be just an ordinary laborer. Averting his gaze from the lifeless half-body before him, Rocky opted to turn away and take an alternate route home. Perhaps it was absurd, but this was Night City, the embodiment of cyberpunk, a grotesque society nestled within the most chaotic of cities. Corporations loomed above, ruling the city while siphoning the meager earnings of the common folk. Below, gangs clashed incessantly, their ceaseless wars permeating the fabric of Night City. Moreover, the cyber psychos, armed with horrific cybernetic weaponry, lurked unpredictably, ready to claim lives at any moment. Oppression and despair were the prevailing themes lurking behind the glitzy facade of this metropolis, while the struggle for survival painted a stark reality for its denizens. This is precisely why Rocky had sought to learn so much from Old Way. Navigating this wretched city and striving to thrive was far from an easy endeavor. The ability to earn money and the capacity to confront danger were both indispensable. Rocky's residence was not far from Old Way's clinic, separated by merely 2 streets. Before long, he arrived at his apartment in the H10 skyscraper. Let me see what this is about. After a refreshing shower to ease his weary body, Rocky adjusted his mindset and inserted the chip into his personal system slot. The chip was quickly read, revealing not only the list of implants he had seen in the clinic, but also an unfamiliar program. Rocky knew the answer lay within this program. Driven by intense curiosity, he activated it. Dimensional Module Library Probe number 11451495270007 is now running. Attempting to connect to the main library. Connection successful. Performing system adaptive installation. A series of pop-up windows appeared in Rocky's personal system. He gazed at this strange yet somewhat familiar interface. His mind buzzed. This. A system? Dismissing the notion that he was being pranked, Rocky seriously suspected that his long-awaited boon had finally arrived, albeit belatedly and in a rather peculiar manner. Installation successful? Before long, the system indicated that the installation was complete, and a new subsystem named Module Library appeared in his personal system. Chapter 4. The Stimulant Module. Upon accessing the subsystem, Rocky found the interface to be quite straightforward, displaying only two distinct modules: Module Library and Install Modules. After a brief study, he grasped the system's functionality. In essence, it was a module store where he could download and install modules from the library to acquire various items, abilities, or technologies. Downloading a module required a certain amount of currency, varying according to its value. The system's currency mirrored that of the cyberpunk world, both represented in euros. The account balance displayed in the upper right corner aligned with his personal account balance. Navigating to the module store page, he found a list of various modules, complete with filtering and search functions. Rocky clicked on the largest and most conspicuous module, Basic Production Module Integration Pack. This bundled package includes 5 essential production modules: Workbench, Anvil, Furnace, Alchemy Table, and Enchantment Table. IT serves as a prerequisite for various recipe expansion modules, along with an integrated workbench scanning feature, the ideal choice for newcomers. Price: 10,000 euros, adjusted. Price adjustment: 10, world adjustment 30, bundled discount 30, basic package discount 90, originally priced at 100,000 euros. This module had undergone a series of price adjustments and discounts, bringing it down to 10,000 euros. The world adjustment indicated the module's compatibility with the environment. The better the fit, the lower the price. And vice versa. For instance, attempting to install a magic module would incur a high world adjustment, while a module aligned with contemporary technology would be more affordable. The bundle discount referred to the price reduction for integrated packages, where downloading a bundle was often cheaper than acquiring individual modules. The basic package discount was unique to this integration pack. Rocky found no similar discounts among other bundles, suggesting it was akin to a novice benefit. Rocky did not rush to download the module. Glancing at his balance, he noted he had 30,000 euros remaining, not a substantial amount, thus limiting his options for module downloads. His earnings from Old Way's clinic were modest. Old Way conducted honest business, yielding lower profits compared to other underground clinics. Furthermore, as merely an assistant, even with a commendable share of the profits offered by Old Way, the pressures of rent and the high nutritional costs for training left Rocky struggling for 2 years to save enough capital to open his own clinic. Now, with these 30,000 euros being his last savings, he also owed Old Way for the implant orders, necessitating that he leverage the modules to achieve a swift return on investment. Source plan, Cybernetic Integration Pack. This looks promising to 5 million. Never mind. What if I buy them separately? 20,000 each. No way. As Rocky perused various modules, he found that most were exorbitantly priced, while the affordable ones were of little use. However, perseverance bore fruit, and soon Rocky stumbled upon a module that piqued his interest. Titanfall Stimulant Module. A stimulant from Titanfall, capable of significantly enhancing the user's speed and recovery for a short duration. Such actions may inflict harm upon individuals with lower physical resilience. Price adjustment. Global adjustment 10. Item module. 900 euros for 2 doses. Alchemy Table Recipe Expansion. 9,000 euros. Requires Alchemy Table Module. Technological Expansion. 13,500 euros. These are presently the most suitable and cost-effective modules that Rocky has encountered, aligning with contemporary technology and market demand, that if the recipe expansion can be installed for mass production and sale, it is likely to yield substantial profits. Downloading the basic production package along with the stimulant recipe expansion will leave nearly 10,000 euros, which should suffice for the production costs of the stimulant. Rocky intends to download the Stimulant's Alchemy Table Recipe Expansion module, which will allow him to utilize the Alchemy Table to concoct the item. As for the more expensive technological expansion, it entails the complete adaptive installation of the item's technology, enabling mastery over its production without reliance on the Alchemy Table, thus facilitating large-scale mass production. However, Rocky currently lacks the factory and resources to actualize such mass production. Given the circumstances, the recipe expansion is entirely adequate. Although the output is modest, it remains relatively safe that small-scale sales are unlikely to attract the attention of larger corporations. And until Rocky possesses absolute strength, he prefers to remain under their radar. Rocky first spent €900 to purchase 2 doses of the stimulant module, feeling the tangible texture in his hand and gazing at the vibrant green stimulant before him, ultimately confirming the system's authenticity. Upon pressing the mechanism on the stimulant vial, Rocky inserted the ejected syringe into his shoulder. The stimulant was instantaneously injected into his body, coursing through him in an instant. A buoyant sensation enveloped Rocky, and as he attempted to run and leap, he discovered an overall speed enhancement of nearly 50 simultaneously. Under the stimulant's influence, his body surged with vitality, rapidly recovering from the injuries inflicted by Old Way's powerful strike not long before. The effects of the stimulant lasted for half a minute, and as Rocky sensed the aftermath, he found no discomfort, his injuries having healed. Impressive. Rocky was profoundly astonished. Although the duration was brief, the level of enhancement could be deemed extraordinarily formidable. Just as Rocky was still reveling in the shock brought by the stimulant, a phone call abruptly came in. "Jack, what is the matter?" Calming himself, Rocky answered the call. The caller was none other than Jack, the renowned associate of V, a true heavyweight in Night City. Jack was an old friend of Victor, having sought his assistance for prosthetics and medical care, frequently visiting the shop. Over the past 2 years, Rocky had interacted with him numerous times, naturally forming a friendship. "Hey, Al, are you free now? Come to Wild Wolf for a drink or two. Let us discuss business." Jack's voice came through the phone. "What business?" "I am a bit busy at the moment. Your favorite, dealing with those organ harvesters." "All right, I'll be there shortly. By day." Rocky worked as an assistant at Old Way's shop, and by night he occasionally moonlighted as a freelance mercenary in Night City, taking on jobs with Jack for some extra cash. Although Rocky initially intended to decline this assignment, as he was preoccupied with studying the module system, the prospect of confronting the scavengers proved irresistible. He despised them the most, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the stimulant's effectiveness in real combat. After calming his mind, Rocky shut down the system, mounted his motorcycle, and set off for the Wild Wolf Bar. Chapter 5. Cleaning the Scavengers' Haywood. Rocky arrived at the Wild Wolf Bar, located in the Valley District. The bar was established and operated by Jack's mother, Mrs. Wells, and Jack had essentially grown up there, making it his second home. Upon entering the bar, the lively ambience of the Wild Wolf Bar at night was palpable. Some patrons sought solace in alcohol, while others gathered in small groups to converse. Not to mention the regular intermediaries and mercenaries engaging in business discussions. Navigating through the main hall, Rocky approached the bar counter. A bearded bartender named Pepe greeted him. "Hey, El, long time no see. What can I get you?" "The usual. I'm here to see Jack. You can head upstairs. I'll have someone bring your drinks up shortly." "Thanks." Familiar with the surroundings, Rocky ascended to the prearranged private room on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he found Jack lounging with his legs propped on the table, sipping a drink. His robust physique was clad in a black leather jacket, and a small topknot adorned his short black hair. The gleaming gold chains around his neck and the golden earrings in his ears raised suspicions about his ties to the Valentino gang. "Jack." "El, you're here. Have a seat." Jack gestured for Rocky to sit and handed him a chip. "This contains the details of the assignment. Take a look." Rocky accepted the chip, inserting it into his personal system slot, and the information from the chip materialized before him. "El, Jing District, small scavenger hideout." Yes, the Valentino gang recently clashed with the 6th Street gang, resulting in numerous casualties among the gang members. One member, possessing a high-value prosthetic, had his body stolen by these scavengers. Our mission is to retrieve the lost prosthetic belonging to the Valentino gang. Rocky nodded, noting that the intelligence indicated the scavenger group was relatively small, with a maximum of 4 or 5 members, posing minimal danger. "Just the 2 of us?" "No." The priest referred us to a hacker. A temporary one named Helos, supposedly a newcomer, but I must say, having a hacker can be quite advantageous at times. "When do we move?" "We'll head out after finishing this drink." Just then, the server arrived with their drinks, and Rocky clinked glasses with Jack. After finishing their drinks, the 2 exited the bar, riding their motorcycles to the Li Jing District, stopping beneath an apartment building. Rocky and Jack parked their bikes. The hacker remotely linked into their network, Their hideout is on the 6th floor, room 607. I've marked the exact location on your map. Received. Retrieving a handgun from his waistband, Rocky entered work mode. And the two took the elevator to the floor where the scavengers were located, standing before their hideout door. Hold on, I'm attempting to breach their network. Through the subnet extension of Rocky and Jack. The hacker could perform remote hacking assistance. There were no cameras inside, rendering the interior unseen. However, I managed to connect to their network through their equipment. There are a total of 4 scavengers. Be aware that upon entry, you face an operational surgical room with 3 scavengers inside. The remaining one is in a deeper room, and their exact locations are displayed on your map. Prepare for the breach after a lengthy wait. The hacker finally provided feedback. Observing the structural map analysis and the highlighted enemy positions within the system, Jack couldn't help but commend. Great job, brother. Your skills are impressive. With your assistance, this mission will be much easier. Hearing Jack's praise, Helaw's on the other end of the communication felt a bit bashful and replied, "This is just basic stuff. I'm still a bit inexperienced, that I can tell." Rocky remarked coolly. You need to be a bit more forgiving towards newcomers. It's alright, Helaws. We all start somewhere. Have confidence in yourself. You play a significant role in this mission, but we'll take care of you. Right, El? Jack said, nudging Rocky for a response. Jack was always friendly towards newcomers, especially since Helaws came highly recommended by the priest, a local from Haywood, naturally garnering some extra care. Rocky, however, displayed far less patience, showing little interest in strangers, eager only to complete the task, signaling Jack to prepare. Rocky and Jack positioned themselves on either side of the door. Let us go. Moments later, as Helaws uploaded the hacking program into the apartment door system, it swung open. The two swiftly raised their guns and burst in, discovering 2 scavengers dismembering a corpse on the surgical table, while another scavenger lay asleep on a nearby sofa. The instant the door opened, the 2 scavengers immediately reacted, halting their work to reach for their weapons. However, their firearms lay a meter away, and the scavenger who should have been on guard remained in slumber. It was evident that such amateur scavengers were bound to meet a predetermined fate from the moment contact was established. Rocky and Jack, with clear roles defined, unleashed a barrage of bullets into the heads of the 2 scavengers. The force of the bullets instantly pierced through their skulls. I could hear the sound of gunfire. The sleeping scavenger jolted awake, only to be met with Rocky's fist. The cold iron fist loomed larger in his vision, and before his still drowsy mind could fully awaken, Rocky's punch rendered him unconscious. Just as Rocky prepared to shoot through the fallen scavenger's head for a finishing blow, the door from within suddenly swung open. A burly man wielding a heavy machine gun opened fire on the 2. The situation escalated too rapidly. Rocky and Jack quickly sought cover as bullets rained down upon them. Fortunately, Rocky's quick reflexes allowed him to retreat to safety before the majority of the bullets descended. Though his right shoulder was grazed by a bullet, causing a sharp pain that ignited his frustration. Damn it, that dog of a scavenger actually paired up with such a formidable beast. El, are you alright? Jack shouted vehemently from behind the cover. The scavenger's suppressive fire showed no signs of abating, leaving Jack and Rocky trapped and unable to act. I'm fine. Hylos, think of a way to hold him off. Jack issued a directive to Hylos that I'm uploading the quick hack program for the cybernetic eye now. It will be ready shortly. Upon receiving Jack's command, Hylos wasted no time and began attempting to infiltrate the scavenger's network. Chapter 6. Task completed. Just seconds after Hylos commenced his actions, the quick hack program successfully uploaded, plunging the scavenger's vision into darkness. Deprived of sight, the scavenger could no longer maintain precise suppressive fire, resorting to erratically spraying bullets in the general direction of his last impression. Jack, seizing the opportunity to quickly expose himself and fire, was taken aback to see Rocky already darting out, with bullets flying from an enemy wielding a machine gun. Rocky, hiding behind a small freezer, was seething with frustration. Now that the scavenger's cybernetic eye had rebooted, his gunfire became chaotic and loose. Rocky was not about to let this chance slip away. With agility, Rocky swiftly drew a syringe filled with a green stimulant from his belt and injected it into his body. A surge of lightness coursed through him, and he holstered his pistol. The stimulant heightened his reflexes, allowing him to exploit the gaps in the scavenger's gunfire. He dashed out from the left, skirting the wall, and rapidly closing in on the scavenger. I could see that moment. The blind scavenger was utterly defenseless. Rocky approached him with exaggerated speed, delivering a powerful shoulder charge that sent the scavenger's weapon flying. The heavy machine gun clattered away, and before the scavenger could react to the presence of an assailant, Rocky's fist struck him hard in the abdomen. The subdermal armor he wore failed to absorb the blow's impact. The cold metallic sensation crashing against his stomach forced him to curl inwards, nearly retching. Not content with just one strike, Rocky's explosive muscle mass propelled a right hook squarely into the scavenger's face. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bone and flying teeth, Rocky's gorilla-like left arm swung into action, delivering an uppercut that connected with the scavenger's jaw. The force of the punch propelled the scavenger off the ground, his cybernetic eye finally rebooting as his feet left the floor, restoring his vision. Yet, after enduring a flurry of strikes, he was in no condition to mount any resistance. The scavenger could only glance down at Rocky. Witnessing the final moments of his life, he saw Rocky twist his torso. Legs planted firmly, right fist coiled behind him, muscles tense like a tiger ready to pounce. The instant the scavenger's feet touched the ground, Rocky unleashed his right fist at breakneck speed. Eat my charge punch. A professional fighter's powerful strike landed directly on the already damaged skull, instantly shattering the scavenger's bones and splattering a gruesome mixture of red and white. Under the relentless barrage of Rocky's combination punches, the scavenger's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. What a rush! Absolutely exhilarating. Rocky panted slightly, reflecting on the fallen scavenger. Meanwhile, Jack remained behind cover, gun aimed in the direction of the now defeated scavenger, stunned at Rocky's direct approach. Jack couldn't comprehend why he had bypassed the usual script of firing a few shots first, opting instead to charge in and engage in hand-to-hand combat at such astonishing speed. Damn, L, you're incredibly bold. You just charged right in. Jack could only lament in disbelief to that moment. Rocky's fists clenched tightly, reveling in the state of his body. The stimulant had rendered him agile, his movements swift and responsive. This enhancement was comprehensive. While it didn't significantly improve his gunplay, it greatly amplified his punching speed and power, perfectly tailored for him, with the scavenger dealt with and no other enemies indicated in the network. Halos' voice crackled through the comms. Let us clean up the battlefield. Rocky and Jack began to search the room for bodies. Hey, this must be the one we were looking for. Rocky's cybernetic eye scanned the bloody corpse hanging by the surgical room wall. Its abstract form analyzed and identified. The cybernetics on the body remained intact. Jack, gazing at the grotesque sight, felt a headache coming on as he pondered how to haul it back for reporting. No worries, I've got this. With a swift motion, Rocky shoved the corpse off the operating table, dragging the target onto it. With practiced skill, he picked up the surgical tools and commenced the disassembly of the cybernetics. Apologies, I almost forgot we had a cybernetic surgeon here. Looks like I won't have to worry about the body staining my motorcycle this time. Jack acknowledged Rocky with a thumbs dash up. I in no time. Rocky expertly disassembled all 6 cybernetics from the body, realizing they were high-quality parts, likely belonging to a significant member of the Valentino gang. Handing the dismantled cybernetics to Jack, Rocky proceeded to dissect the remaining corpses, including the scavenger. Why not claim these cybernetics? They were an unexpected bonus from the job, and since he owned a shop, he could modify and sell them for a nice profit later. Disassembling the scavenger was merely a fitting retribution, and Rocky felt no moral qualms about it. Unfortunately, the scavengers had very few cybernetics, and the ones they had were rather subpar. The cold surgical knife continuously sliced through the scavenger's flesh, and the one Rocky had previously knocked unconscious jolted awake from the pain. What are you doing? Damn it! The scavenger cried out, overwhelmed by the excruciating agony. He struggled against his bindings, but his limbs were already secured by Rocky. Oh, you're awake. Nothing much, just doing what you usually do, extracting some cybernetics. Rocky replied nonchalantly, glancing at the scavenger. Rocky continued his work. The few cybernetics on the scavenger were swiftly extracted. Due to the pain and blood loss, the scavenger's consciousness began to fade. Gazing at the man before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear for the first time, but he could only wonder if he would ever regret the things he had done to in no time. The scavenger succumbed to Rocky's relentless torment, his eyes closing forever. The last image he saw was Rocky extracting his heart, smiling down at him. Enough of this. The gunfire may have attracted attention, and someone might report us to the NCPD. Jack urged, observing Rocky's cruel amusement as he tormented the scavenger. All right. Discarding the heart casually, Rocky removed the scavenger's cybernetic eye, ensuring that the scavenger could witness his own disassembly. With the cleanup complete, the two departed the scavenger's apartment, bringing the cybernetics to their intermediary, the father. Chapter 7. Rocky's Clinic. The father, whose real name was Sebastian Ibarra, was one of the most renowned intermediaries in the Haywood district of Night City. Affiliated with the Valentino gang and maintaining a good rapport with Jack, many of Jack's contracts originated from the father, and this time was no exception. Hey Jack, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Truly a reliable mercenary, and long time no see. How have you been? The father greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Doing all right. I'm in the process of opening a cybernetic clinic. It's nearly set up, Rocky replied. Congratulations. That's quite an achievement. Where will it be located? On Japan Street. What a pity. If you were opening it in Haywood, I would definitely send some of the boys your way. There's business to be found anywhere. That's true. Rocky and the father exchanged pleasantries. Having worked numerous contracts alongside Jack over the past 2 years, Rocky had grown familiar with the father, who held a certain admiration for the young man. After a brief exchange, they handed over the retrieved cybernetics to the father and received their payment. Rocky pocketed €2,000, though the bulk of the reward went to Jack due to his taking the other cybernetics. Rocky mounted his motorcycle and navigated the nocturnal streets of Night City, eager to return home and rest. Just then, a message pinged on his system. Dear Mr. L, your shop on Japan Street has been renovated as per your request. Please conduct an inspection at your earliest convenience, and we look forward to your continued patronage of the Night Corp renovation team. Oh, it's already done. Perfect timing to install the modules and delve into the production of the stimulant. Upon receiving the notification that his clinic was ready, Rocky swiftly turned his motorcycle and revved its engine towards Japan Street. The streets of Night City were relatively quiet at this hour, and with the throttle fully engaged, he soon arrived at his new clinic. Rocky's clinic was situated across from the Turbo restaurant at the base of the towering H8 skyscraper on Japan Street. The restaurant in question serves as a favored locale for Man's Squad from edge runners to celebrate and unwind after completing their assignments, with Lucy's residence conveniently adjacent to it. The clinic boasts an expansive entryway, offering a splendid view of the nightscape, which greatly pleases Rocky, as he no longer has to confront the disheveled alleyways he used to see daily upon leaving work. The decision to establish a clinic on Japantown was not made lightly. Rocky had considered numerous factors. Primarily, he sought to distance himself from Old Way, naturally avoiding the prospect of opening another clinic in Little Chinatown like Old Way did. The distance between Japantown and the Kabukicho area, also located in Watson, is not significantly greater than that to his apartment, but Japantown is decidedly more vibrant. Japantown not only serves as a hub for gang activity, but also features a highly developed entertainment scene, making it a frequent haunt for the free mercenaries of Night City. Rocky's business caters to these individuals. While he is somewhat familiar with the Valentino gang in Haywood, Japantown possesses an allure that is distinctly its own. Who wouldn't relish the idea of strolling a short distance after work to revel in the delights of Twist Street or to unwind at the cloud tops situated within a skyscraper? Consequently, Rocky ultimately opted to open his clinic in Japantown. Upon arriving at the clinic, he authenticated his access and opened the door. Observing the pristine decor, the surgical tables, storage cabinets, refrigerators, workstations, and the specially prepared boxing training area, Rocky felt his heart race slightly. My clinic. This sensation is truly delightful. Owning a clinic has been Rocky's foremost aspiration over the past 2 years, although his goals had to adapt with the arrival of the system. Witnessing the fruits of his labor filled him with joy. After a brief inspection of the premises, he found no issues and proceeded to calibrate and familiarize himself with the equipment. He meticulously cleaned and organized the cybernetic limbs he had salvaged from scavengers. Then accessed the module shop. Download basic production module integration package account. €10,000. Selection. Install. Installation successful. And in the independent small room he had cleared within the clinic, 5 distinct workstations, all styled in a cyberpunk aesthetic, materialized. Under the influence of world adaptive corrections, the appearance of these devices had diverged significantly from those in his original world. although their core functionalities remained unchanged. After arranging the equipment, Rocky began to study the workstation intended for synthesis and production. He activated the system terminal integrated with the workstation, but it displayed no available recipes. It seemed there was a reason for the low price. This workstation operated under a single synthesis rule, with all original recipes having been removed. However, this might not be entirely negative, as the original recipes may not have served him well, and having it as a precursor for recipe expansion was still advantageous. Next, Rocky activated the analysis function on the terminal, an extension included in the integration package. He placed a cybernetic limb on the workstation, and the scanner commenced its analysis. Synthetic lobe, model, biotech type 1. Durability, 73. Description, a low-end synthetic lobe mass-produced by biotech. Its implantation in the human body can enhance endurance recovery speed by 15. As he examined the information displayed on the terminal, Rocky pondered slightly. The analyzer's most useful feature is its ability to reveal an item's durability and detailed functional descriptions. It was somewhat helpful to him, though not significantly. He then turned his attention to the terminal of the alchemy station, which similarly presented no recipes. Rocky accessed the module shop system and downloaded the Titanfall Stimulant Alchemy Station expansion module. This time, the download button did not indicate a prerequisite was needed, nor was it grayed out. After spending €9,000, Rocky successfully installed the module. The terminal of the alchemy station now displayed new recipes available for use. Upon reviewing, he discovered that the creation of the stimulant required 2 secondary semi-finished potions combined, and the recipes for both secondary compounds were also present in the alchemy station system. Fortunately, the materials required for synthesis were quite ordinary, and the more complex compounds were merely additives for common functional beverages and stimulants, not involving any core formula materials from major corporations. Rocky estimated that the cost of producing a single stimulant would be approximately €50, and the synthesis of one bottle would take 3 minutes. The market value of a single stimulant was around €500, meaning he could sell it for approximately €300, netting a profit of €250. In this ideal scenario, he could earn €5,000 in an hour. However, this was contingent upon his ability to produce stimulants continuously for 24 hours. The workstation could only synthesize a maximum of 20 bottles at a time and required reactivation after completion. The most critical issue remained the market. To avoid detection by corporations, he could only distribute through various underground clinics to free mercenaries and gang members. Consequently, small-scale sales coupled with a not-so-affordable price would likely lead to production efficiency far exceeding output efficiency. Thus, Rocky needed to devise a strategy for swiftly selling the stimulants. Having researched these aspects, Rocky decided not to waste any more time and would reassess once the materials arrived. That he sent an email to Old Way to inform him that the clinic renovations were complete, then tidied up the shop before returning to his apartment for some rest. Chapter 8. The clinic opens the following day. Rocky placed a call to the supplier company, expending €5,000 to order the materials required for 100 doses of the stimulant. Arriving at the shop on his bike, he had barely stepped inside when Old Way followed closely behind him. "Not bad. This place looks much better than mine," Old Way remarked as he surveyed the interior. "It is comfortable, but the rent here is quite exorbitant," Rocky replied with a hint of resignation. Compared to the Little Chinatown area, the rent in Japantown was indeed significantly higher, especially since Rocky had chosen a prime location, naturally incurring steep rental costs. "Well, that's just how it is, isn't it? Whether it's rent or dining and entertainment, as long as it brings you joy, who cares how much it costs?" Old Way chuckled in response to Rocky's complaints. "Hey, live in a moment, in Night City, that's the way to go. Who knows how long we have left? You might find yourself dead in the street one day," Old Way jested. Rocky had adhered to this philosophy since arriving in Night City. Initially, without any significant advantages, he managed to make a living as a cybernetic doctor. Occasionally taking on contracts, he believed that enjoying life in this lavish world was not a wasted endeavor. His happiness was paramount. "True," Old Way nodded in agreement. He had once aspired to become a legendary figure in Night City, but he now understood that a simple, unremarkable life was what he truly desired. Old Way then brought the cybernetics he had ordered for Rocky and handed them over, which Rocky organized and logged into the clinic's terminal. Shortly after, Old Way brought in another cardboard box filled with various Lucky Cat figurines and peculiar yet attractive ornaments. This is from Misty. She asked me to bring it to you, saying it would bring you good fortune, Old Way explained. Seeing the assortment of ornaments, Rocky felt compelled to accept Misty's thoughtful gesture. I appreciate her kindness. Please extend my gratitude to Misty. However, Rocky was taken aback when Old Way produced another box, this one containing a collection of trophies. As Old Way set the gleaming trophies on the counter. Rocky found himself at a loss for words. Why did you bring these, Old Way? You mentioned yesterday that you wanted to display them in your new clinic, didn't you? So I thought I'd bring them along. Old Way replied. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rocky scratched his head, the metallic fingers producing a subtle rustling sound. I was just joking, and besides, I haven't one against you. While he had indeed made that comment the previous day, it had been a mere jest. After all, those trophies were all won by Old Way himself, and there was no way he would display them in his clinic. Yet Old Way held a different perspective. He smiled and shook his head. You were distracted yesterday. I know you have the potential to defeat me. I have watched you grow from a scrawny novice into the person you are today, and it brings me great joy. These trophies are nothing to cling to. There's no harm in displaying them here. The Jack who was once taught by me has now surpassed me, so consider this a gift. Observing Old Way's proud smile, Rocky realized he could not refuse. Just as Old Way had said, he owed much of his current state to him. Rocky was not one for excessive sentimentality and did not wish to utter overly emotional words. He could only silently vow to repay Old Way in the future. Thank you, Old Way. All right, you get back to work. I have appointments to attend to. Don't forget about this old man when you make it big. And remember to come by for a spar next week. Old Way waved a hand and turned to leave. Old W.E. As Rocky watched Old Way's figure recede, he suddenly called out to him. HM? Old Way turned back, slightly puzzled. Rocky longed to tell him that one day he would become a true legend, standing atop Night City in the world, not betraying the trust Old Way had placed in him. Yet, hesitating, Rocky ultimately held his tongue, deciding to wait until he had truly achieved that before speaking up. Nothing. Noticing Rocky's indecisive expression, Old Way did not press the matter. If Rocky chose not to speak, there was no need to pry further. Take care. And with that, Old Way truly departed. Rocky meticulously placed the trophy left by Old Way on the shelf beside the training equipment in the clinic. He set aside a pair of golden boxing gloves and several of the largest trophies on the clinic's workbench, ensuring they were prominently visible to both himself and any customers who might enter. After positioning a sign that read "Open for Business" in front of the clinic, Rocky began to await the arrival of patrons. However, in a clandestine clinic devoid of any promotional activities, it was only natural that no one would show up. Rocky, unfazed, busied himself with studying the distribution of cybernetic clinics in Night City. As evening approached, on the first day of his opening, Rocky had yet to greet a single customer. Noticing the late hour, he decided to cease his research. He opened his contact list and dialed the number of Okada Wakako. The call was quickly answered, and a gentle voice on the other end spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. This is the first time you've reached out to me directly. What can I do for you? Okada Wakako was one of the top intermediaries in the Westbrook area, possessing deep connections with the local gang factions. Rocky had interacted with her several times while working on commissions with Jack, naturally obtaining her contact information. However, this was his first time initiating contact with Wakako. Typically, it was she who would contact Jack, who would then reach out to Rocky. I recently opened a cybernetic clinic on Japantown. It's just starting out and lacks renown. I thought of reaching out to you since you wield considerable influence in this area. I was hoping you could help introduce me to some potential clients. Rocky explained that as an underground clinic, the lack of notoriety at launch posed a significant challenge, prompting Rocky to seek the assistance of Wakako, a local power player, to attract some clientele. Once he could garner attention, building a reputation would become significantly easier. I see. Let me guess, your clinic is located beneath a skyscraper? Wakako chuckled on the other end of the line. Indeed, I had heard whispers that a new clinic had opened beneath the skyscraper, but little did I know it was you. Rest assured, I will encourage them to visit your establishment, that I trust your skills and character. Sending them your way will not tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing Wakako's promise, Rocky couldn't help but smile subtly. With her assistance, the issue of attracting customers was at least partially resolved. Thank you so much. You can rest easy. Anyone you refer will receive a 10% discount. He, sounds good. Wishing you prosperous business. Don't forget to come by for commissions when you have the chance, of course. After ending the call, Rocky continued to await customers. This call had been part of his premeditated plan. To succeed in business, it was essential not only to possess skill, but also to have some background, especially in an underground enterprise where traditional advertising was not an option. Shortly after his conversation with Wakako, another call came in.It was the arrival of the raw materials he had ordered. Chapter 9. Customers arrive after moving the raw materials into the clinic. Rocky was finally able to commence the creation of stimulants. He laid out the necessary ingredients for crafting 20 doses of stimulant-grade potions on the alchemical workbench. Selecting the appropriate formula, he waited 20 minutes before successfully producing 20 vials of potions primarily designed to enhance speed. Following this, he crafted another 20 vials intended to bolster recovery. By combining the two different types of potions and adding the final fusion materials, another 20 minutes passed, culminating in the completion of 20 doses of stimulants. He retrieved the container holding the stimulants and placed it on the synthesis workbench, where the scanner confirmed that the functions and descriptions matched accurately, indicating there were no issues. Switching the workbench to synthesis mode, he inserted metal and glass materials, and as the workbench operated, 20 vials of stimulant potions were produced. Using a laser engraver, he meticulously marked each vial with labels. Ascendancy Technology Manufacturing. Type 1 Power Stimulant. After transferring the stimulant into syringes and sealing them, the vibrant green liquid flowed quietly within the vials. Thus, Rocky completed his first batch of stimulants. As he organized the finished potions, he pondered how to market them when a new visitor request arrived at the clinic. Through the surveillance installed at the entrance, Rocky observed two visitors. Their extensive Asian-themed tattoos and the samurai sword they carried made it evident that they were members of the Tiger Claw gang. Likely referred by Wakako, approving their visitor request, the clinic's doors swung open. One of the individuals had a cybernetic arm with its synthetic skin damaged, revealing the metallic structure beneath, while the internal mechanisms appeared significantly compromised. With even the concealed mantis blades exposed to the It was evident that the cybernetic limb had sustained damage from a high-caliber weapon. Additionally, his right side bore evident wounds, which he was attempting to staunch with a makeshift cover, though it failed to fully contain the blood that dripped onto the clinic's immaculate floor. The other visitor appeared to be in much better condition, clearly accompanying the injured one. This was not unusual. No one would venture alone to a strange underground clinic for treatment, especially those with cybernetics who might fear being sold off to scavengers for disassembly. Thus, gang members and freelance mercenaries typically had trusted cybernetic doctors they relied upon. And if they needed to seek a new practitioner, they would at least bring someone reliable to watch over them. Please have the injured party lie down on the operating table, Rocky instructed. He then administered a potent hemostatic injection near the wound. Did Wakako send you? Rocky inquired. The accompanying individual nodded and replied, Yes, we got injured nearby, and Wakako mentioned this clinic as a trustworthy option. Observing Rocky's youthful appearance, the Tiger Claw member harbored some skepticism regarding his abilities. However, given that he was referred by Wakako, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Upon entering, he had noticed the boxing trophies displayed on the table. He was somewhat aware of their significance and decided to reserve judgment until he could assess Rocky's skills firsthand. After a brief examination of the Mantis Blade cybernetic arm, he found that although it was damaged, the extent was not overly severe, making it entirely reparable. Is the arm to be repaired, or will it be replaced outright? How much will the repairs cost? 2,000 euros, plus surgical fees, totaling 4,000 euros. However, since you were referred by Wakako, I can do it for 3,600. Upon hearing Rocky's quote, the injured party nodded, acknowledging that the price was quite reasonable and not exploitative, with the additional discount. It was even cheaper than his usual clinic by a couple of hundred euros. Let us proceed with that. All right, I will start your treatment. Rocky skillfully disassembled the damaged cybernetic arm, placing it aside. He then retrieved a syringe to administer local anesthesia. After extracting 2 bullets from the wound, he proceeded to disinfect, staunch the bleeding, and stitch the injury. After 2 years of study, Rocky's medical skills had reached a remarkable level, allowing him to effortlessly handle such straightforward procedures that in no time, he had addressed the patient's wounds and completed the bandaging. Next, Rocky approached the workbench, extracting tools and parts to prepare for the repair of the cybernetic limb. A cybernetic doctor is essentially a fusion of a surgeon and a technician, and can even serve as a tattoo artist as a qualified cybernetic physician. Repairing limbs naturally fell within Rocky's range of services. He removed the synthetic skin from the limb, unveiling the mechanical components within, and prepared to initiate repairs. Just then, he remembered something he had forgotten, that I almost overlooked that. Rocky slapped his forehead. The repair of the cybernetic limb will take some time. But not too long. Just bear with me for a moment. After instructing the accompanying individual to keep an eye on the patient, Rocky took the damaged limb into the room housing the production equipment. The individual left behind in the clinic observed Rocky silently enter the room with the limb. Filled with confusion, that wasn't he supposed to have all the tools ready to start the repairs? Why is he taking the limb in there? Does he intend to swap our limb for another? The individual grumbled to himself, but could only wait for Rocky to emerge with the limb, as they were merely suspicions and not enough to warrant immediate confrontation, especially considering they had to show Wakako some respect. Meanwhile, the patient lying on the operating table assessed his condition, noting a remarkably swift recovery. He remarked, "No way." Wakako said he was trustworthy, and I genuinely feel his skills are quite impressive, definitely better than my previous clinic. Really? But just because he is skilled doesn't mean he won't swindle us. Let's wait and see. Inside the room, Rocky remained oblivious to the potential misunderstandings his actions could provoke that he approached the anvil designated for installing production modules and placed the damaged limb upon it, along with the necessary metal materials. Before initiating the repair process, as the anvil operated, a brand new mantis blade, cybernetic limb, soon materialized before his eyes. Wow, this is incredibly efficient. In this age, still relying on traditional repairs? The cybernetic anvil allows for one-click repairs. The anvil's function was to restore the durability of items. By placing the item needing repair alongside the corresponding raw materials, the restoration could be completed seamlessly. How delightful it is that in the future, one need not purchase any components for prosthetic repairs, rendering it virtually cost-free. However, the repairs seem a tad too immaculate after the meticulous work of the anvil. The prosthetic now appeared as pristine as a brand new model, with even internal blades wear and tear vanished without a trace. This presented quite the conundrum, as such an extraordinary level of restoration was hardly achievable through conventional means. Fortunately, the prosthetic was typically enveloped in synthetic skin, making it unlikely for anyone to scrutinize the extent of internal wear. Moreover, having it appear new was not entirely disadvantageous. If questioned, a plausible explanation could be provided. In due course, Rocky waited for an opportune moment before stepping outside with the prosthetic in hand. Chapter 10. Stimulant Type 2. Hey, why are you sneaking around while repairing a prosthetic? Have you done something underhanded? Upon seeing Rocky emerge, a member of the Tiger Claw gang could not suppress his inquiry. Generally, few prosthetic doctors in Night City's underground clinics can be deemed trustworthy, and maintaining a healthy skepticism towards unfamiliar practitioners is the wisest course of action. Yet, Rocky was clearly an exception and had little patience for such inquiries. Casting a glance at the aggressive gang member, Rocky replied coolly, "Firstly, you may question my skills, but my integrity is beyond reproach. Were it not for the sake of K, I would have already shown you the door, of course. If by underhanded you mean the complete refurbishment of the prosthetic, then yes, I did exactly that." With that, Rocky disregarded the man and commenced the installation of the prosthetic. The gang member, taken aback by Rocky's retort, chose not to press further, as Rocky had asserted. The prosthetic he presented indeed looked brand new, not a shoddy second-hand replacement, to AS for whether its quality had been compromised. That would become evident once the installation was complete. The process of installing the prosthetic was not particularly complex. For a skilled prosthetic doctor, it was as effortless as replacing a SIM card in a mobile phone. Before long, Rocky had completed the installation that AS the prosthetic connected to the personal system. Various parameters were read, confirming that it was indeed the original prosthetic without issues to no problems. This is undoubtedly my prosthetic. But why does it look so pristine? The Tiger Claw gang member, lying on the operating table, could not help but voice his confusion. Rocky calmly explained, "My establishment prides itself on ethical business practices. I have provided a full maintenance service for your prosthetic free of charge." Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, The customer felt that this transaction was quite worthwhile. Not only was the price reasonable, but the service was also commendable. Afterward, Rocky began to implant the synthetic skin onto the prosthetic and repaired the damaged areas. With that, the entire surgical procedure was flawlessly completed. Gazing at the immaculate prosthetic, the customer expressed immense satisfaction. After receiving the payment transfer, Rocky cheerfully escorted the two individuals out of his shop. "If you're pleased, remember to bring more people my way. I guarantee fair prices and attentive service." Before they departed, Rocky made sure to request their assistance in spreading the word. After all, underground clinics had no means of public advertising. Relying on satisfied customers and local influencers was the best way to build a clientele. Phew, the grand opening has finally taken place. Once the two were sent on their way, the shop returned to its serene state, and Rocky ventured to the internal production area. Holding a vial of the prepared potion, he contemplated how to market it and at what price. Based on its potency, it should be valued at over 500 euros. Selling it to the black clinics for around 300 euros seemed like a reasonable proposition. However, upon further reflection, Rocky realized that such assumptions were overly simplistic, as his primary clientele consisted of mercenaries and gang members. The first type of stimulant was effective, yet the description clearly stated it could harm individuals with lower physical resilience. Rocky had only tested it on himself, and excluding the prosthetic, his physical strength had already surpassed that of over 90 of gang members and freelance mercenaries. The stimulant would not adversely affect him. But the same could not be said for others. Moreover, these individuals fought primarily for profit. It was unrealistic for them to spend a substantial amount on consumables each time they engaged in combat. At best, they would purchase a small quantity for emergencies, which would severely impact sales. However, simply lowering the price would be unreasonable and could disrupt the entire pharmaceutical market, likely prompting pharmaceutical companies to go to great lengths to eliminate him. If only the potency could be reduced a bit, it would be perfect. Rocky pondered. He decided to experiment, considering that the stimulant was composed of two secondary potions mixed in specific proportions with fusion materials. The formula on the alchemy table was merely a preset. It was not impossible to customize the proportions. Perhaps he could concoct potions with varying effects. If this were achievable, it would not only allow for a reasonable market entry, but also ensure that the finest technical drugs remained firmly under his control, preventing all his trump cards from flooding the market. Thus, Rocky began experimenting with different formula ratios for the stimulant. Fortunately, he had ample materials and the assistance of the workstation analyzer. Useless stimulant upon injection. It makes the user feel rapid, but without any actual effect. Contaminated potion. Unfortunate consumption will result in diarrhea. Not recommended for injection. Distorted stimulant. A strange potion birthed from an extremely twisted refining formula. Injecting it into the body will significantly enhance movement speed, 80, for a short period, but will induce a state of excessive excitement, making it unbearable for the user to stop moving, while also suppressing the body's self-healing. Repeated use may lead to multi-organ failure. Gazing at the results generated by the workstation's analysis interface, Rocky lamented, "What on earth is this nonsense? All of these are utterly useless." Well, this one has a bit of utility. I'll note down the formula. After recording the formula for the distorted stimulant, Rocky continued to experiment with different combinations. However, the overwhelming majority yielded nothing of value. Yet, perseverance bore fruit, and after numerous trials and adjustments, he finally discovered a suitable formula. Weakened stimulant. Produced after formula adjustments, this weakened stimulant sacrifices self-healing capabilities for extended duration and reduced drug burden. Upon injection, it enhances the user's action speed, 35, for 60 seconds. This is it. Lower usage thresholds and longer duration, combined with a decent speed boost. It's incredibly practical. With Rocky's formula adjustments, the cost of this weakened stimulant had been reduced to 30 euros. He planned to distribute it to various black clinics at a price of 150 euros, expecting the final market price to hover around 200 euros. This way, for mercenaries, using a dose in each battle would become feasible. After all, even bullets come at a cost, and one must spend to earn. Having finalized the formula, Rocky utilized the remaining materials to produce 100 vials of the weakened stimulant, meticulously labeling each bottle. Ascendancy Technology production, stimulant type 2. After storing the potions, Rocky switched the sign at the entrance to close for rest and rode his bike back to the apartment to rest. That night, Rocky slept exceptionally soundly. The first day of business had yielded considerable rewards. Although only one customer visited, it was a promising start. Furthermore, the stimulant project had successfully advanced to its second phase. Preparing to explore market opportunities. The following morning, Rocky opted not to open shop at the crack of dawn. Instead, he intended to sell the potions first. Establishing a covert partnership with the black clinics would not be an easy feat. Carrying 30 vials of the potion, he divided them into 10 packages for distribution. Adorning himself in a hooded sweatshirt and mask, he ensured anonymity, while his cybernetic eyes disruptor allowed him to evade facial recognition. It could not prevent others from seeing him, so the mask proved quite effective. Mounting his motorcycle, Rocky commenced the distribution of his goods throughout Night City. Chapter 11. The first batch of orders with 10 bags containing stimulant type 2 discreetly placed near the target clinics. The prosthetic doctors at these establishments simultaneously received an email signed by Ascendancy Technology. Ascendancy Technology collaboration invitation sender, Ascendancy Technology recipient. Greetings, this is Ascendancy Technology.PS, an emerging pharmaceutical tech company. We are keen to sell our latest product in Night City and cordially invite you to become our sales agent. Samples of the product have been distributed to the vicinity of your clinic ad. We look forward to your experience and feedback. Should you wish to place subsequent orders for this product, please reply to this email with your order. Attachment: Stimulant Type 2 Product Manual. In the Watson District, at a northern industrial area, within an underground black clinic, a prosthetic doctor chuckled disdainfully as he perused the email on his system. Ascendancy Technology. Where did this nonsense emerge from? A company, you say? Do they really need to seek out us underground clinics to sell their wares? All this flowery language is meaningless. It reeks of secrecy. In his perspective, if this were a legitimate company, they would not require collaboration with clinics like theirs. They could sell directly through established market channels. Even if the company sought to expand into underground sales, they would not resort to such covert methods. They could simply send representatives to meet with them directly. Thus, regarding the so-called Ascension technology, he has deemed it to be the creation of an obscure underground workshop within Night City, likely concocted from stolen formulas or the work of less than reputable apothecaries seeking to strike it rich, or perhaps the efforts of a smuggling ring aiming to offload illicit potions into the market. Although he scoffs at such shameless claims, his body betrays him as he eagerly clicks open the attached product specifications. After all, regardless of what this purported Ascension technology truly entails or what the email states, the crux lies in the fact that someone wishes to invite him to partake in a lucrative venture. If an opportunity for profit arises, why concern himself with its nature? One must first investigate. If it proves viable, no one would want to forego such an opportunity. Product name: Stimulant Type 2, developed with great effort by Ascension Technology. This combat stimulant, when injected into the human body, can enhance the user's movement speed by 35, taking effect immediately. The user enters an exhilarated state with heightened cognitive response lasting for 60 seconds, posing no harm and no side effects. Sample image, order price, €150 per dose. As he perused the product brochure, the cybernetic surgeon contemplated for a moment. If the effects are indeed, as the brochure claims, without deviation, then the price of €150 per dose should find a ready market. Most of the patrons in his clinic are freelance mercenaries and gang members, individuals who are quite willing to invest in enhancing their capabilities. Even the immunosuppressants they purchase regularly amount to a significant expense, but if they could spend over €200 to gain a substantial boost on the battlefield, many would likely be inclined to make that investment. Let us first examine the sample. Resolute in verifying the authenticity of the product, the cybernetic surgeon followed the description in the email to the designated site for the stimulant samples that he acquired a paper bag containing 3 vials of the stimulant. Gazing at the verdant liquid within the syringes, it was the first time he had encountered such a stimulant. It might have been concocted by a clandestine chemist, with the stimulants in hand. The cybernetic surgeon traversed the surgical area of his clinic and opened the door leading deeper into the premises. Entering the door to the basement, he found a spacious area filled with an array of equipment and storage cabinets utilized by cybernetic surgeons. Within one room of the basement, there lay an operating table, upon which rested a partially disassembled corpse. Bound within the room was a living man, unconscious but very much alive. His body bore no signs of cybernetic modifications. Resembling a hapless gang member, the cybernetic surgeon approached him, administering an injection of an unknown substance, causing the unconscious man to gradually awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, the man's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the cybernetic surgeon before him. "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go!" Suddenly, he caught sight of the corpse on the operating table, and the realization of his dire predicament hit him. Overwhelmed with regret and dismay, he lamented his drunken decision at the bar. Now captured by a cleaner, his fate was all but sealed. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you, I can pay you. Just let me go." The man, feeling the bindings on his limbs, pleaded frantically, yet the cybernetic surgeon offered no response. Only a dry chuckle escaping his parched throat. Producing a green vial, the cybernetic surgeon grasped the man's hair and yanked, exposing his neck, that he inserted the syringe into the man's body, and the substance was instantaneously injected. The man felt a rush coursing through him, his mind igniting with exhilaration, a primal urge to move surging within him. Just as he was grappling with the unknown of his fate, the cybernetic surgeon suddenly severed the ropes binding him. Consciousness flooding back, the man, sensing his newfound freedom, saw the terrifying grin on the cybernetic surgeon's face and, without a second thought, pushed him aside and bolted for the exit. Desperate to escape, he stumbled as he rose, his legs tingling and unsteady, crashing against the corpse on the operating table. Ignoring the unsettling sensation of whatever damp substance he had touched, he pressed on, his survival instinct propelling him forward, oblivious to the unusual state of his legs. Fueled by the stimulant and his will to survive, the man surged forth with astonishing speed, yet he was utterly lost within the confines of the basement, flailing about like a headless chicken. After what felt like an eternity, he finally discovered a door, only to find it locked tight, forcing him to continue his frantic escape. As he navigated the basement, he realized all exits were barred, and his signal could not transmit. He was utterly trapped, unable to call for help. Despair washed over him as he leaned against the basement door, hearing the slow, deliberate footsteps of the cybernetic surgeon closing in behind him. He understood then that death was inevitable. "Damn it! I'll fight you, beast!" At the brink of his endurance, the man sprang to his feet, searching for a weapon, determined to take that bastard down with him. Just then, the door behind him burst open, and hope surged within him, believing he might escape. Instead, he was met with a far grimmer reality. A group of cleaners appeared, armed and dragging a corpse, their eyes locking onto his. The leader of the cleaners, astonished to find yesterday's capture alive and well, was taken aback. Bang! The report of a gunshot echoed, and the man's head was pierced, his face forever etched with terror. How did he wake up and escape? The shooter remarked, holstering his weapon while instructing the others to dispose of the corpse swiftly to prevent any organ damage. It was I who released him, to test the efficacy of the new drug. The cybernetic surgeon explained. The cleaners, unfazed by his rationale, were merely relieved that their quarry had not fled. Whether he lived or died mattered little. The cybernetic surgeon glanced at the lifeless body, nodding slightly. It appeared the stimulant's effects were indeed promising, presenting a potential avenue for trade. Ascension Technology, indeed intriguing. Leaving the basement and returning to the clinic, the cybernetic surgeon began drafting an email to send to Ascension Technology. Meanwhile, this scene unfolded in numerous underground clinics throughout Night City, as many cybernetic surgeons employed their own methods to verify the authenticity of the drug. Chapter 12. Man's South Squad, Japanese Street. Rocky's clinic. Rocky sat before his computer, perusing several emails that had arrived, a smile breaking across his face. By the afternoon, 3 clinics that had received samples from Rocky had completed their drug tests and sent backorder requests. He believed it wouldn't be long before he established partnerships with the majority of the cybernetic clinics in Night City. After all, as the drug gradually infiltrated the market, it was unlikely anyone would turn down a chance to share in the profits. After expending the remaining savings to order another batch of raw materials, Rocky hastened the production of the stimulants. The following day, an underground clinic in the Northern Industrial District, newly opened cybernetic surgeon Sydney received a visitor request. Who could it be? So early in the morning without an appointment. With a hint of curiosity, Sydney opened the clinic door to find a young man clad in a black jacket standing before him. "What brings you here?" Taking in the unfamiliar face, Sydney had an inkling of the visitor's intent, but still inquired. The man did not respond to his question, but instead asked, "Are you Sydney?" "That's me," Sydney affirmed with a nod. "Someone sent me to deliver something to you, and you are to pay 4,500 euros. Upon hearing Sydney's confirmation, the man produced a bag and placed it before him. Upon seeing the bag, Sydney's suspicions were confirmed. He accepted the item and opened it to reveal dozens of green vials nestled within. "Who sent you?" Sydney inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I'm just a delivery guy. I know nothing else." "Pay up," the man replied, as expected. Judging by the visitor's attire, Sydney recognized him as a mercenary from Night City. Payment for services rendered. Often, even they were unaware of who their employer was. To gather information, one would likely need to seek out their intermediary. However, mercenaries would not divulge such details, clearly indicating that Ascendancy Technology wished to remain elusive. Sydney had no intention of playing games with the payment and promptly transferred the funds into the man's account. Given that they had employed mercenaries for delivery and payment collection, Sydney was keen to avoid experiencing the collection tactics of Night City's mercenaries, which he was well aware of, once the payment was confirmed. The man wasted no time, turning to leave as he had other deliveries to make. This man was none other than Rocky. Following a day of fermenting developments, Rocky had received orders from 7 clinics, most of which had requested around 20 to 30 vials of the stimulant, eager to test its effects. After producing the stimulants, Rocky opted to handle the deliveries himself that day. Originally, he had intended to outsource the task, but soon realized he had no trustworthy individuals to assist him. While Jack was a viable option, Rocky did not wish to burden him with such simple tasks. Engaging an intermediary for the delivery was a reasonable choice. However, it was evident that intermediaries were not to be trusted. Should the companies trace back to them, Rocky's secrets would undoubtedly be ruthlessly exposed, and it was unrealistic to expect them to keep secrets from large corporations. Left with no alternative, Rocky resolved to make the deliveries himself. Fortunately, as a freelance mercenary in Night City, he could disguise his identity well enough that the companies would not associate him with the mastermind behind the operation. The clinic's placing orders were scattered throughout Night City, and it took Rocky considerable time to complete all the deliveries. Fortunately, there were no hindrances in the collection of payments. It is merely regrettable that Rocky's considerable expertise in debt collection could not be put to use. It was not until noon that Rocky returned to the clinic. Upon gazing at the nearly 30,000 in deposits, his heart swelled with joy. It had only been a short while, yet he had nearly recouped his initial investments, and he believed it would not be long before he could install additional modules. After placing another order for raw materials with the suppliers, Rocky commenced the day's business at the clinic. Gradually, the number of customers began to increase, and under the attentive care of Kagako, coupled with the recognition of Rocky's skills, his clinic was slowly garnering a reputation on the streets of Japan. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had already elapsed since Rocky's inaugural opening. Apart from the initial bulk of orders, a few more requests had trickled in from other clinics, though none were substantial. It was estimated that there were still a few days to wait for the arrival of the second batch of orders, as it seemed the clinics that had just begun to sell the stimulants were not doing so at a rapid pace. The night scene on the streets of Japan was vibrant and bustling. The Turbo restaurant beneath the towering skyscrapers was particularly lively. Numerous street vendors took advantage of the open space in front of the restaurant to sell drinks and food. Several vehicles were parked closely together on the vacant lot, where a group of revelers indulged in drink and merriment. Most of them were freelance mercenaries from Night City, often referred to as cyberpunks. Among the crowd was the man squad of edge runners, who had just completed a task and were gathered to celebrate. The burly, dark-skinned man and his companion Dorio were seated on steps, engaged in animated conversation, while the agile Pila and Falco mingled with the crowd, cheering on the performers. The hacker Kiwi was absorbed in her own drinking, while the other hacker, Lucy, was conspicuously absent, perhaps having not participated in this particular mission. Meanwhile, Rebecca, the cyber loli of the group, stood aside, sipping a drink and observing the lively throng that... What happened to that store? Rebecca seemed uninterested in the ongoing performance, her gaze shifting to a nearby shop across the street. which appeared different from when she had last visited. Previously, the shop would have closed at this hour, yet now it displayed a sign indicating it was still open for business. Pila, what is that? Rebecca called her brother over, pointing with her petite finger at the shop across the way. How should I know? It doesn't even have a sign. Maybe it's selling something like Szechuan Super Dreams. Pilar replied with a cheeky tone, gesturing animatedly with his long, dexterous mechanical fingers. Get lost. Watching her brother's foolish antics, Rebecca exploded in frustration, giving him a finger before using her chubby little leg to kick him away. At that moment, Kiwi, who had been drinking nearby, was drawn to the commotion between the two and turned her gaze towards the direction Rebecca had indicated. The cybernetic I installed on Kiwi flashed with streams of data, quickly retrieving information about the shop that it's a cybernetic clinic that just opened 3 days ago. Through the network, Kiwi swiftly uncovered relevant details about the establishment, which were readily accessible to a seasoned hacker. Meanwhile, Man, who had been lost in his own world with Dorio, suddenly lifted his head to glance at Kiwi upon hearing her words. Chapter 13. Man and Rebecca Man evidently found the cybernetic clinic intriguing and stood up to look in its direction. Is there more information? He inquired of Kiwi. Not much, just that most of the customers seem to be from the Tiger Claw gang, and their reputation appears to be quite good. I'll go take a look. Man nodded and made his way towards the clinic. He had always harbored an obsession with becoming stronger, even to a somewhat pathological degree. Currently, he was contemplating adding more cybernetics to his body, but he had been struggling to find reliable suppliers with quality components lately. Man decided to check out the newly opened clinic. Perhaps they would have what he desired, and it wouldn't hurt to take a look. I want to go too. Rebecca raised her small hand to indicate her desire to join. Kiwi, however, expressed her disinterest. You two can go ahead. With that, Kiwi turned and resumed her drinking. Dorio, who had initially intended to accompany Man, hesitated upon seeing Rebecca's eagerness to join, deciding it was sufficient for the two of them to go together. After all, they were close by, and should anything arise, they could provide immediate support. Man and Rebecca walked side by side towards Rocky's clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic's entrance, the door swung open, revealing a man with numerous cybernetics exiting. The man glanced at his left hand, flexing his fingers in the air, seemingly pleased with his newly installed gripping prosthetic. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on the man's shoulder. Feeling the weight of the pressure, he looked up to see a tall, dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses. What do you want? The man, caught off guard, responded with a hint of annoyance. Though he did not lash out as a fellow cyberpunk in Night City, he was not intimidated by this larger individual. However, he saw no need to provoke a conflict, as he was not one to seek trouble. Noticing the man's displeased expression, Man remained unfazed, raising his other hand to slightly push down his sunglasses, revealing his eyes as he smiled and said, Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about this cybernetic clinic. Realizing that Man was not there to cause trouble, the man's demeanor relaxed considerably. It's all right. Kagako referred me here. If you're cyberpunk, you must know her. The clinic is quite good, but the cybernetics are a bit pricier than other black clinics. As for the installation skills and medical expertise, they are top-notch on the streets of Japan, but I've heard their repair skills are also impressive, although I haven't experienced that myself. Thanks, Man nodded upon hearing the man's account. It seemed that such a positive reputation in just 3 days of operation indicated a certain level of proficiency at the clinic. With this thought in mind, Man pressed the visitor request button for the clinic. Inside, Rocky, who had just completed a cybernetic installation, had yet to tidy up the space when he received the visitor request. Could it be that the previous customer was dissatisfied? Puzzled, Rocky accessed the door monitor and was taken aback to see Man's figure. Although Rocky had anticipated encountering Man and his crew, due to the clinic's location, he had not expected them to arrive so soon. As Rocky hurriedly cleaned up the remnants of the procedure, he approved Man's visitor request. The clinic door swung open as Man and Rebecca stepped inside. Welcome, Rocky greeted, turning his attention to Man, only to realize that Rebecca was also accompanying him. The monitor's footage had been largely filled with Man's imposing figure, obscuring the petite Rebecca on the opposite side. With her light green hair styled in twin ponytails, her diminutive stature created a stark contrast against the towering Man. Beneath her oversized black jacket, she wore only black lingerie, while her red cybernetic eye and pink tattoos somehow managed to enhance rather than detract from her inherent cuteness. The IT was a perfect fusion of charm and cyberpunk aesthetics. As Rocky beheld the little lowly standing at the entrance, his heart inexplicably raced. Having lived in the cyberpunk world for over 2 years, he had encountered numerous beauties within the realm, indulged in experiences through super dreams, and even sought companionship. Yet, he had never met anyone who evoked such feelings within him. Perhaps the aesthetic of the cyberpunk universe simply did not align with his system. In any case, when the Rebecca he had longed for so fervently finally stood before him, it was as if the mysterious system lying dormant within him had been awakened at last. As thoughts swirled in Rocky's mind, they did not impede his actions. "What can I assist you with?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Man. Man, meanwhile, was surveying the clinic's environment as he responded, "Let me see what cybernetics you have available. Please hold on." Quickly tidying up the surgical area, Rocky gestured for Man to take a seat in the surgical chair. "Connect your personal device, and the system will analyze the available cybernetics for you to choose from." Man accepted the connection device Rocky offered and plugged it into the interface behind his ear, beginning to browse the clinic's inventory on the display screen. Meanwhile, Rocky started examining Man's bodily data. Bullet launcher, gorilla arms, leg prosthetics, subdermal armor. Rocky furrowed his brow as he assessed the cybernetics Man had already installed. As a cybernetic doctor, Rocky was acutely aware of the typical extent to which a normal individual could augment themselves and understood the limits of a human body along with the terrifying reality of cyberpsychosis. This was precisely why, apart from the obligatory cybernetic arm he had installed upon his arrival and the cybernetic eye in his right eye, he had refrained from heavily augmenting himself. Rocky did not consider himself exceptional like David, nor did he believe he possessed any extraordinary talents. Thus, he preferred to enhance his strength through traditional training alongside old way rather than through excessive cybernetic modifications. Now, observing the number of cybernetics on Man's body, while it paled in comparison to the modifications of the Madman Atom Smasher or the cybernetic lunatic V, and even less than the future David, it was still a formidable quantity within the cyberpunk community of Night City. In Rocky's understanding, individuals who installed cybernetics to such a degree often found themselves succumbing to cyberpsychosis. Man was already at his limit. Without a downgrade of his cybernetics, it was only a matter of time before he would inevitably spiral into madness. If the installation of cybernetic limbs continues, it will only expedite this process, with no possibility of retreat. Meanwhile, Man, who was beside him, had finished perusing the list of prosthetics. "The cybernetics here are rather subpar. Do you not have anything of better quality?" Upon reviewing the inventory at Rocky's shop, Man clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. Chapter 14. "A week these are all we have. There are no superior options." Observing Man's disappointment with the prosthetics available at his clinic, Rocky felt somewhat helpless. The prosthetics in Rocky's clinic were sourced from old-way suppliers, and naturally, they lacked the high-end quality found in other illicit clinics. After all, high-performance prosthetics are far more likely to emerge from the remains of cybernetic maniacs than to appear in legitimate markets. Furthermore, since Old Way covered the procurement costs, Rocky had no incentive to purchase exorbitantly priced, high-end prosthetics that would only cater to a select few. Nonetheless, the prosthetics available in Rocky's clinic were entirely sufficient to meet the needs of the vast majority of cyberpunks and gang members. One could argue that Man's expectations were simply too lofty. However, this situation was not entirely disadvantageous for Rocky. If Man were genuinely interested in a particular prosthetic and wished to undergo installation, Rocky would find himself at a loss for how to dissuade him that if he was dissatisfied with the prosthetics in the shop, he could always bring his own for installation at the clinic. Additionally, medical services such as prosthetic modifications, upgrades, and maintenance were also available. Alternatively, procuring common medications like immunosuppressants would be a prudent choice. Although no sale of prosthetics was made, this was not the only service offered by Rocky's clinic. Man nodded. "If the cybernetic surgeon here possesses commendable skills, perhaps I shall return for future installations when I acquire new prosthetics. Should you have anything sufficiently impressive and robust, do not hesitate to contact me. I am open to suitable options." Man rose from the surgical chair, making his intentions clear. Though Man had yet to have any prosthetics installed at this clinic, he found the environment quite agreeable. The shop was impeccably clean, making it appear far more reliable than other underground cybernetic clinics. Understood, I've sent a request to add you to my contacts. Feel free to reach out whenever necessary. Rocky promptly agreed, eager to establish communication. Although he yearned to caution Man that he could no longer proceed with prosthetic installations, he ultimately chose silence. After all, if even Dolly and David could not dissuade Man, what chance did he, as an ordinary cybernetic surgeon, have of doing so without inciting Man's ire? The contact request was accepted, and a new contact named Man was added to Rocky's communication system. Just then, a light tapping on Rocky's left hand drew his attention. Turning curiously, he found Rebecca standing nearby. "Hey, you could at least ask me what I want," she exclaimed. "I've been standing here for quite some time." "Oh, my apologies. I assumed you were merely accompanying Mr. Man. Are you also seeking to install prosthetics?" Rocky had thought Rebecca was there solely to observe Man's interaction with the cybernetic surgeon, unaware that she harbored intentions of her own. In Rocky's recollection, Rebecca had only undergone the installation of cybernetic eye and decorative cybernetic wiring. At this juncture, she seemed unlikely to have considered acquiring a gorilla arm. "I am not here for prosthetics. I wish to update the software for my cybernetic eye," Rebecca indicated, pointing her city.PS, one of the most common implants. Cybernetic eyes could host a variety of visual enhancement programs and powerful scanners. These programs evolved and improved with each iteration of the eye. Many lower-tier cybernetic eyes exhibited commendable compatibility with updated programs, prompting the majority of users to periodically refresh their eye's software. Removing her oversized coat, Rebecca reclined onto the surgical chair. Rocky, ever considerate, adjusted the chair back to its normal size, ensuring Rebecca could lie comfortably. Connecting the surgical terminal to Rebecca's system, Rocky began to retrieve data from her cybernetic eye. Analyzing compatible software updates, he selected the latest available updates and compiled a list of all compatible and useful enhancements. Here are the updates displayed on the screen. Let me know if everything appears satisfactory. If so, I shall commence the process. Your vision may be obscured momentarily, but it will soon return to normal. After presenting the update options to Rebecca and receiving her affirmative response, Rocky restarted her cybernetic eye and initiated the software update. The update process was straightforward, and before long, the cybernetic eye completed its reboot. With the successful activation of the eye and adjustment of its resolution, Rebecca's vision became clearer than ever before, and the performance of the analyzer improved significantly. "I feel much better. Thank you," Rebecca exclaimed, disconnecting the interface from behind her ear and springing up from the surgical chair. Meanwhile, Man, observing Rocky's successful work, pointed to a shelf within the shop and inquired, "What is that?" Following Man's gesture, Rocky's gaze landed upon dozens of green vials lining the shelf. Those are the recently acquired combat stimulant drugs. Upon injection, they can enhance movement speed by 1/3 within 60 seconds. They retail for €230 each. Do you have any interest? The vials that Man indicated were indeed the Type 2 power stimulants that AS an underground clinic. It was entirely reasonable for Rocky's establishment to sell stimulants. And the profit margins from each sale were quite substantial. That's so. Man raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued by the drug. They have been tested, and the effects are reliable, with no side effects, Rocky assured him earnestly. In that case, I will take 10 vials, along with a month's supply of immunosuppressants. For someone of Man's caliber within the cyberpunk community, this expenditure was negligible, and if the stimulants proved effective, they would undoubtedly aid him in completing his tasks. Very well. Rocky prepared the stimulant and immunosuppressant packages and handed them to Man. With the successful transaction and receipt of transfers from both Man and Rebecca, this business endeavor concluded satisfactorily. Before their departure, Rocky sent a contact request to Rebecca, who gladly accepted, for who would decline a reliable cybernetic surgeon? Old Way's clinic. Clink, the sound of cans colliding echoed as Old Way and Rocky tilted their heads back, downing their energy drinks in unison. Old Way casually crumpled the empty can and tossed it aside, asking, "How has this past week treated you? Is business thriving?" "Quite well. Actually, I've gained a fair amount of notoriety over in Japantown. And Kagawa has been incredibly helpful," Rocky replied, mimicking Old Way's gesture of discarding his can and wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel draped around his neck that a week had elapsed since the opening of Rocky's clinic, during which he had remained focused on business, even declining Jack's commission, with his encounter with Man and Rebecca merely a fleeting episode. Today marked the day he had arranged to spar with Old Way, and Rocky had deliberately closed his clinic early to join him for some boxing practice. Chapter 15. Rocky's confession. Hearing that Rocky was faring well in Japan town, Old Way nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "In our line of work, it is often challenging at the outset. Having friends who can lend a hand makes the journey significantly easier. However, the crucial factor remains one's own skill. Without that, everything else is mere talk." Rocky reached for another energy drink, cracking it open and gulping it down to alleviate the fatigue from their recent intense sparring session. Refreshing. He sighed contentedly, and he added, "I can't discern whether you're praising me or yourself." Consider it a mutual compliment. Is it not worthy of praise to nurture an exceptional cybernetic surgeon? Indeed, Rocky nodded in agreement with Old Way's perspective. The two sat together, discussing various facets of Night City. From clinics to boxing matches, corporate matters, and the cyberpunk community, eventually returning to the topic of cybernetic clinics. By the way, it seems that many clinics have recently begun selling a certain stimulant. Have you heard about it? Old Way's question piqued Rocky's interest. In the clinic he had initially targeted, there was no mention of Old Weit. Was not that he feared Old Way discovering his secret. If anyone in Night City were to be trusted, it would undoubtedly be Old Way and Jack. Rocky would sooner believe in the betrayal of his own instincts than in Old Way's disloyalty. He simply had yet to formulate a suitable explanation for Old Way regarding the matter at hand. Having spent 2 years in Old Way's company, it was evident that Old Way had a profound understanding of Rocky. The origins of these substances were not easily clarified. However, Rocky recognized that he could not keep this secret forever. He had no desire to relinquish Old Way's talents. Instead of waiting for the situation to escalate and the explanations to become increasingly convoluted, it would be wiser to lay everything bare now. This would also serve as a foundation for future collaborations with Old Way. After a moment of hesitation, Rocky finally spoke. "Are you referring to the Type 2 power stimulant produced by Ascendancy Technologies?" "Yes, you are familiar with it." "I attempted to investigate, but found no leads on their supply channels." Old Way shrugged, expressing his frustration. "That I do know about it. My clinic sells it as well.as for the supply channels. To be frank, I am the one producing it." Rocky's nonchalant revelation left Old Way utterly astonished. Old Way froze momentarily, the can of drink hovering near his lips for an extended pause before he set it down. "Are you certain you aren't joking? I have not taught you any of this. That I have purchased 2 bottles and conducted some research." The ingredients appeared deceptively simple, akin to the plethora of functional beverages available on the market, which ostensibly could not yield such effects. Strangely, it indeed possesses the properties of a stimulant, enhancing the user's speed. If this concoction is indeed your creation, I find myself rather curious about your methodology. As the venerable Old Way stated, the raw materials for stimulants are quite ordinary. Their efficacy relies entirely on the peculiar components crafted through the alchemical process, which Old Way, having conducted only a rudimentary examination, could not possibly uncover. It can be asserted that apart from the alchemical apparatus in Rocky's possession, there exists no alternative means of production to produce outside of the alchemical apparatus. One must implement the technical expansion of stimulant modules, thus allowing stimulants to form a comprehensive set of rules, thereby transforming into an original product of the cyberpunk realm. However, the materials and costs involved in such production would differ drastically at that juncture. At this current stage, Rocky sees no necessity to pursue such a path. I am not jesting. Rocky shook his head, paused momentarily, and continued, "Old Way, I believe I have yet to recount the events preceding my arrival in Night City. No, you have never brought it up in the past 2 years, and I had no intention of inquiring, as everyone possesses their own history, which I can comprehend." This marked the first occasion Rocky disclosed his origins. Despite Old Way's respect for him, he could not suppress his curiosity and prepared himself to listen attentively to Rocky's narrative. Rocky gazed ahead, his eyes slightly unfocused, seemingly lost in reminiscence, before arriving in Night City. "I dwelled in a place far removed from here, not within this nation. The society there was not as decayed as it is now. The people were untainted by the murky world, brimming with vigor and aspirations. They yearned to alter this world dominated and oppressed by corporations, and tirelessly endeavored to bring about change. Alas, they could not succeed, and it fell upon me to arrive here, bearing their hopes. The upheaval struck swiftly. Upon my half-alive arrival in Night City, I realized I could never return, and I alone remained capable of realizing their ideals. Just recently, I received their legacy, a treasure trove filled with the crystallized thoughts accumulated over countless years, containing elements potent enough to transform this world that I intend to utilize these assets to instigate change. This is a task I must undertake. To be fair, Rocky's declaration was steeped in genuine emotion, devoid of any fabrications. However, the perspective of the listener differed, leading to varied interpretations. For Old Way, it conjured images of Rocky's homeland, where a group of individuals labor to change the world, only to face extinction due to corporations or war. Only Rocky escaped to Night City, carrying the fruits of their intellect to fulfill their unaccomplished aspirations. Conversely, for Rocky, this narrative resonated with his journey through dimensions and the acquisition of the system. Those who had traversed the realms of Cyberpunk 2077 or watched Edge Runners harbored dreams of altering the decayed world within the Cyberpunk universe, wishing to rewrite the tragic tales. Yet, Rocky had crossed over, poised to realize all of it. The elements within the modular system derived from various games and films of his past life. One could hardly dispute that they were indeed the crystallization of thoughts. Regarding the origins of this technology, Rocky could only divulge so much he did not wish to deceive Old Way, yet revealing his deepest secrets was not an option. He could only resort to this method. Old Way, his thoughts swirling, placed a hand on Rocky's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. I apologize for bringing forth painful memories. IT is nothing. The past is behind me. In truth, I am quite content with my current life. I have made new friends and am gradually acclimating to this place, Rocky replied with a light tone. Although his transition to Night City had altered the course of his life, he did not perceive it as a misfortune. He had begun to embrace this new existence, especially following the emergence of the Golden Hand. Chapter 16. An appointment at the bar. What are your plans moving forward? Will these technologies pose a danger to you? Old Way asked, a hint of concern etched on his face. Perhaps, which is why I have chosen to remain hidden for now. As for my plans, I shall take it step by step. First, I will earn money through the potions. Only with capital can one stand toe-to-toe with those colossal corporations. Are you certain you have thought this through? Corporations are deeply entrenched. Sprouting roots and flourishing under their control is no simple feat. An individual's capabilities are ultimately limited, and you may find yourself in peril. The corporations wield dominion over the world, casting an inescapable shadow over the populace. Even a legend like Johnny Silverhand could only manage to detonate Arasaka Tower. Nothing more, he could not strike at its roots. The towering Arasaka structure that now looms over Night City stands as a testament to that. Feeling Old Way's concern, Rocky smiled faintly. Fear not. I am not so easily vanquished. Besides, I am not alone. I have you after all. You will assist me, won't you? You rascal. When you truly require my help, I shall certainly lend a hand. However, I am no longer young. Engaging in battles is not suited to me. Upon hearing Rocky's intentions, Old Way could only smile helplessly. Yet if Rocky genuinely needed him, he would not refuse. That Victor's transition from a legendary fighter to a cybernetic doctor showcased his unique talents. Even corporate giants in the biotech sector had extended lucrative offers to him, hoping to recruit him. Nevertheless, Old Way preferred a simple life, free from corporate obligations, and thus had not responded. Should Old Way join Rocky's team in the future, providing support for Rocky's technological research, it would undoubtedly be a formidable advantage. Rocky was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With your assurance, I find solace. Now, let us toast to a bright future. Using beverages in place of alcohol, Rocky and Old Way conversed extensively. Once Rocky's strength had sufficiently returned, he bid farewell to Old Way. Stepping out of the clinic, Rocky retrieved a Type 1 stimulant from his pocket. Tossing it lightly in his hand, he then activated the syringe and injected it into his body. This feels exhilarating, he exclaimed, sensing his condition rapidly revitalizing as he hastened toward his apartment. Upon returning home and finishing a shower, Rocky sat before his computer terminal, examining the distribution and order information from the cybernetic clinic. Most clinics had sent their second batch of orders. This time, both the ordering clinics and the quantity ordered had significantly increased. The transaction amount soared to a staggering 200,000 euros, a crucial deal for Rocky. He recorded the clinic's locations, the quantities of stimulants ordered, payment details, and more onto a chip, then opened his contacts to make a call. In an apartment in the North Industrial District, Rebecca had just finished showering and was drying her hair with a towel. Unlike her usual twin-tailed hairstyle, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding a gentle and charming aura. Yet, of course, this was merely an illusion. Buzz, as the ringtone echoed in Rebecca's ears, her attention shifted to the communication interface. Who is calling at this hour? Is it that cybernetic doctor? She pondered, slightly puzzled, yet she answered the call. Hello, is this the cybernetic Dr. L from Japan Street? What can I do for you? Miss Rebecca, do you have a moment? Would you be able to come to the Wild Wolf Bar in the Gu region? Came Rocky's voice from the other end. No way. I never expected a seemingly demure cybernetic doctor like you would fancy someone like me. However, your approach to asking someone out is rather poor. Inviting a girl to a bar for a first meeting is hardly a wise choice, or are you just like those fools who think only with their lower halves? Rebecca playfully teased, launching a barrage of jabs that left Rocky momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Pila, who was listening to music and engrossed in her technical studies, suddenly felt as though someone was mentioning her name. She turned off the music and glanced around. Rebecca, were you just calling for me? No, get lost at— Oh. Pila scratched her head in confusion, unable to find an answer, and returned to her music and tasks on the other end of the line. Rocky remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Rebecca, you've misunderstood. I merely have a commission I'd like to discuss with you in detail at the Wild Wolf Bar. A commission for me? Why me? Man is the team leader. You should speak with him. Rebecca realized her misunderstanding, but remained curious. I'm not entirely familiar with the dynamics of your team, but this commission is not complicated and does not require many hands. Well, all right then, the Wild Wolf Bar it is. I'll head over shortly. After some contemplation, Rebecca decided to see what the commission entailed. She was not a core member of Man's team, typically handling simpler tasks such as baiting, diverting attention, and stalling for time. In the current context, she could be likened to a mascot within Man's team. Presently, even wielding Man's shotgun would send her flying due to the recoil, a stark contrast to the future Rebecca, who would handle a weapon with a recoil 4 times greater than a standard shotgun. It was only after her brother and Man Donlia passed away that she underwent a transformation, embarking on cybernetic modifications, shouldering the weight of battle within David's squad, and fighting alongside him. Now, with someone commissioning her for work and having some free time, she naturally considered the prospect of earning extra income. After drying her hair and reading it into twin ponytails, she donned a black jacket and set off for the Wild Wolf Bar. Meanwhile, in another apartment, Rocky hung up the phone, feeling a twinge of headache. Although he initially intended to use the commission as a means to get closer to Rebecca, being mistaken for a pervert asking a girl out to a bar was somewhat awkward. In the Valley District at the Wild Wolf Bar, in a reserved room on the 2nd floor, Rocky sipped his drink, his feet propped up on the table, awaiting Rebecca's arrival. The door swung open, but instead of Rebecca, it was Jack.L. I just got here. Peppy told me you were here, yet you didn't say a word to me. Jack casually took a seat next to Rocky and nonchalantly gulped down a drink that was sitting on the table. Rocky hadn't anticipated Jack's presence here, but upon reflection, it made sense. For Jack, this place was like home. Rocky had come to the Wild Wolf to discuss a commission with Rebecca, so he hadn't informed Jack. Jack, I have an appointment with someone else tonight for business. So, I didn't invite you to— I'll treat you to drinks next time. I thought if you were drinking, you wouldn't forget your brother. Just then, the door to the room swung open again. And in walked Rebecca. Chapter 17. The commission for Rebecca arrived at the Wild Wolf Bar, inquiring with Peppy about Rocky's whereabouts, and was led to the private room by a server. Upon entering, both Rocky and Jack ceased their conversation upon seeing her. As Jack spotted Rebecca, he immediately stood up, hands resting on his thighs. Well, I won't intrude any longer. You two chat. Jack turned, giving Rocky a playful pat on the shoulder, winking conspiratorially, conveying an understanding that surprised him. Jack seemed to imply he hadn't expected Rocky to have a preference for this type. Rocky, feeling exasperated by Jack's gaze, merely rolled his eyes, unable to comprehend what was wrong with everyone's thinking. It was just a business discussion, after all. Enjoy your conversation, ladies and gentlemen. With Jack's farewell, he departed the room, and Rebecca walked in. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? A carbonated drink, please, following Rocky's gesture. Rebecca naturally took a seat. I didn't expect a cybernetic doctor to moonlight as an intermediary. So, what's the commission? Rocky refrained from clarifying that he was indeed the employer, instructing a server to bring Rebecca her drink while he produced a data chip and handed it to her. The details of the commission are contained within. Take a look. Rebecca accepted the chip, inserting into the slot to read its contents, which unfolded before her eyes. So, the commission is merely for delivery. A payment of 10,000 euros? Quite generous. Yes, your task is to safely deliver the goods to these cybernetic clinics and collect the corresponding payments, Rocky clarified. The nature of the commission was straightforward: deliver and collect payment. Though it was no simple feat with more than 10 target clinics scattered throughout Night City, and given the substantial volume of goods, if Rocky were to handle the deliveries himself, it would take an entire day. Hence, enlisting someone else not only established a connection with Rebecca, but also served to mislead anyone probing into the source of the medication. Two birds with one stone. As for the commission's cost, it paled in comparison to the profits from a bulk order, and he felt no remorse in compensating Rebecca handsomely. Thus, he offered a price above the standard market rate. However, this commission was not without its challenges. If the recipients refused payment, it would be up to her methods to ensure compliance. When Rocky made deliveries, they would likely not dare defy him. But with Rebecca, it was uncertain, given her diminutive stature lacked the imposing presence. Are you underestimating me? Rebecca interjected. I'll take this commission and guarantee every penny. She brandished a pink-green painted handgun, loading it with a flourish in front of Rocky, offering him a confident smile. Observing Rebecca's assured and charming demeanor, Rocky couldn't help but smile in return. As long as you're confident, may our collaboration be fruitful. Rocky and Rebecca clinked their glasses, solidifying their first collaborative commission at that moment. Tomorrow morning, come to the warehouse indicated on the chip, and I will hand over the goods to you. Just try to complete the task within a day. For now, let us converse about what? You doubt me. Why? Rebecca questioned, puzzled. I wish to know more about you. We will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future, and I believe we could become friends. Meeting Rocky's sincere gaze, Rebecca took a sip of her drink and chuckled. Friends? I thought intermediaries like you only sought to command mercenaries. Hearing Rebecca's teasing, Rocky shook his head. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not an intermediary, but an employer. I don't know many mercenaries. I merely request assistance for my own needs. Me. Anyone who can help is a friend. You're not an intermediary. So, you didn't know me before this? You're not afraid to entrust such a significant commission to someone you barely know. Are you mad? Rebecca initially assumed Rocky was a well-connected intermediary in Night City, choosing to commission her based on some familiarity. However, it appeared that he was merely someone who had met her once, yet was willing to entrust such a substantial task to her. It struck her as a reckless gamble. Did he not fear she might botch the job or abscond with the commission and goods? Perhaps, but I have a knack for judging character. You give off a reliable vibe, and I believe you will deliver. Reliable? Rebecca scrutinized Rocky, momentarily taken aback by his earnest expression. Even she found herself slightly dazed by such a compliment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and smiled at Rocky, reassuring him. All right, since you say so, I will ensure the commission is handled well. Though it was difficult to believe that someone in Night City would genuinely trust a stranger. Ultimately, being trusted was indeed a cause for joy. She found herself intrigued by this man before her, who seemed different from others, certainly far more interesting than those intermediaries who merely wore sour expressions. Your words put me at ease. By the way, I have one more request. The source of the commission must remain confidential, even from your squad members. Rocky pondered for a moment before speaking. What a peculiar request, Rebecca remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion as she gazed at Rocky. Under Rebecca's adorable yet inquisitive gaze, Rocky elucidated, I must protect myself. There's a saying. In Night City, the only person you can trust is yourself. If you get sold out, you only have yourself to blame. Rocky recalled the classic line from Edge Runners. In this fantastical city, no one could guarantee how well they understood others, nor could they ensure they wouldn't be betrayed. As for Man Squad, only Rebecca, with her unwavering loyalty, offered him a degree of assurance that if he could draw her into his fold, he believed she would never betray him and would become a formidable ally. As for the others, he could not guarantee their loyalty, especially with the volatile presence of Chi-Wei and Man Squad. Then why do you still choose to trust me? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? You are an exception. Besides, I cannot forsake this business simply because I mistrust others. Moreover, trust must be built step by step. As they say, sincerity begets sincerity. A.S. Rocky explained. He gestured animatedly, momentarily feeling a resemblance to Jack. Finding himself adopting his articulate manner of speaking, it seemed he had been influenced by Jack's presence. However, he realized that emulating Jack's approach to friendship was indeed much simpler. Observing this strangely suspicious, yet inexplicably trusting individual before her, Rebecca couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, I agree to your terms, you strange fellow. Come, let us toast to friendship. Rocky raised his glass to T.O. friendship. So are we friends now? Is it really that casual to make friends these days? Rebecca quipped, downing her drink in a single gulp. It's quite casual. The one who just left taught me that this is called fate. Well, having more friends might not be such a bad thing. Chapter 18. An encounter with the Vortex Gang. After concluding their discussion, Rocky and Rebecca rose from their seats and exited the B.A.R.S. They passed the second floor. They encountered Jack, who was still drinking. Upon seeing the two leave side by side, he discreetly gave Rocky a thumbs up. Upon reaching the entrance of the bar, the streets of Night City were eerily quiet, with scarcely any pedestrians in sight. The bar behind them adding a touch of vibrancy to the night's stillness. Rebecca, did you drive here? No. Rebecca shook her head, revealing she didn't own a car. However, she typically relied on Falco for transportation during missions. So she had little need for one, though tonight was an exception. Then allow me to drive you home. Where do you live? Thank you. I reside in North Long Beach. Rebecca accepted his offer, realizing it would be quite inconvenient to head home without a vehicle at night. I live in Little Chinatown. It's somewhat on the way. Rocky summoned his motorcycle through the vehicle connection, and upon taking a seat, he patted the space behind him, signaling Rebecca to join him. Rebecca stared at Rocky in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that he would be riding a motorcycle. However, she quickly dismissed her hesitation and gracefully climbed aboard. Hold on tight, she said, as the engine roared to life and the speed increased. Rebecca's small hands rested on either side of Rocky's waist. She could distinctly feel the muscles concealed beneath his clothing, which were far from what one would expect from an ordinary cybernetic doctor. The motorcycle surged forward, and the wind whistled past them. Leaning forward, Rebecca stretched her head towards the right side of Rocky's head, attempting to bring her mouth closer to his ear as she spoke. I never would have guessed that your physique as a cybernetic doctor would be so robust. I exercise daily, Rocky replied. Besides, anyone engaged in such underground dealings must possess the ability to protect themselves. That's true. Rebecca nodded as they traversed Night City at a leisurely pace. Rebecca remained close to Rocky, not retreating from her position at that moment. Rocky was entirely focused on driving, blissfully unaware of the pair of alluring eyes fixated upon him. After observing Rocky's profile for a considerable time, Rebecca realized that aside from a few peculiarities, he was quite admirable, especially in his treatment of her. Rebecca, petite in stature, had often faced challenges due to her size. Arrogant intermediaries and frivolous mercenaries frequently belittled and teased her. Even the bouncers at bars would often stop her at the entrance. Yet, Rocky never underestimated her, but rather placed his trust in her, which warmed her heart and made her feel validated. Now that I think about it, he seems rather decent, Rebecca mused. With the motorcycle's excellent performance and Rocky's adept driving skills, they swiftly crossed a significant portion of Night City and returned to the northern industrial zone. On the main road leading to Long Beach North, Rocky soon sensed something amiss. His keen eye detected an unusual situation ahead. Adjusting his cybernetic vision, he noticed that several vehicles were blocking the road. A group of gang members stood in the way, their numerous visible cybernetic modifications revealing their affiliation with the Vortex Gang. The Vortex Gang had established themselves in the northern industrial zone, obsessively indulging in cybernetic enhancements, unafraid to equip themselves with any form of modification. They could be described as a contingent of cyber psychopaths, and, at this moment, these lunatics seem to be engaged in some form of team-building exercise. Rebecca, Rocky slowed the motorcycle, calling out to her, "What's wrong? The Vortex gang members are blocking the road ahead." Huh. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Rebecca placed her hands on his shoulders, slightly lifting herself to peer ahead. Indeed, as Rocky had indicated, a group of Vortex gang crazies had gathered before them. "These guys are trouble. What do you plan to do?" Rebecca knew that these lunatics were not easy to handle. Perhaps if man were here, he could confront them head-on, but she was not capable of that. At least not now. "What to do? We charge straight through. Brace yourself." Rocky grinned at the Vortex members ahead, twisting the throttle of the motorcycle to its maximum, hurtling towards them with full force. The sudden acceleration caught Rebecca off guard, causing her to lean back and nearly lose her grip. "Hey, are you insane? Why don't we take a detour?" she shouted at Rocky, wrapping her arms around his waist to stabilize herself. She never expected him to choose a direct confrontation. It felt akin to courting death. "No need for a detour. Trust me, Rebecca." Rocky, fixated on the Vortex gang members, genuinely disliked these individuals. They were nothing more than pure madmen, equally repugnant as scavengers. If they encountered a roadblock, they would simply eliminate it. "Trust you? Fine, you lunatic." Rebecca recalled Rocky's words. Truth begets truth, deciding to place her faith in him this once. After all, she was already on the motorcycle and couldn't jump off. She might as well indulge in his reckless adventure. As they approached the Vortex gang's convoy, Rebecca drew her handgun. Preparing for battle, her body pressed tightly against Rocky's to maintain stability. Feeling the warmth of her back against him, Rocky's smile grew even brighter. Simultaneously, he accessed the system interface, installing a module. The Vortex members, now aware of the approaching duo, heard the roar of the motorcycle intensifying in their ears. "Haha, prey is approaching. Let the dismemberment party begin. I want to install his eyes and watch him be torn apart." They gazed at the oncoming Rocky with excitement, their eyes gleaming with desire, as if he were the catch of the day. However, they were unprepared for the fact that the motorcycle did not slow down, turn back, or take a detour. Instead, it charged directly toward them. What is this guy thinking? As Rocky approached without any reduction in speed, the members of the Vortex gang were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to charge straight at them. In no time, Rocky reached their front. Aiming for a gap between the vehicles, one gang member, caught off guard, found his head seized by a steel hand. The palm loomed larger before his eyes, filling his entire field of vision. And with terrifying speed, he was snatched up. The forceful grip, bolstered by the blinding velocity, even sank into his bones. Rocky, almost as if playing with a doll, whisked the unfortunate soul away, allowing him to experience the thrill of flying at 180 miles per hour. With a swift motion of his left hand, he propelled this unfortunate individual forward, sending him crashing against a nearby pillar. At such a horrifying speed, the impact against the pillar was akin to fragile tofu bursting apart, with crimson blood and brain matter splattering like a blooming flower upon the indented surface of the pillar. Chapter 19. Intense battle, casually disposing of a gang member. Rocky shook his left hand to ensure his arm was fine. Grabbing someone at such high speeds was a bit too much. The immense resistance had caused his shoulder to throb painfully, making him fear that his cybernetic arm might detach. Fortunately, he had injected himself with a stimulant earlier, and the discomfort was gradually subsiding under its influence that that moment. The Vortex gang members regained their senses, realizing they had been provoked, and their fury ignited as they prepared to mount their vehicles to pursue the audacious assailant. However, Rocky had left them a little surprised as he passed by. Rolling on the ground where Rocky had just sped through were two round grenades, which exploded in a flash of red light. The powerful shockwave instantly flipped two nearby vehicles. Several members were knocked to the ground by the explosion. "Damn it, I'm going to kill that bastard. Kill him!" The remaining members who had not been affected by the blast screamed in fury as they rushed to their vehicles. The engines roared to life, throttles pushed to the limit as they raced after Rocky. Behind him, the sound of revving engines filled the air. Glancing back, Rocky saw the Vortex members in hot pursuit. With two riding motorcycles leading the charge, their vehicles drew closer. A sunny smile adorned Rocky's face, and he retrieved a cylindrical grenade, activating the safety. The grenade's outer casing elongated, flames shooting from both ends, radiating the terrifying heat contained within. Tossing the grenade in the direction of the advancing vortex members, it detonated upon impact, creating a wall of fire that spanned the road. Rocky hurled 2 grenades in quick succession, forming 2 fiery barriers that erupted skyward, releasing waves of scorching heat. The unfortunate souls at the front failed to react in time, plunging headfirst into the wall of flames. The intense heat consumed them instantly. The tires of their vehicles melted away, rendering them immobile and incapable of pursuit. The even unluckier motorcyclist who collided with the wall of fire found every flammable item on him ignited. As the motorcycle lost control amidst the flames, the hapless rider tumbled to the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. Thanks to the installed pain editor, he did not emit piercing screams. But the explosion of the motorcycle beside him silenced him forever. The architect of this chaos was none other than the grenade Rocky had just installed. Apex Legends Grenade Integration Pack contains 3 basic grenades from Apex Legends. Fragment Grenade, a traditional grenade with powerful explosive force and shrapnel capable of swiftly clearing the battlefield and inflicting substantial damage on fragile bodies. Thermite Grenade contains a terrifyingly high-temperature incendiary agent, which, upon detonation, shoots flames from both ends, forming a wall of intense heat on the ground, making it an unparalleled choice for blocking enemies and inflicting brutal fire torture. Arcstar, its unique dart-like shape grants the grenade formidable penetrating power and the ability to adhere to targets. Once embedded in a target, the powerful electrical shock will impair their movement ability, while the ensuing electric explosion will deal significant damage to enemy armor and electronic devices. Price adjustment. Global Correction 10 Gift Package Discount 20 Item Module 1,050 euro set. Crafting Station Recipe Expansion 28,000 euro. Technology Expansion 35,000 euro. In order to confront these adversaries, Rocky specifically spent 2,000 euros to acquire 2 sets of item modules. Following the explosions generated by 2 fragmentation grenades and the fiery barrier created by 2 thermite charges, only a car and a motorcycle remained in pursuit. "Rebecca, it's up to you now," Rocky called out over his shoulder. "Got it." Rebecca, seated behind Rocky, had been eagerly awaiting this CUEAS. She watched Rocky relentlessly toss grenades to dispatch members of the Vortex gang. She was astounded by his audacity, yet a yearning to contribute stirred within her. The motorcycle rider in front continued to chase closely behind Rocky, while Rebecca, striving to maintain stability, found her shooting angle severely compromised. Without hesitation, she released her grip on Rocky and wrapped her legs around his waist, locking her calves in front of him for stability. Leaning back, she raised her pistol and aimed at the targets swirling in her line of sight. Rebecca's marksmanship was impeccable. The assailants never anticipated that she could shoot in such a manner. Before they could react, their heads were riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, Rocky glanced down, noting how tightly Rebecca's legs were secured around him. Her soft calves pressed closely against his. Thankfully, due to Rebecca's shorter legs, it might have been a challenge for someone taller to achieve such a position. Is it really this exhilarating? Rocky pondered, when suddenly he felt a force from her legs as Rebecca pulled herself up. "The car is bulletproof. I can't penetrate it," she shouted at Rocky. After dispatching the motorcycle rider, Rebecca shifted her focus to the remaining sedan, but unfortunately, her current firepower was insufficient to breach the vehicle's bulletproof glass. "Rebecca, can you throw darts? Here, take this and press the safety in the middle to pierce them," Rocky instructed, glancing in the rearview mirror at the approaching vehicle, handing Rebecca his remaining 2 arc stars. Staring at the dart-like devices in her hands, Rebecca was momentarily bewildered. "What?" "I said, press the safety in the middle and throw them." Rocky raised his voice, responding to her confusion as the wind howled around them. Though Rebecca didn't understand why she would use darts on a car that even bullets couldn't penetrate, her trust in Rocky compelled her to follow his instructions. She leaned back again, pressed the safety on the arc star, and the faint blue arc of electricity began to crawl up its surface. With a powerful throw, she launched the glowing arc star toward the Vortex gang's vehicle, tracing a beautiful blue arc through the air. What appeared to be a harmless dart easily embedded itself in the bulletproof glass. The occupants inside the car, oblivious to what had transpired, were suddenly engulfed by a violent explosion of electrical energy. The Arc Star, a master of armor piercing, undoubtedly shattered the bulletproof windshield, sending shards of glass flying into the car's interior, while the vehicle spiraled out of control under the blast's impact. Just then, another Arc Star followed, a graceful arc, piercing through the already shattered glass and embedding itself within the vehicle. Chapter 20. Delivery. As the electrical explosion wreaked havoc inside the car, the remaining members of the Vortex gang met their demise. "Incredible," Rebecca exclaimed, thrilled to see how 2 Arc Stars had dispatched an entire gang of criminals. With the enemies neutralized, Rocky slowed the vehicle. Rebecca, pulling herself upright, grasped Rocky's shoulders and leaned in to whisper, "Hey, where did you get these things?" "These grenades are my exclusive concoction, that if you want, I can send you some later," Rocky replied. He had only brought the grenade module as an emergency measure, but production could certainly be considered, as their functionality and performance were quite impressive and reasonably priced. "You made these?" "No way. How many secrets do you have?" Rebecca's perception of Rocky shifted once again. One moment he was a cybernetic doctor. The next he was issuing her assignments. Then he turned into a fierce Night City mercenary taunting the Vortex gang. And now he claimed he could manufacture grenades. "You have no idea how much you don't know about me. But that's fine. You'll learn in time. We have plenty of it." "That's true," Rebecca nodded, finding herself increasingly intrigued by the It was then that she recalled her legs were still wrapped around Rocky. Quickly releasing him to switch to a more conventional embrace. "Sorry, the angle was awkward, so I had to do that." As the sensation of confinement around her waist dissipated, Rebecca explained calmly, without a hint of embarrassment or shyness. "It's fine. It was rather comfortable," Rocky chuckled. Given Rocky's physical resilience, this little pressure was hardly an issue. In fact, he found it somewhat enjoyable. The feeling of being ensnared by her soft legs was quite pleasant, though he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like without the barrier of clothing. Hearing Rocky's teasing tone, Rebecca playfully tapped his left hand with her pistol and grinned. "Hey, be careful, or I might just kill you." Having shared a battle together, their bond deepened rapidly, and Rebecca began to genuinely accept Rocky's friendship. Upon arriving at the apartment building, she released Rocky and waved goodbye as she ascended the stairs. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Watching Rebecca ascend the stairs, Rocky then rode his motorcycle back to the skyscraper. The next day, at a warehouse in a district of Japan. This was a warehouse that Rocky had anonymously rented in the black market, intended for the convenient storage and distribution of goods. Inside, Rocky meticulously checked the medications to be delivered, labeling each pre-packaged item with the corresponding clinic's information. Just then, someone knocked on the warehouse door. It was Rebecca. "Good morning." Upon opening the roll-up door, Rocky was greeted by Rebecca, who was brimming with energy. "Good morning," Rocky responded, glancing past Rebecca to see a vehicle parked outside, seemingly the one that had brought her here. "Who's that?" Rocky spotted Falco in the car. He was currently focused ahead and hadn't noticed Rocky's gaze. Noticing the direction of Rocky's eyes, Rebecca explained, "That's Falco, our team's driver." After returning home last night, Rebecca informed Man of the assignment she had accepted, and Man had been understanding. Since their team hadn't received any jobs recently, he allowed Rebecca to handle it on her own. Thus, she contacted Falco to assist her with the delivery, as she didn't have a vehicle of her own. And naturally, a driver was essential for such tasks. Falco readily agreed, as driving around Night City for 5,000 euros was an opportunity no one would turn down. "Understood. Come on in," Rocky nodded, inviting Rebecca into the warehouse. "These are the goods you need to transport. Each one is labeled accordingly." Rocky gestured to the stacked boxes within the warehouse. "No problem. Then I'll leave this to you. I'm off," handing Rebecca a warehouse access card. Rocky picked up a box of medications and exited through the back door. He rode his motorcycle to Oldway's clinic. "What brings you here today?" Oldway asked, setting aside his work as he noticed Rocky's arrival. Curiosity evident in his expression. "Nothing much, just delivering some medications." Rocky placed a box containing 100 units of Type 2 stimulant on Oldway's desk. "These are Type 2 stimulants. You can sell them in your shop." Oldway picked up one of the stimulants, recognizing it as identical to those he had previously procured from other clinics. "These are worth a considerable amount, right? I'll transfer the money to you." "Come on, Oldway. The cost of these is only a few thousand euros. It doesn't even cover what I owe you." "Just take them," Rocky replied. he still owed Old Way nearly 100,000 euros for goods. But Old Way's generosity made it easy to accumulate debt. However, Rocky truly couldn't repay him at the moment. He would have to wait until the payment for the next batch of orders arrived. We can discuss that money later. If you sell these to others, you'll earn nearly 20,000 euros. You need the money more than I do right now. Old Way, I don't like hearing that. Just accept them as interest on my debt. Fine, Old Way conceded with a resigned shake of his head, realizing he couldn't sway Rocky, and chose to accept the medications and store them properly. At that moment, Rocky produced another bag of medications and handed it to Old Way. These are another model of stimulant, the original version, non-saleable. They work even better than the previous ones and can rapidly heal the user's wounds. But there are specific requirements for the user. I brought you a few. You can use them for yourself or your patients. This might yield good results for those with severe injuries. Old Way accepted the bag Rocky offered. Examining the contents, they appeared indistinguishable from the previous medications, save for the inscription on the shell that read type, why is it a non-sale item? This seemingly more effective potion appears to have a larger market. Old Way inquired, which Rocky smiled and explained, perhaps it is merely a matter of habit. I prefer to reserve the finest for my personal use, allowing me to keep a few aces up my sleeve. As for items that are sold, as long as they generate profit, it matters little. That it certainly sounds reasonable. Old Way nodded in agreement, acknowledging that keeping the best for oneself is undoubtedly wise. Even those major corporations prioritize deploying their most advanced innovations for their personnel's use. Now that I've delivered the goods to you, I'll take my leave if there are no further matters. I have a grand opening to attend to today. I imagine my guests are eagerly awaiting my arrival. After successfully delivering the goods to Old Way, Rocky did not linger but bid farewell and returned to his clinic. Chapter 21. The next module, nightfall. Japanese streets. A vehicle came to a halt behind the Turbo restaurant. The car door swung open, revealing a delicate, fair leg stepping out first. This is as far as you need to go. Thank you, Falco. You may head back now. I still have matters to attend to. After transferring Falco's payment to him, Rebecca exited the vehicle. Hey, since we're here, why not grab a drink? Falco looked at the hurried Rebecca with curiosity. In no time. The commission has already been completed, hasn't it? Why are you asking so many questions? I said you could leave. All right then. Falco, somewhat helpless, noted the change in Rebecca's demeanor today. It was indeed a rare opportunity to receive such an easy commission. Not celebrating with a few drinks seemed wasteful. However, he decided to leave, sensing that Rebecca might explode at any moment, and opted to enjoy some time at the Lazy Bar instead. After bidding farewell to Falco, Rebecca arrived at Rocky's clinic. The clinic's door automatically opened upon receiving Rebecca's visitor request. At that moment, the clinic was devoid of clients, and upon seeing Rebecca, Rocky set aside the prosthetic he had been tinkering with. Rebecca, how did the commission go? It went smoothly, of course. That IT wasn't a difficult assignment. And with Falco's excellent driving skills, we didn't take much time at all. As she spoke, Rebecca transferred the payment she received to Rocky, leaving him with 190,000 after deducting her share. Seeing the funds finally arrive, Rocky's spirits lifted immensely. Haha, thanks. Indeed, having a vehicle and a driver makes deliveries much quicker. It seems my investment was worthwhile. Rocky contemplated that it might be time to acquire a four-wheeled vehicle. After all, he had previously managed just fine with a motorcycle. But now he needed to make deliveries and eventually expand into a small team, making a vehicle quite necessary. Well then, this commission can be considered a resounding success. Shall we go out for a couple of drinks to celebrate? Noticing Rocky's buoyant mood, Rebecca gestured with her thumb behind her, extending an invitation. Celebrate? It does seem worthy of a toast. It appears I'll be finishing up early today. Rocky glanced at his account. With 190,000 from the commission and this week's clinic transactions, he currently had 270,000 quietly resting in his account. With this sum, he could install the next module. Indeed, a reason to celebrate. After tidying up the clinic and flipping the sign to indicate a break, Rocky and Rebecca made their way to the open area in front of the clinic. They purchased 2 drinks and settled on the steps beneath a nearby tree. Observing the revelers in the open space while engaging in light conversation, your team sounds quite impressive. Of course. Man and Dorio are like family to me. And Falco is incredibly reliable. As for Chiwei and Lucy, they may seem a bit aloof at times, but they are genuinely good people. Except for Pila, I only wish to blow his brains out with a gun. Haha, I can see that. What about you? Do you have any reliable friends? Rebecca fixed her curious gaze on Rocky. He took a sip of his drink and nodded. Yes, Jack, the one you met at the Wild Wolf Bar. He is an old friend who often brings me along for commissions and to the bar for drinks. He is one of my most trusted brothers. Then there's my mentor, Victor. You probably haven't met him. He operates as a prosthetic doctor in the Watson district, and all my skills come from him. That I'll take you to meet him sometime. And of course, there's you, Rebecca. You are also my friend. Upon hearing Rocky's response, Rebecca seemed quite pleased and couldn't help but laugh. What? With me included? That only makes 3. I thought someone like you would be adept at making friends, that I never claimed such. But speaking of which, I didn't expect you to be a cyberpunk. This is the first time I've seen a prosthetic doctor take on commissions. Rocky shrugged helplessly. My clinic just opened a week ago. Prior to this, I was merely an apprentice in my mentor's clinic. If I hadn't taken on several commissions and earned some money, I might still be there. However, now that the clinic is thriving, I hardly have time for commissions anymore. Oh, is that so? I was actually considering inviting you to join our team. I believe man would gladly accept another reliable teammate. Rebecca expressed a hint of regret. As for joining a team, that's a no-go for me. If I did, Jack would likely go insane. However, I believe there will be opportunities for us to fight side by side in the future. Hearing Rebecca's intention to recruit him into Man's team, Rocky was somewhat surprised, but ultimately decided against it, deeming it unnecessary. The disintegration of Man's team was inevitable. Man wouldn't last much longer, and after his passing, no one would be able to sustain the group. Meanwhile, David had already secured a spot on Rocky's reservation list, effectively severing ties with Man's team. Given this perspective, it seemed that Man's team was destined for a bleak future, and it would fall upon him to rescue Rebecca and Lucy from their dire circumstances. Really? Of course. The two conversed for quite some time, and Rocky once again rode his motorcycle to escort Rebecca home. This time, however, they did not encounter the bothersome Vortex gang along the way. Upon returning to Long Beach North, Rebecca released her hold on Rocky and leapt off the bike. After bidding her farewell, Rocky chose not to head straight home, but instead made a stop to visit Wacko. What brings you here? Wacko queried with curiosity as Rocky entered. Nothing much. I just want to thank you for all the customers you've helped me attract these past few days. Without you, I doubt anyone would even know about my clinic. Yes, he spoke. Rocky transferred 10,000 euros to Wacko, considering it a form of advertising if it was clear that Wacko had indeed aided him greatly. In Night City, it wasn't just about violence. Understanding human relationships was equally essential. Ensure Wacko continued to help him draw in clients. This show of goodwill was quite necessary. Well, since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept this money. Wacko responded with a smile. And one dislikes money, and it's only right to receive a little compensation for helping others. Such are the rules. After finishing up with Wacko, Rocky finally returned home for a well-deserved rest. The next day, Rocky sat within the clinic, not rushing to open for business, but instead perusing the various modules within the system. He already had some ideas in mind regarding the selection of the next module. He had formed cooperative relationships with numerous clinics, and thanks to the reputation he built through stimulant sales, many establishments now regarded Ascendancy Technology as a potion workshop. Should he choose to produce and sell potions for the next module, it would facilitate market expansion considerably. After flipping through the options for a while, Rocky quickly identified his target. Marvel's Super Soldier Serum. Chapter 22, Administering the Serum. Marvel's Super Soldier Serum from the Marvel Universe. The Super Soldier Serum enhances the user's metabolic functions and all bodily capabilities, enabling the user to reach the pinnacle of human potential and possess the ability to mass-produce super soldiers. Upon usage, it comprehensively boosts the user's attributes, including enhanced strength, resilience, impact resistance, recovery speed, improved neural response, and increased brain utilization, among various enhancements. Repeated use becomes ineffective. Price adjustment. World correction 10. Item module 18. 000 euros per dose. Alchemy table recipe expansion 180,000 euros. Technical expansion 270,000 euros. Rocky examined the module's information and decisively downloaded the Alchemy Table Recipe expansion module. The enhancement effects of the Super Soldier Serum were quite impressive and highly beneficial for Rocky. Not to mention the price was just right, albeit it might take a bit longer to pay off Old Way. Nowadays, whether among cyberpunks, gang members, or corporate forces, there was a strong demand for physical enhancement. After all, not everyone was an avid modifier. Sometimes, innate strength proved invaluable. While there were several medications available on the market that could enhance physical strength, their effects were typically mediocre. Moreover, biological prosthetic modifications presented another viable option. Though this technology was still in development and had yet to achieve widespread application, in contrast, the Super Soldier Serum offered significant physical augmentation. Even a frail, scrawny individual could be transformed into a brawny powerhouse. And not just any powerhouse, but one whose body reached the zenith of human potential. Setting aside others for the moment, if the animals were to inform those individuals who resort to anabolic steroids for muscle enhancement about such an extraordinary substance, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths, even risking their fortunes to obtain it. Consequently, Rocky promptly decided to select the Super Soldier Serum as the next product for development. With the module successfully installed, Rocky entered the laboratory and began to examine the formula for the Super Soldier Serum. Much like the previous stimulant, this formula also comprised secondary components, and, in fact, it contained even more than the last. This increase in complexity meant a more intricate manufacturing process, consuming more time as well. However, this also provided greater flexibility, allowing for the potential modification of the formula to create a diluted version of the Super Soldier Serum. Ultimately, Rocky did not wish to witness a scenario where Captain America roamed the streets. He only aimed to ensure that the serum's efficacy surpassed all enhancement agents available on the market, thus maintaining sufficient competitive edge. As Rocky scrutinized the various ingredients required by the formula, he furrowed his brow. Unlike the previous formula, many of the materials this time were relatively rare, while their prices were manageable. Sourcing suppliers for these items proved to be quite challenging. Rocky approached his computer terminal to peruse various supplier websites and black market forums in search of the materials he needed. This process turned out to be far more arduous than he had anticipated, taking a full 2 days of browsing, searching, and leveraging contacts before he managed to gather all the necessary components. By the time Rocky acquired everything, 5 days had already elapsed. With the alchemical platform continuing its operation, the final step in the synthesis of the Super Soldier Serum was finally completed. Holding several vials of blue serum in his hands, Rocky noted that, in contrast to the serums from the Marvel Universe, the serum produced by the module was a concentrated version, requiring only a single vial to achieve the desired enhancement effect. There were no specific instructions for its administration. It could simply be injected directly into the body, making it remarkably convenient, though the nature of its effects during the process remained uncertain. Rocky resolved to test the serum on himself first. Reasoning that there would be only benefits to be gained and none to be lost, ensure a thorough assessment and to document any changes resulting from the serum, as well as to mitigate potential accidents. Rocky specifically summoned Old Way to his clinic. "What is this?" Old Way inquired, eyeing the blue serum Rocky handed him. "It's a new drug, the Super Soldier Serum, designed to enhance the physical capabilities of a user across the board." Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, Old Way inferred the reason for his summons. "You intend to inject this?" "Yes, therefore I need your assistance to monitor my condition and record any changes in my physical data." Rocky affirmed with a nod that, "Is it safe? Are there any preliminary tests to ensure its security?" Old Way, accustomed to expressing concern, voiced his apprehensions about Rocky administering an untested substance into his body, especially since standard medications undergo numerous trials to guarantee their safety for human use. "Absolutely safe, trust me." Old Way, with the dual assurance of the alchemical platform's formula and the workbench analyzer, "I can assure you there will be no safety issues." Rocky confidently reassured him. "Very well." Connecting various diagnostic devices to Rocky, who lay on the surgical chair, Old Way calibrated the parameters and, once satisfied that everything was in order, he took the blue serum and approached Rocky. "Are you ready? Let us proceed." As the syringe pierced Rocky's skin, the blue serum was gradually injected under Old Way's careful supervision. The dosage was modest, and the injection was completed swiftly. Lying in the surgical room, Rocky focused intently on the sensations coursing through his body. I feel so warm, so itchy, and so drowsy. Unable to resist, Rocky involuntarily closed his eyes. When he next opened them, he found Old Way seated beside him, causing him to momentarily believe he had traversed into another realm. "How long have I been out?" Rocky asked, glancing at Old Way. "Just 2 hours. How do you feel now?" "I feel fantastic. My thoughts and reactions seem sharper, and I possess an abundance of energy." Sitting up, Rocky assessed his physical state, which felt unprecedentedly good. His perception had sharpened, and his body was imbued with explosive power. Looking down, he noticed no significant change in his physique, though his muscles appeared denser and more defined. "Your data has been recorded on the terminal. Take a look for yourself," Old Way suggested, his tone tinged with incredulity, evidently astonished by the results. Rocky approached the terminal to review the data, and being a fellow cybernetic doctor, he was able to comprehend the figures presented. The recorded data indicated that, indeed, all of Rocky's bodily functions, including metabolic rates, had been enhanced. Notably, the areas that had previously been weaker exhibited the most substantial improvements, effectively transforming him from a strength-specialized individual into a versatile warrior. This enhancement also included cognitive fortification, rendering Rocky an all-round combatant, or, to exaggerate, a superhuman. It was no surprise that the creator of the Super Soldier Serum had described it as the next step in human evolution. Chapter 23. The serum's potency. "What do you think, Old Way?" Rocky inquired, having formed a general understanding of the super soldier's enhancement effects, but eager to hear Old Way's perspective, especially since he had presumably studied the data during Rocky's transformation. "It's an astonishing enhancement, comprehensive in nature. Based on your description and the data presented, this is poised to be a groundbreaking agent, potentially transforming the entire urban ecosystem, depending on how you choose to utilize it." Old Way offered a commendably high appraisal, exceeding Rocky's expectations and leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Could you elaborate?" Noticing Rocky's confusion, Old Way gestured toward a specific segment of data on the terminal. "The key lies in its development of the brain and the fortification of the nervous system, coupled with enhancements to the body's resilience and recovery capabilities. These are unprecedented." Upon hearing Old Way mention the brain and nerves, Rocky immediately grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that injecting the soldier serum could augment the body's tolerance for cybernetic enhancements?" Old Way nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and the enhancement is substantial. By reinforcing the brain, the serum significantly boosts the body's resistance to mental encroachment from cybernetics. Additionally, with improved bodily functions, the nerves become more resilient, further preventing cybernetic invasion, which greatly reduces the likelihood of cyberpsychosis. Moreover, the increase in physical strength allows users to endure more potent and hazardous implants." Initially, Rocky had thought this serum was merely an ordinary enhancement agent, but he was astonished at the remarkable chemical reaction it triggered within the cyberpunk context. "It seems this serum will cause quite a stir." Rocky mused that a small vial of serum could produce a soldier capable of accommodating formidable cybernetic enhancements, without the need for innate talent or prior experience, all while circumventing the risks associated with cyberpsychosis. Even if the enhancement was limited, it did not mean that anyone who injected the serum would reach the level of Atom Smasher or V. However, it would certainly allow for the installation of several military-grade cybernetics. If those powerful corporations were to acquire this serum, Rocky had no doubt they would manufacture a Legion of Davids, or even seek out gifted individuals to form a squad akin to Atom Smasher. However, Rocky was resolute in not granting them such an opportunity. The serum's formidable effects only solidified his intention to create a diluted version of the drug. Otherwise, those corporations would undoubtedly vie to monopolize all serum formulations, striving to produce their own frenzied soldiers. That seems to be the case. So, what are your plans? Would you like to try installing a cybernetic? I happen to have one that hasn't sold yet. Weren't you always interested in it? It's one of the finest pieces in Night City. The Dinara Sonweisten 4 model? That would indeed be a commendable choice. Rocky was aware that Old Way possessed a Sonweisten cybernetic, which was considered one of the best in Night City. He had previously coveted it, only to later realize he lacked the necessary attributes for installation. Essentially, his reflexes were insufficient. However, now that he could potentially install it, Rocky found himself hesitating. While the Sonweisten was undeniably powerful and Old Way's model was the most advanced, the arrival of the system had elevated Rocky's ambitions for cybernetic selection. Source Project, Obliteration Series Turn Operating System, gazing at the Source Project Cybernetic. Valued at €300,000, he recognized it as one of the strongest weapons produced by the Source Project company, designed to counter the Source Project's Iron Man, a true target for Rocky. Although replacing a cybernetic in the cyberpunk realm was relatively straightforward, there would inevitably be differences between the two types of cybernetics. Should there be any discrepancies in the neural connections, resulting in the loss of a specific nerve, that could lead to dire consequences. Even if nanotechnology could rectify such issues, it would consume considerable time. After much deliberation, Rocky ultimately decided to decline Old Way's offer. After all, once the knife fell, there would be no turning back. For Rocky, the target of €300,000 was not beyond reach. He believed that once the Super Soldier Serum was introduced to the market, a wealth of currency would soon follow. Thank you, Old Way, but I think I'll pass for now. That I'm not planning to install a cybernetic just yet. Upon hearing Rocky's refusal, Old Way was not surprised. You remain unchanged in that case. I shall take my leave. Take your time to adjust to your new abilities, and do not hesitate to contact me should anything arise. Wait a moment, Lao Wei. Won't you take a shot before you leave? Rocky waved the blue serum in his hand towards Lao Wei. What do I need this for? I don't spend my days running around fighting and killing, and I have no enhancements installed. Lao Wei shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the serum. You can't say that. The benefits of this thing are numerous. Besides enhancing physical abilities, it can also delay aging and prolong life. That I certainly don't wish to attend your funeral anytime soon. As Rocky spoke, he began adjusting the equipment, seemingly not giving Lao Wei a chance to refuse. Reluctantly, Lao Wei allowed Rocky to administer the Super Soldier Serum. As the injection concluded, Rocky couldn't help but smile at the sight of Lao Wei looking significantly younger. Indeed, one must experience it firsthand to truly appreciate the wonders of this substance. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lao Wei couldn't suppress his astonishment. After bidding farewell to Lao Wei, Rocky commenced his research on a diluted version of the Super Soldier Serum. Incomplete Super Soldier Serum. A semi-finished product of the Super Soldier Serum, it possesses comparable enhancement effects but may transform the user into an unsightly monster. Isn't this precisely the concoction used by Red Skull? Rocky scoffed at the description presented by the analyzer. Disposing of this serum, Rocky immersed himself once more into his research. With the experience from the previous attempt, this round of research progressed relatively smoothly. Advanced Soldier Serum 50, a derivative of the Super Soldier Serum from the Marvel Universe, capable of enhancing the user's metabolic functions and overall physical capabilities. This weakened version retains only 50 of the original efficacy. Without expending excessive materials, Rocky discovered the version he desired. Observing the Advanced Soldier Serum in his hand, Rocky nodded in satisfaction. The production cost for one unit was approximately €3,000, that he planned to sell it for €20,000, which, considering the value it provided, seemed entirely reasonable. However, Rocky harbored concerns about whether clinics would be willing to spend €20,000 on an untested potion. After all, he had no samples to offer them this time. Fortunately, his previous ventures with stimulants had garnered him a commendable reputation, so he anticipated that someone would be willing to take the plunge. If all else fails, Rocky could seek collaboration with animal welfare organizations or companies. As long as he demonstrated sufficient sincerity, he believed he would secure a substantial order. Once he accumulated enough funds for the Source Project's cybernetic enhancements, perhaps he wouldn't need to tread so cautiously. Chapter 24, Corporate Canine Corporate Plaza, Arasaka Tower, 33 RD floor, Arasaka Counterintelligence Department. Within an office cubicle, a staff member perused a report that had been sent to his computer today. Arasaka Counterintelligence Investigation Report, NC 8754699. Ascendancy Technology Investigation Report. Investigator, Stephen. Report content. Regarding the recent circulation of Ascendancy Technology stimulant type 2 in underground clinics. Preliminary investigations have been completed. This stimulant can enhance the user's movement speed, lasting for 1 minute, with no further valuable effect discovered. Concerning Ascendancy Technology Company, their transactions with underground clinics are submitted via email. with deliveries executed by hired mercenaries. No relevant information or company personnel has been located, awaiting further instructions on whether to continue investigating this company. The employee skimmed through the report, finding its contents unimpressive, and promptly inputted his directive. Based on the report, the specific intelligence value of this technology company remains undetermined. Until they take further action, no additional investigation will be conducted, and the priority of this investigation project will be lowered by 1 level. Regarding the stimulant mentioned in the report, a preliminary analysis and value assessment report must be drafted and submitted to the Logistics Support Department. With swift operations, the report directive was sent to the responsible employee. What is this nonsense? Every day is filled with such trivial matters. The employee stretched lazily, expressing his disdain. The investigation into the so-called Ascendancy Technology was merely a triviality within his daily intelligence processing. Oddities constantly emerged within Night City, yet most held little value, and this stimulant report was no exception to Arasaka. The so-called technology company merely presented a standard stimulant, hardly warranting Arasaka's attention. Otherwise, this report wouldn't have taken so many days to be submitted. Given its low priority, I envy you. Vita being noticed by Jenkins, your promotion speed must feel like riding a rocket. The employee's voice echoed in the cubicle, and upon hearing his name, V shifted his focus from his task. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Noticing V's denial, the employee across the table leaned forward, teasingly remarking, "Oh, come on. News of Jenkins wanting to transfer you to the corporate espionage intelligence group is all over the place. Everyone knows that as long as you keep performing well, we will inevitably be at your beck and call." Upon hearing this, V could only shake his head in resignation. All right, you do have a point. Since joining the counterintelligence department in Night City, V had been recognized by the department head, Jenkins, for his exceptional abilities, often being entrusted with significant operations. That IT was clear to all his colleagues that this young man had a promising future. V was acutely aware of this, which is why he consistently collaborated with Jenkins, striving to execute every task assigned to him with utmost diligence. No one within a company aspires to remain stagnant. V was no exception. But I must ask, is this news really true? It's been circulating for days, yet I haven't seen you promoted to IT is true, but Jenkins mentioned that such cross-level personnel transfers require upper management approval. So it might take a bit of time. Upon hearing the employee's skepticism, V nodded affirmatively. Jenkins had indeed personally communicated his intention to transfer V to a more advanced operational team, yet no movement had occurred thus far. Logically, even if approval was necessary, it shouldn't take this long. However, V couldn't directly inquire with Jenkins and could only wait. While the two conversed, V received a call from his superior, Jenkins. V, come to my office at once. The voice on the other end was Jenkins's. Understood, I'll be there shortly, V promptly replied. Observing V receiving Jenkins's call, the colleague across from him teased, looks like our rising star is off to take on another task. You should keep your comments to a minimum. All right, but honestly, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sometimes being at the top isn't all it's cracked up to be. You know, the head of the intelligence tracking team. Right? She's also Jenkins's confidant, one of the top figures in counterintelligence that I heard someone say they saw her vomiting in the restroom today, and it was quite a scene. She must be under a lot of stress. Just don't follow in her footsteps, huh? Are you not afraid of her learning about your gossip? V quipped, aware of the powerful figure in the department. Having only seen her a few times, yet her distinctive dark red hair styled in 3 petals had left a lasting impression on him. Hey, I'm just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Plus, I know you. You won't blab about it everywhere. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. In a hurry to meet Jenkins, Vita didn't linger to chat further with his loquacious colleague. He exchanged a few words before opening the door and departing the cubicle. Jenkins's office was just a short distance away, and within moments, V arrived at the office to see Jenkins, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. Jenkins exuded an air of authority that immediately signified his distinguished status. That you've arrived. Please take a seat, Jenkins instructed as V complied, pulling out a chair to sit down. Before V could inquire, Jenkins continued. The reason I called you here is to assign you a task. However, this one is somewhat different. It doesn't come from the company, but rather from me personally. Jenkins's voice was clear and commanding, leaving little room for V to contemplate. I understand. May I know the details of the task? First, take a look at this. Jenkins slid a box containing a data chip towards V. A data chip. Indeed, the information related to the task is contained within SV. Heard Jenkins instructing him to insert the data chip. He sensed something was amiss. Typically, task information from the company is transmitted through internal networks. And even for Jenkins's personal assignments, there was no need for a data chip for data exchange. This overtly mercenary approach signified that the information was not meant for public scrutiny, and the nature of the task was evidently questionable. Realizing the unusual circumstances, V suppressed his emotions, picked up the data chip, and inserted it into the slot to read its contents. As the data chip's information was retrieved, V discovered his mission objective. What is this? Chapter 25. Jenkins' temptation upon viewing the contents of the chip. V was taken aback to discover a detailed itinerary of a company named Mari Pharmaceuticals, to V's astonishment. One of the company's recent activities involved a business collaboration meeting with Arasaka. The chip meticulously documented the arrangements for this meeting, including security configurations, participant information, and other vital intelligence to V. Not one to be easily deceived, understood all too well the implications of Jenkins' words at this juncture. He refrained from further commentary, awaiting Jenkins' explanation. This chip contained records pertaining to the company's collaboration with Arasaka. What I need you to do is utilize this information to eliminate them before the partnership is finalized. Using your own methods. Upon hearing Jenkins' unequivocal response, V's heartbeat quickened slightly. He had not been a stranger to such tasks. As a distinguished field agent endowed with exceptional espionage skills, he had frequently engaged in covert assassination missions targeting members of rival companies. The Mari Pharmaceuticals, based on the intelligence contained within the chip, was merely a relatively minor enterprise within the United States. Logically, dealing with a few employees or even executives from such a company would pose little challenge for V. However, this time, his objective transcended merely eliminating a handful of executives. He was tasked with sabotaging Arasaka's collaborative project. He would not shy away from disrupting military technology collaborations, as he had Arasaka's backing. But when it came to confronting Arasaka personnel, he found himself without support. Who would stand behind him? Jenkins. If this were to unravel, Jenkins might not even extend a helping hand. It could be said that should this endeavor be discovered, V's prospects would be bleak, unless Jenkins chose to protect him. After a moment of contemplation, V spoke. You mentioned that this task originates from you personally. Does that mean I have the option to refuse? Jenkins responded with a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of V's refusal. Of course, I cannot compel you to undertake it, but have you truly considered your decision? Jenkins' fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk as he continued. You know, V, since you joined the counterintelligence division in Night City, I have held you in high regard and assigned you operations, and you have performed admirably. The entire department is aware that I am intentionally promoting you. You are indeed exceptional, but not yet sufficient for my purposes to ascend to greater heights. One must demonstrate higher value and sincerity. The flicker of data danced in Jenkins' eyes as he activated the holographic display on the desk, revealing a document. You recall our previous conversation regarding your potential reassignment. The approval has long since been granted, yet I have yet to convey this to you. Now, the final decision rests in my hands. Consider this. Should you accept this task and execute it flawlessly, you could seamlessly transition into your new position, thereby ascending the ranks to become my right-hand man. All the perks of the company would gravitate toward you. And with that, power would follow. He paused momentarily, switching off the display and gesturing towards the office door. However, if you refuse today and walk out that door, you will lose everything. Have you given this enough thought? Though it was difficult to admit, Jenkins' assertions were indeed factual. V was not a naive novice. Having reached his current position within the company, he was well aware of the intricacies of corporate dynamics. The task before him was clearly an opportunity presented by Jenkins. Accepting it would align him with Jenkins' interests, ensuring that ascending to the pinnacle of the counterintelligence department would be merely a matter of time. Furthermore, Jenkins could leverage this opportunity to ascertain V's loyalty and reliability, affirming that V was worth cultivating as a confidant. Conversely, should V decline, he might find it impossible to advance further within the counterintelligence division. As for exposing Jenkins with his secret, that path would lead to certain doom. Very well, I accept, but I wish to hear the rationale behind it. After a moment of reflection, V acquiesced, stowing away the chip Jenkins had entrusted to him. In light of the substantial benefits at stake, this risk was wholly justified, and the task did not require him to directly assassinate Arasaka personnel. He would merely be addressing a few executives from a small enterprise. Even if he were to thwart Arasaka's collaboration, the situation would not spiral beyond redemption. That a prudent decision indeed. Jenkins, witnessing V accept the chip, smiled and continued, Mari Pharmaceuticals is a domestic pharmaceutical company in the United States. Previously obscure, but has recently developed a potent immunosuppressant that surpasses the efficacy of military-grade alternatives. This breakthrough is pivotal for the company's experiments. Initially, this matter had no ties to Arasaka as a domestic entity. They had prepared to collaborate with military technology. However, that wretched director from the Special Operations Division employed dubious means to lure them into Arasaka's fold, thus giving rise to this partnership, should they finalize this agreement. It would become another advantageous card in her hand, solidifying her position further. I cannot allow this to transpire. Do you understand? Having accepted Jenkins' assignment, V was now considered one of his own, and thus Jenkins exhibited considerable patience with him. The Special Operations Division? Indeed, the Director of Special Operations, Abernathy. This is a personal vendetta of mine against her, Jenkins confirmed with a nod. All right, I comprehend that I will handle it. With Jenkins' explanation, V felt a wave of relief. At least Jenkins was not intent on confronting Arasaka directly. Such personal vendettas among high-ranking officials were not uncommon, as long as the task did not involve directly assassinating Abernathy, even if it were to be exposed. Jenkins' repercussions would not be severe enough to jeopardize V's position. Relax. Although this collaboration is significant, it has yet to materialize, has it not? In Night City, unexpected developments are commonplace, as long as the collaboration is disrupted. This small enterprise will lose Arasaka's protection and will have offended military technology. It will not last long enough to pose a threat to U.S. for Arasaka. I will manage the fallout from this incident. Once I finalize your reassignment approval, I will grant you elevated permissions, allowing you to maneuver more freely. That a slight manipulation to shift the blame onto military technology should raise no suspicions. Upon hearing Jenkins' analysis, V nodded in agreement. The task presented neither excessive difficulty nor significant risk. It was merely an opportunity laid before him by Jenkins, intended to test V's willingness to align himself with Jenkins and solidify their bond. A cake presented at his doorstep was not to be ignored, and V gradually reconciled himself with this outcome. Chapter 26. V's commission. Take this. It is the funding for your assignment. Remember to use cash and engage only those you trust. Lest you find yourself betrayed, impacting my interests. Jenkins produced a thick wad of cash and handed it to V. Undertake such unsavory tasks without the backing of company operatives necessitated enlisting the help of seasoned mercenaries. Jenkins did not intend for V to bear the cost. Rest assured, I know what to do. Having accepted the money, V exited Jenkins' office, only to find someone waiting outside, the individual previously discussed with the team. With her red optical implants, it was difficult to discern where she was looking. Should Rocky catch sight of her, he would undoubtedly be astonished to learn that she was a high-ranking manager within Arasaka's counterintelligence division, responsible for investigating Lucy's case and ultimately contacting Faraday to orchestrate the final outcome. I know you. Your name is V, correct? Jenkins mentioned he was in the midst of important discussions, and I was to wait. I didn't expect it would be you inside. Seems the rumors about Jenkins favoring you are true. Well, kid. She had not anticipated that Jenkins' significant matters would involve V, indicating that this young man indeed posed a potential threat to her. However, she was powerless to alter Jenkins' intentions. At least for the time being, their domains were distinct, and perhaps they could coexist amicably. Without waiting for V's response, she entered Jenkins' office. V, clearly indifferent to her presence, had enough on his plate with the task Jenkins had assigned him. Upon leaving Jenkins' office, V dialed Jack's number. Find someone trustworthy for this undertaking. Jack was the most suitable choice. Jack was V's good friend, although one had become a free mercenary in Night City, while the other had become a company loyalist. They maintained regular contact, and their friendship remained intact. As a mercenary in Night City, Jack had previously assisted V with various unsavory tasks. whenever V found himself unable to leverage Arasaka's resources. He turned to Jack. Based on his understanding of Jack, as long as Jack was willing to help, the task would be as good as accomplished. V, didn't we just speak on the phone this morning? Why are you contacting me again? I take it you won't be working late today. Jack's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Quite the opposite. It's precisely because I have to work late that I'm reaching out to you. Jack, I need your help with something. We should find a place to discuss it. All right, sounds like you've gotten yourself into a bit of a mess again. I'm in Watson. Just come to the Lizzie's bar, and I'll see you there. Jack did not probe further. Having settled on location, V departed from Arasaka Tower, making his way to Lizzie's bar. Lizzie's B.A.R.I. in a private room. I gather the task involves dealing with those executives from the small companies? Rocky examined the information contained within the chip, having already deduced the assignment. Not long ago, Rocky was diligently producing soldier serum at the clinic when he received a call from Jack on the line. Jack expressed his desire for Rocky to visit the Lizzie bar, stating that he had a commission that required his assistance and sought his counsel. From Jack's tone, Rocky discerned that the matter at hand was of considerable significance, far weightier than the trivial commissions he had been encountering in recent days. Given that a brother was in need, Rocky naturally would not decline. Jack was well aware of his commitments at the clinic, and if he was reaching out, it was because he faced a particularly challenging situation. Thus, Rocky promptly made his way to the Lizzie bar. Upon arrival, he learned that they needed to act by the day after tomorrow at the latest, with the objective of disrupting the collaboration between them and Arasaka, whose negotiations were set to occur then. This was no simple task, as per the intelligence contained in the chip. They were currently residing in the Gambi building, and it was unlikely they would step foot outside until their agreement was finalized. The Gambi building was under Arasaka's jurisdiction, synonymous with safety and reliability, if they were to discover that a few petty thieves had taken out their client right under their noses. The repercussions from Arasaka would be dire, as Rocky elaborated on his analysis. Jack nodded in agreement, clearly having discussed similar sentiments with V earlier. As the most upscale hotel in Night City, the Gambi building catered to elite clientele. Boasting exceptionally stringent security measures, Arasaka placed considerable importance on that location, making any act of violence there exceedingly risky. Rest assured, I will manage the subsequent ramifications of this incident, that I will redirect Arasaka's focus from hunting the culprit to applying pressure on military tech. Rocky assured Jack, your sole concern should be how to eliminate the target. I cannot assist you in that regard, lest we leave traces behind. By the way, I wonder if Jack mentioned to you that I work in Arasaka's counterintelligence department. In an effort to persuade Rocky, V revealed his affiliation, primarily because Jack had indicated during their earlier conversation that the decision to accept the commission lay with Rocky. Jack was reluctant to involve himself in company affairs, not wishing to become an executioner for the corporation, yet he did not want to forfeit such a lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, V was also his brother, and within his capacity, Jack hoped to assist him. Thus, Jack decided to leave the choice to Rocky. If he was willing to take on the assignment, they would proceed. This led to the current scene with Rocky facing the illustrious V. It was his first encounter with the renowned figure. Having previously heard Jack mention his corporate dog brother, Rocky had speculated it might be V, but their paths had not crossed in the past 2 years. After all, V was a company man, generally not well regarded by the cyberpunks, with only Jack maintaining a close relationship with him. Jack, uncertain whether Rocky and V would get along, had not arranged for them to meet to avoid any potential awkwardness. However, this time, circumstances necessitated their meeting. All right then, I choose to accept this commission. Jack, what do you think? Rocky inquired. I've said it before, this time it's up to you. After some contemplation, Rocky resolved to take on the assignment. Although it entailed risks, they were not insurmountable, and he was confident he could fulfill the commission. The remuneration was also substantial. 6,000 euros meant that even divided among 3 individuals, each would receive 2,000 euros. While this was less than what Rocky earned selling potions, it was still considered a significant transaction within the cyberpunk circles. Moreover, Rocky's primary aim was to forge a connection with V, anticipating that he would need to engage with large corporations in the future. Having a brother from Arasaka's counterintelligence would prove invaluable. Thanks, brother, V expressed, relief washing over him. Had Rocky declined the business, the situation would have become quite complicated. After discussing the details of the mission with Rocky and Jack, V departed from the Lizzie bar, aware that many arrangements still needed to be made regarding the task. "Tadell, I thought you would refuse," Jack remarked, once alone with Rocky in the booth. "What is the matter? Don't you want to take on this job? It's a substantial deal." Rocky understood Jack's underlying concerns, akin to how V had once asked Jack to assassinate Abernathy, only for Jack to decline. Like the majority of cyberpunks in Night City, Jack harbored a deep disdain for corporations, unwilling to work for them. As he had stated before, one must live for oneself. That was the only path forward. And Jack had adhered to that principle. "Not at all. I merely believe that entangling oneself with a corporation can only lead to unpleasant outcomes," Jack replied, shaking his head. "But he is your brother." "Ascendancy." Rocky raised his glass and downed its contents, teasingly. "Yes, he is my brother. However, I've always believed he has sold his soul to Arasaka. IT sounds noble to aim for the top. But above him are Jenkins and Arasaka Saburo. He will never reach the pinnacle." "Hey, who knows? Don't be too pessimistic," Rocky consoled the disgruntled Jack. "Jack, let me ask you this. If one day I were to become a corporate dog like everyone says, what would you think? Why are you contemplating that?" "Your clinic has nothing to do with the corporation," Jack replied, somewhat incredulously. "I'm serious, and I don't think that day is far off," Rocky insisted. Upon hearing Rocky's tone, which lacked any hint of jest, Jack turned to look at him, pausing for a moment as he genuinely pondered this question. "Well, what can I do? It's not my first time dealing with a corporate dog brother." "Enough of this. We need to focus on how to execute the mission," Jack interrupted, realizing that this task was not straightforward. If they were not truly seeking to court death, a detailed plan was essential. Creating false identities, reserving rooms, hacking into the target's room. These are all tasks for a hacker. Where is our hacker? Jack posed the question, seeking clarity. After extensive deliberation, the two had formulated a preliminary execution plan. Yet to accomplish a task of this magnitude, a hacker was indispensable. However, neither of them had a hacker on their team. Although Rocky had acquired some hacking knowledge, he lacked a network access terminal, rendering him unqualified for the task. Moreover, given his current skill level, breaching the systems of the Gambi building would be utterly beyond his capabilities. Typically, the hackers they engaged were introduced by intermediaries, yet this time, it was evident that no middleman was involved. "Good question, Jack, that you've hit the nail on the head. We both know how formidable Arasaka's ice is, that we need not just any hacker, but a highly skilled one who dares to tackle Arasaka SIC. Do you have any ideas?" Rocky decided to gauge Jack's thoughts and objectives first. If left to his own devices, Rocky had a candidate in mind. Lucy, as a hacker trained by Arasaka, she possessed not only exceptional skill and talent, but also a profound familiarity with Arasaka SIC. This familiarity granted her a significant advantage when dealing with systems under Arasaka, which was instrumental in her ability to seamlessly infiltrate and extract data from systems, even to the point of incapacitating Arasaka's agents tasked with tracking down intelligence. Lucy was an ideal match for this mission, and given her animosity towards Arasaka, Rocky was confident she would not decline the commission to sabotage their collaborative project. "What can I think?" "That question should be directed at you. Aren't you always tinkering with hacking techniques?" "You must know quite a few hackers," Jack shrugged, indicating he had no ideas. "Not exactly acquaintances, but I do know of a hacker who is quite familiar with Arasaka. Possesses solid skills, and should be interested in this venture. However, it may take some time to locate her, and I can't guarantee she will join us." Rocky shared his thoughts. Jack nodded in agreement with Rocky's description. "By your account, she does sound like a suitable candidate. However, you've reminded me that I also know a hacker who is among the best in Night City. Although I haven't collaborated with her, everyone in the circles knows she is one of the finest hackers around." "You must be referring to Tbug," Rocky surmised. "Yes, that is the one. Tbug's skills were indeed top tier in Night City, with a stellar reputation in the mercenary community, making her a remarkable choice." After a moment of contemplation, Rocky resolved to first attempt to recruit Lucy. Beyond fulfilling a personal interest, neither Rocky nor Jack had previously collaborated with her, and comparatively, locating Tbug would not be easier than finding Lucy. "Here is the plan. I'll try to recruit my candidate first. If that doesn't pan out, I'll seek out Tbug. Then you need to act swiftly. Time is of the essence." Jack urged, "I understand." Having reached a decision, the two did not linger in the bar any longer. Much of the remaining planning required communication with a hacker to finalize. Staying there would serve no further purpose. After bidding farewell to Jack, Rocky hopped on his motorcycle and headed back to his clinic. Finding Lucy was not a challenge for Rocky. He had Rebecca's contact information and merely needed to give her a call to ascertain Lucy's whereabouts. However, to Rocky's surprise, when he returned to the empty lot in front of the clinic, he spotted Rebecca, merrily drinking amidst a jovial crowd that a quick glance revealed man, Dolio, Pira, Falco, Chiwei, and Lucy all present, seemingly celebrating a team-building event. This rendered a phone call unnecessary, that he ordered a drink akin to hers. After parking his car, Rocky approached the mobile bar where Rebecca was situated and took a seat beside her at that moment. Rebecca noticed Rocky's presence, appearing somewhat surprised, yet seemingly pleased by his arrival. "Hell, what brings you here? I just went to your clinic to invite you out for a drink, only to find it closed." Rebecca remarked with a smile. In the days of their acquaintance, Rebecca's team had also visited the restaurant that on a prior occasion, Rebecca had brought alcohol to the clinic to chat with Rocky, but he had been preoccupied, leaving her to watch him perform surgery until he was free to join her for a brief drink. It was unexpected for Rocky's clinic to be closed this time, and now that he stood before her, it evoked a sense of joy as if something lost had been found again. Chapter 28. "Lucy, I just stepped out to handle some matters and have only just returned. How has work been treating you lately?" Rocky inquired, shaking his glass and observing the liquid within. He had already indulged at the Liz bar and felt little desire to drink further. "Well, it's been relatively smooth. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here enjoying drinks." "Right? Cheers." Rebecca raised her glass, clinking it with Rocky's before downing her drink in one go. Rocky, witnessing Rebecca's exuberance, reluctantly took a small sip. "Is something bothering you?" "Why do you ask?" Rocky turned to Rebecca, who seemed to have been intently observing him. Their eyes met, leaving Rocky somewhat puzzled. "It's just that since you arrived, you've appeared deep in thought." Is it that obvious?" "Well, I have indeed encountered a troubling issue." Although Rocky had been contemplating the details of the commission, he was not the type to wear his heart on his sleeve. Rebecca's observation was astute nonetheless. "It's not that glaring." "So, what sort of trouble are you in? Do you need my assistance?" "Not much, really. I've taken on a job, but I still need a hacker to be. By the way, Rebecca, you mentioned your team has a backup hacker. Could you tell me about her?" Rocky revealed his true intention. Approaching Lucy directly would seem overly impulsive and could lead to unforeseen complications. It was wiser to utilize his connection with Rebecca to make contact with her. "Are you referring to Lucy?" Rebecca turned to point in a certain direction, prompting Rocky to follow her gaze. There, beyond the reveling crowd, sat a striking figure, easily distinguishable by her unique rainbow gradient hair. Her perfect, slender physique, complemented by a fittingly alluring outfit, made her silhouette particularly captivating. "That's Lucy sitting over there. As for her, she was introduced to the team by Chiwei, and she has been with us for nearly a year now. She is indeed the backup hacker for the team, though she isn't needed for every mission, so you might notice her absence at times. Personality-wise, she doesn't quite connect with us. She tends to be a bit reserved, which might be typical for hackers. I am not entirely sure, but I feel she hasn't truly integrated with us. As for her hacking skills, they're exceptional." Rebecca elaborated on Lucy, aligning with her earlier observations that hackers within a mercenary team often occupy a unique position, maintaining less intimate relationships with other team members. Many hackers collaborate with multiple teams and do not have fixed partners, which explains why one often sees them drinking alone rather than mingling with their comrades. "Are you intending to recruit her for your commission?" Given Rocky's earlier mention of needing a hacker, Rebecca deduced his line of thought. Rocky nodded affirmatively. "Exactly, since she is one of your team members. I would feel at ease. Besides, isn't she just a backup hacker? I figured you wouldn't necessarily need her in the coming days, so it would be ideal if I could enlist her." "Haha, you have a point. Lucy is indeed a reliable hacker. Then I'll go speak with her." "Thank you, Rebecca." With the groundwork laid, Rocky decided against wasting more time, that he bid Rebecca farewell, took his drink, and headed towards Lucy. Meanwhile, Rebecca observed Rocky's sudden urgency, surprised by his newfound enthusiasm. "What is this guy up to? We barely started chatting, and he is already off." With a sigh, Rebecca turned back to the bar, ordering herself another drink. On the other side, Rocky quickly reached Lucy's location and sat beside her. Despite his presence, Lucy's demeanor remained unchanged. She didn't even glance his way. It seemed she was accustomed to unsolicited advances, displaying little interest. Nevertheless, beneath her calm exterior, her network access equipment was operational. Should any audacious individual dare to act inappropriately, Lucy was ready to demonstrate the consequences of provoking a hacker. Rocky chose not to rush in a conversation, but instead took a moment to appraise Lucy. Aside from a brief glimpse earlier, this was his first close encounter with her, and it marked their initial interaction. Wow, she's truly stunning, Rocky thought to himself. He had envisioned this meeting with Lucy before. But now that he was close, he found her even more enchanting than he had imagined. After experiencing Rebecca's earlier exuberance, Rocky quickly quelled his fluttering emotions, merely easing his breathing. "You must be Lucy," Rocky initiated, breaking the silence. Although Lucy remained unresponsive, Rocky understood her demeanor. She appeared frosty, but that was primarily a means of self-protection. If he could breach her defenses, he would discover a warmth within her unlike any other. "What do you want?" Hearing Rocky acknowledge her name, Lucy finally responded, turning her gaze towards him. "That I'm a friend of Rebecca's. I heard you're the hacker for their team, and want to have a chat." "Rebecca?" "Yes, I just finished talking with her over there," Rocky confirmed, nodding. Lucy turned her attention towards Rebecca, who was still at the bar, though for some reason her head was turned in their direction. Their eyes met briefly. And as Rebecca noticed Rocky looking back at her with a smile and a wave, she reciprocated with a thumbs up, signaling her approval. "See, I wasn't lying," Rocky affirmed, and Lucy nodded in acknowledgement. However, unbeknownst to them, Rebecca, seated with her back to them, had just downed an entire bottle of alcohol. What is wrong with him? This fool must have come to find me just to get to Lucy, she thought. Exasperated. Never mind. Why am I even thinking about this? Bartender, another bottle. After downing several drinks, Rebecca began to feel the effects of the alcohol and couldn't resist glancing back again. Under the lights, Rocky and Lucy sat side by side, engaged in conversation. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but seeing Rocky's reassuring presence alongside Lucy's elegant silhouette made them appear remarkably well-matched, stirring a pang of insecurity within her, as if something she cherished were at risk of being taken away. Chapter 29. Lucy's hesitation. "I have a commission that requires a hacker. Would you be interested?" Rocky inquired directly, and Lucy, upon realizing his intentions, was not taken aback. Although she lacked enthusiasm, she opted to hear out the details of the commission. "It concerns Arasaka. Take a look at what's on this chip," Rocky said, pulling out a data chip and handing it to Lucy. The mention of Arasaka momentarily disturbed her previously calm demeanor, causing her heart to skip a beat. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, pushing the chip away. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Lucy had been evading Arasaka's pursuit, striving to escape the shadow of their influence. Her fear of Arasaka outweighed any feelings of animosity. Her thoughts were solely focused on fleeing, not on launching a nuclear attack on the Arasaka Tower, as she knew such an endeavor was beyond her capabilities. Arasaka was not something she could challenge. She would gladly partake in trivial tasks, such as stealing a chip from one of Arasaka's lackeys, but any commission involving Arasaka's higher-ups was a matter she would swiftly distance herself from. Although she was uncertain of the specifics of Rocky's commission, she knew that anything tied to Arasaka was best avoided. Whether opposing Arasaka or assisting them is not something she wishes to partake in. Why? Is it because of Arasaka? Rest assured, the chip does not contain Arasaka's intelligence, nor will there be agents dispatched to silence anyone. It is prudent to examine the situation before forming a judgment. This is a significant transaction, with a reward of 60,000 euros. If you were to come with two others, you would each receive 20,000. Rocky was taken aback by Lucy's resolute refusal. However, he was indifferent. If he were in her position and a stranger approached him with a proposition involving Arasaka, he would likely decline as well. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the chip, deciding to review the details of the commission first. The objective is to eliminate several corporate hounds detailed on the chip, thereby thwarting Arasaka's project collaboration, with action set for the day after tomorrow. There is no need to worry about potential retaliation from Arasaka. Military technology will assist us in bearing the consequences. As Lucy examined the contents of the chip, Rocky elaborated from his side. After reviewing the information, Lucy removed the chip and returned it to Rocky. Is this what you refer to as being related to Arasaka? Opposing them, even with someone willing to bear the consequences. Do you comprehend the significance? That is the Azure Tower, Arasaka's territory. You truly expect me to infiltrate their network? It would be tantamount to courting death. I will not go. Seek someone else. Perhaps Chiwei might be willing to wade through this murky water. Lucy reiterated her refusal to Rocky, though this time her demeanor was less composed, suggesting that she infiltrate Azure Tower felt akin to entering a den of wolves, not to mention the added risk of breaching Arasaka's network. I do not understand. You seem to fear Arasaka. Why? It is merely Azure Tower, not an assassination of Arasaka Saburo. And what is so formidable about Arasaka anyway? Rocky shook his head, fully aware of Lucy's underlying fears. Persuading her to confront Arasaka would not be an easy endeavor. Whether I fear Arasaka or not is irrelevant to you. It is easy for you to speak, yet you possess no understanding of Arasaka, nor do you grasp their terrors. In any case, I am incapable of it. Rocky's assertion that Lucy feared Arasaka appeared to strike a nerve, causing her emotions to become unusually heightened, her voice rising several notches. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd was sufficiently noisy, and no one noticed the tension between them. Influenced by Lucy's fervent emotions, even Rocky's demeanor shifted unusually. He downed his drink in one go, discarding the cup, and spoke to her in an even louder voice. You claim I do not understand Arasaka? It is you who truly does not understand me. I comprehend better than anyone the nature of Arasaka, yet I am unperturbed in my eyes. Arasaka is no different from any other insipid corporation. I loathe them, but I shall never cower before them. These insufferable corporations have remained aloof for far too long. What we ought to do is not submit in silence and fear, but rather to ignite ourselves in a blaze. No matter how disheveled and broken we may be, to let them know this world will not eternally decay in their shadow. There will be those who choose to resist, to drag them down from their pedestal, into the depths of hell, to be consumed by flames. Mark my words, one day I will make them aware. I will rise atop their bloodied bones, standing over them. Listening to Rocky's impassioned words, Lucy was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not know him, even to this day, still unaware of his name, his words undeniably resonated with her, striking a chord deep within, having undergone Arasaka's devilish training from a young age. Devoid of familial affection, she was cast into the old net to extract data once her training concluded. Time and again, comrades perished one after another, leaving her uncertain of when it would be her turn. Such a childhood instilled in Lucy a loathing for Arasaka that surpassed all others. She dreamt of bringing them to ruin, yet the harsh reality was that she could not, nor could anyone else. Thus, her dream could only be to escape Arasaka, to flee as far as possible, to a place where they could not find her, perhaps even to the moon. Yet now, a man stood before her, declaring his intent to destroy Arasaka. Even if she perceived Rocky's words as fanciful, utterly impractical, they still stirred something within her. After a prolonged silence, Lucy composed herself, regaining her usual demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and spoke. Perhaps you are right, but despite your words, I still feel I cannot do it. Arasaka's system, I see, is formidable and perilous, and their hackers are concerned that I lack confidence. Primarily, I truly fear Arasaka. Rocky's declarations softened Lucy's stance, making her less distant towards him, yet she remained somewhat hesitant. Lucy, Rebecca mentioned your skills are exceptional, and you are a genius. While I know not the nature of your grievances with Arasaka, nor why you fear them, I believe you can overcome this fear. Moreover, if you join my team, I will protect you. Should Arasaka come after you, I will be the first to storm Azure Tower. Do you believe I can accomplish this? Can I truly do it? Lucy gazed at the confident smile of the man before her, momentarily stunned. Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? To trust in her abilities based on mere hearsay, claiming he would assault Azure Tower for her. Although Lucy did not take Rocky's words to heart, her mood inexplicably lifted and a rare smile graced her face. After contemplating for a moment, she finally spoke. You are quite persuasive. Very well, I shall agree. However, You best ensure that matters unfold as you say, without any unforeseen complications. Haha, of course. I am L. Lucy. Lucy regarded Rocky's face, suddenly feeling somewhat exasperated. This fellow had approached her out of the blue, and she had unwittingly boarded his ship. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, perhaps this was not a bad thing. She found herself intrigued by this man before her. If he claimed she did not understand him, it seemed reasonable to seek to understand him better. If what he said were true, that he truly wished to stand atop Arasaka, it would undoubtedly be an amusing endeavor. Chapter 30. A Drunken Rebecca. Meet me at the location I send you tomorrow afternoon. I will introduce you to another teammate and discuss the action plan. After adding Lucy's contact information, Rocky sent her the coordinates of his warehouse. All right, Lucy responded, then pulled a cigarette from her pocket, preparing to light it. The sudden commission had left her somewhat unsettled, and she intended to smoke a cigarette to calm her nerve as the cigarette approached her lips. Lucy paused, glancing at Rocky, inquiring, "Do you smoke?" Given that Rocky was now considered her teammate, and not a mere child like David, Lucy chose to respect him and ask if he minded that I do not smoke. However, it is fine. Go ahead, I do not mind. Rocky had no smoking habit. Although he was not fond of the smell, he was accustomed to the presence of others smoking nearby, provided the aroma was not too overpowering. Upon hearing that Rocky did not mind, Lucy was not overly concerned and lit the cigarette. As the smoke curled around her, Lucy's mind gradually calmed. She was uncertain whether her choice was correct. But since she had taken the step, there was no point in dwelling on IT that moment. A burly man approached them. It was Man. Cybernetic Doctor? What brings you here? It appears you two are acquainted. Lucy, here is your share of the payment. A stream of data flickered in Man's eyes as he transferred Lucy's portion of the reward for this task. Lucy nodded in acknowledgement upon receiving the payment, replying, "Just met." Learning that the two had just met, Man no longer questioned it. Although he was unsure how Rocky had managed to connect with the icy beauty that was Lucy, he would not pry into their affairs. Man turned to leave, and Lucy then asked, "Man calls you the cybernetic doctor?" Given that Rocky was friends with Rebecca, Man's familiarity with him was not surprising. What piqued her curiosity was Man's designation for him. "Indeed, I am merely a cybernetic surgeon, occasionally dabbling in cyberpunk. My clinic is just over there." Rocky gestured toward the direction of the clinic, speaking candidly. "Then I must be insane, choosing to partner with a cybernetic doctor to kill at Azure Tower." Lucy remarked with a teasing smile. Who could argue with that? "Well then, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow." Having finished her cigarette, Lucy waved her hand and began to walk away. Lucy had only been waiting for Man to transfer her payment. In truth, she did not particularly enjoy the raucous atmosphere here. She preferred to sit in quietude, gazing at the beautiful starry sky. Her home lay just ahead in that apartment building. A short walk would bring her back, and she often returned on her own without waiting for Falco to pick her up, a habit that Man and the others had grown accustomed to. Until tomorrow then. Having completed his task, Rocky did not stop Lucy. After all, they were not yet familiar enough to engage in lengthy conversation, and once they had established contact, there would be ample time to discuss life. He called Jack to inform him that the hacker situation had been resolved. Relieving him of further concern, he also sent Jack the warehouse address and arranged a time, then hung up. Observing the empty space beside him, Rocky could only rise. The revelry of the crowd persisted. Yet Rocky felt no inclination to join them. Casting his gaze toward Rebecca, he noticed she appeared to be slumped over the bar. Approaching, he found Rebecca sprawled over the bar, seemingly having dozed off. "Did she drink too much? This girl is utterly careless," Rocky muttered. What Rocky remains oblivious to is that this appears to be Rebecca's first experience consuming such an abundance of alcohol. However, there's no need to worry about Rebecca encountering any issues, as Man and the others are nearby. Although the patrons of this bar are a mixed lot, they're all somewhat familiar with Rebecca. Unlike Lucy, who is quite amiable, Rebecca is not one to be trifled with. Anyone daring enough to provoke her would find themselves staring down the barrel of her gun in the blink of an eye. Thus, no one is inclined to stir trouble, and most are simply not her type. Instead of burying her head in her arms, Rebecca rests her cheek against the side, her eyes tightly shut. Rocky stands beside her, observing her face, under the neon lights of the car bar, with Rebecca's slightly tipsy visage. She appears particularly adorable and alluring. Unable to resist, Rocky extends his right hand and gently places it atop Rebecca's head. The silky texture of her hair brushes against his fingers, but before he can fully savor the sensation, Rebecca's body reacts. Rebecca, it's me, Rocky hastily explains, noting the pink-green painted handgun pressed against his chin. Rebecca is merely a bit lightheaded from the drink, resting for a moment, not completely intoxicated. Moreover, as a reflex of self-preservation typical in the cyberpunk world, upon sensing someone touching her, Rebecca instinctively draws her handgun, aiming it at the source of her discomfort. Oh, it's just you, is there something you need? As Rebecca regains her senses and realizes it is Rocky, she lowers the weapon. Nothing much. I was just a bit concerned seeing you lying here after having drunk so much. I thought you might be in danger, Rocky explains, maintaining an air of calmness. I see, but there's no need to worry. You see how quick my reflexes are? If it were anyone else, they would have already been shot, Rebecca replies with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Rocky's concern. Haha, indeed impressive. It seems I was overly worried. No, it's just nice to know that you care. I appreciate it, she says, her slightly intoxicated smile making her look even more charming, leaving Rocky momentarily spellbound after staring at Rebecca for a moment. Rocky speaks up. By the way, Rebecca, drinking so much is not advisable. How about we take a ride around Night City to clear your head? Initially, Rocky had intended to return to the clinic to wrap up the serum production. But witnessing Rebecca's demeanor, his slightly heightened heartbeat suggests that finishing the serum is not as urgent as he once thought. That sounds like a splendid idea. This is my first time drinking so much. I truly need to sober up a bit. But first, let me inform them. With that, Rebecca adjusts her head and accepts Rocky's suggestion. She hops off her seat and leads Rocky to where Pila is. Hey bro, I'm heading out for a bit. You guys don't need to wait for me. Rebecca's voice reaches Pila's ears, who had previously been engaged in jovial conversation with others. Huh? What are you saying? Rebecca? And who is this guy? What do you plan to do with him? Hey, kid, let me tell you, you better know what you're doing. Don't think that just because you look good, you can mess with my sister. I warn you, I don't even know you. And if you dare, shut it. Chapter 31. By the sea Pila, upon seeing Rebecca about to leave with someone he doesn't recognize, immediately concocts a dramatic narrative in his mind, naturally of his own making. Although Pila often playfully bickers with Rebecca, deep down, he genuinely cares for his sister. Now, with an unknown boy appearing to whisk her away, he understandably grows anxious. However, before he can finish, Rebecca interrupts him. You jerk, don't use that cluttered mind of yours to speculate about my affairs. T.S. my friend, and if you dare say another word, I'll blow your head off. Rebecca retorts, through gritted teeth, teetering on the edge of fury. Pila's words leave her feeling embarrassed. What she had intended as a simple outing has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. While Pila's concern is genuine, it makes her feel embarrassed in front of Rocky. She begins to regret bringing him to meet Pila. Meanwhile, Rocky also feels a twinge of awkwardness in this situation. Being a solitary male in the company of a slightly inebriated female naturally invites misunderstandings. I'm just taking her for a ride, having a chat. Nothing more, Rocky clarifies. Pila, unfazed by Rebecca's anger and the gun aimed at him, strolls over to Rocky. A wave of alcohol breath washes over Rocky, suggesting Pila has had quite a bit to drink. With an overly familiar gesture, Pila inspects Rocky, looking him up and down, making Rocky feel somewhat uneasy. After circling him, Pila casually throws an arm over Rocky's shoulder and leans in to ask, so you're Becca's friend? Not bad. You seem pretty sturdy. What do you do? Feeling the solid muscle on Rocky and the advanced strength-enhancing cybernetic arm, Pila, a technical expert, quickly deduces that Rocky is not just an ordinary barfly. Pila's breath, laden with alcohol, wafts over Rocky's face, making him uncomfortable. Rocky, not wishing to elaborate further, responds resignedly. I'm in cyberpunk. Oh, a fellow in the field? How come I haven't seen you before? Perhaps I'm just an unremarkable nobody. Huh, you don't seem like it. Anyway, even though I don't know your situation, you seem like a decent guy. Pila burps and chuckles that in truth, they're all adults, while Rocky claims they're just going for a ride. Anyone can see that something is amiss, especially with Rebecca's demeanor. Pila, having known her for so long, could hardly fail to notice. Nevertheless, he decides not to interfere too much, considering Rocky seems reliable enough to let her go with him. Then, Leaning closer, Pila whispers to Rocky, "If you can handle my hot-headed sister, you must have some skill. Just remember to keep her safe." Rocky's lips twitch slightly, and his expression darkens. It seems his earlier explanations were in vain, confirming Rebecca's point. Noticing Rocky's silence, Pila pats his shoulder before returning to his drinking. "Have fun," he waves goodbye. "That guy. I'll deal with him someday," Rebecca fumes. With Pila no longer being obnoxious, Rebecca holsters her gun. "Let us go, El. Don't mind him. Duppy, by the way, what did Pila say to you?" "You look a bit off." "It's nothing. Let us go." Rocky shakes his head, not wanting to delve into that topic. The two mount their familiar motorcycle, weaving through the streets of Night City. Rebecca clings to Rocky, her twin ponytails dancing in the wind as they speed along. "Wahoo!" she exclaims, reveling in the exhilarating rush of speed. After roaming Night City for a while, Rebecca's intoxication has mostly faded, and Rocky brings her to a seaside platform in Haywood. "Thanks, El. I feel much better now. And oh problem. I was just looking to get some fresh air myself." The coastal breeze is gentler than the wind they felt while riding, softly caressing the two as they lean against the railing. Gazing out at the serene sea. "So, how's it going with Lucy?" Rebecca inquires, turning her head. "Lucy? Quite smoothly. She agreed to join, and the issues have been resolved." "That is good to hear," Rebecca nods. "This is all thanks to you. Or else I would have been quite troubled by the hacker situation." "Ha! Remember, we're friends, and it was actually Lucy who helped you out." "Fair enough. The night by the sea is tranquil, and Rocky relishes the moment. Since opening the clinic, he has been preoccupied with caring for patients and selling medicine. And now another commission has come in. It has been a long time since he has simply sat quietly, allowing his mind to wander. Noticing Rocky's silence, Rebecca also refrains from continuing the conversation, sharing in the peacefulness of the sea. Yet, it is evident that her mind is elsewhere, and her emotions are not fully engaged. She is not the type to enjoy silence, and the only thing here that piques her interest is Rocky. Eventually, she turns her head to look at him, just as he gazes at the ocean. Is Rebecca unaccustomed to this atmosphere? After a long while, Rocky senses Rebecca's gaze upon him and asks, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing. Compared to the scenery, I prefer looking at you. You're far more beautiful than the sea." "More beautiful than the sea? Huh. What a peculiar compliment. It sounds like something out of a cheesy love story." "Hey, don't mock me, or I'll kill you." Rebecca feigns anger at Rocky's laughter. All right, I won't laugh anymore." Upon hearing Rebecca's words, Rocky pretends to comply, though a smile lingers on his face. He then places his right hand atop Rebecca's head, gently ruffling her hair, feeling the pressure on her head. Rebecca pauses for a moment. "What are you doing?" "I'm not a child." She seems somewhat resistant, reaching out to grasp Rocky's right hand, but her grip lacks any real force. I did not perceive Rebecca as a mere child. Rather, I found her irresistibly adorable and could not help myself. Rocky, sensing the moment, retracted his hand, maintaining his smile as he explained. Upon hearing Rocky describe her as cute, Rebecca was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Cute? Your description is even more peculiar than mine." Although her physique could indeed be associated with cuteness, as a denizen of Night City in a cyberpunk reality, she had caused the demise of many. And with her notorious temper, no one had ever characterized her in such a manner. In her perception, she was far removed from anything resembling cuteness. Rocky, however, merely shook his head. "Peculiar? I believe it suits Rebecca perfectly. I speak sincerely." With a chuckle, Rebecca responded, "You, my friend." Hearing Rocky's earnest explanation, a smile blossomed on Rebecca's face. Since he had said so, she could only assume he was serious. Nonetheless, it was seemingly the first time in her life that someone had patted her head. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant. Chapter 32. The first batch of serum North Long Beach. Once again, Rocky returned Rebecca home. Upon reaching the apartment door, she opened it, revealing that Pila had seemingly just returned. Lying on the sofa with his eyes half closed, having indulged in considerable drink. The sound of the apartment door opening piqued Pila's interest, and upon realizing it was Rebecca, he erupted into laughter. "Ha! Have I truly drunk myself silly? Why, it's Rebecca back again. I never imagined you two merely went for a drive. It seems our Rebecca lacks charm after all." Seeing Rebecca return, Pila mocked her unabashedly, his heavy head clearing at the sight. Yet, The once cheerful Rebecca was now nauseated by Pila's antics. Unable to endure it any longer, she drew her gun and fired at him. Fortunately, Pila was quick to react, dodging just in time, as several bullet holes appeared where he had been reclining on the sofa. "You idiot! Whether I come back or not is none of your business. I told you, we are just friends. Are you so dim-witted that you cannot grasp simple human language, for reasons unbeknownst to her?" Rebecca's previously joyous mood soured at Pila's taunts. Although she had enjoyed a delightful evening with Rocky, she felt a peculiar emptiness. Pila, observing her aim directed at him, realized she was genuinely angry. Rebecca's marksmanship was precise. Usually, their playful banter involved her aiming at his prosthetic parts, but this time, it was evident she was truly incensed. Setting aside his usual flippancy, Pila adopted a more serious demeanor. "Friends, do you think you can deceive me? Or are you attempting to fool yourself? This is unlike you. Rebecca, at least for now, we haven't reached that stage. We've only known each other for a week," Rebecca declared, engaging the safety on her handgun and casually tossing it onto a nearby weapons crate. She shed her jacket, pulled her legs up on the sofa, sitting cross-legged with her soles touching, and took a large swig from a can of drink. Meanwhile, Pila leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing Rebecca with keen interest. It was the first time he had seen her in such a posture. Was the feisty little girl considering romance? This time, Pila was genuinely attentive to Rebecca, saying, "So what if it's been a week? I move quicker than that. Sparks fly at the slightest touch. Why all the hesitation? And so, where does that leave us? You are so adept at conversation, yet now you only fiddle with those virtual fantasies of yours. And don't assume everyone shares your mind filled with crude thoughts. In your eyes, love seems reduced to mere carnal desires." Initially eager to boast of his impressive exploits, Pila found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a stubborn retort. "Humph. Wasn't I trying to comfort you? No need to be so harsh, but you are right. I wouldn't wish for you to be with someone like me. Still, I advise you to seize the opportunity while you can in Night City. There are no gentlemen, both men and women are alike. Should he end up in someone else's bed one day, don't take your frustration out on me. Mind your own business. I am well aware." After a brief silence, Rebecca replied. Although she dismissed Pila's words, the last sentence struck a chord in her heart. Could I be taken away? What would I do then? Suddenly, images of Rocky and Lucy together flashed in her mind, causing her heart to waver, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. Perhaps Pila had a point. As Pila observed Rebecca's mood finally calming, he playfully added, "You think you know everything, but only men understand men. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? I guarantee every man will adore you. Better safe than sorry, right?" "Get lost," Rebecca retorted, hurling her empty drink can at Pila, interrupting his unsolicited advice. Meanwhile, after escorting Rebecca home, Rocky returned to the clinic. The night had grown late, and he longed to rest at home. However, with so many pressing matters at hand, he was reluctant to delay any further. The task at Canby Tower carried considerable risks, and Rocky wished to amass as much strength as possible beforehand to mitigate unforeseen events. For him, money equated to power. Thus, he hurried back to the clinic. Determined to finalize the production of soldier serum, he aimed to receive payment before the commission commenced, hoping to earn additional funds in the workshop. Rocky organized the 10 vials of high-grade soldier serum he had produced and dispatched the meticulously crafted email along with the product specifications for the serum. Ascension Technology New Product Sales Notification. Sender, Ascension Technology. Recipient. Our company's second potent serum has officially launched, with an initial offering of only 10 vials available on a first-come, first-served basis. Orders placed on the first day will receive a 10% discount. For detailed product information, please refer to the attachment. Attachment. High-grade soldier serum product specification. Product name. High-grade soldier serum. Developed by Ascension Technology. This serum enhancement agent, when injected into the human body, can comprehensively enhance the user's physical strength, reflexes, cognitive capabilities, and other attributes, enabling an untrained average person to attain the physical prowess of elite tactical soldiers. Additionally, it can improve the human body's tolerance for prosthetics and resistance to cyberpsychosis. Sample image. Order price. €20,000 per vial. After sending the email containing the product details, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief. Now he awaited their responses. Oh, his delight. The following morning he awoke to find multiple order requests in his inbox. Numerous clinics had decided to purchase the serum, depleting his already limited stock in Night City. Conducting business required keen acumen. If the effects described in the product outline were indeed accurate, this serum would surely sell in droves. Furthermore, building on the previous success of the stimulant, even without a sample test this time, many clinics were willing to take the risk. After all, the email had mentioned a 10% discount for first-day orders. Even purchasing just 1 or 2 vials would save several thousand euros. A substantial sum. Essentially, it was a gamble. Currently, 6 clinics had placed orders for the serum, while others likely remained hesitant, as not everyone could afford to treat 20,000 euros lightly. Nevertheless, Rocky had achieved the outcome he desired. This batch of serum had sold out entirely. Even if others wished to order, they would have to wait for the next batch. Due to the urgency to sell this serum, Rocky lacked the time to find someone else for delivery and had to undertake the task himself. Before long, he completed the shipments without any hitches, as the prosthetic doctors had grown accustomed to his reticence. Upon returning to the clinic, Rocky gazed at the freshly received payment, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The funds he had spent on purchasing the formula and materials had nearly been exhausted, but his treasury was now replenished, allowing him to spend 40,000 euros to reorder a batch of serum materials, restoring his savings to 150,000 euros. Chapter 33. Daraso Afternoon. Japanese Street. Rocky's warehouse. Lucy arrived at the agreed time. Upon passing through the warehouse door's authentication, she entered the premises. That moment, Rocky had yet to arrive. But Jack was already there. Recognizing Lucy as the hacker Rocky had recruited, he greeted her warmly. "Hello, you must be Lucy. I'm Jack. I wonder if Ella's introduced me to you." "Yes, I am Lucy." She nodded in acknowledgement. Elle didn't mention you were such a beauty. In any case, we warmly welcome you to our team. Please, have a seat. Elle should be here shortly." Jack enthusiastically offered Lucy a chair. "No, thank you." Lucy declined his offer, opting to lean against the wall, patiently waiting. All right then, I've heard Elle speak highly of your skills. With your addition, our venture is bound to succeed." Jack continued, unfazed by her rejection. "Do you all frequently shower others with compliments?" "Hey, I suppose I do. But I find it commendable. Valuing relationships, cherishing friendships, being kind, and full of warmth are all admirable qualities that at least that's what my mother taught me since childhood. However, Elle is somewhat of the opposite. He lacks enthusiasm for many things, including people, only caring for those close to him, those who matter. You seem to be the first hacker to receive his praise. In the past, when I worked on commissions, I sensed his impatience towards those hackers. When faced with Lucy's soul-searching inquiry, Jack pondered for a moment before responding. "I see. How long have you known him?" Lucy nodded, having thought that Rocky was the type of person who was warm to everyone. It now appeared otherwise. Reflecting on last night's encounter, despite not knowing him, if Jack's word were true, why did he seem so concerned about her? Was it because of her hacking skills? Lucy was uncertain. Perhaps getting to know him better would unravel the mystery that I've known Elle for nearly 2 years. The first time I met him was at my old friend's clinic, where he was still an apprentice. My old friend told me he was diligent and eager to learn. I had high hopes for him until one day he approached me, expressing a desire to work as a mercenary. And thus we became brothers. Time truly flies. I remember when he was just... As Lucy inquired about their past, Jack spoke enthusiastically, only to realize he might have divulged too much, nearly exposing Rocky's secrets, prompting him to quickly fall silent. "Apologies, I cannot disclose too much. If Elle prefers to keep things private, I must respect that. I understand." Lucy nodded in acknowledgement. Her question had merely been casual, unaware of Jack's enthusiasm in his response. "So, what was Rocky like 2 years ago?" Jack was rather cryptic, leaving Lucy, who was not typically curious, feeling slightly uncomfortable. It must be said that Jack was quite the conversationalist, alleviating the otherwise dull atmosphere. At that moment, the warehouse's roll-up door rose automatically, and both Jack and Lucy turned to look at the entrance. A vehicle slowly drove in. With its classic 1980s American design, the metallic body and rear wing seemed to proclaim its formidable capabilities. As the vehicle's wing-shaped doors opened, Rocky emerged from the car. When did you acquire this beauty? Although it appeared quite luxurious, the style seemed somewhat at odds with your taste, Jack remarked as he approached to inspect Rocky's vehicle. Just got it. Don't let its vintage style fool you. It cost me a pretty penny, and its performance will undoubtedly astound you. Rocky had long contemplated purchasing a vehicle, seizing this opportunity for the mission. While the car may not seem flashy, it was anything but ordinary. With the system at his disposal, Rocky certainly wouldn't spend money on a car. This vehicle was procured through a mod. Vehicle mod. DeRosso, a classic vehicle from GTA 5. DeRosso boasts formidable ground performance and can switch to flight mode. While speed may diminish in the air, its convenience and maneuverability remain exceptional. It is the perfect fusion of land and air transport. With high potential for modifications, allowing for the installation of machine guns and missiles, as well as high-strength defensive armor. Price adjustment. None. Item mod. 30,000 euros vehicle, default top-tier modification. Technical expansion. 400,000 euros. Though its appearance may not rival that of supercar, it exudes a dignified luxury that immediately conveys its substantial value. Moreover, DeRosso's powerful performance, alongside its robust defensive capabilities and impressive weaponry, ensures efficacy. Its ability to fly further enhances its versatility, alleviating concerns over terrain during pursuits or escapes. This was precisely why Rocky chose it. However, simply acquiring an ordinary DeRosso would not suffice. The original DeRosso only seats two, and its defensive armor strength and weaponry seemed somewhat lacking in a cyberpunk context, clearly not aligning with Rocky's needs. Fortunately, DeRosso had numerous derivative expansion mods available to address Rocky's requirements. He spent an additional 10,000 euros to download the DeRosso 4-seater expansion mod, followed by 20,000 euros for the DeRosso Comprehensive Enhancement mod, augmenting its defensive capacity and weapon effectiveness. Finally, he invested another 10,000 euros for the DeRosso Jet Propulsion Acceleration expansion, enhancing its maneuverability. Thus, a top-tier vehicle was born at a total cost of 70,000 euros at L. Don't try to fool me. Honestly, I find it hard to believe. Jack clearly held reservations about the vehicle. Rocky, however, offered no further explanation, merely smiling and saying, "You'll see in due time." Now, it's time to discuss how we will proceed. Rocky led Jack and Lucy to a partitioned area of the warehouse, which he had meticulously transformed into a small command center. Equipped with computer terminals, an armory, and a conference table, it was designed for such situations. He reiterated the basic operational plan. First, Lucy, I need your assistance in booking a room on the target's floor using forged identities. Is that clear to you? Let me check. Lucy nodded, taking a tablet from the table. Connecting it, and her eyes flickered with streams of data as she began to query the reservation system for the Azure Tower. The target's room was on the 40th floor, catering specifically to small and medium enterprises. Falling under a basic accommodation package, with only one suite option, by masquerading as a small business employee to reserve this type of room, she could ensure access to that floor. It was quite simple. After completing her search, Lucy unplugged the device and addressed both men. That's perfect. Chapter 34. Operation meeting. Once Jack and I are checked into the room, Lucy, you can commence infiltrating the Azure Tower subnet to help us unlock the target's door and obscure the surveillance camera's line of sight. Rocky produced a handgun, affixing a silencer, and handed it to Jack, adding, then Jack and I will draw our weapons and neutralize the target. It's as straightforward as that. What do you think, Lucy? Gazing into Rocky's eyes. Lucy contemplated for a moment before nodding. Sounds good. Typically, rooms on the same floor belong to the same subnet, so if I focus solely on breaching that suite, I shouldn't encounter too much ICE, and I should be able to manage. Meanwhile, Jack took the handgun Rocky offered, only to push it back, raising a pertinent question. An excellent plan. Miss Lucy plays a crucial role. However, my good friend, have you overlooked something? The Azure Tower prohibits the carrying of firearms, and even offensive cybernetics must be deactivated. Their security checks are impeccable. How do you intend to smuggle the gun inside? Good question, Jack. The security at the Azure Tower is indeed impeccable. But my methods are even more so. Rocky tossed the handgun from his right hand to his left, and at the moment his left hand made contact with the weapon, it vanished. What the bro? When did you learn to perform magic? Where did the gun go? Jack exclaimed, staring at Rocky's empty left hand in astonishment. Though Lucy remained silent, her eyes mirrored the disbelief, clearly sharing Jack's curiosity. "Just a trick I picked up recently. It's perfect for this mission." Rocky smiled slightly, clenching his left fist with the palm facing down towards the table. Jack and Lucy watched with puzzled expressions. He opened his palm, and their astonishment quickly transformed into shock. They beheld an array of firearms materializing from Rocky's hand, cascading onto the table. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, and even a few grenades. "Impressive. Brother, how did you conjure that? Have you been hiding an arsenal on you?" Jack was utterly astonished, encountering a scenario he had never envisioned. Rocky merely shook his left hand, explaining, "It's the latest space-folding technology module, capable of creating a space for storing items. Ideal for circumventing such security measures." This capability was, of course, acquired by Rocky through a mod. Basic Storage Ring Module. A storage ring containing a space for retaining objects, commonly found across various worlds. It can be controlled via thought and features an ownership function, providing theft, fire, and water protection. It is remarkably practical. Price adjustment. World adjustment 200. Item module 30,000 euros cubic meter. Workbench recipe expansion 600,000 euros. Technical expansion 900,000 euros. A highly practical item, albeit with a steep price. This storage ring's abilities stem from the realm of cultivation, leading to poor compatibility with the cyberpunk universe, resulting in severe price penalties for world adjustments, essentially requiring triple the original cost. Fortunately, the functionality of the storage ring is straightforward and pure, meaning that even with a high price penalty, it does not significantly exceed the costs of technological storage modules. And its compact size renders it more convenient. Rocky had purchased a cubic meter storage ring for 30,000 euros, which was sufficient for his needs. Moreover, following the adjustments, the storage ring no longer relied on mental control or soul binding. Instead, it required a connection to the user's nervous system. When worn on a finger, the ring extends neural probes into the body, utilizing nanoneural technology to link with the user, thus allowing them to control the opening of the ring's space. Additionally, storing objects cannot be achieved out of thin air. It necessitates contact with the ring to do so. Overall, there are many limitations, but they do not overshadow its powerful capabilities upon acquiring the ring. Rocky chose not to wear it, but instead modified his left hand's prosthetic, embedding the ring into the palm. This connection was facilitated through the prosthetic's nanoneural interface, effectively installing a storage module within the prosthetic. Consequently, whether retrieving or storing items, it proved far more convenient than merely adorning the ring. You really are something, L. This time, you've outdone yourself. With this contraption, our venture to the Azure Tower will be significantly easier. Initially, I thought we'd have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with them. Guests at Azure Tower are prohibited from carrying weapons, unless one possesses the caliber of a figure like Arasaka Raiden. Otherwise, compliance is mandatory. Hence, it is certain that our targets will be unarmed, while Rocky and his team are equipped with firearms. One can easily surmise the outcome. The plan is essentially laid out. Are there any questions? If all goes smoothly without triggering any alarms, we will exit through the front door. Should complications arise, follow my lead. And no issues here, Lucy and Jack both affirmed. Although this mission was essentially initiated by Jack. After spending considerable time with Rocky, Jack has come to appreciate his leadership, and thus, there are no objections to Rocky directing the operation. With the operational meeting concluded, Lucy began the process of forging identities and booking accommodations. While Rocky and Jack prepared the firearms needed for the following day, Jack equipped a handgun with a silencer and entrusted it to Rocky for safekeeping, retaining another for personal defense. Meanwhile, Lucy swiftly completed her tasks. You are Fabian, and you are Barzada. The room is the silver suite on the 40th floor, already reserved. Excellent, I shall go by Barzada. Hey Fabian, what do you think? Jack patted Rocky's shoulder with a grin that I think it's fantastic. We've nearly wrapped everything up. Let's call it a day. Barzada, Lucy, we can head back to rest now. The preparations for the mission are nearly complete. We await tomorrow's encounter at Azure Tower. Rocky approached the Drosso, opening the car door. Allow me to take you home. Try out my new vehicle, as it will be our means of transport tomorrow. Lucy and Jack made no objections as they settled into the car. Starting the Drosso, the dashboard displayed a myriad of parameters, After modifications, the Drosso had adapted to the cyberpunk environment. In addition to accommodating the new CHOH2 fuel, the operating system had also been customized. Features such as remote vehicle connectivity and personal interface connections were all fully equipped. That Rocky's warehouse was not far from the clinic, and soon he had dropped Lucy off at her residence. After Lucy exited the vehicle, Rocky parked in front of the clinic, beckoning Jack to join him. "Jack, come to my clinic. I have something special for you." "What kind of special thing?" "You'll find out shortly." Chapter 35. The suit inside the clinic. Rocky retrieved a vial of blue serum from the inner workshop and presented it to Jack. "Is this what you refer to as something special?" "What is it?" Jack inquired, curiosity piqued. "It is an injectable serum that enhances human capabilities. Given that tomorrow's mission may involve combat, this could prove invaluable." "You want me to inject this?" "Indeed." Rocky nodded affirmatively. "All right, what do I need to do?" "Just lie back." Although Jack was unaware of the serum's nature and had no habit of using drugs, he placed his trust in Rocky. Since he believed Rocky would not harm him, questioning further seemed redundant. Rocky was the expert in this domain. Jack reclined onto the surgical chair, and Rocky began preparing to administer the serum. "Did you know Lucy prior to this?" Rocky was adjusting the equipment while Jack casually asked. "I did not. Truth be told, I met her for the first time yesterday," Rocky replied, shaking his head. "Well, while you were absent in the afternoon, I chatted with her and inadvertently revealed your work at Old Ways." Jack mentioned this incident, and no worries. It's not of great significance. Just ensure you don't disclose my dealings with those Supremes, Rocky remarked with a chuckle. "Rest assured, I would never do that." "All right, I'm about to commence the injection, so monitor your heart rate. It won't hurt, but you may feel drowsy for a while. No problem." After what felt like an eternity. "Wake up, Jack." The serum injection had been completed, and Jack slowly opened his eyes. "Wow, this is incredible." Feeling his body state, Jack exclaimed in awe. "How do you feel?" Rocky inquired with a smile. Rising, Jack walked and jumped, testing his newfound strength, even running to the corner where Rocky practiced punches. "This is indeed remarkable. Where did you procure this? It must have cost a fortune." "Not exorbitant. The production cost was 5,000 euros, and I manufactured it myself." Rocky's revelation left Jack astounded. He was still oblivious to Rocky's secrets, only aware of his incessant work at the clinic. Rocky had no intention of divulging everything to Jack now. He would reveal it at the appropriate moment, perhaps now. "You mean to say you produced this?" "You must be raking in the profits. It's decent. I made a fair amount, but I'm just getting started." Rocky nodded. "Impressive, With such technology, what are your future plans? Are you considering starting a company?" "That is indeed the plan. Preparations are underway. So, when you mentioned wanting to be a corporate dog, you were serious?" "I am absolutely serious. I just thought you might disapprove of my path, which is why I mentioned it casually." Rocky shrugged. Jack approached, wrapping an arm around Rocky's shoulder, grinning. "What is there to disapprove of? Whether as a mercenary or a company owner, it's all about living for oneself. There's nothing to look down upon. I should be supporting you. Moreover, if a company truly cannot be eliminated, I would prefer to see you at the pinnacle rather than some wretched Arasaka Saburo. At least I believe you would be far superior to them." Listening to Jack's words, Rocky felt a weight lift from his heart. At least Jack had not developed a rift with him over this matter. "Jack, this aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Only magic can defeat magic. I intend not only to shatter the dreams of these wretched corporations, but also to transform this world." To be honest, I am rather looking forward to that day. Just remember, regardless of the circumstances, I will always support you. You are my brother. I may refuse to bow to Arasaka Saburo, but I will wholeheartedly assist my brother. Should there be any way I can help, just say the word. I may not be adept at corporate matters, but I am quite capable in other areas. Jack patted Rocky's shoulder, and no matter what Rocky chooses to pursue, be it as a mercenary, a corporate dog, or joining some peculiar faction, Jack will always choose to support and respect him. This is the essence of their friendship: support, trust, respect, unwavering until death. Jack, with your words, I feel reassured. A true brother for life. Jack's unwavering support deeply moved Rocky. Having a brother willing to stand by him is a rare treasure, especially in this night city. Rest assured, Jack, I will help you realize your dreams and become a legend in this city. Rocky silently vowed, and '01 dictates that one must engage in grand enterprises to become a legend. As long as one possesses strength, no one will care about your origins. Atom Smasher, the premier mercenary, serves as a prime example. Operating as a war mercenary for major corporations and governments, countless so-called legends have perished at his hands. Today, he is tightly bound to Arasaka Corporation, a true legend within Night City. No one questions this. Rocky, too, will ensure that Jack transcends Atom Smasher. When Jack stands tall at Arasaka Tower, delivering blows to Atom Smasher and kicking Arasaka Saburo, he will be a true legend. After administering the serum, Rocky drove Jack back to Haywood, stopping in front of a clothing store as they passed the city hall. This operation preparation involved another crucial element, since they needed to masquerade as corporate employees. Suits were imperative. Inside the boutique, Rocky and Jack were trying on suits at a high-end clothing store located in the city hall. This establishment primarily catered to corporate staff, featuring a dedicated area for suits of various styles and price ranges. Wow, I never expected that I would look quite dashing in a suit, Check me out. Jack stood before the mirror, adjusting the freshly donned suit. His robust physique combined with the suit exuded an imposing presence. The quintessential suit-clad tough guy. Though it resembled a debt collector's attire, to be honest, it looked quite handsome. I believe suits suit you perfectly, Rocky succinctly assessed. Hey, I reckon I'll only wear a suit a handful of times. While this suit may fit me, I don't enjoy the idea of wearing one on the inside. Come on, Jack. No one expects you to wear a suit to work. Rocky interjected, stepping into the fitting room to change into a suit. Rocky's physique differed from Jack's bulk. Upon wearing the suit, it fit snugly, concealing his muscles well, presenting a form that was both balanced and refined. Dressed in the suit, Rocky resembled a true corporate elite, simultaneously exuding a formidable aura. Coupled with Rocky's handsome features, this attire would easily pass as that of a newly appointed executive in a major corporation in Night City, and no one would find it amiss. Wow, this suits you far better than it does me. Jack marveled as Rocky emerged from the fitting room, exclaiming, not bad. With the purchase of the suit, all preparations could be deemed complete. After escorting Jack home, Rocky returned to his apartment to recharge, readying himself for the actions of the following day. Chapter 36. The operation begins in the Watson district. At the Canby Tower, Rocky deftly maneuvered the DeLauros to a halt at the entrance. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lucy connected her tablet terminal, ensuring a stable connection for the two of them. It informed Rocky, the connection is fine. You may proceed inside. Let us get moving then, Rocky replied. Jack, hand me the gear. Lucy, the car will automatically navigate to the underground garage. Please stay in touch with us from there. Rocky nodded, stowing Jack's weapons within his storage ring, exchanged a brief greeting with Lucy, and exited the vehicle. Wow, this place is truly luxurious, Jack remarked as they approached the grand entrance of the Canby Tower, the most upscale hotel in Night City. What did you expect, Barzada? Rocky chuckled, observing Jack's astonishment. This marked Rocky's return to the Canby Tower, previously under the guise of V, but this time it was for himself. Hey, we ought to experience what it's like to stay at a hotel meant for corporate dogs. Let us go, Fabian. Upon reaching the security checkpoint, the guards conducted a full-body scan, triggering no alarms or anomalies. Gentlemen, please proceed. With the security personnel and concierge welcoming them, the duo successfully entered the Canby Tower. Both donned suits, exuding refinement, and the staff of the tower extended every courtesy. We're here to check in, Rocky addressed the front desk. The decor of the Canby Tower was meticulously designed to emphasize its opulence. Adorned in dazzling gold hues, with even the concierge donning golden embellishments. However, Rocky found the aesthetics unappealing, pondering whether the staff had any choice in the matter. Good day, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? Inquired the golden-clad receptionist. Indeed, Fabian, very well. Mr. Fabian, I am currently retrieving your reservation details. Please hold for a moment. The receptionist entered Fabian's name into the terminal, and the reservation details promptly appeared. Mr. Fabian, did you book the silver suite on the 40th floor? Yes, is there a problem? Rocky asked, noticing the receptionist seemed hesitant to speak. Well, sir, for someone of your stature, we have more luxurious suite options available. For instance, our Lapis suite on the 42nd floor offers a more spacious and opulent room. Daily dining services and additional insurance for your stay, ensuring a higher standard of safety and quality service. which is more befitting of your profile. Would you consider upgrading to this suite? The receptionist smiled as she promoted the higher-tier suite. But the elevated price also came with the upgrade. Rocky, already aware that such sales pitches were insincere, was not surprised. Are you suggesting that my current room is beneath me, or that I am unworthy of a better one? Not at all, sir. I merely thought you might appreciate superior service. I absolutely did not mean to imply that I sincerely apologize. Startled by Rocky's sudden confrontation, the receptionist found herself intimidated by his piercing gaze, reminiscent of being scrutinized by a superior. Initially, she had presumed Rocky's attire and demeanor indicated a high-ranking corporate figure and believed that the standard package was unsuitable for him. Yet, she had miscalculated. Even if she encountered an executive, it would be unwise to presume to instruct him. Rocky had inadvertently taught her a lesson. I was merely jesting. You have a sweet tongue and discerning taste. But remember, stick to your duties and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your scope. Upon hearing the receptionist's apology, Rocky decided not to press further, recognizing her as just another ordinary worker facing her own struggles. Understood, sir. Thank you for your understanding. I will proceed with your check-in. Could you please verify your identity? As Rocky's demeanor softened, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, promptly completing the check-in process without further ado. After verifying his identity and receiving his room number, Rocky and Jack bypassed the front desk and entered the lobby. Wow, Fabian, that presence of yours was intimidating enough to make that young lady tremble. Jack remarked. Not too shabby, right? These folks assume they're clever unless you show them who's boss. True enough. What do you think, Lucy? You seem a bit subdued. Jack deftly redirected the conversation toward Lucy, always attentive to each member of their team. Hearing her name mentioned, Lucy paused momentarily before responding with a smile. I believe Elle is correct. There is no need to offer any courtesy to the suit-clad folk of Arasaka. As their conversation flowed, Rocky and Jack soon arrived at the elevator, pressing the button for the 40th floor. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that the floor housed relatively few rooms, allowing them to quickly locate their reserved suite. Just 2 doors down from their target. Impressive indeed. The Kamba Tower lives up to its reputation. This sofa is incredibly plush, Jack exclaimed as he flopped onto the couch, loosening his tie. Rocky, on the other hand, scrutinized the room, noting that it was indeed a lower-tier suite, considerably smaller and less exquisitely decorated than the room he had previously occupied as V. This is nothing extraordinary. This is merely a basic suite. Have you ever seen the top-tier suites? Now, that is true luxury, a realm where ordinary individuals cannot tread. The mayor of Night City may be influential, but even such figures cannot gain entry to those heights. Jack sensed that Rocky was belittling his lack of experience and retorted, Don't speak as if you've seen it all. Who exactly qualifies to stay at the top level? At the very least, someone of the caliber of the Arasaka heir. Are you referring to Arasaka Raisin? Now, that is a heavyweight indeed. But has he visited Night City? Uncertain. Rocky shook his head, well aware that since Arasaka Raisin's arrival in Night City, the top floor of the Kamba Tower had been reserved exclusively for him, as for his current whereabouts. Whether in Night City or Japan, Rocky remained uninformed, lacking access to such intelligence. Jack and Rocky engaged in lively banter. Lucy's voice interrupted from the comms. Shouldn't he? I remind you to hurry. Apologies, Lucy. What should we do next? Rocky promptly replied, recognizing the urgency of the situation, as he and Jack were comfortable. Yet Lucy remained in the garage. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better. There should be a smart room terminal in your suite.L. Connect your personal device, and I will use it to infiltrate the network. This device is linked to other equipment in the network and is ideal for hacking. No problem. Rocky located the smart room terminal and attached his personal connection. Yet, after a lengthy wait, Lucy had yet to initiate the hack. Lucy, Rocky gently called into the comms. Chapter 37. An unexpected turn? In cyberspace, Lucy gazed at the Arasaka Systems IC, her eyes momentarily glazing over. Although she had resolved to come here, standing before Arasaka's eyes once more filled her with trepidation. She feared the consequences of failure. Wondering what might await her if discovered by Arasaka, Lucy, Rocky's voice broke through her reverie, snapping her back to reality. Lucy began, but was interrupted by Rocky. Lucy, you can do this. I have faith in you. Proceed with confidence. I will always support you." His voice, firm yet gentle, resonated through the comms, momentarily startling Lucy. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself, determination washing over her. "Yes, I can do this. Lucy, you've got this. Thank you." Without expressing her gratitude to Rocky, Lucy launched her assault on the IC. Meanwhile, Jack, standing beside Rocky, raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss but choosing to remain silent. Having been brothers with Rocky for some time, he recognized that Rocky typically showed little concern for others. In the past, Jack had never witnessed Rocky extend kindness to any hacker. Yet now, he was not only encouraging Lucy, but doing so with an unusually tender tone, patting Rocky on the shoulder. Jack smiled and gave him a thumbs up, successfully earning Rocky's exasperated glance. "Well done, brother. You have taste." Rocky accurately deciphered Jack's unspoken thoughts. Hacking into Arasaka's ice was no simple feat. Fortunately, they did not need to commandeer the entire network of the Gambit Tower. Instead, they only aimed to infiltrate the network of the target room, to unlock the door and disable the surveillance. Since Rocky's room and the target were on the same subnet, Lucy merely had to bypass a few minor IC barriers to reach the desired room. With Lucy's formidable hacking skills and her knowledge of Arasaka, she achieved the desired results in just half an hour. The entire process went remarkably smoothly, leading Lucy to exhale in relief. "I have successfully accessed the target network. I will now display the room's surveillance feed for you." As Lucy executed her operations, the ocular implants of Rocky and Jack displayed the visuals of the target room. "Excellent work, Lucy. There are 2 individuals inside the room, with no additional security present." Through the probe's footage and the scanner, Rocky discerned that these 2 were indeed the assassination targets, meticulously noting their positional layout, trusting in the security of the Gambit building. The targets had not arranged for any accompanying security personnel. Prepared to act, He retrieved 2 silenced handguns from his left palm, handing one to Jack, signaling him to commence the operation at that moment. Lucy's voice echoed through their communication device. "Wait, let me say something. First, I will unlock the target's door and then block the probe. If all goes well, I can secure 10 seconds for you. Should the probe fail to respond for over 10 seconds, the system will automatically alert the hackers on the main network that I must disable the block within that time frame. What happens after 10 seconds is entirely up to your luck. Therefore, you must resolve the target swiftly and then make a hasty retreat. I do not have control over the entire network of the Gambit building. This is my limit as an ordinary hacker." Lucy's achievements without powerful equipment were already commendable. Taking over the whole network of the Gambit building would be utterly impossible without military-grade equipment like that of Xiaoping. "Lucy, you mentioned no unexpected occurrences. What if there are?" Jack posed a soul-searching question while securing the handgun in his waistband. Hearing Jack's inquiry, Lucy paused for a moment before explaining. "There is a hacker in the main control room of the Gambit building monitoring the entire network. Generally, such instantaneous probe disconnections do not attract his attention. However, if an unexpected event occurs, or if he happens to inspect the target room, then you must devise a plan to flee under the alarms of the Gambit building. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal, so you need not worry. Hey, if that's the case, then we should be safe. Let's go. Let's deliver a big blow to them." After hearing Lucy's words, Jack smiled. Such a risk was trivial for a standard operation. After all, they were engaged in a perilous profession, naturally unafraid. However, Rocky furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Jack patted Rocky's shoulder, signaling him to initiate action. And Rocky chose not to voice his concerns. Having come this far, there was no room for hesitation. If discovered, they would simply charge through. Dismissing his doubts, Rocky and Jack approached the target's door, placing their hands on their concealed weapons. "Ready for the assault? We are prepared. Let's go, Lucy." "Remember, you have only 10 seconds. Lucy reiterated. "Don't worry. We'll wrap it up in 2 seconds. We are professionals," Rocky replied confidently. As Lucy counted down, the target's door swung open. Rocky and Jack swiftly entered, closing the door behind them to avoid detection, taking merely a second. They promptly drew their weapons, clearly defining their roles, aiming at the 2 targets and firing. The bullets penetrated their skulls instantaneously. They hadn't even had the chance to comprehend what had transpired before succumbing to death. All this transpired in the span of just 2 seconds, precisely as Rocky had predicted. The targets were instantly neutralized. Confirming the kill, Rocky and Jack turned to open the door for their retreat. However, at that moment, the door unexpectedly displayed a forced lock status, its indicator flashing red furiously, and alarms blared throughout the room. An unexpected turn of events had indeed occurred, or rather, it was not an accident. The hacker had been monitoring this room all along. Clearly, they were trapped within it. It wouldn't be long before the security forces of the Gambi building arrived. "Lucy," Rocky shouted into the communicator, "that I've lost control of the room's network. The Arasaka hacker has discovered us. He has taken over the network," Lucy replied anxiously. "Damn it." Rocky slammed his fist against the door, which did not budge in the slightest. What do we do now? With the situation having drastically changed, Jack turned his gaze to Rocky, calmly inquiring, "We need to find a way to escape." "Lucy, it's dangerous for you. Disconnect from the cyberspace immediately and sever the connection with us." Though Lucy wished to retreat at once, she was still concerned for Rocky and Jack, knowing that without a hacker's assistance, they would be like headless flies in such a place. "Don't worry about us. We can escape on our own." Rocky was unconcerned about fleeing the Gambi building. His primary concern was Lucy's safety. Trying to escape? Just then, a fourth voice crackled through their communication. Unmistakably the hacker from the Gambi building infiltrating their network. Chapter 38. Phase Rift within the cyberspace. Upon hearing the enemy hacker's voice, Lucy immediately attempted to exit the cyberspace, but it was too late. The hacker had long since laid trap programs within the room's subnet, swiftly locking onto Lucy and trapping her within. A few little bugs have infiltrated the Gambi building. Director Abanasi was indeed correct. It was wise to keep an eye on the rooms of these corporate employees. The hacker's voice resonated in Lucy's ears, clear enough for Rocky and Jack to hear as well. Meanwhile, Lucy, trapped and witnessing the arrival of the Arasaka hacker, was filled with terror and rage. "You Arasaka dog. Let me go." Lucy struggled furiously, attempting to break free from the control, but it was evident she was powerless against the superior equipment backing Arasaka. "Stop struggling. The security forces will find you soon. Prepare to meet your doom. But before you die, let me see what useful intelligence you have. I'm sure Director Abanasi would be quite interested in this. Perhaps it could yield considerable rewards." The hacker spoke nonchalantly, as if Rocky, Jack, and Lucy were already in his grasp. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated the data flow and began hacking into the subnet of Rocky. Jack and Lucy ate that moment. Within the room, Rocky and Jack also felt the effects. Ensure they complied with his intelligence search. The Arasaka hacker unleashed two cracking programs, electromagnetic short circuit and synaptic dissolution, through the network connection into their systems. In an instant, a powerful electromagnetic shock coursed through their bodies, causing their legs to weaken, threatening to collapse to the ground. Yet the effects of a soldier's serum kicked in. Both had undergone enhancements that greatly increased their neural strength and resilience. They developed a heightened resistance to such neural control, managing to brace themselves just before hitting the floor. Their remarkable recovery and adaptability allowed them to quickly acclimate to the discomfort. "Ugh. I finally understand why you despise hackers," Jack remarked humorously despite the dire circumstances. However, the sudden surge of pain quickly silenced him. The synaptic dissolution program was successfully uploaded, causing the connections between their cybernetic bodies and personal systems to overheat and burn away their nerves. Though their nerves had been enhanced, the dissolution proceeded at a significantly reduced speed but could not be entirely eliminated. "You're right, Jack. That is precisely why I loathe hackers." Rocky produced a green vial from his left hand and injected it into his thigh. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, rapidly repairing the dissolved synapses. This was the effect of the Type 1 stimulant. Under the enhancement of the super soldier serum, the injection produced a synergistic effect. Coupled with his superior physical condition and remarkable recovery ability, Rocky effectively nullified the damage caused by the cracking programs. He pulled out another stimulant and administered it to Jack, and soon both were back to normal. "Thanks, Cell. I feel much better." Meanwhile, within the cyberspace, the Arasaka hacker was taken aback to see that his programs had failed to affect the two. With their consciousness intact, he could not conduct a deep search and was left with no choice but to wait for the security forces to handle them. Fortunately, he still had Lucy in his grasp. At that moment, she had lost the ability to resist, having succumbed to unconsciousness under the overwhelming data flow. The hacker decided to abandon Rocky and Jack and instead seek useful intelligence from Lucy. Damn it, is there really no intelligence to extract? Indeed, within Night City's cyberpunk realm, not a hint of information was disclosed. Lucy herself was unaware of any origins of the task she was undertaking. She only knew what needed to be done, making it evident that extracting information from her would be futile. But soon, the hacker's voice took on a tone of surprise. Look what I've found. This little girl was once Arasaka property. How intriguing. An Arasaka defector hacker, and oh wonder she could bypass Arasaka ICE with such seemingly trash-level equipment. This is a significant discovery, if I report this to my superiors. Just as the Arasaka hacker reveled in his discovery, he suddenly noticed that Rocky and Jack had vanished from a room. Their presences were undetectable within the subnet, as if they had simply ceased to exist. While he pondered this, 2 red dots abruptly appeared on his system map, unmistakably indicating the whereabouts of the 2 missing individuals. This place is the network surveillance room. What? Exclaimed the hacker in astonishment. Where's the network surveillance room? Isn't it right where he lies? The hacker could not comprehend how they had arrived here in an instant, even suspecting a malfunction in his system. However, as he exited the deep dive and emerged from cyberspace, the rapidly enlarging fist before him confirmed the reality of the situation. Just as Rocky and Jack were dismantling the decryption program, they had to find a way to rescue Lucy. She was in danger. Trapped within cyberspace, that we must locate that hacker and eliminate him. Rocky's eyes were filled with cold detachment and fury. He despised surprises and loathed anyone who would harm Lucy. He was determined to make this troublesome hacker pay. How do we find him? Jack discerned Rocky's anxiety. With the only hacker in their team restricted, the 2 men were essentially as blind as bats, unable to locate the hacker, let alone exit the room. Stay close to me, Rocky replied. Meanwhile, his mind rapidly scoured through the modules. The only way to break the deadlock now was to rely on the module's capabilities, and Rocky had long prepared contingency plans for various emergencies, which was one reason he dared to engage with the Azure Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocky selected a module. As the module materialized, he produced a dagger-like object and inserted it into the cybernetic limb of his left arm. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, a red dot suddenly appeared on Rocky's system map. Enemy location revealed. With the emergence of the red dot, a prompt popped up. Apex Legends. Ash's skill equipment module. Contains Ash's 3 skill equipment from Apex Legends. Death Mark data knife. Inserting it into a target reveals the attacker's location. Can be used on corpses, typically employed to disclose the killer's position. Of course, if you wish to discover the attacker's location. You may also choose to stab yourself. Arc Trap. A throwable electromagnetic trap that binds the nearest target and inflicts damage. Phase Rush Phase Knife. Can tear open a phase rift at any position within range for one-way teleportation. Price adjustment. Package discount 30. Item module. 35,000 euros. This was the module Rocky had selected. It was not merely a set of abilities. The module manifested Ash's skills in an equipment format. Unlike game mechanics that often weaken for balance, the module's equipment boasted more powerful and rational functions, enabling Rocky to reverse search the location of the hacker who had just launched a cyber attack against him by inserting the data knife into himself. Additionally, as long as the phase knife was within range, it could disregard any wall obstructions, directly tearing open a portal to any desired location. Chapter 39. Evacuation Jack. Follow me. Rocky gazed at the location marked on the system map and drew out the phase knife. With a swift motion, he tore open a phase rift leading directly from the room to the hacker's position. The moment he stepped into the phase rift, Rocky was instantly sucked inside. The sensation of phase traversal was far from pleasant. The unstable void energy felt as though it threatened to tear his body apart at any moment. Fortunately, his physical resilience was sufficient to withstand this harm, but he still needed to acclimate to the peculiar sensations brought on by the phase traversal. Meanwhile, Jack, witnessing Rocky tear open a rift into the void with a mere knife, was filled with astonishment, yet hesitated not, promptly following Rocky into the rift. Shortly thereafter, when the security forces breached the room, they found the pristine state of the chamber and the vanished target bewildering. By then, the phase rift had long since dissipated. The request signal sent to the hacker fell silent, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. leaving the security personnel of the Azure Tower as headless chickens. Emerging from the phase rift, Rocky found himself in the network center of the Azure Tower. Rocky's gaze fell upon the hacker, slumped in the hacker chair. A sinister smile spreading across his face in an instant, Rocky surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the hacker's face. Even though the hacker reacted swiftly, exiting the deep dive, just in time, he was still unable to prevent the fist from landing. Fueled by rage, Rocky's punch, imbued with terrifying force, struck the hacker's face with brutal impact. It is well known that hackers possess far inferior physical strength and defenses compared to regular combat personnel. With a single blow, Rocky effortlessly shattered the hacker's skull, causing his entire face to cave in, blood splattering across the hacker chair. Rocky regarded the hacker, whose head had been crushed beyond recognition, shaking off the red and white mixture that clung to his right hand. At that moment, Jack emerged from the rift, still reeling from the shock of traversing the phase rift and the peculiar experience of phase travel, only to witness Rocky reduce the hacker to a grotesque state. Damn, you're as ruthless as ever. Jack's mind was filled with questions, but he recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. They needed to escape quickly, so he could only utter a casual remark. In cyberspace, with the hacker's demise, the program restricting Lucy lost its efficacy, allowing her to successfully exit cyberspace, albeit still in a state of unconsciousness. Lucy, Rocky attempted to call out, but received no response. Fortunately, through the connection with the Drasso vehicle, he saw Lucy's biological monitoring signal on the vehicle display indicating she was stable, which eased his worries. Lucy is unconscious. We must find a way ourselves. Time is running short. Rocky spoke to Jack. Although they had triggered an alarm, it was not the highest level, merely an ordinary yellow alert, affecting only the room they occupied without impacting the entire Azure Tower. For Arasaka, this was merely a minor incident, not warranting alarming all guests and tarnishing their reputation. However, with the hacker deceased, if he failed to transmit a signal for an extended period, the Azure Tower's AI would conclude a loss of control, escalating the alert level. Yet, what they needed to do now was no simple evacuation. Without Lucy's assistance, the concluding tasks of their commission would remain unfulfilled, and the data from the surveillance cameras and traces of the intrusion could not be erased. This would lead to significant complications. Fortunately, they found themselves in the very heart of the Azure Tower's network center, directly connected to the servers, making it the most efficient and convenient place to eliminate traces. Jack, keep watch for me. I need to erase all our tracks. Rocky instructed Jack, then pushed the hacker's corpse aside, detaching the network connection interface from him and plugging it into himself. Rocky had previously studied hacking techniques. Although he was an amateur without an installed network access pod, the network interface here held the highest operational authority. Erasing data in this location was akin to playing in creative mode against minor adversaries in survival mode. Even if he were a cripple, he could accomplish it. After extracting the verification chip from the hacker, Rocky initiated the data modification process following successful authorization. Under Rocky's manipulation, they soon erased all traces as if they had never set foot in the Azure Tower. Done. Having completed this task, the alarm level coincidentally escalated to an orange alert due to the hacker's disconnection. The Azure Tower began dispatching Arasaka robots to conduct patrol searches. Let us go, Jack, it's time to withdraw. Utilizing the interface permissions, Rocky opened the doors of the network center and stood up to exit before stuffing a fragmentation grenade into the hacker's head. The explosion obliterated everything, leaving no possibility for Arasaka to investigate any data from the hacker's network devices afterward. Move. Jack also raised his weapon, ready for their retreat. Exiting the network center, they found themselves before the glass exterior of the Azure Tower, clearly observing a few scattered drones scanning the area, as the security forces had yet to fully mobilize. According to the map, they were currently on the 60th floor. Without Lucy's assistance, they could not ascertain the distribution of patrolling forces. How do we proceed? Should we look for the elevator to the garage? Jack pondered their escape route, contemplating heading to the garage. However, he then saw Rocky produce a metallic dart, throwing it at the adjacent glass exterior wall. Why go to the garage? This way. Keep an eye out and take the big guy. Rocky tossed a heavy machine gun to Jack. While Jack was still in confusion, he witnessed the dart suddenly explode with a powerful electromagnetic shock, causing the glass exterior wall to crack instantly. Seeing that one arc star had not shattered the glass, Rocky supplemented it with another, finally causing the glass exterior to explode into fragments. At this point, the security on this floor had been drawn to the commotion, but they were all repelled by Jack's firepower. Now, they're all coming, El. You don't mean to escape from here, do you? We don't have parachutes, and I suspect we'll likely be turned into Swiss cheese by the drones. Jack spoke while firing, still trying to comprehend Rocky's intentions. But just as he failed to grasp Rocky's plan, a stunning scene unfolded before him. A car slowly ascended from outside the window, neither a hover car nor an Arasaka drone. But Rocky's vehicle, Drasso. No way, your car can fly. Now I admit this car has truly dropped my jaw. Quit the banter, getting quickly. If they react, you'll be waiting to be riddled with bullets. Long before Rocky prepared to withdraw, he had already called for Drasso through the vehicle connection, which navigated automatically from the underground garage and activated flight mode to arrive before them. Drasso hovered steadily in front of the two, and Rocky opened the car door, taking the driver's seat directly. Jack hurriedly pressed back the security personnel and scrambled into the vehicle. Chapter 40. Nightmare as the door of the vehicle slammed shut. The full capabilities of the Drasso were unleashed in an instant. Rocky pressed the button for the jet propulsion system, and the modified exhaust at the rear erupted with a fierce flame, propelling the vehicle forward with astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, they were thrust into a state of maximum velocity. Rocky maneuvered the Drasso away from the Azure building, but the unmanned drones circling the edifice quickly detected them. Unidentified hovering vehicle detected. Suspected target. Suspected target. The two drones blared alarms as they pursued Rocky and his companion. Rocky, glancing back at the drones in pursuit, paid them no mind and simply pressed the accelerator further, gradually lowering their altitude. At high altitudes, the speed advantage of the Drasso could not be fully utilized. Shake off the drones. Switching to ground mode or flying at a lower altitude would be a more prudent choice. Yet, despite these adjustments, the distance between them and the drones continued to diminish. Confirm current vehicle as target. Immediate interception. Open fire. The drones received confirmation of their fleeing target from the main network of the Azure building, and their mounted weapons began to engage. The machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets upon the Drasso. Fortunately, the defensive enhancements Rocky had installed proved effective. The bullets struck the vehicle, creating showers of sparks. Yet they could not penetrate the armored chassis or the bulletproof glass. Wow, this car is amazing, Jack exclaimed, sitting up and turning to look at the drones that were firing wildly behind them. He had been bracing himself to duck and evade the bullets. Yet they failed to breach the vehicle's defenses. At this point, Rocky had lowered their altitude to near ground level, maximizing the vehicle's agility during turns. He cast a glance back at the relentless drones. While they couldn't breach the Drosso's defenses, their constant buzzing was akin to a swarm of mosquitoes, irritating and potentially drawing more support from Arasaka. To completely evade their pursuit, it was imperative to neutralize the drones. First, at a glance at the dashboard revealed that the jet propulsion system was fully charged. Activating it, Rocky swiftly created distance between the Drasso and the two drones. Then, he wrenched the steering wheel, and the Drosso's agility at low altitude allowed the vehicle to execute a rapid 180-degree turn, maintaining forward momentum. In an instant, they transitioned from moving forward to reversing. The front of the vehicle now faced the two drones. Rocky activated the weapon module on the Drasso. The missile launch bay opened, and the missiles were poised for launch, scanning, locking, firing, all in one fluid motion. The enhanced weapon system not only amplified their firepower but also supported multiple target lock-ons. Both launch bays released their missiles simultaneously, hurtling toward the locked-on drones. Boom, with a pair of explosive flashes. The pursuing Arasaka drones were obliterated in an instant. With the targets neutralized, Rocky deftly adjusted the steering wheel, realigning the vehicle's direction with minimal loss of speed. That impressive enough, Jack? Rocky glanced back at Jack in the rear seat, whose sudden jolt had nearly sent him crashing against the door due to the abrupt maneuvers. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough to steady himself. Impressive indeed, but could you give me a heads up next time you decide to drift? Jack clung tightly to the overhead handle, apprehensive of another wild maneuver from Rocky. Given his size and weight, a fall could prove quite troublesome. It's rare to see you in such a state." Rocky chuckled merrily. Having evaded the drone pursuit, Arasaka had completely lost their trail. Catching up to them was now a futile endeavor. Switching the vehicle to ground mode, Rocky finally felt he could relax and check on Lucy's condition. Lucy lay quietly in the passenger seat, seemingly undisturbed by the wild drifting, indicating that she would need a bit more time to recover. Lucy, all right?" Jack leaned forward from the back seat. Concerned, "No major issues. The biomonitor shows all readings normal and her breathing steady. It seems the intense data stream overload caused her to faint. She just needs some rest. I'll take her to the clinic for a thorough checkup later." Rocky inserted a monitoring chip designed for field emergencies into Lucy's interface, confirming that all readings were stable. The detailed examination could wait until they reached the clinic. "That's a relief. By the way, regarding Lucy, you heard what that hacker said back at the Azure building, right? He claimed she was property of Arasaka. I never would have imagined she had such a past. It's hard to fathom. But in Night City, who truly cares about your past? Just as you know nothing of mine, yet we can still be brothers." True enough, Arasaka Beach was not too far from Japantown, and soon Rocky brought Jack back to the clinic. "Jack, I need to check on Lucy first. You can take my car and head back. And remember, don't speak a word about Lucy." After exiting the vehicle, Rocky circled to the passenger side, lifting Lucy out and giving Jack a firm reminder. "Don't worry, my lips are sealed. But speaking of which, how are things going between you and Lucy? You seem quite taken with her." Jack also stepped out of the car, accepting the card that Rocky produced from his left hand. "We're not even at the beginning yet. I still need to put in some effort. Well, best of luck. I need to hurry home. My mom nagged me for ages last night, worrying I'd get into trouble. I should check in with her." After bidding farewell to Jack, Rocky carried Lucy into the clinic and gently placed her on the surgical chair, connecting her to the necessary equipment for a comprehensive examination. "Lucy, run, escape. Lucy, welcome to Team Man. Lucy, you can do it. Stop struggling. The security forces will find you soon." Lucy seemed to drift through an interminable dream, witnessing her companions perish before her, fleeing to Night City, and hearing Rocky's encouragement. She dreamt of being discovered by Arasaka as hackers, once again imprisoned in a shadowy base, strapped to a hacker's chair, continuing the endless data extraction. Gradually, Lucy regained consciousness, her brow furrowing as she sensed her surroundings. Feeling as if she were once again seated in the hacker's chair. Am I captured again? No. Lucy gasped in alarm, suddenly awakening, her eyes wide with terror as she feared the scene before her was the unforgettable Arasaka base. "Don't be afraid, Lucy, relax. It's me, This is my clinic, not Arasaka's territory. There are no Arasaka personnel here. You're safe now. Just take a deep breath. It's all over." Chapter 41. Rooftop. A gentle voice resonated in Lucy's ears, accompanied by a firm hand resting on her shoulder, its warmth providing her a semblance of calm. Lucy turned her head to see Rocky seated beside her, surveying their surroundings. They were indeed in a cybernetic clinic. The chair beneath her was not a hacker's chair, but rather a surgical chair. Realizing she had not been recaptured by Arasaka, and reassured by Rocky's words, Lucy's taut nerves began to relax slightly. However, her eyes remained somewhat vacant, as if the haunting nightmare still lingered in her mind. Just as Rocky pondered how to comfort Lucy, she suddenly turned and embraced him tightly. The unexpected embrace caused Rocky's mind to short-circuit momentarily. His body freezing instinctively. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while, just a little while," Lucy murmured softly, her words brushing against Rocky's ear. Lucy's character forbade her from exhibiting such vulnerability, but the recent nightmare had become the last straw, and she desperately needed a warm refuge, if only for a moment. From the moment she accepted this assignment, she had experienced a tumult of emotions, from hesitation and fear regarding the intrusion into Arasaka's network, to terror upon being discovered, culminating in the relief of their current situation. Lucy had an overwhelming amount of emotions that needed to be expressed. She always projected strength, yet deep within, she too felt lost and afraid. No one was there to confide in, and in Night City, whom could she truly trust? Perhaps this time, she could only continue to smoke in solitude in a corner, bearing the weight of her past. As she felt Rocky's warm body heat enveloping her, The chilling sensation from her dreams seemed to dissipate, and her frayed nerves gradually began to calm. Hearing Lucy's words, Rocky too relaxed, extending his arms to embrace her. "Lucy, it's all over. The targets have been neutralized, and we've successfully extracted ourselves. The hacker who intruded upon us has been dealt with, and no one knows it was us. We are completely safe now. You can hold on for as long as you need, and feel free to express any emotions. There are no others here, and I will listen intently to your confessions." Rocky's gentle words resonated in Lucy's ears, causing her heart to flutter. It was perhaps the first time someone assured her of her safety, granting her the freedom to express everything without restraint. The sturdy figure enveloping her offered a sense of security she had never experienced before. Yet Lucy shook her head, tightening her embrace slightly as she whispered, "This is enough. Thank you. Oh, that's all right. That is perfectly fine. I'm here for you," Rocky reassured her, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. After a long while, Lucy released Rocky, her expression returning to normal, as if the recent emotional outburst was merely an illusion. The former Lucy had returned. "Thank you. I feel much better now, and I apologize for my previous behavior. I hope you don't mind." Without a trace of embarrassment on her face, Lucy smiled once more, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair as she spoke to Rocky. "I don't mind, to be honest. It's partly my fault for involving you in this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to bear such burdens." Upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy shook her head. "No, this was my decision alone. It was my own weakness, and it has nothing to do with you. By the way, could you tell me what happened afterward?" The last image in Lucy's mind before she lost consciousness was of being attacked by hackers in cyberspace. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself here. Although Rocky had informed her that the ordeal was over, she was still eager to learn the specifics of what had transpired. "Well, after you fainted, Jack and I located the hacker's position. We broke into the network center of the Azure Tower and dealt with the hacker. Using the network center's permissions, I erased all our records and traces before escaping in my vehicle." Rocky recounted the events succinctly. It was hard to imagine how they managed to achieve such a feat under those circumstances. Lucy displayed a look of astonishment as she listened to Rocky's understated account. He refrained from divulging the intricate details, only stating what they had accomplished. Anyone unaware of the truth would be shocked upon hearing such words. Two individuals without network access ports, not hired mercenaries, managed to pinpoint the location of the main hacker within the Azure Tower, then breached multiple layers of security to storm the network center, eliminate the hacker, and erase data right under the hacker's nose before successfully escaping. If what Rocky said was true, such a tale would surely be deemed legendary among the cyberpunks of Night City. In truth, Rocky's account was accurate. It was just not the version that most people would concoct. With the assistance of Ash's skills and Drasso, he accomplished everything with remarkable ease, with hardly any combat occurring. This might not align with your imagination. It wasn't that complicated. However, it's difficult for me to explain clearly. You'll understand when the time comes. Rocky had no intention of elaborating further. Often, words could not convey the experience as effectively as witnessing it firsthand. Once Lucy experienced Drasso's flight mode and phase rift, she would naturally grasp it. However, Drasso had been taken away by Jack, and the phase blade's charging was incomplete, leaving Rocky with no choice but to proceed this way for now. Understood. After hearing Rocky's words, Lucy refrained from asking further questions and stood up from the surgical chair. By the way, Lucy, there are some things I wish to discuss with you." Noticing that Lucy was physically fine, Rocky began to tidy up the equipment while addressing her. "What is it?" Lucy inquired, puzzled. "I feel this place isn't suitable for a conversation. Can we find a more appropriate location?" Rocky suggested as he surveyed the clinic filled with medical instruments. "That's true. Let me take you somewhere. Follow me." "Where to?" "You'll find out when we get there." Lucy wore a smile, appearing in good spirits, seemingly looking forward to it. After tidying up the clinic, Lucy led Rocky to the rooftop of her apartment. The view here was expansive, with the river in front of them allowing for an unobstructed view of the vast sky. It was night now, and a bright full moon hung serenely in the sky. The buildings across the river were brightly lit, exuding the unique charm of Night City, and in the distance, one could see rockets taking off on the satellite launch base. Chapter 42. The moon, how is it? What do you think of the view here? It's fantastic. This is my first time seeing Night City from this angle. The moon is so beautiful that it was no exaggeration to say that this was the most stunning night view Rocky had witnessed since arriving in Night City. And it elicited genuine admiration from him, isn't it? You think the moon is beautiful too, right? On clear nights without clouds, you can always see the moon from here. A smile graced Lucy's exquisite face, seemingly delighted to share her secret hideaway and thrilled by Rocky's acknowledgement. Under the moonlight, Lucy's breathtaking visage appeared even more alluring, and that faint smile etched itself deeply in Rocky's heart. So, Lucy loves the moon? Yes, it's the place I yearn for the most. Lucy sat down on the ground, and Rocky followed suit. You long for the moon? To be honest, I also have a deep yearning for it. Lucy tilted her head, looking at Rocky with curiosity as she supported herself on her hands, gazing up at the sky. Noticing Lucy's gaze, Rocky smiled and explained, I once played a game where I controlled a character piloting a spaceship, exploring one planet after another in the void of space. Although it was lonely, the vast and mysterious cosmos, along with its uniquely beautiful planets, fascinated me. Since then, I've always yearned for a space travel experience. I see. Lucy nodded in understanding. By the way, Lucy, how about we travel to the moon together in the future? Not just the moon, but many other planets as well. Once I have a spaceship, we can go on an adventure. What are you talking about? Spaceship? Are you serious? Hearing Rocky earnestly propose flying to the moon with her, Lucy paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. She suddenly found the person before her inexplicably endearing. With his strange and impractical words that he had previously claimed he would storm the Arasaka Tower for her, and now he was talking about traveling in a spaceship. Although Lucy didn't take his words too seriously, watching his earnest expression filled her with a hint of anticipation. What would it be like if what he said truly came to pass? Space travel. That would undoubtedly be exciting if there were truly a spaceship that could take her to different planets. Could she escape from Arasaka forever? Yet perhaps this was merely a fantasy. Lucy, I am serious. This is my promise. I will take you to the moon, but I need a little more time. Noticing that Lucy didn't take him seriously, Rocky reiterated with conviction that he was indeed serious. It was just that he couldn't achieve it at the moment. However, in the future, when he had sufficient resources, space travel would not be impossible. The module granted Rocky infinite possibilities. Gazing at the various spaceship modules from the game in the module shop further solidified his resolve. It's just the moon. Even if Lucy wished to visit other star systems, Rocky could take her there. Haha, you're so cute. Come, I want to show you something. Mentioning the moon, Lucy suddenly displayed a flicker of excitement, as if recalling something joyful. She stood up, tugging at Rocky's arm, signaling him to follow her. Rocky immediately got up, being led by Lucy back to her apartment. Lucy opened the door and beckoned Rocky to enter. After surveying the layout of Lucy's room, Rocky couldn't help but feel that, despite already knowing what to expect, the layout of such an apartment in Night City was virtually indistinguishable from others of its caliber. What is this? A Dream Tech? Yes, here, put on. Lucy picked up a Dream Tech headset from the bedside and, before Rocky could reach for it, she leaned in to assist him in putting it on. Watching Lucy's eager demeanor, Rocky allowed her to take charge. Soon, both of them donned the Dream Tech headsets and laid down on Lucy's bed. As the Dream Tech device activated, a burst of white light enveloped them, revealing a lunar landscape before their eyes. In the Dream Tech simulation, Rocky and Lucy stood on the surface of the moon, clad in spacesuits. The immersive experience made it feel as if they were genuinely present on the moon. What do you think? This is my treasured Dream Tech, providing an ultra-realistic lunar experience. Lucy's voice reached Rocky's ears through the communication device in the spacesuit. Wow, this is amazing. It's my first time having such a real and wonderful space experience. The sensation of lightweight gravity in the Dream Tech simulation, where a gentle leap sent him soaring, provided Rocky with an unprecedented experience. Although he had lived in the cyberpunk world for so long and had experienced more realistic Dream Tech before, this was the first time he had engaged in a legitimate space experience. Haha, I thought you would have been used to it after playing so many space games. Lucy chuckled as she watched Rocky bouncing around. Not at all. The games I played were all 2D. I've never experienced something this immersive before. The games Rocky referred to were those he played before arriving in Night City. He hadn't encountered such games since his arrival that I see. Then let me show you around properly. Lucy lightly leaped forward, grabbing Rocky's hand and leading him on a delightful exploration of the moon. Along the way, Lucy enthusiastically introduced Rocky to every fascinating sight, such as the lunar base, collection vehicles, astronauts, and the breathtaking craters, as if she had visited countless times and was thoroughly familiar with everything in the dream tech simulation. After sharing her insights about the intriguing elements, Lucy turned to face Rocky. Lucy's face radiated a brilliant smile as the scorching sunlight streamed through the glass of her spacesuit helmet, casting warmth upon her visage, as if all the beauty of the universe converged in that moment. Rocky found himself momentarily entranced. It was the first time he had witnessed such a smile gracing Lucy's face. He could sense that she was genuinely experiencing joy, as if she had cast aside all her worries. Free from the burdens of Arasaka, simply relishing the wondrous journey on the moon that moment, Lucy too felt an unprecedented happiness, one that stemmed not solely from the lunar dreamscape, but from Rocky's presence. It was her inaugural experience of bringing someone to her secret haven, a place that felt akin to her innermost sanctuary, untouched by another soul until today. She could finally share her elation, her dreams, and feel recognized for them. Having traversed this dream countless times, perhaps this was the happiest she had ever been. As they strolled, they soon arrived at a colossal crater. Lucy halted, choosing not to proceed any further. Chapter 43. Rocky's Dream. How did you find the experience of the lunar journey? It was marvelous. Thank you, Lucy, for allowing me to partake in such an extraordinary dreamscape that, to be honest, I had begun to anticipate the moment when I truly set foot on the moon. I am glad you enjoyed it. This is my first time bringing someone here that I used to think I could be content alone on the moon, but now I realize how wonderful it is to have company. Then I shall accompany you always. Haha. Thank you. The two settled at the edge of the crater. The lunar night sky was breathtaking, with the vast azure planet dominating the celestial canvas, quietly suspended before them. Will you always stay by my side? Lucy gazed at the beautiful Earth, imagining a life on the moon, where each day unfolded like this. How splendid it would be. At that moment, Lucy seemed to recall something. All right, didn't you have something to tell me? If her memory served her correctly, it was Rocky who had something to discuss initially, but somehow the conversation had meandered back to the moon. Rocky, looking into Lucy's eyes, paused for a moment before speaking. There is something I need to address. Back at the Azure Tower, a hacker from Arasaka infiltrated deeply to gather intelligence on you. He claimed you were once property of Arasaka. Currently, only Jack and I are aware of this. The hacker failed to upload the data before he died. His mind was obliterated by my doing, and Arasaka remains oblivious. You need not worry. Rocky had not intended to disrupt the serene atmosphere. Yet he felt compelled to share this truth, believing that in this place, Lucy might be able to open her heart more freely. Upon hearing that an Arasaka hacker had uncovered her identity, Lucy's expression was one of shock, but she soon relaxed upon learning that Arasaka was unaware of the matter. In truth, Lucy feared that this information might reach others. She had never disclosed her past to anyone, not even to members of the man team. The heart of it all lay the same sentiment. In Night City, one could only ever trust oneself. She dreaded the thought that, should this information become known, she might one day be betrayed to Arasaka. But now that Rocky and Jack were aware, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, she could hardly silence them. Setting aside whether she could even do so, it was they who had rescued her from the Azure Tower. Though their time together had been brief, she felt that these two were far more trustworthy than others. If Rocky truly intended to betray her to Arasaka, he would not have disclosed this information. Moreover, reflecting on the events of that evening, from Rocky's initial comfort to his later promises, culminating in their lunar dream together, Lucy had come to regard Rocky as someone she could trust. Indeed, the only one that, now. Yes, I was once a hacker for Arasaka, and I have since escaped to Night City. You asked me why I feared Arasaka. This is the reason that I was raised as a hacker by Arasaka. Devoid of parents, subjected to relentless training. Many children like me were treated as mere tools. Once we matured, Arasaka cast us into the old net to seek valuable data. However, that realm was rife with malicious programs and rogue AIs. Where countless lives were lost, leaving many to perish, we never knew when it would be our turn, prompting us to rebel. Using the very skills Arasaka taught us to escape, I have been on the run, never pausing for fear that Arasaka would one day catch up to me, imprisoning me in that lightless abyss once more. It was only upon arriving in Night City, a chaotic place where no one cares about your past, that I found a semblance of relief from that incessant pursuit. Yet I still feel fear. As long as I remain within the shadow of Arasaka, dread consumes me, as if they will inevitably find me. For me, any place under Arasaka's influence is hell. That is why I yearn for the moon. I've always dreamed of setting foot there, where I could forever escape. You think it is shameful, cowardly, yet this is my dream. Lucy spoke with a tone of relief, as if a weight that had burdened her for years had finally been lifted. This secret had been locked away for too long. And upon voicing it, she felt a sense of liberation. Not at all. Rocky shook his head, continuing, Lucy, I understand your feelings. This is not your fault. It is Arasaka that is to blame. They are far too powerful. If anyone were in your position, they would likely have done the same. This is not cowardice, nor is it shameful to an ordinary person. Arasaka is a formidable giant. Opposing them is akin to courting death. I apologize if my earlier words were too harsh and caused you distress. Whether before arriving in Night City or after, I have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for these corporations that I dream of the day when I can shatter their dominion. Standing atop this city, this world, that is my dream. Yet ultimately, it remains just my dream, not yours, that I should not impose upon you to strive for my aspirations. That Rocky's calm and resolute words stirred waves within Lucy's heart. Is this your dream? It was the most impractical dream she had ever heard. What kind of person could speak so plainly of wanting to stand at the pinnacle of the world? She had heard of others' dreams, becoming legends, rising to corporate heights, or amassing enough wealth to leave the city. But this was the first time someone had expressed such fantastical ambitions. That you truly are a madman. Perhaps you might find it unrealistic, but I will relentlessly pursue it, both my dreams and yours. Trust me, Lucy. I will take you to the moon. I will become a force greater than Arasaka, trampling them beneath my feet, freeing you from your fears. A smile blossomed on Rocky's face as he extended his hand to Lucy, inviting her to witness all that he intended to achieve. Lucy gazed at this moment, captivated. The sunlight streamed from behind Rocky, as if he had emerged from the light, ready to rescue her from the darkness. Why? Lucy murmured, perplexed. She could not comprehend why he, who had insisted she should not labor for his dreams, was now resolved to fulfill hers. Was it because he was truly mad, or was it that they both shared a mutual disdain for Arasaka? Or perhaps, because I'm like you, that I understand you, that I hope that one day you can truly live in the sunlight, that each day brings you joy, happiness. That too is my dream. Chapter 44. Lucy's love. That too is my dream. Rocky chose to articulate his motivations with the utmost sincerity, devoid of embellishment, pretense, or deceit. Speaking from the depths of his heart, this was the essence of Rocky's desire. He wished for Lucy to no longer live in fear, to greet each day with a smile, to escape the hell in which she resided. Rocky sought to create a paradise for her. In that moment, Lucy beamed, her joy overflowing. She grasped Rocky's outstretched hand, pulling herself toward him with fervor. As he watched her approach, there was no collision of helmets. Instead, Lucy vanished as Rocky's dream headset was removed. Rocky's lips were silenced. Lucy responded to him with action. She had bared her soul, her emotions, her dreams, and her past to Rocky. He was the first to listen to her dreams, the first to step into her heart, and no one had ever wished for her happiness, for her to thrive in the sunlight. If that was the case, then let him be her light. Will you be my sunlight? You will, won't you? You are all I have in my world. Lucy fervently expressed her feelings to Rocky. In that moment, for the first time, Rocky's heart raced with fervor. Am I, perhaps, falling too quickly? Thoughts of uncertainty flickered in Rocky's mind. Yet the beauty of the moment dulled his worries, allowing him to revel in the connection they shared. Rocky regained his composure. Lucy soon lost the initiative that on countless nights she had never felt as relaxed and joyful as she did today. She had completely shed all her defenses, resolutely deciding to entrust everything about herself to Rocky, without a hint of hesitation. As the sound of an incoming call resonated, Rocky, still somewhat groggy, sat up. Hey, good buddy. Did I inadvertently disturb your sweet dreams? It seems you had a splendid sleep last night, that I've arrived at the clinic and brought your car back. Are you free now? I'd like to give you your payment for this job. Jack's voice came through the line. Jack, just hang on a moment. I'll be there shortly. Responding to Jack, Rocky glanced at the time, realizing it was almost noon. By the way, how is Lucy doing? Is she all right? Upon hearing Jack inquire about Lucy, Rocky turned back to look at her. Lucy appeared to have woken up long ago, leaning against the headboard, smoking a cigarette. Their eyes met, and the scenes of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind as Lucy smiled at him. Lucy, yes, quite well. Before Rocky could finish answering Jack's question, a stream of data flashed in Lucy's eyes, connecting her to their conversation. Thank you for your concern, Jack, that I'm perfectly fine, really, upon hearing Lucy's voice on the line. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief. Lucy, how did you get in? Are you with Elle right now? Jack, Lucy is right beside me. Rocky could only wish to end the call quickly, fearing Jack might say something he shouldn't. And Jack certainly did not disappoint him. Well, there's no rush, and it's almost lunchtime anyway, and I'm feeling a bit hungry, so I'm going to grab a bite. You two can take your time, we can discuss this tomorrow. So just take it slow and don't worry about me. All right, Jack, don't go anywhere. Wait for us. We'll be there shortly. Although Rocky understood Jack's good intentions, he still felt a bit awkward and hurriedly urged him not to wander off before hanging up. Meanwhile, Lucy looked at Rocky with a cheerful smile. It seems you two have a very good relationship. He cares for you a lot. Something like that at MY bond with him is akin to a life-and-death friendship. Rocky stood and headed to the bathroom, where Lucy handed him a new set of toiletries. Ignoring the thumbs-up email from Jack, Rocky quickly freshened up. Once they were both ready, Rocky and Lucy descended to the clinic below. Jack distributed the payment for the recent assignment to both of them and returned the car key to Rocky. Having no other business, he swiftly departed, eager not to intrude on the two. With just the two of them left in the clinic, Rocky had no immediate plans to open for business. Lucy, let me show you something. After Lucy had shared her secret with him last night, it was now his turn. Taking Lucy's hand, Rocky led her into the studio within the clinic. This is my secret base. Lucy looked around, somewhat puzzled, as the studio appeared rather ordinary, waiting for Rocky's explanation. He retrieved a vial of a stimulant from a nearby cabinet. Lucy, do you recognize this? Is this some kind of stimulant? I've seen Man and the others use it. Lucy replied, identifying the green liquid in Rocky's hand. Indeed, it's a stimulant that can enhance the user's speed that I call a power stimulant. This very concoction is produced by me right here in the studio. Not only this stimulant, but I also manufacture a powerful enhancement serum. This is my current achievement, but in the future, there will be much more than just serums, but weapons, cybernetic enhancements, and countless cutting-edge technologies that I will bring to fruition. This is why I dare to speak of opposing Arasaka and those corporations. I possess numerous technologies capable of altering this world, but I need time to develop them. Those corporations are exceedingly powerful. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited, and I must rely on this method to grow stronger than them to utterly defeat them. As Rocky explained, Lucy grasped his plan. He aspired to establish a company, to make it stronger than all others, to confront the corporations and Arasaka, while she harbored a deep desire for him to realize this goal. To crush Arasaka beneath his feet, that vision seemed distant. More than that, she feared the day he might perish in this battle against the corporations in the pursuit of his dreams. Elle, promise me you'll stay alive. No matter what. Observing the flicker of concern on Lucy's face, a warm current flowed through Rocky's heart. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself, for both my sake and yours. So, Lucy, will you join me in crafting our shared future? Of course. This too has become my dream. Now that a smile graced Lucy's face as she accepted Rocky's invitation. She cared not from where Rocky's technology originated, nor the means he employed to confront the corporations, nor whether he might become the next Arasaka. Since last night, he had irrevocably become a part of her world. Their dreams had intertwined and fused together amidst the chaos of the previous night. No matter what, she would choose to support him. Chapter 45. The impact of the Serum Arasaka Tower. Counterintelligence Department. Inside the office, Jenkins and V sat across from each other. V, you've seen the report on the Azure Tower. Haven TU, you truly hired a remarkable crew. Not only did they eliminate the target, but they also caused Arasaka to lose a hacker. Jenkins spoke calmly, his emotions inscrutable. That I did. Mercenaries operate like that. As long as the objective is achieved, no one knows what may transpire in between. Nodding, Jenkins understood that mercenaries often encountered various situations, and since the deceased hacker was not one of his subordinates, it posed no loss to him. On the contrary, they had cleaned up the traces remarkably well, providing him with significant convenience. How are things on your end? Abernathy is nearly going mad. Her people have yet to find any useful intelligence or evidence. And now is the perfect time to cast aspersions. Don't worry, it's all taken care of, and the blame is directed squarely at military technology. Upon hearing Jenkins's inquiry, V responded confidently. He was now the head of corporate espionage intelligence within Arasaka as counterintelligence department. All espionage agents dispatched by Arasaka fell under his jurisdiction, and the reports they submitted had to be approved and reviewed by him. While Arasaka struggled to identify the perpetrator behind the incident at Azure Tower. Every matter has a source, and no one would believe it was merely a few small-time crooks who impulsively decided to murder executives of rival companies at Azure Tower. There had to have been an employer behind it. And who that employer was what Arasaka cared about most. Clearly, the mastermind's intent was not aimed at that small company, but rather targeted Arasaka. Small company would choose to assassinate executives of a competing firm at Azure Tower for the sake of industry rivalry. Lacking sufficient clout, opposing Arasaka in Night City would lead to certain doom. In this context, if Arasaka's undercover agents in military technology were to uncover intelligence linking military technology to this incident, then, as the prime suspects, military technology would be unable to extricate themselves even if they dove into the Yellow River. Perhaps military technology had no connection to this matter initially, and the undercover agents might not uncover any so-called evidence. But it didn't matter. V would ensure they found something. In the current corporate intelligence team, V's word was law. If he said something was found, then it was indeed found. Excellent work. You've handled this matter splendidly. I have high hopes for your future performance. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. Jenkins expressed his approval of V's capabilities, gesturing for him to depart. SV exited Jenkins's office. He discovered his old partner waiting for him outside. V, I have a new report regarding a newly emerged mysterious company. After my preliminary assessment, I believe we need to elevate the priority of this matter by at least 2 or 3 levels. But I require your approval. This individual was the same employee who had previously dealt with the Ascendancy Technology report. Just days ago, V had shared the same office with him, and now V had transformed into a superior. Now, these fellows were indeed following what he had said, adhering to V's directives. Got it. Just send it to my email, and I'll handle it shortly. V nodded at him, understanding the employee's responsibilities, though his rank was not high. Elevating the priority by 2 or 3 levels was no trivial matter. Understood. The employee beamed with joy as he observed V's acceptance. Employees of his level rarely encountered useful intelligence, and if the importance of this report was confirmed through approval, he could reap considerable merit, possibly advancing his career in this year's employee evaluations. Thus, he had come here to await V, hoping he would pay attention to this report. Returning to his office cubicle, V began reviewing the report sent to his terminal. Arasaka Counterintelligence Investigation Report NC 8755832. Advanced Soldier Serum Investigation Report. Investigator. Stephen Investigation Report Content. Intelligence obtained from an underground cybernetic clinic located on Japan Street indicates that a mysterious pharmaceutical company, Ascendancy Technologies, has recently begun supplying a high-intensity human enhancement serum to clinics in Night City. For information regarding Ascendancy Technologies, please refer to Report NC 8754699, according to the information provided by the cybernetic physician. This pharmaceutical agent can significantly enhance various attributes of a user, including physical strength, reflexes, and cognitive capabilities, while also improving the body's tolerance to cybernetics and resistance to cyberpsychosis. Currently, the clinic has ordered 2 doses of this serum, one of which has already been sold and administered. Preliminary Investigation Report on Injection Subject. NC 8755943. Investigations reveal that the serum's effects are largely accurate. Whether to continue the investigation into this serum and its manufacturer is pending further instructions. Preliminary approval report. After initial assessment, this drug possesses immense value, necessitating an increase in the priority of this incident and further investigation. Handler, Bruno, leaning back in his office chair. V perused this report and its associated documents. This truly is a remarkable gift, he mused. Enhanced physicality, increased tolerance to cybernetics, and resistance to cyberpsychosis. His fingers danced lightly on the tabletop, his face adorned with a smile as he contemplated the key phrases within the report. Just as Arasaka's collaboration with Mari Pharmaceuticals had unraveled, Ascension Technologies emerged on the scene. Mari Pharmaceuticals' potent immunosuppressants could mitigate the effects of cybernetics, aiding Arasaka in various experiments. Yet now the advanced soldier serum from Ascension Technologies could achieve similar, if not superior, results. Moreover, not only for experimentation, but Arasaka could potentially use it to forge a more formidable soldier force. This serum holds infinite value for Arasaka, with the intelligence and handling rights of the serum now in his grasp. If utilized wisely, it could secure a tremendous bargaining chip for both him and Jenkins. After a moment of contemplation, V set about orchestrating the handling of the incident. Regarding the serum, Arasaka's desired outcomes could be distilled into 3 categories. The first is to gain complete control over its production, ideally ensuring that only they can manufacture it. The second is a compromise, establishing a supply partnership to guarantee a stable and long-term acquisition of the serum. The third, likely the least desired by Arasaka, would be if they ultimately failed to secure the serum, allowing rival companies to obtain it. In such a case, they would be left with no option but to consider erasing the serum from existence. Achieving these results could be accomplished through a variety of means: negotiation, theft, coercion, intimidation, or forceful destruction. Regardless of the method chosen, Arasaka is exceedingly skilled in all of these. Chapter 46. Barum as V issued directive after directive. The counterintelligence department's information agents, hackers, and combat teams sprang into action, swiftly mobilizing. V had no doubt that he would not falter against this so-called mysterious enterprise. His only concern lay with the support from rival companies. As time was not on his side, the operation unfolded with little fanfare, merely another routine endeavor for Arasaka's counterintelligence unit, though this time the target had shifted to Ascension Technologies. Night City, as ever, remained a bastion of chaos. Nightfall, the Afterlife Bar. Renowned as the most famous bar in Night City, it is the favorite haunt for the city's most notorious mercenaries seeking work. Here, the most lucrative jobs and bountiful rewards await. Each night, the bar buzzes with activity as mercenaries come to take on jobs, employers arrive to post commissions, and well-known intermediaries gather. As usual, the Afterlife welcomed various mercenaries seeking contracts. However, this night saw the arrival of an unusually familiar patron. At the entrance, security halted an individual, towering and imposing, his menacing visage obscured by a mask, every limb augmented with cybernetics, the metallic enhancements starkly visible, revealing formidable weaponry within. Although the security personnel were themselves quite robust, they found themselves looking up at this individual. Yet, they were unperturbed by his heavily modified appearance. No one dares to cause a scene at the Afterlife, unless they are Atom Smasher. Clearly, while this man bore an extraordinary level of modification, he was still far from Atom Smasher's caliber. It is I. Barum, a deep electronic voice emanated from the man's mask. Upon hearing this, the security guard hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing the stranger with a perplexed gaze. After a moment of contemplation, recognition dawned upon him. I can hardly believe it, Barum. You've changed so much, I barely recognize you. To go on in. Barum was a regular at the Afterlife, frequently coming here to take on jobs. And as the bar security, they naturally recognized him. However, the individual before them bore little resemblance to the Barum they once knew. Previously, while Barum had been quite burly, he lacked the exaggerated stature he now possessed. His legs had not been augmented, and he had not worn a mask. Yet, from the upper half of his face and his eyes, they could still discern that this was indeed Barum upon entering the Afterlife. Barum's ostentatious modifications drew the attention of many patrons. Who is this guy? He looked a bit like Barum, doesn't he? Could it be him? No way, I saw him just a few days ago. This doesn't resemble the same person at all. Whispers circulated about Barum, their conversations reaching the ears of the man team nearby. The members of Man Team were also frequent patrons of the afterlife, and tonight they too sought contracts. What a ludicrous hulk. "Who is this Barum?" Rebecca casually inquired, resting her legs on the table and her hands behind her head. Upon hearing Rebecca's question, Man raised an eyebrow beneath his sunglasses and glanced over at Barum in the distance. "Barum, I know that guy. He's a well-known mercenary around here and a modification enthusiast. He's the kind who will install any cybernetic he can get his hands on. I even suspect he hails from the Vortex gang. I've seen Barum before, but I'm not convinced this is him." Rumors had circulated that Barum's mental state had deteriorated, suspected of suffering from cyberpsychosis, and that he had even harmed his teammates during a mission. At that time, his modifications had not reached such extremes. If this individual were truly Barum, he would have long succumbed to cyber madness and could hardly be seen leisurely sipping drinks here. Man flashed a toothy grin as he assessed the situation, that if Rocky were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at Man's audacity to judge others. Many patrons in the bar turned their attention to Barum. Some, like Man, simply idly speculating, while others sought a capable hand for their commissions. Barum was acutely aware of the attention he garnered. His enhanced auditory senses allowed him to perceive the murmurs around him. Yet he paid them no mind. Ordering a drink, he lifted the glass to his lips, relishing the newfound steadiness of his hands and the boundless strength coursing through his body, a smile blossoming on his face. Man was correct. He was indeed a modification fanatic, intoxicated by the power granted by his enhancements, yearning to install any cybernetic available. His body had not always been as robust, and his previous augmentations had reached their limits. His cybernetic physician had repeatedly warned him against further enhancements. Though he longed to silence the physician, the tremors in his hands, his hazy mind, and the memory of his deceased teammates all reminded him that he had indeed reached his limits. However, everything changed just 2 days prior. The cybernetic physician had presented him with a mysterious serum, promising that its injection would elevate his physical strength and enhance his tolerance to cybernetics. Elated, Barum eagerly purchased the serum from the physician. True to the physician's words, he had grown stronger. The potent physique and clear mind filled him with exhilaration. It was not merely the absence of concern regarding a cyberpsychotic episode that thrilled him. It was the prospect of continuing to install more augmentations. Clearly, Barum was beyond redemption, having once again pushed his modifications to the brink. But this time, there would likely be no remedy to save him. "Hello, you must be the illustrious Barum." Hardly had he settled into his seat when a man clad in a suit approached him. This prompted several mercenaries to remark. Indeed, showcasing formidable strength results in an unending flow of work. "It is I," Barum nodded, unconcerned about the apparent transformation that had rendered him unrecognizable. "I have a commission here. I wonder if you might be interested?" "Let us hear it." The suited man handed him a chip, gesturing for him to insert it. Without hesitation, Barum accepted the chip. The chip was red. He quickly learned the details of the commission. "This task is too trivial. The reward is insufficient that I refuse to take on such a minor job." Tossing the chip back to the suited man, Barum declined the offer. Having injected the serum, his perspective had shifted dramatically. In his eyes, only substantial jobs merited his involvement. These petty endeavors were nothing but a waste of his time. "Then I shall not intrude further." The suited man, unfazed by Barum's rejection, wore a satisfied smile, as if his purpose had been fulfilled. Chapter 47. An unexpected visitor. Barum dismissed the man in the suit. But soon after, others sought him out. Regrettably, none of these commissions managed to captivate his interest. Unperturbed by the lack of ideal assignments, Barum decided to leave the afterlife and return the following day. However, shortly after stepping outside, his system interface suddenly displayed anomalies, followed by a complete system malfunction that a powerful surge of electricity erupted at the back of his head, coursing through his entire body, causing his system to spiral out of control. His limbs lost all coordination, as if he had been frozen in time. With a sharp sound, a rapid energy beam sliced through the air, striking Barum's leg. It was a bullet from a technical sniper rifle. Instantly, his cybernetic legs were penetrated and rendered useless, and he collapsed towards the ground. That moment, his formidable regenerative abilities allowed him to regain partial control, prompting Barum to activate his Sion Wasteland counterattack. Yet, 2 combat specialists emerging from behind extinguished his fiery retaliation. The barrels of 2 shotgun guns were already pressed against his hands, and the close-range firepower erupted with tremendous kinetic energy, rendering his hands inoperative in an instant. Thus, Barham's once proud, cybernetic limbs became utterly useless in the blink of an eye. Helplessly, he fell to the ground, at which point the Psion wastestand was finally activated, but it merely accelerated his writhing like a maggot. Struggling to lift his head, Barham found himself face to face with the man in the suit he had encountered earlier in the afterlife. "It was you who gave me the faulty chip. You wretched creature! I shall kill you!" It was evident that the virus responsible for the system malfunction had infiltrated at the moment the chip was inserted. This dreadful virus had robbed him of the opportunity to counterattack. And the Psion wastestand that had been installed on him had yet to be activated before his limbs were incapacitated. Barham let out a roar of indignation, but with the Psion wastestand activated, his words only served to make him appear more absurd. He could scarcely fathom that someone would ambush him with a virus. Setting aside the question of why he was targeted, the sheer stealth and ferocity of such a nerve virus was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual, which had led to his downfall. Experimental subject successfully captured. Request for extraction. Ignoring Barham, the man in the suit issued commands to the communication device. The 2 combat specialists moved forward, hoisting him off the ground. As a hovering vehicle gradually descended before them, the massive logo of the Arasaka Corporation gleamed prominently, and at that moment, Barham finally understood that Arasaka had set its sights on him. "You are Arasaka's people." Why? He could not comprehend why they would pursue him when he had no apparent ties to Arasaka. Little did he know that his cybernetic doctor had sold all of his information to Arasaka. The serum he had injected, along with details of all his cybernetics and weapons, had become known to them. Under the meticulously prepared traps and ambushes laid by Arasaka, Barham appeared utterly defenseless. Currently, Arasaka had acquired only one original serum from the cybernetic doctor. And until they found the source of the serum, its scarcity was self-evident that, in this context, Arasaka would not let slip the opportunity to capture an available experimental subject as the only known individual who had injected the serum. Barham was unsurprisingly targeted by Arasaka. Bound and placed onto the hovering vehicle, Arasaka's action team left with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a multitude of astonished mercenaries. Damn it! This ridiculous Arasaka is becoming increasingly outrageous. Actually coming to the afterlife to capture people. They really think we're easy pickings, don't they? Someone exclaimed in fury. Yet, such outbursts were merely futile cries. Had Arasaka's action team still been present, they would likely not have dared to utter a word. It sounded tragic, but such was the reality. What crime has this fellow committed to warrant such force from Arasaka? At that moment, man's team had just exited the afterlife, stumbling upon this grand spectacle. Perhaps his previous commission provoked Arasaka? Who knows? With the mindset of simply enjoying the show as long as it did not involve them, man's team paid little heed to the unfolding events. After witnessing the spectacle, they dispersed, each heading their separate ways, while Rebecca planned to visit Japan Street. Rebecca had not been in contact with Rocky for 2 days, aware that he had commissions to fulfill. She refrained from calling to disturb him. However, Rocky, in turn, had not reached out to Rebecca, leaving her uncertain as to when he would finish his tasks. Caught in this dilemma, Rebecca found herself troubled. Initially, she considered sending Rocky an email, but that did not align with her style. With the evening free, she thought that if Rocky had completed his commission, he would likely be operating his clinic normally, leading her to decide to check on him there. Meanwhile, Rocky was busy producing soldier serum in his clinic.L. The data fortress's ICE has completed its basic framework, but further improvements are necessary. "Thank you for your hard work, Lucy." While producing the medication, Rocky conversed with Lucy over the phone. At that moment, Lucy was in her apartment, helping Rocky set up a small data fortress. After Rocky explained his plans, Lucy began working on some online infrastructure for him. Establishing a company necessitated a dedicated data fortress. And although they had not yet reached that stage, Lucy was eager to create a simple server prototype to facilitate Rocky's plans. As they conversed, a new visitor request arrived at the clinic. "Lucy, I have a guest here. I'll talk to you later to Although producing the serum required Rocky's occasional presence, it did not necessitate constant supervision, so he opted to manage the clinic alongside it. hoping to earn a bit on the side. After hanging up with Lucy, Rocky accessed the surveillance at the door, only to frown upon seeing the visitor. Standing at the entrance was a man in a suit, a complete stranger clad in unmistakable agent attire, prompting Rocky to realize that the visitor bore ill intentions, clearly not there for cybernetics. Trouble has indeed knocked at my door, hasn't it? Rocky's heart raced. While he had anticipated such a day, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. From the moment he decided to bring soldier serum to the market, he knew it was only a matter of time before companies would come knocking. Perhaps they ignored the sale of something trivial like stimulants, but when he presented something enticing enough, they would stop at nothing to find him. Rocky understood he could not evade this fate, merely lamenting that he had not yet developed sufficiently. But if only I had a little more time, I would have more leverage to negotiate with those companies. Steeling himself, Rocky approached the door and calmly opened it. Chapter 48. Confrontation. Hello. Are you here for some cybernetic enhancements? Rocky greeted the man in the suit with composure. Ignoring Rocky's inquiry, the agent expressionlessly stated his purpose to L. While running an underground clinic, you are also a freelancer in Night City. 2 weeks ago, and just days ago, you delivered goods for a company called Ascendancy Technology and have been disseminating product information for them. I require all specific details regarding your employer. Ascendancy Technology. Upon hearing the agent's words, Rocky raised an eyebrow. It seemed they were unaware that he was the one producing the serum, merely regarding him as a courier for Ascendancy Technology's products. Arasaka's agents, having conducted a thorough investigation based on the information and clues provided by the cybernetic doctor, had not uncovered much. While they had identified the identity of the delivery mercenary and traced the emails back to Rocky's clinic, they had found no information regarding the production of the serum, as if it had materialized out of thin air in Night City. That Rocky's production relied on a medication platform, devoid of factories, data fortresses, formulas, shipping records, or any other employees, making it impossible for Arasaka to trace any origins. Without evidence, they would not assume that Rocky was the one producing the serum. In their eyes, he was likely just a designated agent for Ascendancy Technology in Night City. Oh, where did you hear such well-informed news? But what if I say I have no knowledge of them? Rocky maintained an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested in the man before him. You do realize your words carry no weight. Come with us, the agent declared flatly, as several fully armed combat specialists approached from behind, surrounding Rocky at the entrance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Rocky helplessly shrugged and said, "All right, actually, I do know. We can talk." You should have said so sooner. Freelancers in Night City truly share the same demeanor. Follow us. With a cold snort, the agent turned and began walking away, flanked by 2 combat specialists who positioned themselves closely beside Rocky. Ensuring he made no sudden moves, an armed transport vehicle emblazoned with the Arasaka logo stood waiting outside the clinic. The rear door of the escort vehicle swung open, revealing 2 fully armed combat specialists. This small team of 4 was likely the companions who had joined after he boarded. Rocky approached the rear door of the escort vehicle with an air of nonchalance, only to feel a hand on his shoulder from one of the specialists behind him. The other hand reached out, seemingly intent on seizing Rocky's arm, as if to compel him onto the vehicle. "Don't you dare touch me. I'll bore myself," he muttered under his breath, his irritation flaring. He loathed being manhandled, and even more so being restrained. "You talk too much," he snapped. The combat specialist, taken aback by Rocky's defiance, promptly produced a stun baton and swung it towards Rocky's neck, aiming to incapacitate him and silence his protests. Resorting to violence was the company's customary response to obstinate mercenaries. In situations where power dynamics were skewed, calm dialogue was a rarity, regardless of how outrageous their actions. These individuals would likely have to swallow their grievances in silence. The forceful blow struck Rocky, accompanied by a surge of electricity coursing through him. The sudden assault left him momentarily dazed, his body weakened by the electric shock. Yet, thanks to his remarkable physical resilience, he quickly regained his composure. Ugh. Rocky twisted his stiff neck, producing a cracking sound, and turned to face the combat specialist. The latter's astonishment was palpable when he realized that his seemingly foolproof strike had failed to subdue Rocky, and he instinctively swallowed hard under the piercing gaze directed at him. Before he could take further action, the figure before him erupted into motion. Rocky spun around instantly, seizing the specialist by the throat. Drawing him close, the specialist, locked in a powerful grip, felt a rush of oxygen deprivation, prompting him to instinctively reach for Rocky's hand, attempting to pry it away while his other hand moved towards his firearm, preparing to retaliate. However, the gun barrel that Rocky pressed against his head halted any further movement. "I told you. Don't touch me. Can't you understand human language?" Rocky growled, tightening his grip on the specialist's throat while aiming his weapon at his head. His mood had already soured upon being approached, and these oblivious fools seemed to think him an easy target. Meanwhile, the other combat specialists had already assumed a defensive stance, their weapons trained on Rocky, poised to eliminate him at a moment's notice. "Cyberpunk, put down your weapon and cease your aggressive behavior," the specialist closest to Rocky warned. Yet, Rocky remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. "Ha! What will you do? Go ahead and kill me. Show me the courage of you cowards, and see if you can extract the information you seek from the lips of a second person." The combat team, realizing their warning had fallen on deaf ears, turned to the suited agent for guidance. The lead agent, witnessing the tense standoff, felt his temples throb, but quickly signaled the team not to fire. That Rocky's words had indeed struck a nerve. The key breakthrough for the Ascendancy Corporation lay squarely with him. If anything were to go awry with Rocky, their intelligence network would be irrevocably severed. Even if they could find another lead, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. The higher-ups had already issued a directive. Urgent acquisition of information regarding Ascendancy Technology was paramount, and they could not afford to falter. If Rocky refused to cooperate, the implications of any measures taken against him would be inconsequential. However, as Rocky had indicated his willingness to share information and accompany them, any misstep now could spell disaster for the agent. He not only needed to extract the information from Rocky, but also ensure his safety, preventing him from falling into the hands of rival corporations. "Relax, there's no need for such tension, is there? A peaceful approach would benefit us all. That we acknowledge our previous misstep, and I'll ensure everyone is more cautious going forward. Just lower your weapon. Besides, accompanying us won't be a loss for you. Once you divulge the information, I guarantee you a satisfactory reward," the suited agent said, recognizing the ferocity in Rocky's demeanor and acknowledging the need for pragmatism in securing the intelligence. "Oh, now you're so accommodating? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? A bunch of spineless cowards, worthless scum," Rocky retorted coldly, mocking the Ascendant's representatives. This was the essence of cyberpunk, the reality of Night City, where the weak were devoured until nothing remained, and the virtuous were held at gunpoint. Without sufficient leverage and strength, one was destined to remain subservient. Had Rocky not exhibited such a dominant attitude, they would have easily dismissed him as a pushover, and the current negotiations would never have taken shape, nor would they have offered him compensation to placate him. With a swift motion, Rocky released his grip, tossing the specialist aside. The now flushed combat specialist gasped for breath, finally able to inhale deeply before quietly rejoining his team. Chapter 49. Rebecca's rescue plan. With the conflict resolved, Rocky boarded the escort vehicle, though he could not escape the fate of accompanying them. He had demonstrated his formidable stance, ensuring that Ascendance's combat team understood he was not to be trifled with, at least within the confines of the vehicle. They would not dare to impose upon him further. The area in front of Rocky's clinic was a popular gathering spot for mercenaries, bustling with activity at night. The earlier confrontation with Ascendants had drawn considerable attention, and many were already observing the commotion, whispering amongst themselves, yet none dared to intervene at that moment. Rebecca arrived on the scene. Noticing that the mercenaries, who should have been enjoying their leisure, were fixated on a particular direction, she felt a twinge of curiosity about what had captured their attention. However, as soon as she realized they were looking towards Rocky's clinic, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. Pushing through the crowd, blocking her view, Rebecca peered in the direction they were staring. She saw several fully armed operatives escorting someone onto a vehicle, the glaring Ascendance insignia on the side unmistakably signifying their affiliation. From Rebecca's vantage point, the individuals were turned away from her, and the operatives obscured most of Rocky's silhouette, making it difficult for her to immediately recognize him. Just as her mind raced with questions about why Ascendance was making such a spectacle of their abduction, the individual boarded the vehicle, taking a seat facing the door. The operatives quickly followed suit and shut the door behind them. In that fleeting moment, Rebecca caught a glimpse of the person's face. L. She exclaimed, her breath hitching in her throat. She had seen Rocky's face, and though it was but a brief instant, she was certain of her recognition. Given her current position, Rebecca could unequivocally confirm that Ascendance had taken him. Without a moment to lose, she dashed forward, drawing her pistol as she shouted curses at the Ascendance vehicle. "You bastards! Let him go!" Bullets rained down upon the Ascendance vehicle, erupting into showers of sparks as they struck. Despite Rebecca's desperate attempts to fire upon them, the formidable defenses of the Ascendance armored escort vehicle were well known. The bullets barely scratched its surface, let alone penetrated. The agent in the passenger seat glanced at the commotion in the rearview mirror, noting only a small figure flailing about. "Just a nuisance. The primary target has been located. Ignore her and drive on," he commanded, waving his hand dismissively. He had no time to waste here. Although he recognized Rebecca as another mercenary who had previously delivered goods, the main objective had been achieved. Rendering her of little consequence or threat, as the door closed, the driver was already poised to start the vehicle. Upon receiving the agent's signal, he pressed the gas pedal with determination. "Damn it, come back." Rebecca shouted futilely as she ran after the vehicle, but it swiftly vanished from her sight. "If only I had arrived a moment sooner," she cried, hurling her useless gun to the ground in frustration. She was acutely aware of Ascendance's nature. Being taken by them was unlikely to bode well. Though she understood the corporation's formidable strength, and even arriving earlier may not have allowed her to confront them, she felt a deep sense of helplessness. Buzzing with anxiety, Rebecca dialed Rocky's number, hoping for a response. Yet, it was evident that the vehicle he was in was equipped with signal jammers, allowing only Ascendance's frequencies to penetrate. When her call went unanswered, despair settled in her heart, leaving her frozen in place. Why now? Why at this moment? Overwhelmed and bewildered, Rebecca's mind spiraled into chaos, knowing only that Ascendance was a perilous entity. She harbored a deep-seated fear that Arasaka might inflict harm upon Rocky, and the mere thought that this fleeting glimpse could be the last she ever had of him filled her with dread. In Rebecca's heart, Rocky had long transcended the definition of a mere friend. Her feelings for him had surpassed the threshold of mere affection. She candidly acknowledged her fondness for Rocky within the confines of her mind. Pilar's words had instilled a sense of urgency, and she had been contemplating a moment to confess her feelings once Rocky had completed his monumental task. However, all her plans were now in disarray, shattered by Arasaka's sudden intrusion. Tonight was supposed to be the moment she could finally express her heart's desire to Rocky, yet unforeseen circumstances had intervened. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Rebecca clenched her fists tightly. Inaction was not in her nature. Her concern for Rocky propelled her towards decisive action rather than futile prayers. If Arasaka had taken Rocky, then she was determined to rescue him. "I will surely bring you back. You must hold on," Rebecca vowed with unwavering determination. Despite her resolve to save Rocky, the stark reality loomed before her. Arasaka was far too powerful. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Charging in recklessly to rescue him would likely result in her being overwhelmed by Arasaka's security forces. Moreover, she had no idea where Arasaka had taken Rocky, making it evident that this was a task she could not accomplish alone. Regaining her composure, Rebecca disregarded the curious stares of the mercenaries around her, retrieved the firearm from the ground, and dialed Man's number. "Rebecca? What is the matter?" The call was answered, Man's voice slightly muffled, as if he were preoccupied with something. "I need to rescue someone." The cybernetic doctor from Japantown. He's been captured by Arasaka. Rebecca laid bare her intentions, hoping that Man and his team could assist her, but on the other end, Man paused. Taken aback by the news of Rebecca's desire to save someone from Arasaka, pushing aside Dorio, who had been leaning against him, Man gestured for her to remain calm, then focused intently on his conversation with Rebecca. "What? You want to rescue someone taken by Arasaka? Where did you get this assignment?" Man's tone revealed his discomfort at the mention of Arasaka, assuming she had stumbled upon a lucrative job. "It's not an assignment. I need to do this myself, but I require assistance." Hearing Rebecca's response, Man contemplated the situation, sensing that something was amiss. He was well aware of who Rocky was, having procured stimulants from him on several occasions. Yet they were not particularly acquainted, merely having engaged in a few transactions that Rebecca's tone suggested urgency, which he found perplexing. Why would she choose to confront Arasaka for a mere cybernetic doctor? Rebecca, are you certain you're not joking? P.S. Just a cybernetic doctor. Arasaka's abduction of him has no bearing on us. You're considering taking on Arasaka? You must understand the gravity of the situation. Man expressed his thoughts, believing that unless one of his team members was taken, Arasaka's actions were of no concern to him, that he is not just a cybernetic doctor. He is someone I care for. I am not joking. I must rescue him. I am fully aware of Arasaka's might, which is precisely why I need your help. I know this does not concern you, but I can offer compensation, as if you were taking on a job. Rebecca spoke with calm conviction, hoping to persuade Man to assist her. Upon hearing her words, Man began to understand her urgency, but still felt compelled to refuse. Rebecca, this isn't about compensation. It's about the fact that Arasaka is involved. Opposing them is a guaranteed path to demise. I have a responsibility to my team. I cannot allow them to walk into danger. I empathize with your feelings, but Arasaka is the Emperor of Night City. This is simply not feasible. I advise you to abandon this notion. You are part of the team, and I do not wish for you to perish at Arasaka's hands. Consider the possibility that Arasaka may not do anything severe to him. Perhaps they will release him in a few days. You understand my point, don't you? Man urged Rebecca to be rational, emphasizing that if Arasaka truly intended to harm Rocky, there was little they could do to alter that fate. The grim fate of Barum at the gates of the afterlife still lingered in their minds. Rocky was merely a cybernetic doctor, not worth the risk, even for a reward. This was not as simple as stealing some information from Arasaka or eliminating a few of their men. If Arasaka took Rocky to Arasaka Tower, would they be expected to storm the tower to rescue him? That would be tantamount to suicide. Very well. I understand. I.T.S. nothing. After being rebuffed by Man, Rebecca fell silent for a moment before hanging up. Although Man had declined to help, she bore him no ill will. The dominance of Arasaka was indisputable. Few dared to oppose them to Man. Rocky was merely a cybernetic doctor with whom he had a passing acquaintance, and it was understandable that he would be unwilling to risk his life for him. Moreover, she had no right to demand that others leap into this abyss alongside her. If Man agreed to help, it would be fortuitous. If he did not, she could comprehend his reasoning. She attempted to reach out to Falco and Chiwei, but they too unequivocally refused her request. Yet, Rebecca had anticipated this outcome. Man's refusal likely mirrored the sentiments of the other team members. With no further futile attempts on her mind, Rebecca found herself engulfed in despair, isolated and helpless. Rationality. How could I possibly be rational? Reflecting on Man's words, Rebecca felt that rationality was beyond her grasp. Each second that Rocky remained in danger was a torment she could scarcely endure. Since no one was willing to assist her, she would take matters into her own hands. I must rescue you. Even if no one wishes to join me, you still have me as a friend. Rebecca resolved herself, but the term friend sparked a moment of clarity. Perhaps she did not need to seek Man's help. Rocky had friends of his own that if she could inform them of his capture, surely they would choose to assist her. Shifting her perspective, hope reignited within her. Rocky had once spoken of two friends, one a mercenary named Jack, and the other a cybernetic doctor named Victor, who worked in Watson. While she lacked Jack's contact information and had no idea where to find him, she was well aware of how to locate Victor, as Rocky had shared the address of Victor's clinic with her. With her plan solidified, Rebecca promptly set off for Victor's clinic. Within Misty's Emporium, Rebecca followed Rocky's previous description to find her destination. Welcome! How may I assist you today? Misty greeted Rebecca with warmth as she entered the shop. I'm looking for Dr. Victor. Rebecca stated her purpose directly. Of course. Please hold on a moment while I contact him. Without belittling Rebecca for her petite stature, Misty enthusiastically reached out to Victor on her behalf. Soon, Victor responded, indicating that he was available and could see Rebecca. All right, Dr. Victor is ready to see you now. You may enter. The clinic is located in the basement of the alley. Just exit through the back door, and you'll find the stairs leading down. Misty, recognizing that Rebecca was unfamiliar with the place, kindly provided her with clear directions. Thank you, Rebecca nodded in gratitude before hastening inside. Upon entering the clinic, Victor turned his chair to face Rebecca, prepared to greet her, but she quickly interjected. "You must be Victor. I am a friend of L. He has been taken by Arasaka, and I need your help." Rebecca wasted no time in revealing her intent, and upon hearing her words, Victor's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. "L has been captured by Arasaka. Don't panic, child. Tell me exactly what happened." Victor, though initially tense upon learning of Rocky's abduction, quickly regained his composure. Rebecca hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. "This is no small matter. L is in serious trouble." After listening to Rebecca's account, Victor grasped the gravity of Rocky's situation, suspecting it was linked to the serum sales that had drawn Arasaka's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Victor decided to contact Jack and discuss a strategy together. Jack had recently become close to Rocky and would likely be well informed about his circumstances. That I'll reach out to LS friend Jack and see how we can address this matter. "There is no need for you to worry. We will devise a plan." Victor observed Rebecca's anxious expression and understood that her connection with Rocky was significant, prompting him to offer some reassurance. "Thank you," Rebecca sighed in relief, feeling that seeking Victor was indeed the right choice. At least now, someone was willing to assist her. Victor contacted Jack and explained Rocky's predicament. Before long, Jack arrived at the clinic in a flurry of urgency. However, to both Rebecca and Victor's surprise, Jack brought someone along with him, none other than Lucy. Upon learning of Rocky's capture by Arasaka, Jack had immediately informed Lucy, fearing she might be unaware and considering that perhaps Lucy might have insights regarding Rocky's situation. When Lucy received the call from Jack, she was utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that just moments ago, she was conversing with Rocky, only to turn around and discover that he had been captured by Arasaka. The very scenario she dreaded the most had come to fruition. Arasaka had targeted Rocky. Lucy understood Arasaka better than anyone, and her fear of them was profound. The thought of him being taken by them was her greatest terror, and now it was happening to the man she loved. Lucy felt as though she was on the verge of collapse, unable to fathom what she would do if Rocky were to perish at Arasaka's hands. Fortunately, Jack was there. He first urged Lucy to calm herself over the phone, then hurried to her apartment to take her away. Lucy recognized that the most crucial task at hand was to devise a plan to rescue Rocky. There was no time for her to indulge in her emotions, suppressing her inner turmoil and fear. Lucy and Jack arrived at Rocky's clinic, where they freed Dolores before heading to Old V's place. Inside the clinic, Rebecca looked at the two newcomers, rather, three, with a hint of surprise. Misty, upon seeing Jack rush in with Lucy, sensed that something significant had occurred. After inquiring with Jack, she followed them inside. Rebecca's astonishment stemmed from Lucy's presence. "Lucy," Rebecca exclaimed, and they both voiced their confusion about each other's unexpected presence. Jack, observing the scene, felt a twinge of perplexity. He had met Rebecca before at the Wild Wolf, and had mistakenly assumed their relationship was more intimate. Now, it appeared there was a misunderstanding, and judging by the current situation, Lucy and Rebecca seemed to know each other. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, with glances exchanged among the group, some familiar and some not. Leaving everyone a loss for words. It was Jack who broke the silence first. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jack. If I recall correctly, we met at the Wild Wolf Bar. I'm a good friend of L. This is Victor, the finest cyberneticist in Watson. L used to assist him." Jack began by introducing himself to Rebecca, then proceeded to introduce Old V to Lucy. "This is Lucy. She is L's friend that we met through an earlier commission. She's a reliable hacker." Jack hesitated briefly when mentioning Lucy's relationship with Rocky, casting a glance at Rebecca before ultimately choosing to describe her merely as a friend, opting to keep things vague due to the unclear circumstances. Meanwhile, Misty also introduced herself succinctly, allowing everyone to grasp the situation. Old V then addressed the reason for their gathering. "It was Miss Rebecca who brought me the news. She witnessed Arasaka's men force L into a vehicle right outside his clinic. My suspicion is that Arasaka is likely targeting him due to the serum L has been selling. If Arasaka is after the formula, he should be safe for the moment, but once they obtain it, what they might do to ensure it doesn't leak is my greatest concern." "Wait, what is this serum?" Rebecca inquired, looking perplexed, as it seemed she, along with everyone except Misty, was unaware of its nature. It's a concoction produced by L that significantly enhances human capabilities. He has recently been selling it to clinics across Night City, which has drawn Arasaka's attention, Jack explained. Rebecca nodded, still unclear about the specifics of the serum, but understanding that it meant Rocky was in danger. At that moment, Rebecca scanned the clinic's occupants and noticed that Lucy appeared somewhat off. After hearing Old V's analysis, Lucy's emotions surged once more. She was acutely aware of Arasaka's tactics. Once they acquired the formula, they would undoubtedly not allow Rocky to escape. Rebecca observed the worry and fear etched across Lucy's face and paused momentarily. She wasn't naive. From the moment Lucy had entered, she sensed something was amiss. Although Lucy and Rocky had known each other for only a few days, the depth of her concern exceeded that of a mere friend. Rebecca had never witnessed such an expression on Lucy's face before. Coupled with a woman's intuition, Rebecca realized Lucy's feelings for Rocky mirrored her own. Lucy? Yes. Do you have feelings for Elle? Rebecca's sudden question left Lucy momentarily speechless. Her mouth slightly agape, she instinctively sensed the reason behind Rebecca's inquiry. Ultimately nodding in affirmation, unable to lie given the circumstances surrounding her relationship with Rocky. Yes, their gazes locked. Lucy felt a wave of tension, and Rebecca's next words confirmed her suspicions that I feel the same. Let's work together to rescue Elle. Rebecca laid her feelings bare before everyone, unashamedly admitting her affections for Rocky. Subtlety was not Rebecca's style. She never concealed her emotions. When angry, she would scold. When joyful, she would laugh. And when in love, she would boldly declare it. Although Rebecca might not have anticipated that Lucy would be so involved with Rocky in such a short time, she was too focused on rescuing him to concern herself with who loved him or who he loved. All that mattered to her was saving him. And as she loved Rocky, she would stop at nothing to ensure his safety. Perhaps she might feel a twinge of annoyance at Lucy for vying for Rocky's affections. But those thoughts could wait until after his rescue. For now, she and Lucy were undeniably on the same side. Lucy felt an odd sense of affirmation in her heart. She hadn't expected Rebecca to harbor feelings for Rocky as well. She was still unaware of the nature of their relationship, and if they were already enamored with each other, she might be perceived as the interloper. Yet, like Rebecca, she had no time to ponder such matters. Both were solely focused on Rocky's safety. Yes, Lucy nodded resolutely in response to Rebecca, both understanding without the need for further discussion, as for the inevitable rivalry between them, that could be addressed once Rocky was safe. Meanwhile, Jack watched the unfolding scene with wide eyes, utterly taken aback. Old V chuckled softly, remarking on the beauty of youth. After this unexpected interlude, the group's spirits lightened considerably. Old V continued, to rescue Elle, we first need to ascertain where Arasaka has taken him. What are your thoughts? Clearly, Old V could not offer much assistance in that regard. Perhaps Lucy should attempt to locate Elle's whereabouts first. If that fails, we may have to seek out intermediaries specializing in intelligence. Jack proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Recognizing that they had no better options at present, I'll prepare to dive deep into the net, Lucy declared, eager to take action. The clinic lacked the necessary interfaces for such a dive, and time was of the essence. That moment. Misty, who had remained silent, interjected her concerns that you're planning to rescue Elle, but I know he's in danger. However, if he has been detained by Arasaka, their stronghold will be heavily fortified. Isn't that too perilous? I'm genuinely worried for you all. Misty expressed her anxiety, feeling a sense of urgency for Rocky's safety, yet fearing for Jack and the others. Regardless of the danger, we must rescue him. I witnessed them take Elle right before my eyes. I can't forgive myself for being too weak to stop them, Rebecca asserted, clenching her fists in frustration. Reflecting on the scene outside Rocky's clinic, she felt a deep-seated resentment toward her own lack of strength, regretting that she couldn't protect him. Rebecca was never the type to be weak. She didn't require anyone's protection. Instead, she wished to safeguard the one she loved. Having never loved before, she now found herself helplessly watching as someone else took him away. Thus, she vowed to rescue Rocky at any cost. Her unwavering determination resonated with the others, who were moved by the strength of her resolve. Is this what love for Elle looks like? Is it truly possible for someone to risk everything for the one they love? And would Elle do the same for me? Surely, he would. He promised he would. Lucy pondered, touched by Rebecca's heartfelt words, and sensing the sincerity of her feelings for Rocky, but a strange unease washed over her, feeling as though she were the thief who had stolen Rebecca's beloved. What would Rebecca think of her if she discovered the truth about Lucy and Rocky? In contrast to Lucy's conflicted emotions, Jack's thoughts were consumed by admiration for Rebecca's fierce loyalty. Rebecca, you're absolutely right. We must save Elle. Rest assured, I won't let you face this danger alone, as both women expressed their commitment. Old V, though moved by Rebecca's resolve, maintained a rational mindset. Misty makes a valid point. Attempting to infiltrate Arasaka's territory to rescue someone is indeed perilous. To be frank, with just the two of you, it would be quite challenging. Oldway addressed Jack and Rebecca, fully aware that the final operations would largely depend on the two of them. Upon hearing Oldway's words, Jack instantly felt a surge of defiance and retorted, "Hey, Oldway, don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as before. Elle equipped me with that stuff. I'm incredibly powerful now." However, as Oldway observed Jack flexing his muscles, he shook his head. "You may be fine, but what about Rebecca?" "I apologize, Rebecca. I do not mean to undermine your capabilities, but you must understand that this is a task where lives are at stake. I cannot stand by and watch you throw your life away. If Elle were to learn of this, I doubt he would approve." Jack had anticipated the serum injection for himself, but his words were primarily directed at Rebecca, who was completely oblivious to what a serum was and, naturally, had never injected one. This posed a very real dilemma. It had nothing to do with underestimating Rebecca. Her combat prowess was simply too weak. No matter how eloquently one spoke, or how resolute their determination, it could not alter this fact. To send her into Arasaka at her current level would be akin to sending lambs to slaughter. Rebecca understood this too. She was painfully aware of her inadequacy and realized that in her current state, she could not save Rocky. "Victor, you are right. I'm still too weak. Can you help me? You are a cybernetic doctor. You can help me grow stronger, can't you? Regardless of the means or the kind of augmentations, as long as they can make me stronger, I am open to anything." Rebecca had made her decision. Previously, she believed that not having cybernetic enhancements was acceptable, as her teammates, including Man, could shoulder the burden of combat, but now she recognized that it was insufficient. Only by possessing formidable strength could she protect those around her. And now, there was a cybernetic doctor right here. She wanted to undergo augmentation to become stronger, so she could save Rocky. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." Receiving Rebecca's affirmative response, Oldway retrieved a vial of blue serum from the cabinet behind him. This was the serum Rocky had left for Oldway, the original version with guaranteed efficacy. "This is a super soldier serum that Elle provided me. It is perfect for the task at hand. Only after you inject this can you install better augmentations, thereby increasing your chances of rescuing Elle.A.S. Oldway presented the serum. Rebecca nodded without hesitation and, at Oldway's gesture, lay down on the surgical chair. Soon, Oldway completed the injection, and Rebecca fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Misty took Lucy to a nearby apartment equipped with a deep dive interface, leaving the clinic enveloped in silence. "Oldway, I need to make a phone call." "Sure." Jack glanced at the quiet clinic, hesitated for a moment, then stepped outside to dial V's number. From the moment he learned that Rocky had been captured by Arasaka, Jack had thought of reaching out to V. However, he was reluctant to trouble V, as he considered him just an ordinary operative. Not to mention, he was uncertain whether V would even have knowledge regarding Rocky's abduction. Even if V was aware, assisting them might not be straightforward. It could potentially drag V into the whirlpool, especially since decisions within the company were not solely up to him, that if information about Arasaka's activities were leaked, resulting in someone being taken captive, such an offense would be serious for anyone involved. Moreover, V and Rocky were not particularly close. Jack felt he had no right to ask for V's assistance. Initially, Jack thought he would only consider contacting V if he found himself with no other options, but Rebecca's recent demeanor inspired a different thought. If given the opportunity, he wanted to spare Rebecca from taking risks. He did not want Rocky to lose someone who loved him. However, what Jack did not realize was that V had undergone a significant transformation in just a few days, but had not yet had the chance to inform Jack. In fact, it was V who had orchestrated Rocky's capture. Though V himself was unaware that the person taken was Rocky, he had delegated the task to his subordinates. only needing to acquire information about Ascension Technologies from them. Chapter 53. Inside Arasaka Tower. In Jenkins' office, V was discussing the follow-up plans regarding the serum with Jenkins when he received a call from Jack. "Hang on, I have a call coming in." V interrupted the conversation, signaling to Jenkins. Jenkins nodded to indicate it was fine. "Hey, Jack, I'm busy. Yes, there's something urgent." "V, there's something I need to ask of you. Ella's been captured by Arasaka, right in the streets of Japan, and taken away in a vehicle. I hope to find out where he has been taken. I understand this may not be easy, so if it poses a problem for you, please don't feel obliged." Listening to Jack's account, V's brow gradually furrowed. "Ella's been taken. All right, I will keep an eye out, but Jack, I must warn you that this may not be feasible." "Okay, I will await your news." Their exchange was brief. Jack noticed V was preoccupied and did not elaborate further, merely ensuring his message was conveyed. After hanging up, V fell into contemplation. Upon hearing that Rocky had been captured by Arasaka, V's first thought was whether it was Abernathy's doing, not considering that it could be linked to him. If Abernathy's side had found Rocky, it could create complications, making it difficult for V to intervene without exposing himself. This was why V had stated that the task might not be achievable. "What is it?" Jenkins inquired. Noticing V's troubled expression, "I received information that a mercenary involved in the K-Biki building incident has been captured by Arasaka. Is it Abernathy's doing?" "Uncertain." V shook his head. "If that which is behind this, don't even think about getting involved. You must distance yourself and ensure she does not expose you," Jenkins advised V, who nodded in understanding. However, he was puzzled as to how Abernathy could locate Rocky despite the traces being thoroughly cleaned up. "All right, you should handle this matter first. We have discussed enough about the serum." Waving his hand, Jenkins signaled V to clean up this mess and ascertain what was happening. Leaving the office, V prepared to investigate Rocky's situation. Just then, another call came in. It was from the operative he had assigned to gather information on Ascension Technologies. "What is up? Have you found the intel?" "Not yet. I have captured a cyberpunk who knows about Ascension Technologies, but he refuses to divulge any information unless he meets with you. What I need is intel, not a mercenary who merely knows about IT. Do you understand? Are you incapable of handling a single mercenary?" "I don't have time for this. It's your task." V's mood was evidently sour. He had expected to find valuable information, only to discover that he had merely captured a mercenary, and he had no time to meet with anyone. When told that the mercenary would not speak until meeting with a superior, V chastised the operative. "Fine, send me the mercenary's information. I'll decide how to proceed." Given the operative's insistence, V had no choice but to take a look. "Understood." The operative complied without further comment. Soon, V arrived at the office cubicle and reviewed the information sent by the operative. "This is... Oh, damn it. What a mess." Upon seeing the character profile displayed on the terminal, V slapped his forehead in frustration. Not long ago, Arasaka's task force had brought Rocky to Arasaka Tower. Given the gravity of this incident, only within the confines of Arasaka Tower could they ensure that no other corporations would interfere or infiltrate. After searching Rocky to ensure he carried no dangerous items, Arasaka's security escorted him to an interrogation room. "Speak up. Tell me everything you know about Ascension Technologies." The operative leaned over the table, addressing Rocky, who was seated across from him. Rocky remained unresponsive, instead surveying the surroundings of the room. This was his first time entering Arasaka Tower since arriving in Night City, and he contemplated the feasibility of escaping, although he had no intention of doing so. The operative, noticing Rocky's lack of attention, slammed his hands down on the table. "Kid, answer my question. Stop looking around." The operative was growing agitated by Rocky's indifference. Finally, Rocky shifted his focus to the operative and pondered before speaking. "Can I ask which department you belong to? What does that matter to you? Just tell me what you know. That's your job." "I don't have time to waste with you." The operative had encountered many arrogant cyberpunks, but this was the first time he met one who left him utterly powerless, that he simply wanted to extract information from this guy as quickly as possible. However, Rocky found the operative's anxious demeanor amusing and no need to rush. "You answer my question, and then I'll answer yours." Rocky remained unhurried. The operative took a deep breath, realizing the kid was impervious to pressure, and reluctantly answered Rocky's question. "Counterintelligence department." Upon hearing these words, Rocky stroked his chin and smiled. Is this a coincidence? Is V in charge of this? If so, it would be quite the mess. Rocky thought to himself. I want to see your superior. Rocky's request landed like a blow to the operative. Not a chance, buddy. This is Arasaka Tower, not your home. You can't just see anyone you want. Do you understand your position? The operative thought to himself, feeling a flood of frustrations. In no way. You need to tell me what you know right now. The operative firmly rejected Rocky's demand. Rocky shrugged his shoulders. He remarked, so, there's nothing more to discuss? Allow me to be candid. I possess comprehensive knowledge regarding Ascension Technology, yet your rank is far too low to make this conversation worthwhile, that it's best to bring in someone of higher authority. Upon hearing Rocky's words, the agent's expression grew grave, as if he were assessing the veracity of Rocky's claims. In his estimation, this individual, merely a purveyor, could hardly know much. At most, he might divulge the upper echelons of Ascension Technology. Now, as he claimed to be privy to all the information, it appeared they had misjudged him. Rocky's understanding exceeded their expectations. After a moment of silence, the agent fixed his gaze on Rocky and said, You had best ensure that what you speak is truthful. Should you cause me to lose face before my superiors, you will come to know my methods. Rest assured, I am confident. Just hurry and summon your superior. Rocky replied with a smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Ignoring Rocky's taunt, the agent hesitated momentarily before dialing his superior's number, informing Rocky to wait. Before long, the door to the interrogation room swung open. And as expected, V entered. Long time no see, V. Rocky smiled as he saw V walk in. Dismissing the agent, it was advantageous to have an acquaintance present. You seem unsurprised by my arrival. I had just inquired about the agent's department and deduced it might be you. I apologize. I never anticipated meeting you in such a manner and location. Had I known you were involved in this matter, we could have chosen a more comfortable setting to converse, perhaps over drinks at a bar. V seated himself across from Rocky, expressing his regret. After all, Rocky had previously assisted him, and they could be considered half-friends. Bringing a friend to the Arasaka Tower was certainly not proper. No worries. This place is quite fine. It's my first visit, so I regard it as an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Rocky replied nonchalantly, I'm glad you understand. Now, let's discuss the matter at hand, which is of utmost importance to me. The serum produced by Ascension Technology holds great significance for Arasaka. They require information about this company that I saw in the report that you were assisting them with promotion and delivery. Could you share some insights with me? You needn't worry. As long as you provide the intelligence, we will offer you a generous reward, and I can request protection from Arasaka against any retaliation from Ascension Technology. Indeed, the familiar treatment was quite different. Upon V's arrival, he immediately demonstrated his sincerity towards Rocky. Recognizing V's direct approach, Rocky ceased his casual remarks and began, The serum, you say? I am well aware of its significance to Arasaka, and not only to them. Military technology, biotechnology, and international trauma teams. All major corporations covet it. Listening to Rocky, V found it difficult to decipher his intentions. Was he attempting to make exorbitant demands? Yet, even if that were the case, V was indifferent, as Arasaka was footing the bill. While V pondered this, Rocky continued, You seek information regarding Ascension Technology, but to be frank, I cannot divulge that. What do you mean? Because that company does not exist. I am Ascension Technology. Rocky declared, shocking V. Are you suggesting that you produced the serum? V paused, momentarily refraining from outright denial, only to pose a question. Rocky merely nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the serum, along with the stimulants previously sold, are products of my creation. Ascension Technology is merely a FAAD. There is no actual company. V fell silent, his skepticism lingering. Yet he felt that Rocky was unlikely to deceive him. Without further discussing the authenticity of the serum's production, V posed a new inquiry. I have a question. Since you control the production of a serum, why opt to sell it through underground clinics instead of handing over the formula to a company? Whether selling the formula outright or granting production rights, either would yield far greater profits than your current approach. V believed that by merely selling the formula to a company, Rocky could amass untold wealth. Why then would he choose to risk selling the serum instead? However, Rocky shook his head, stating that V's perspective was fundamentally flawed. Viewing the situation from a corporate or upper-class standpoint made sense. But from the viewpoint of an ordinary individual, it was an entirely different matter. Without any backing, Rocky understood that if a corporation were to gain control over production, they would prefer to make him disappear rather than part with a substantial sum of money. For them, it would be a simple task. For me, that is impossible. This serum can only be produced by me, and I will never relinquish the formula. Not even to Arasaka, I can sell you the serum. But as for the formula, that is out of the question. Rocky clearly articulated his stance. Setting aside the implications of corporate control over serum production, the fact remained that the serum lacked a tangible formula. Its creation depended solely on Rocky's pharmaceutical apparatus. Even with identical raw materials, without that apparatus, the result would merely be a puddle of waste. Thus, Rocky felt confident in negotiating terms with Arasaka for as long as he was alive. Only he could produce the serum. If he were to perish, so too would the serum. Would Arasaka uncover his secret and seize his pharmaceutical apparatus? Apologies, but his system was modular, if it could be installed. It could also be uninstalled. V furrowed his brow at Rocky's words, interpreting them as a desire to firmly retain control over production. Very well, in that case, let us discuss a collaboration regarding serum supply. Arasaka requires stability and a large volume of supply. Can you manage that alone? V contemplated this. Choosing to take a step back, he did not wish to pressure Rocky, though this approach would ultimately fall short of Arasaka's primary objective. At least he would obtain the serum, which was not the worst outcome, and V could at least justify it. However, Rocky shook his head once more. It is challenging. Currently, with my solitary efforts, I find it difficult to produce a significant quantity of serum. Moreover, I doubt Arasaka would trust a mercenary who could vanish at any moment to provide them with stable serum support. Rocky articulated his thoughts, and V nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do? You are aware that without a satisfactory result, Arasaka will not relent. I plan to make Ascendancy Technology a reality. Once it develops, I will not only be able to supply you with large quantities of serum, but I will also be able to collaborate with Arasaka as a legitimate company, alleviating many of your concerns. Rocky laid out his plan before V, who was taken aback. This was a notion Rocky had long been preparing. To truly grow, he could not continue to engage in petty dealings with underground clinics. Establishing a company was inevitable, but why had Rocky initially opted not to register a company to launch products? Instead, merely using a corporate name for branding? At its core, he lacked a support system, that a fledgling enterprise without backing, amidst the predatory wolves of Night City, resembled a feeble lamb, constantly at risk of being devoured by the larger corporations. The world had long abandoned tales of rising from nothing to break through social strata. In Night City, miracles were non-existent. Thus, Rocky accumulated his chips while awaiting an opportunity to exchange those chips for breathing room, just as he was doing now. The influence of the serum undoubtedly brought him danger, yet it also represented an opportunity. Disseminating the serum throughout Night City would allow all corporations to witness its efficacy, proving far more persuasive than blindly seeking those corporations with the serum in hand, while simultaneously demonstrating that he was not the only one coveting the serum. Originally, due to Lucy's influence, Rocky had been reluctant to set his sights on Arasaka. However, he knew Arasaka well, and the assistance V could provide within Arasaka was far too tempting to disregard. Relinquishing those advantages and refusing to collaborate with Arasaka would indeed be unwise. Moreover, collaborating with Arasaka could grant him the chance to meet Arasaka's own double agent, Lai Xian. Should he gain the favor of this prince, Rocky's path to achieving his goals would be significantly eased, of course. This was contingent upon his ability to persuade Lai Xian that their ambitions aligned and that he would not become the next Arasaka Saburo. Sometimes, leveraging the power of one's enemies becomes an unavoidable necessity. Rocky bore no burden regarding this notion. He merely hoped that Lucy would understand him. To be honest, L, your ambition truly astonishes me, V remarked, absorbing Rocky's words while grasping his intentions. Yet he was taken aback by the magnitude of Rocky's ambition. A certain level of ambition is natural. Who wishes to languish in this city forever? Besides, are you not the same? Rocky smiled. V paused, recognizing the truth in Rocky's words. He too harbored ambitions to ascend to greater heights. Moreover, Rocky's statement served as a reminder to V that this endeavor constituted an investment for him as well. If Ascension Technology were to flourish and become a crucial partner for Arasaka, V would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. However, should Ascension Technology encounter any missteps, V, as the initiator, would also face repercussions. Well, you are right. But this matter has exceeded my capacity to handle, and I lack the authority to make such decisions. However, I will reach out to my superiors to arrange a meeting for you. After some contemplation, V indeed perceives Ascend Technology as possessing considerable potential, and with Jack's connection, V has ultimately decided to assist Rocky. Thank you. Upon receiving V's response, Rocky rose and shook hands with V, signifying a consensus had been reached. By the way, although further discussions regarding the collaboration are necessary, if you currently have any potions on hand, you may sell them directly to us. While V cannot make decisions regarding the partnership, acquiring the potions falls within his responsibilities and authority. Evaluating and testing the serum potion solely based on a single sample obtained from a cybernetic doctor is undoubtedly insufficient. There are still 20 doses available, which can be collected from my clinic at once. Rocky nodded, as this arrangement was quite agreeable to him. His remaining funds were scant, and he urgently needed to replenish his resources to navigate the forthcoming circumstances. Let me arrange for someone to accompany you for collection. The sooner this is done, the better. The security outside is already prepared, and I will instruct them to escort you out. Rocky nodded and proceeded toward the interrogation room exit. Just then, V suddenly called out to Rocky again. I know your ambitions are grand, but do not pressure Arasaka too much. Even if the serum potion has never surfaced, Arasaka remains one of the most powerful companies in this world. V hesitated for a moment, but ultimately offered this well-meaning caution. Understood, I will tread carefully. Rocky smiled, reassuring V that additionally, Jack is quite concerned about your situation. Be sure to reach out to him soon. Upon hearing V's words, Rocky paused, puzzled as to how Jack was aware of his abduction. He had deliberately refrained from informing anyone to avoid causing worry for Jack and Lucy. It had only been a short while since his disappearance. Even if Lucy noticed his absence, it would not be so swift for her to trace it back to Arasaka. Although Rocky felt somewhat bewildered, he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Thank you. Soon, Rocky exited the interrogation room. Escorted by security out of Arasaka Tower, V, on the other hand, sought out the agent, instructing him to follow Rocky to procure the serum and arrange for personnel to keep a close watch on him. Friends aside, V did not yet fully trust Rocky. He could not place complete faith in him, fearing that Rocky might concoct an excuse to deceive him and then abscond. Moreover, V needed to ensure that Rocky was not abducted by individuals from other corporations. Thus, keeping tabs on him was imperative. After departing Arasaka Tower, the agent drove Rocky back to the clinic. Rocky retrieved the serum potion from the clinic and handed it over to the agent, swiftly receiving the transfer. With his wallet replenished, Rocky could not help but marvel at the generosity of large corporations, purchasing 20 doses of potions for 400,000 without batting an eye. In front of the clinic, after bidding farewell to the agent, Rocky noticed a crowd of people staring in his direction. It was only natural, considering the commotion at Arasaka that led to his abduction and now his return. It would be peculiar if they were not curious. Ignoring them, Rocky turned to head back into the clinic to contact Jack. However, at that moment, he noticed something strange. He glanced and saw that DeRosso, parked in the lot, was missing. Hey, where the hell is my car? For a moment, Rocky thought some reckless individual dared to steal his vehicle. But upon reflection, given DeRosso's anti-theft capabilities, it seemed unlikely that it could have been stolen. Checking the vehicle's location on the map, he discovered it was parked at Old Ways Clinic, likely taken by Jack. With no other option, Rocky hopped onto his motorcycle and sped toward Old Ways Clinic, simultaneously dialing Jack's number. Meanwhile, Jack, Lucy, Old Way, and Misty were all gathered at Old Ways Clinic. Any news? Lucy couldn't help but inquire. Not yet, just wait. My buddy assured me there was nothing to worry about. V had informed Jack that Rocky was taken, but was unharmed, assuring him that he would handle it and release him shortly. Thus, the group opted not to continue searching for Rocky's whereabouts. Rebecca had yet to awaken, and everyone was anxiously awaiting updates. Buzz, as Jack's phone rang. He immediately stood up. It's Elle's call. After explaining the situation to the others, Jack answered the call. Hey, Elle. You didn't. However, Jack barely managed to utter 2 words before Lucy abruptly joined their conversation. "Elle, are you okay? Did Arasaka do anything to you? Are you all right?" Lucy asked with a voice filled with concern. Rocky was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lucy's voice, while he was not surprised that Jack would notify her. The worry and urgency in Lucy's tone warmed his heart. "Lucy, I'm fine. You're at Old Ways, right? I'll be there shortly, and we can discuss everything then." Rocky gently reassured Lucy. Yes. Knowing Rocky was safe eased Lucy's anxious heart. Soon, Rocky arrived at Old Ways Clinic, only to be enveloped in a tight embrace as soon as he stepped inside. Lucy clung to Rocky, finally able to relax upon feeling his tangible warmth and presence. "Everything's all right, Lucy. I'm perfectly fine. Arasaka didn't harm me." Rocky comforted her, patting her back. Yes. Hearing Rocky's words, Lucy released him, aware that others were present, and Jack and the others were equally concerned about Rocky's well-being. "I'm sorry for causing you all worry." As Rocky entered, he looked at the group in the clinic, feeling a warmth within. At least he had people who cared about his safety. He was not alone. "Brother, it's good to see you safe. I almost thought about charging into Arasaka Tower to rescue you." Jack smiled and nodded. Not as sentimental as Lucy. As long as Rocky was unharmed, that was what mattered. Oldway also smiled upon seeing Rocky safe. "It's a relief you're okay, kid. Regardless of what transpired, let's sit down and take a moment to rest. Moreover, do share with us what exactly happened." Chapter 56. "I will protect you in the clinic." Rocky recounted everything that had transpired, including his thoughts on Ascendancy Technology. That IT truly was about the potions. But you are correct. If one wishes to establish a foothold in Night City, collaborating with Arasaka is indeed a wise choice. Oldway nodded in understanding of Rocky's decision. Jack shrugged, grumbling, "You make a valid point, but could you at least inform us before you undertake such significant actions next time? We thought you might not return." "If it weren't for V telling me, we would have been ready to storm Arasaka." Rocky felt somewhat helpless upon hearing Jack's words. The events unfolded suddenly, and he had intended to spare them the worry by not informing them. He had no idea they were all aware. However, he was curious about how they found out about his abduction. "Did he notify you?" Seeing Rocky's confusion, Jack gestured toward the surgical chair in the clinic. Rocky turned to see Rebecca lying on it. He had noticed her when he first entered, but amid their inquiries, he hadn't had a chance to ask. Now, seeing Jack point to Rebecca, he began to piece things together. "It was Rebecca who informed us. She witnessed you being taken by Arasaka's personnel in front of your clinic and came to find Old Way, which is how Lucy and I learned of the situation." Upon hearing Jack's words, Rocky finally understood, recalling faint sounds resembling bullets striking the vehicle after getting in. He had dismissed it at the time, but it must have been Rebecca's doing. Is Rebecca in that state because you administered the serum. "Old Way?" Rocky turned to Old Way and asked, well aware of the effects following his serum injection. Old Way nodded, but before he could elaborate, Rocky felt a tug on his hand at L. "Come with me. I need to talk to you." Lucy pulled Rocky's hand, leading him outside the clinic. Rocky wondered what could be so urgent to discuss outside. Lucy spoke up. "Rebecca injected the serum because of you. Not only that, but she is more worried about you than any of us and is more determined to rescue you than anyone else. She is willing to charge into Arasaka Tower for you. She asked Victor to help her with the serum injection and to install cybernetics, all to ensure she could save you." Lucy shared all this without hesitation. Hearing this, Rocky was taken aback. He had not expected so much to transpire in such a short time and was astonished by Rebecca's efforts on his behalf. "Rebecca, she also mentioned that she likes you. Everything she has done is because of her love for you. L. You feel the same way about Rebecca, don't you?" Lucy boldly articulated Rebecca's feelings for Rocky. In her view, Rocky had the right to know this, and there was no way to conceal it. What she aimed for was not to evade, but to clarify matters. Rocky felt his mind racing. The shock of being confronted about a loved one's feelings was overwhelming in any context. After a moment of silence, Rocky finally spoke. "I do have those feelings for Rebecca. However, Lucy, I feel the same way about you. It is not solely due to your initiative that..." Rocky responded affirmatively. Now that the matter had been laid bare, there was no point in continuing to deceive one another. Yet before Rocky could finish his explanation, Lucy pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him. "I know," she said, her smile bright and relieved. She had already discerned the truth when Rebecca confessed her feelings for Rocky, given the depth of Rebecca's affection for him. It was inconceivable that Rocky remained unaffected. Nonetheless, Lucy felt no anger. Rebecca's love for Rocky commanded her respect. And after all, it was she who had taken the initiative to pursue him. She had no right to condemn Rebecca and Rocky. Lucy's joy stemmed from Rocky's declaration that his feelings mirrored hers. He loved her just the same. That was sufficient. Unraveling the delicate balance among the three would only lead to discomfort, and Lucy wished to spare Rocky any distress. She could not afford to lose him again. Rebecca is a wonderful girl. Do not let her down. Lucy's words rendered Rocky momentarily speechless, as the situation seemed to spiral in an unexpected direction, albeit not diverging from his initial intentions. That I will, he replied, but his mouth was soon silenced again. Lucy could accept the bond between Rebecca and Rocky, yet that did not imply she would relinquish her claim on him. She was asserting her ownership through her actions. In the clinic, Rebecca opened her eyes. The serum's transformation had rendered her mind remarkably clear. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, Rebecca questioned whether she had truly awakened or was still ensnared in a dream. For there stood Rocky, vividly alive before her. "L, is that you?" she asked, her disbelief evident. "It is I. Rebecca, you have endured much," Rocky replied with a smile. As Rebecca glanced around, she noticed Jack and the others watching her. All adorned with smiles, she too smiled, her heart swelling with uncomplicated joy at Rocky's return. She did not inquire why he had come back. The reason mattered little to her, for what mattered was that he was indeed back. "That's wonderful, Elle. You have returned," Rebecca exclaimed, pushing herself forcefully off the surgical chair and leaping toward Rocky. Yet accustomed to her previous strength, she found herself propelled with a force far greater than before. The normal bounce had sent her hurtling toward Rocky like a small cannonball. In an instant, she collided with him, causing the unsuspecting Rocky to lose his balance and topple backward. "My apologies. That I was too excited and lost control," Rebecca said, looking down at Rocky, who was now beneath her. She felt a twinge of regret, though her weight was not burdensome. The impact had indeed been considerable. After the serum enhancement, Rebecca's physical abilities had escalated to unprecedented levels, and it was clear that the future would see her wielding high-intensity firearms with reckless abandon. Though the serum had amplified her strength, her physique remained unchanged, devoid of any excessive muscularity. Rocky, through the sensation of her thigh, could still feel her softness. She remained delightfully plump. Perhaps this was the serum's unique quality. Akin to how female superheroes who underwent serum enhancements did not transform into muscle-bound titans. "And oh worries, Rebecca, I understand. I am aware of all that you have done for me." "Thank you," Rocky said, gazing into her eyes. Rebecca's efforts had deeply touched him, and he vowed never to let her down. "Oh, it's nothing. I like Elle, and I will always look out for you," she declared, raising her hands to showcase the subtle muscles on her fair, delicate arms. While lacking in intimidation, those unassuming hands could still deliver a lethal blow to many. Chapter 57. Tyrant. Before long, Rebecca climbed off Rocky, albeit reluctantly, for there were many eyes upon them. With Rocky safe and Rebecca awake, they were prepared to conclude this episode. Just then, Rocky called out to Old Way. "Old Way, I have a favor to ask. I need your help to install a prosthetic." He produced a prosthetic resembling an advanced operating system akin to the one used by Sion Wei Stan. The segmented, white mechanical skeleton paired with its high-precision internal structure indicated its exceptional nature. This was the Source Project prosthetic he had long prepared for installation. Source Project, Annihilation Series Turn Operating System, from the most powerful weapon in the Source Project's Annihilation Series prosthetics. This operating system primarily enhances the user's neural reflexes and physical strength. Its formidable capabilities allow the user to experience a significant performance boost, greatly enhancing reflex speed and strength while incorporating various neural processing systems, including pain editing, microperception, weakness analysis, and ballistic analysis. IT is also equipped with the highest intensity network defense ICE, possessing the ability to trace back and counteract hacker sources. Prosthetic ability, ultimate domination upon activation. It enters Tyrant mode, instantly granting formidable regenerative abilities and doubling all enhancements provided by the prosthetic. Additionally, any other prosthetics the user possesses will enter a state of frenzy, with all performance and enhancement effects also doubled. Price adjustment, 0, module price, 300,000 euros. As a prosthetic from the source project's Annihilation, the function was straightforward, to enhance neural and physical capabilities, much like the hero crocodile. It lacked flamboyance, instead relying on sheer brute force to overpower opponents. With the impending collaboration with Arasaka, Rocky sought to bolster his strength to prevent any potential conflict should negotiations falter. The primary reason for choosing the Crocodile operating system was not only its robust performance enhancement, but also its appealing network defense capabilities. Hackers posed an omnipresent threat, and Rocky had yet to establish effective countermeasures. Ordinary ICE could not withstand the onslaught of elite hackers. If a conflict arose and the enemy possessed a hacker while he lacked defensive capabilities, he would be left in an untenable position. Once Rocky installed the Tyrant operating system, however, his system would become an impenetrable fortress, virtually eliminating the possibility of intrusion. What model is this prosthetic? I don't believe I have ever seen one like it, Oldway remarked, examining the prosthetic Rocky had handed him, noting that no company had ever produced such a model. You know, Oldway, Rocky replied with a knowing glance. Oldway understood and did not press further. After all, Rocky had already produced an array of peculiar items, so the appearance of a prosthetic was hardly surprising. While Oldway had yet to install this unknown model, the Source Project prosthetic had been fully adapted for compatibility with cyberpunk's prosthetic structures, making installation akin to that of any ordinary prosthetic. Rocky reclined on the surgical chair as Oldway began the installation process. The procedure was straightforward. After administering anesthesia, Oldway swiftly completed the installation. Upon awakening on the surgical chair, Rocky opened his eyes and felt the distinct differences brought about by the prosthetic. The world around him seemed to unfold in slow motion, everything appearing remarkably clear and languorous. The Tyrant operating system had enhanced Rocky's neural reflexes to an unprecedented degree. Under this heightened reflex intensity, the world slowed as if he had activated Sion Waystan. Unlike Sion Waystan, who achieved a temporary surge in reflex speed through activation effects, the Tyrant system functioned more like a perpetual neural implant, consistently enhancing reflexes. However, the enhancement provided by the Tyrant system surpassed that of the Krenzikov implant by countless times, reaching levels akin to Sion Weistan's activated state. One could say that Rocky was now perpetually in a state akin to that of Sion Weistan's activation. Seeing Rocky move on the surgical chair, Oldway realized he had awakened. L. How do you feel? He inquired. However, before he could finish, Rocky's figure flickered and vanished from his sight. L. Lucy and the others, who had been accompanying Rocky, exclaimed in unison, astonished by the spectacle, "I feel fantastic, better than ever," came a voice from behind them. Turning around, they found Rocky standing there, stretching his body. While the effects of the Tyrant system would endure, they were not unmodifiable to that moment. Rocky had adjusted his reflex efficiency to a level just 50 above normal. Striving to adapt to the slow world created by his rapid neural reflexes, ensuring his speech remained in normal pace. This adjustment required gradual acclimatization, as maintaining peak reflex intensity would impose a burden on his body. No wonder this is the most formidable weapon from the Source Project. The speed enhancement is astonishing, Rocky mused, acknowledging that while the Crocodile was not known for speed, it excelled in its own right. As the most formidable weapon of the Source plan, the Crocodile is devoid of any glaring weaknesses. Even its most vulnerable aspects are not comparable to those of an ordinary individual, beyond the neural reflexes. The Tyrant operating system has augmented Rocky's strength by a staggering 50%. It can be asserted that when Rocky operates the Tyrant system at full power and activates the ultimate domination, he will utterly transform into a humanoid monstrosity. Presently, Rocky is even contemplating exchanging a few blows with Adam to assess the prowess of the legendary assassin. After having installed his cybernetic limbs, Rocky and the others can finally return home to rest. Bringing tonight's events to a temporary close, departing from Oldway's clinic, Rocky boarded the Drasso, tasked with delivering Jack and his companions back home. "Hey, Kaitugwai, what do you mean?" In the front passenger seat, Lucy and Rebecca both placed their hands on the car door handles. While Rocky was installing his cybernetics, Lucy had already conferred with Rebecca, who is now aware of the relationship between Lucy and Rocky. Although Rebecca was elated to learn that Rocky harbored feelings for her, she naturally felt quite displeased with Lucy's interference. Despite the two having established a fair competition agreement, Rebecca's fiery temperament still infused their rivalry with palpable tension. It was evident that the first skirmish between the two women had commenced. Chapter 58. Adam's heavy hammer style emerges. Lucy was not angered by Rebecca's whimsical nicknames. Given Rebecca's temperament, she often called Chi-Wei old lady, indicating there was nothing she shied away from. I used to sit here, Lucy remarked nonchalantly. Huh. Used to? I was still sitting behind L, hugging him, and you say used to? Inside the car, Rocky watched the altercation between Lucy and Rebecca, sweating profusely, afraid to interject lest he draw their ire. Just then, Rocky's savior materialized. Ahem, ladies, I believe I could sit here, Jack said, clearing his throat as he stood behind the two women. Lucy and Rebecca instantly turned to glare at Jack, who felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, both women eventually released their grips and took their seats in the back. With all three now in the vehicle, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief, starting the engine to drive them home. After dropping Jack off in Haywood, Rocky opted to take Lucy home first, as he and Rebecca both resided in Watson District, making it more convenient. Arriving at the vacant lot in front of the clinic, Rocky parked the car, and Lucy prepared to exit. That moment, he suddenly sensed a data stream entwining with the system. Lucy, wait, Rocky called out to her. Lucy halted her movements. The sound of hovering vehicles filled the air. Several armored vehicles emerged from various directions, encircling the Drasso. A multitude of well-equipped combat personnel disembarked one after another, aiming their firearms at the Drasso, entering a state of alert. The glaring insignia on the vehicles brazenly proclaimed their origins. They were from Military Technologies. Within the hovering vehicles, Military Technologies hacker was attempting to infiltrate their primary target, Rocky, through cyberspace. Armed with military-grade network equipment, the hacker was formidable against any cyberpunk or cybermaniac. However, upon attempting to breach Rocky's system, she found his IC to be as impenetrable as a bedrock wall, utterly unyielding. Damn it, I can't break his IC, the hacker exclaimed. The combat commander beside her was momentarily taken aback by her words. Astonished that their network assault had been thwarted, without hesitation, he ordered, then target another objective. The hacker nodded, but as she prepared to launch an attack on Lucy and Rebecca, they heard a sound akin to the tearing of space. As the two on the hovering vehicle were still bewildered, a rift from the void appeared before them. A figure emerged from the rift, and before the hacker could comprehend what was happening, a hand seized her throat with brutal force. Rocky grasped the hacker's neck tightly, lifting her effortlessly to the hacker game entertaining, bug, Rocky said coolly. Then with a fierce grip, he crushed her neck as if it were a mere twig, resulting in a gruesome decapitation. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, splattering the interior of the hovering vehicle. Meanwhile, the combat commander reacted with fury, unleashing a torrent of gunfire at the sudden intruder. However, in an instant, Rocky had moved, having cranked the power of the tyrant's system to its zenith. The world around him seemed to freeze. Evading the line of fire, Rocky swiftly positioned himself behind the commander. With a swift motion, he yanked off both of the commander's hands, the sound of severed flesh echoing in the confined space. The absence of a pain editor rendered the commander's screams harrowing. Though soon enough, Rocky silenced him by stuffing a fragmentation grenade into his mouth, preventing any further outcries that might disturb the night. Ignoring the dying man, Rocky shifted his focus to the encroaching perimeter below. The ground forces from Military Technologies were steadily advancing towards the Drasso, while several combat personnel below had noticed the anomaly in the hovering vehicle and were now aiming at Rocky. Observing the armed personnel below, a mysterious smile crept across Rocky's face. The big show was about to commence. With a powerful leap, Rocky plummeted towards the combat personnel below. One of them reacted and opened fire. A few bullets grazing Rocky's body and causing minor injuries, yet failing to impede his descent. Boom! With a resounding crash, the gunfire ceased abruptly. Dust billowed and slowly settled, revealing Rocky's figure, along with the unfortunate combat personnel beneath him. Ha ha! Adam's heavy hammer style has arrived. I relished it. Rocky laughed heartily. That moment, the fragmentation grenade in the hovering vehicle exploded, showering the area with a rain of blood. as if welcoming Rocky's grand entrance. Military technologies, you say? Allow me to test the power of my new cybernetics. With the surrounding combat personnel all aiming their weapons at him, Rocky chuckled softly. Ultimate domination activated. The formerly white exterior of his spine transformed into a blinding crimson. As the Tyrant operating system unveiled its most violent aspect, the world around him slowed once more, and Rocky felt an immense force surging within him, as his recent injuries rapidly healed in this brief span. Without hesitation, Rocky darted towards the nearest combat personnel, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground, resulting in a vivid crimson bloom. After swiftly dispatching two more, the military technologies forces finally opened fire en masse. Simultaneously, several combat personnel activated their Sion Vistan cybernetics. However, their speed paled in comparison to Rocky in his Tyrant state. Just then, Rebecca, noticing that all attention had shifted to Rocky, kicked open the car door and began unleashing a barrage of bullets from the heavy machine gun Rocky had tossed to her through the phase rift. Ha ha! Rebecca laughed maniacally, reveling in the recoil of the weapon. This was her first experience wielding such firepower, and she felt an exhilarating rush as she unleashed her fury. Previously, Rebecca had always settled for the mundane with her dual handguns. But tonight, she discovered a newfound joy. Heavy firepower was the romance of the cyberpunk world. Indeed, Rebecca cackled, continuously pouring bullets into the encircling combat personnel, while Rocky moved like a phantom, harvesting the lives of military technologies personnel with ruthless efficiency. Chapter 59. Homeward bound under Rocky's merciless onslaught, the military technologies forces were soon decimated. Gazing at the heaps of dismembered limbs, Rocky panted heavily. This battle had taken a toll on him, operating the Tyrant system at full power, coupled with the strain of ultimate domination, left his muscles feeling as though they were being torn apart. Even his left arm, resembling that of a gorilla, burned with excess heat from the overload. With the duration of the Tyrant state concluded, his cybernetics reverted to calm, and the regenerative effects of ultimate domination could not alleviate the strain his body had sustained out of course. If Rocky chose to activate ultimate domination again, it might restore him in the short term. Yet he was uncertain of the cumulative strain that would result from a second activation, and thus he hesitated to try, extracting a Type 1 stimulant. He injected it into his body, feeling a gradual recovery. Now covered in blood, Rocky paid it no mind. Though this marked his first instance of massacring so many, he found little difference between dispatching a few and a multitude. Moreover, he had no intention of sparing this particular group from military technologies. After all, they had initiated the conflict. Their intrusion could hardly bode well, likely akin to the Arasaka incident. Now aligned with Arasaka, it was clear he could not afford to offend military technologies. Rocky had no desire to play both sides. Between Arasaka and military technologies, he could only choose one. As for the notion of wavering between two major corporations like a fence-sitter, that would undoubtedly lead to a demise so sudden that one wouldn't even comprehend how it transpired. Both Arasaka and Militech would not tolerate such treachery. The last individual who attempted to straddle the fence was Faraday. Although he did not meet his end at the hands of these two companies, his fate was nevertheless quite tragic. However, it seems Faraday is still thriving in Night City, having managed to avoid the ire of Rogue, who, in turn, shows little inclination to concern herself with him. As for the complete annihilation of Militech's forces, Rogue harbors no apprehension regarding potential retribution. After all, one way or another, those who collude with Arasaka will inevitably face such tribulations. Arasaka will surely assist him in cleaning up the mess. At that moment, the very individual tasked with that cleanup arrived. A hovering vehicle descended from the sky, but this time it bore agents of Arasaka rather than Militech. Simultaneously, several armored vehicles rolled in, the operational squad of Arasaka. The hovering car gently landed in the open space, and the agent who had previously emerged stepped down. His expression clearly reflected shock, as the scene before him instigated doubts about his own vision. An entire Militech unit had been utterly decimated. Even though they were not the elite forces, how many in Night City could achieve such a feat in such a short span of time? Arasaka had long been keeping a close watch on Rogue, and upon discovering Militech's movements against her, they responded with alacrity that on the surface, it appeared that Arasaka had arrived late. Yet in reality, their response time was remarkably swift. Given their preparedness, they believed Rogue could hold her ground for that duration. What they did not anticipate was that Rogue not only managed to withstand the assault, but had completely obliterated Militech's personnel. The gruesome sight of severed limbs strewn across the ground vividly illustrated the horrors of the recent conflict. It was at this moment that the agent realized the magnitude of the individual he had previously sought to apprehend. Had Rogue chosen to resist, he might have found himself among the fallen. You again. You arrived rather swiftly. Impressive, I must say, Rogue remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he spotted the same agent. Doesn't your shift end at some point during the night? It seems the demands of working for Arasaka are indeed quite taxing. The agent, gazing at Rogue, bloodied and appearing as though he had just emerged from the depths of hell, dared not respond to the mockery. Mr. L, this is a necessary procedure to ensure the smoothness of our collaboration and to guarantee your safety, the agent replied, his tone noticeably more polite. Very well. I shall leave this mess for you to tidy up. I am exhausted. Farewell. Rogue waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to walk towards Rebecca and the others. The arrival of Arasaka's personnel was intended to thwart Militech's forces, and now that Militech had been entirely vanquished, they naturally would not impede Rogue's departure. Are you all right? Rebecca inquired, observing the blood covering Rogue and unable to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. I'm fine at ITSU. Rebecca, who exhibited remarkable bravery just now. Of course, although most of the adversaries had been dealt with by Rogue, Rebecca had also played a significant role, as evidenced by the few bodies riddled with bullets in the distance. Her handiwork. Rogue, unable to suppress a smile at Rebecca's beaming face, instinctively reached out to pat her head, only to recall that his hands were stained with blood, and he reluctantly withdrew. Lucy, I would like to borrow your apartment for a moment. Rogue certainly did not wish to board the vehicle immediately, so after allowing Drasso to autonomously navigate to the parking space, the trio made their way to Lucy's apartment. Before long, Rogue had washed off the blood. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Lucy leaning against the windowsill, smoking, while Rebecca sat cross-legged on the sofa, and the two were engaged in conversation. What's that poster on the wall? I never expected your taste to be so outdated. Lucy, Rebecca teased, pointing at the promotional poster for New Life on the Moon adorning the wall. Well, perhaps, Lucy replied nonchalantly. Having her dream labeled as outdated did not anger her, ever since that fateful night. She had become less sensitive to others' opinions about her aspirations, as long as Rogue supported her. Che. Seeing that her words had no effect on Lucy, Rebecca huffed and chose not to pursue the topic further. Just then, upon noticing Rogue's emergence, Lucy smiled and addressed him. Now that you're all cleaned up, why not stay here tonight? Let Rebecca head home on her OWT this. Rebecca immediately erupted in protest. Springing from a sofa and positioning herself between Rogue and Lucy with outstretched arms. No, I do not agree, she exclaimed, then turned to Rogue, insisting, don't mind her, we should head home. Rogue, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but feel a headache coming on. While he wanted to suggest that Lucy's bed was quite spacious and squeezing in wouldn't be an issue, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Reluctantly, Rogue opted to escort Rebecca home, while Lucy, who had merely been joking, did not hinder their departure. However, what Rogue did not anticipate was that Rebecca's notion of going home did not refer to her own residence, but rather to Rogue's. Chapter 60. The meeting morning. Rogue sat up in bed and gently pinched Rebecca's cheek to rouse her from sleep. It had been 2 days since Rogue had been taken by Arasaka. Today was the day V had summoned him to the Arasaka Tower for a collaborative meeting. In the intervening days, Rogue and his companions had experienced relative tranquility. The commotion that erupted outside the clinic that night had not gone unnoticed by the corporations in Night City, all of whom were now well aware of Arasaka and Militech's stances on Ascendancy Technology. Given the stakes at hand, no other company dared to intrude. Thus, Rogue had enjoyed a rather pleasant 2 days. After preparing himself, Rogue dialed Jack's number. Hey Jack, it's about time. We should get ready to head out. Not a problem. I'll be waiting for you at the base of Arasaka Tower. After informing Jack, Rogue and Rebecca descended the stairs, hopped into Drasso, and after picking up Lucy, made their way to Arasaka Tower. Initially, Rogue intended to go alone, but upon learning of his plans, both Jack and Rebecca insisted on accompanying him. Even Lucy, who harbored a profound fear of Arasaka, requested to wait at the tower for Rogue's return. Although Rogue understood their good intentions, he still declined their request to accompany him inside the tower. The interior of Arasaka Tower was far too perilous. Should anything go awry, they would only hinder Rogue's efforts. Resigned, the two settled for remaining outside the tower, much like Lucy, to await Rogue's return, providing at least some semblance of support to the base of Arasaka Tower. Rogue encountered Jack, who had been waiting for them. "Hey, El, if anything occurs, be sure to notify us immediately," Jack urged as Rogue prepared to enter the tower. Beside him, Rebecca concurred. "Exactly. Don't let it be like that night again. If anything arises, tell me. I'll protect you." With that, Rebecca brandished a pink and green-painted heavy shotgun before Rogue did that moment. Rebecca wore black, fingerless gloves, storage gloves modified by Rogue using his storage ring, which she had filled with an array of heavy weaponry, effectively transforming her into a mobile armory. "Make sure you return safely," Lucy added earnestly. "Don't worry. I'm merely going to discuss collaboration, not to blow up Arasaka Tower. They won't harm me." Rogue reassured them, feeling warmth in his heart as he looked at Jack and the others. After calming their concerns, he turned and stepped into Arasaka Tower. Meanwhile, within the Arasaka Tower, in a conference room adorned with a colossal display screen, a video was currently playing. It showcased a first-person perspective of an individual seemingly engaged in a mission, surrounded by heavily armed personnel encircling a vehicle. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the opposite side of the encirclement. Turning to look, one could see an individual standing atop a comrade's lifeless body, cackling maniacally. Or rather, it was not a person at all, but rather a humanoid monstrosity. The creature unleashed a massacre upon them, and none could resist its onslaught. Its comrades fell one by one without even catching a glimpse of the creature's shadow. Soon enough, it was his turn. The screen faded to black, and the video concluded, only to transition into another perspective. This time, the viewer observed the carnage from a third-person viewpoint, witnessing the monstrosity's slaughter of the military unit. These video segments depicted the battle that had transpired that night outside Rogue's clinic. Militech's augmented soldiers were equipped with built-in dream record modules. That night, Arasaka had seized all the scattered augmentations, thereby acquiring the recorded dream footage. The clips were excerpts taken from that very recording. "Atom Smasher, what is your assessment of this individual?" inquired a man dressed in a finely tailored suit, seated at the head of the conference table, as he lightly tapped the surface while glancing at the tin monstrosity lounging on the sofa. "Quite intriguing. It appears to be equipped with an unknown model of Sion Weiss tech." Atom Smasher offered a succinct evaluation. "What is your confidence in dealing with him?" "In the dream, he seemed to have mentioned you. Just a beefy worm with a bit of strength and speed. I can't even recall how many of such creatures I've sent to the grave. They all died muttering my name." Adam's expression remained utterly impassive, showing no concern for the prowess exhibited by Rocky. After all, annihilating an ordinary armed force equipped with military technology was a feat he could effortlessly achieve himself. Such a display was hardly worthy of his attention. "As long as you are confident," the man in the suit nodded. That moment, a woman dressed as a secretary entered the conference room, approached the suited man, and leaned in to speak. "Director, Mr. L has arrived. Shall we commence the meeting?" "Let him in," the man in the suit replied with a nod, shutting off the video that was playing. He was the ultimate decision-maker for this meeting, a member of the board at Arasaka's Night City branch. Although not the most central figure, he was nonetheless considered one of Arasaka's true high-ranking officials. The matter concerning the Ascendancy Technology was neither trivial enough to warrant the attention of the Arasaka family, nor significant enough to necessitate their direct intervention. However, the finalization of the collaboration would undoubtedly require the approval of a board member, hence the responsibility fell upon him. Soon, several individuals entered the conference room, guided by the secretary. Besides Rocky, there were a few others attending this meeting. One was the deputy minister of Arasaka's logistics department, who was well-versed in the testing and evaluation of serum agents, making him one of the foremost authorities on the subject within Arasaka, and thus essential for leading the meeting. Additionally, representatives from Arasaka's finance and marketing departments were present to assess the feasibility of Rocky's collaboration proposal. As for the Arasaka board member, he was merely there to make the final decision. Upon entering the conference room, Rocky immediately noticed Adam the Hammer seated on a nearby sofa. I could see that moment. Adam turned to face Rocky, their eyes locking for the first time since Rocky's arrival in Night City. That Adam's presence here was undoubtedly to protect the board members. He had yet to become the personal bodyguard of Arasaka's Lai Xian. Given the combat prowess Rocky had displayed outside the clinic, ordinary security could not ensure the meeting's safety, especially with board members in attendance. Hence Adam's assignment to this duty. Control your actions, or I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Adam warned Rocky with an expressionless demeanor. In response to Adam's threat, Rocky exhibited no fear, nor did he offer any retort, instead calmly taking his seat. Chapter 61. Negotiation within the conference room. All participants had taken their seats. After the secretary introduced Rocky to everyone present, the meeting officially commenced. Is it? I've heard you've stirred quite a commotion in Night City lately, but I've seen the serum agents you've produced, and they're indeed intriguing. You claim you wish to establish a company in partnership with Arasaka? How do you envision this cooperation? The board member at the head of the table wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. Noting the board member's inquiry, Rocky produced a chip and handed it to the secretary standing by. She accepted it and connected it to the conference table's terminal, swiftly displaying the contents of the chip on the monitor. It contained descriptions of the 2 types of drugs Rocky was currently selling, along with his proposed collaboration plan. As Rocky showcased the information to the Arasaka representatives, he began to elaborate. I trust you're already familiar with the serum agents and their effects. I need not elaborate further. I propose a bulk order of 500 serum doses to be delivered within 3 months in exchange for 5 million euros, the status of a strategic partner with Arasaka, and future exemptions for all senior executives of my company. For subsequent sales of the serum, priority will be given to Arasaka's orders, and the original serum will become an exclusive offering for Arasaka, while all other serums sold externally will have its efficacy reduced by 50, and I will refuse any orders for military technology. What say you, Arasaka? Rocky presented his initial offer, which not only constituted a substantial order, but also designated the advanced soldier serum as an exclusive product for Arasaka. This ensured that Arasaka would maintain an advantage upon receiving the serum, while rejecting military technology orders and selling only 50 efficacy serum externally, which equated to 25 efficacy of the original super soldier serum. Viewed from a conventional standpoint, this offer was replete with sincerity. However, it was evident that Arasaka was unimpressed. Purchasing 500 doses of serum for 5 million was indeed a generous deal for them. Yet they were acutely aware that the true value lay not in the monetary sum, but rather in the collaborative identity and company exemptions that came with it. For an emerging enterprise, being recognized as an Arasaka partner could alleviate the majority of troubles from other companies and leverage Arasaka's reputation to secure a multitude of orders. As for the company exemptions, these would ensure the safety of the company's upper management. While such exemptions were merely agreements between large corporations, they still held significant utility. The deputy minister of the logistics department was the first to dismiss Rocky's proposal. Kid, I believe you are daydreaming. As a mere cyborg doctor, even if you developed such agents, do not expect to demand exorbitant prices. Allow me to propose an alternative. Instead of pursuing your company, why not sell the serum's formula directly to Arasaka and report to our logistics department? Your talents are evident, and it wouldn't be long before you ascend to high society. Besides, the profits from selling the formula would suffice for a comfortable life. The deputy minister's tone was tinged with mockery, clearly indicating their dissatisfaction with Rocky's pricing. Hearing this, Rocky found it laughable. Whether a jest or not, this was likely the outcome Arasaka desired. Selling the formula would be a foolish move on Rocky's part, as once Arasaka possessed it, he would hold no value. Regardless of how much he sold it for, Arasaka would find a way to reclaim it, leaving him not only out of pocket, but possibly facing dire consequences. Rocky paid little heed to Arasaka's rejection of his offer. He had no intention of revealing all his terms up front. Negotiation was a game of back and forth, requiring a gradual approach. Shaking his head, Rocky replied, I apologize, though your proposal is indeed tempting. I am an idealist, and establishing my own company is my aspiration. Hence, I must regrettably decline your suggestion. However, I am willing to make a concession. I will unconditionally grant Arasaka the serum formula 3 years hence. Additionally, my company's other product, the power stimulant, will be labeled as a collaborative product with Arasaka, with profits split 80-20 in favor of Arasaka. Rocky presented his second offer, painting a grand vision for Arasaka 3 years down the line. With the aid of his system, as long as his Ascendancy Technology succeeded, his growth trajectory would accelerate at a terrifying pace, and he was confident he could surpass Arasaka within 3 years. By then, the formula's significance would be moot. This is why Rocky felt secure in proposing such a condition. This time, the Arasaka representatives refrained from immediate rebuttal. 3 years was not a long duration for a corporation of Arasaka's stature. They believed that even after 3 years, the serum would still hold substantial value. Furthermore, the unconditional transfer of the formula after 3 years was not significantly different from their current direct purchase of the drug formula. Rocky's latest offer fell within an acceptable range for Arasaka. They had long understood Rocky's stance, likely indicating he would not simply hand over the formula, and they had no effective means to coerce him. After all, they had thoroughly investigated everything they could, ultimately only obtaining Rocky's raw material procurement records. However, their experiments with these raw materials yielded no results in replicating the serum. While forcibly extracting the formula from Rocky was indeed an option, it carried risks. Should Rocky choose a path of mutual destruction, they could end up with nothing for their efforts. Arasaka comprised businessmen, not terrorists. They would not always resort to the most extreme methods to resolve matters. As long as their interests were satisfied, they would not be inflexible. Their primary objective was profit, and collaborating with Rocky could equally fulfill their goals. After a brief silence, the Arasaka representatives, while somewhat satisfied with the recent offer, still held a final bargaining chip. As long as negotiations were ongoing, Arasaka would not relinquish any fraction of their potential gain. Your offer is barely satisfactory, but it still falls short. Take a look at this. The Deputy Minister of Logistics declared, his eyes flashing with data, as the conference table's display screen brought up a character dossier. Lucy, the girl beside you, was once Arasaka's asset, yet she defected. I trust you understand my implication. The Deputy Minister said with a smile. Chapter 62. Source code. Arasaka had meticulously scrutinized everyone around Rocky, leaving no stone unturned, and Lucy was no exception. Her identity was easily uncovered by them. This was Arasaka's final bargaining chip. Rocky gazed at the youthful face of Lucy displayed on the screen. An unnameable fury simmered within him. Arasaka had the audacity to use Lucy as leverage against him. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, the moment Arasaka pointed to Lucy's dossier and revealed her identity, a constriction gripped his heart. Suppressing his anger and unsettling emotions, Rocky steeled himself to maintain a facade of normalcy. To display excessive concern now would only afford Arasaka an opportunity to escalate their demands. The delivery timeline for the formula has been advanced to 2.5 years. The profit sharing for the stimulant has been adjusted to a 70-30 split. And you have rescinded all accountability concerning Lucy, erasing her defection record. This is my final bottom line, Rocky stated. The members of the Arasaka group, witnessing Rocky's concession once more, nodded in satisfaction. Although Lucy had once been an asset of Arasaka, the organization had long ceased to pursue this defector, allowing her to live freely in Night City. The recent discovery of her whereabouts was merely an unexpected boon. Exchanging a hacker of minimal worth for collaborative profit was undoubtedly advantageous for Arasaka. For Rocky, utilizing a portion of the benefits to secure Lucy's freedom from Arasaka's pursuit was equally a fair trade. It could be said that both Rocky and Arasaka achieved their desired outcomes. The overall discussions of the meeting had concluded, leaving only the specifics to be finalized. Ultimately, with a nod of approval from the members of the Arasaka board, this collaboration was officially sealed. Underneath the Arasaka tower, Jack and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Rocky emerge unscathed. Hill. How did it go? Did you reach an agreement with those Arasaka folks? It went relatively smoothly. Our collaboration has been established. Arasaka is now essentially one of us, Rocky responded to Jack's inquiry. However, upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy felt a strange sensation stir within her. While she understood the necessity of Rocky's alliance with Arasaka, She remained deeply fearful of the organization. With Rocky drawing so close to Arasaka, she worried whether they might someday uncover her true identity, putting her in danger and causing trouble for Rocky. As Lucy's thoughts wandered, Rocky suddenly called her name, Lucy. Lucy snapped back to reality. During the negotiations with Arasaka, they mentioned your identity, but rest assured, I have taken care of it. I have instructed Arasaka to erase your file. They will no longer pursue you. You are free now, no longer considered a defector of you remember what I told you before? I would ensure you no longer feared Arasaka. The method might differ slightly from what we anticipated, but at least we have managed to achieve it, Rocky said with a smile. Although this was merely an agreement between Rocky and Arasaka, Lucy had not truly shaken off her ties to the organization. However, as long as Rocky maintained a good rapport with Arasaka, Lucy could rest easy regarding any threats from them. When the time came for Rocky to sever ties with Arasaka, he would ensure that he had grown strong enough to no longer be at their mercy. Lucy was momentarily stunned. She had not expected the nightmare that had haunted her for so many years to be resolved so easily. She was unaware of the price Rocky had paid to secure her freedom. But it was the first time she felt such a profound sense of relief. She could live here like a normal person, without the constant worry that Arasaka might come knocking at her door. Just as Lucy was at a loss for how to express her emotions, she felt a gentle nudge on her hand. Turning, she saw Rebecca smiling and giving her a thumbs up. "Congratulations, Lucy." Lucy then glanced at Jack and Rocky. Finding them both smiling at her, in an instant, the emotion she had been cultivating dissipated, and she wiped away a few tears of joy, allowing a smile to emerge. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. She had every reason to smile. "Thank you." It's nothing. Let's head home to them." With the collaboration with Arasaka finalized, there remained much work to be done. The first order of business was the company's registration and location selection. Thanks to Arasaka's support, the registration process became remarkably swift and simple, completing all procedures in no time. The next step was to determine the company's location, although Rocky was not particularly keen on making it overly formal. After all, the company was merely a vehicle for product distribution. There had to be a semblance of professionalism, and large-scale production necessitated a factory. After careful consideration, Rocky ultimately chose to establish the company in a small office building in the municipal center, with the first factory located in the northern industrial area of Watson. The primary focus was on cost-effectiveness, as his funds were not abundant, leaving no room for extravagance. The subsequent expenses for production line setup and media advertising were substantial. Crucial factors in securing his first pot of gold. 2 days later, within the office building, the renovations were complete, and the entrance now bore the sign of Ascendancy Technologies. Rocky was contemplating the system interface. Ascendancy Technologies was gradually taking shape. A legitimate company naturally required a considerable workforce to operate effectively. Although Rocky had Lucy and Old Way to assist him, it still felt insufficient. He needed more trustworthy individuals. However, it was evident that he lacked other reliable candidates. Setting aside the potential betrayals from employees hired through conventional recruitment, Arasaka, as a partner, would likely attempt to infiltrate his company with spies to steal his secrets. Rocky required a means to ensure that his employees would not betray him, or, should they choose to do so, he could respond promptly. Typically, such a task would be challenging. Even Arasaka and military technology could not completely monitor their employees to guarantee loyalty. Thus, Rocky turned his gaze to the system. Since conventional methods would not suffice, he would resort to unconventional means. Source code: Lysandra Monitoring AI, Absolute Loyalty Edition, originating from the source program universe. This AI program is primarily utilized for monitoring purposes. After extensive self-evolution, it has developed into a self-aware AI entity. The Lysandra source code, birthed from a monitoring AI, possesses exceptional control over networks, enabling it to effortlessly execute various hacking and defense tasks, as well as excelling in the oversight and management of corporate networks. The source code, acquired by the host, guarantees absolute loyalty. Price adjustment: 10 module price, 900,000 euros, Chapter 63. Recruitment upon installing the Lysandra source code module. A technologically advanced female robotic figure materialized before Rocky. Her mechanical form was designed with alluring contours, while her upper face was dominated by a probe-like eye, with extensive data cables cascading down her rear, resembling flowing hair. This was the embodiment of Lysandra. Although, as a self-aware AI entity, Lysandra did not need to remain confined within this robotic body. She could inhabit any location with network connectivity. Typically, AIs did not choose to wander aimlessly. Unless they were like the various homeless AIs in the old net. As Lysandra's eye emitted a green glow, she awakened. Master, the security monitoring robot Lysandra is at your service. Please issue your command. Lysandra's voice resonated with a commanding yet gentle tone. While she appeared docile in front of Rocky, he could easily imagine her authoritative demeanor in the presence of others, as the hidden boss of the source program company. It was clear that Lysandra would not be easily manageable while quietly developing and controlling the entire organization. I need you to help me establish a system for managing and monitoring the company. Besides ensuring the normal operation of the company, I want to make sure that every employee is under your surveillance. Rocky moved behind Lysandra, connecting the interface of the back of her head to the server he had prepared. This was the network control room that Rocky had planned. Situated on a different floor from the public-facing company, he had set up the servers here for Lysandra's convenience in managing the entire company's network. Additionally, the server housed the information and plans regarding Ascendancy Technologies that Rocky had prepared in advance. With this material, Lysandra should be able to produce satisfactory results. Understood. Without hesitation, Lysandra acknowledged Rocky's command and began executing it. Once connected to the server, Lysandra commenced her exploration and learning of the cyberpunk network. With her capabilities, she would quickly grasp the entire cyberspace's rules. The security monitoring system was her area of expertise. But constructing the system Rocky envisioned would take some time. Observing Lysandra deeply engaged in her learning, Rocky decided to attend to other matters. After connecting Lysandra to the network, he instructed her to notify him upon completion before leaving the company. Driving back to Japantown, Rocky entered the clinic, where Oldway was engrossed in research. Oldway, how's it going? Any progress? I got some time to help you now. Rocky greeted him. Oldway was currently assisting Rocky in researching the formula for stimulant type 2. To successfully market the stimulant, relying solely on the production capacity of the pharmaceutical platform was insufficient. Thus, Rocky had exchanged the technology expansion for the stimulant. He was now capable of establishing a production line for the stimulant's mass production. However, the technology expansion formula he had obtained pertained to stimulant type I, necessitating further research to develop the corresponding formula for type 2. It's nearly done. The examples you provided have pointed me in the right direction. It shouldn't be too difficult to develop. Based on my calculations, this should yield a viable formula, Oldway stated, handing Rocky the newly developed stimulant. Let's take a look. Rocky took the vial from Oldway and approached the workstation, activating the scanning function. Soon, the information regarding the potion appeared, confirming Oldway's suspicions. The formula was precisely what they desired, and its efficacy mirrored that of the previous type 2 stimulant. There were no issues with the formula this time. It was indeed correct. Thank you, old W.E.I.T. was a trivial matter. Oldway had previously promised to assist Rocky, and now that the opportunity arose, he was more than willing to help. After securely storing the formula on a chip, Rocky escorted Oldway back to the Watson district before making his way to the factory in the northern industrial area. Upon arriving at the factory's entrance, he noted 2 automated turrets standing sentinel on either side of the gate. These defensive armaments were provided to Rocky at a cooperative price by Arasaka, including various turrets, surveillance cameras, and a central control server within the factory, all of which were part of Arasaka's support. As one of the world's largest security companies, the quality of Arasaka's security equipment was assured. The northern industrial area was far from tranquil, infested with the Vortex Gang, cleaners, and a myriad of wanted criminals and cybermaniacs. Establishing a factory here inevitably attracted those seeking to gain some advantage. Thus, equipping a fortified defense system was a paramount necessity, as for whether Arasaka's products harbored hidden traps that would be revealed once Lysandra accessed the servers here. It was believed that no trickery could escape Lysandra's scrutiny. Upon entering the factory, Rocky observed numerous production devices stacked within. Even before Rocky had installed the technological expansion and begun researching the Type 2 stimulant formula, he had already commenced preparations for the factory's production line. Now, with the raw materials and production equipment ready and the formula complete, All that remained was the support of personnel. This step would naturally have to wait until Lysandra completed her tasks. In the control room, Rocky connected his personal device to the factory subnet. Lysandra, take control of the network here. Understood. I could see that moment. Lysandra was still engaged in establishing the company system. But for an AI, multitasking was routine. Soon, through Rocky's connection, Lysandra successfully installed her monitoring program onto the factory server, gaining complete control over the network and linking it to the main server, placing it under her oversight. Master, takeover is complete. Unknown programs lurking deep within the network have been detected. Should I eliminate them? Lysandra's voice echoed in Rocky's communication device, confirming his suspicions that Arasaka had indeed left behind backdoors within the equipment. Eradicate them all. After issuing the command to Lysandra, the remnants left by Arasaka were swiftly obliterated. Once the system's integrity was assured, Rocky integrated the chip containing the formula into the central control system. Preparing for future production. At that moment, the company system that Rocky had instructed Lysandra to construct was also completed. Master, the system program has been successfully built. Lysandra promptly notified him of her progress. After installing the program Lysandra had developed into his system, Rocky surveyed the proprietary employee system of Ascendancy Technologies with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Excellent work. Now, commence disseminating recruitment information across Night City. Understood. Following another round of instructions from Rocky, Lysandra began to circulate the recruitment information for Ascendancy Technologies throughout the networks of Night City. Chapter 64. Talent. 2 days later, in Rocky's office at Ascendancy Technologies, he was perusing a plethora of resumes. It had only been 2 days since Lysandra had released the recruitment information, yet a significant influx of applications had already arrived. Initially, Rocky had anticipated that attracting suitable talent to a brand new company without a history would take considerable time. However, he had underestimated the allure of the Arasaka name. A global corporate giant, countless individuals sought to join Arasaka, and even the mere association with Arasaka as a partner company was enough to entice many to gamble on joining Ascendancy Technologies. Rocky instructed Lysandra to filter out those who were merely trying their luck, individuals lacking the requisite qualifications and capabilities, before he began reviewing the remaining resumes. My goodness, so much talent. He perused the applications. He discovered that many candidates were indeed exceptionally qualified, either graduates of prestigious academies or former employees of significant corporations. While they might not be the absolute top-tier talent, they were more than capable of securing high-level positions in most mid-sized enterprises. Clearly, this influx of talent was rather unusual for a fledgling company. Even with Arasaka's connections, it was improbable that so many skilled individuals would flock to them. It seemed inevitable that Ascendancy Technologies had caught the attention of major corporations. However, Rocky had anticipated such a scenario. Otherwise, he would not have opted to deploy Lysandra early on, as long as the company operated under her surveillance. He had no fear of infiltration. Furthermore, while the infiltrators might be covert, the companies sending candidates were all too eager to embed their best talent into Ascendancy Technologies. Although this approach appeared conspicuous, in a landscape where numerous companies coveted Ascendancy Technologies, if the individuals they sent were not formidable enough, they might find it impossible to gain entry, failing even before their plans commenced. Thus, the competition became one of patience, who could endure the longest, believing that Rocky would not dare dismiss their talent. Arrange for these candidates to come in for interviews. Lysandra. Yamamoto Daisho, I have reviewed your resume. You are a graduate of the State International Academy. What motivated you to apply to our company? Rocky inquired. Gazing at the Asian face before him, in response to Rocky's question, Yamamoto appeared unflustered, presenting a sunny smile as he spoke. I believe your company possesses immense potential and promising prospects. Moreover, I happen to be in need of employment. So I thought I would give your company a try. Listening to his answer, Rocky found no cause for concern. Probing further would serve little purpose as long as he could ascertain the veracity of Yamamoto's capabilities. He produced an electronic tablet and handed it to Yamamoto. I am quite satisfied with you. Here is the employment contract. If there are no issues, please sign it. You can start tomorrow. Without hesitation, Yamamoto entered his details on the contract and certified it with his fingerprint. thus formally becoming an employee of the company. Of course, should his capabilities prove insufficient later on, Rocky retained the right to terminate his employment. Now, please connect your device here. Rocky gestured toward a connection port on the desk. Yes, following Rocky's instructions, Yamamoto plugged in his device. Soon, Lysandra's system was successfully installed. He surveyed the comprehensive system. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind that he hadn't anticipated that Ascendancy Technologies, still in its infancy, would possess such a robust corporate system. Clearly, they had been well prepared. The management, attendance, and notifications were all managed within this system, and he was reminded to maintain a constant connection. All set. You may leave now. Remember to report on time. The marketing department has a significant workload to tackle. With a wave of his hand, Rocky signaled that Yamamoto could depart, as he had other interviews to conduct. After sending off Yamamoto, Lysandra's voice chimed in once more. The background check on Yamamoto has been completed. Upon hearing Lysandra's reminder, Rocky accessed Yamamoto's profile, and, as suspected, the individual was far from ordinary. According to Lysandra's discreet network probe, Yamamoto's alma mater was not a state university, but rather Arasaka Academy. Furthermore, Lysandra uncovered connections between Yamamoto and Arasaka, indicating that he was clearly a spy sent by them. Although Rocky maintained a cooperative relationship with Arasaka, it did not preclude them from deploying spies. After all, to obtain the most authentic and reliable intelligence, one must dig for it oneself. Arasaka had already gleaned from their collaboration with Rocky that should he possess any valuable information, he would certainly not disclose it to them. Thus, Arasaka needed to rely on its own means to uncover valuable insights. What intrigued Rocky was who had dispatched this individual. Typically, V was responsible for corporate espionage, and it was entirely possible that he had orchestrated this. However, Rocky understood that V was also under scrutiny from higher-ups and could not afford to aid him in such matters, given the significance of Ascendancy Technologies. Arasaka would not relent in its espionage efforts. If V failed to send in spies, perhaps it would be time to replace the head of the espionage intelligence group. What action should we take regarding Yamamoto? Lysandra inquired proactively, as an AI with a sense of self-awareness. She possessed her own personality and thoughts. Influenced by her unwavering loyalty, she considered the growth of Ascendancy Technologies to be a paramount objective. Hence her inquiry regarding Rocky's next directive. Rocky shook his head. No need to alert him, nor any of the other employees for their intentions to steal company intelligence. Simply feed them fabricated information that holds no real value. He continued, simultaneously, ensure that you remain concealed, disguising the company's servers as ordinary servers, isolating vital information while allowing them to access the inconsequential details at their leisure. While Rocky could have instructed Lysandra to fortify the server defenses to be impenetrable, such measures would likely attract unwanted attention from other companies that a suitable disguise, allowing them to probe for trivial information, would serve to mislead and alleviate their suspicions. Understood, Lysandra acknowledged. Soon, under her manipulation, a virtual network ICE was constructed. As long as anyone wishes to infiltrate the servers of Ascendancy Technologies, they must first contend with this ICE, which is merely at the level of a small enterprise and not particularly difficult to overcome. Once the ICE is breached, one will gain access to the virtual data fortress prepared by Lysandro, filled with inconsequential information or details that Rocky would like them to know. As for the internal staff, Lysandro will dynamically assess their permissions and identity markers to determine what information should be returned to them. Chapter 65. The accident. After bidding farewell to Yamamoto, Rocky continued with the interviews. The remaining candidates were all exceptionally talented, none of them ordinary. After having them sign their employment contracts, each individual was connected to the system of Ascendancy Technologies. Consequently, under Lysandro's intrusion, their true natures were revealed one by one. Military technology, biotechnology, trauma teams. None were overlooked, including those from other companies. In summary, each was a remarkable talent. Although the company currently lacked many typical employees, having undercover agents proved beneficial. These individuals were far more driven than ordinary staff, and employing them incurred no burdens. They could simply be directed to handle any labor-intensive tasks. With the interview process completed, Ascendancy Technologies was now operating smoothly. awaiting the production of its first batch of pharmaceuticals. Set to hit the market in a few days, seated in his office, Rocky summoned the terminals displayed. He opened the news channel. News 54 reports. Recently, Arasaka announced that it will hold a press conference in Night City in 3 days. Sources indicate that the conference will announce a formal partnership with a company named Ascendancy Technologies. It is believed that many are unfamiliar with Ascendancy Technologies, which is a newly established enterprise in Night City. Currently, there is no further information available about the company.as for why Arasaka chose to collaborate with such a company. All will be revealed in 3 days. For more updates on this press conference, please stay tuned to News 54. The host on the screen was reporting on the latest press conference news from Arasaka. The announcement of the press conference had recently been disclosed by Arasaka and was already circulating across Night City's networks. This press conference was also one of the topics of collaboration between Rocky and Arasaka, clearly stating their partnership, which would greatly benefit the future sales of products. This was Rocky's first exposure to reports concerning Ascendancy Technologies. And just as he was engrossed in reading, Oldway's call came through. I saw that report on News 54. Will you be making an appearance at the press conference? As the call connected, Oldway's voice came through, inquiring about Rocky's plans. Of course, after Arasaka announces the collaboration, I will proceed with the product launch. Rocky replied he knew he had to ride the wave of Arasaka's publicity. If he chose another time for the product launch, it would surely lack the attention garnered by Arasaka's press conference. Regarding this upcoming product launch, Rocky planned to focus on the stimulant type 2. As for the serum, he needed to fulfill Arasaka's order first, leaving him with nothing to sell. But you'd better prepare well, Oldway advised. It's just a press conference. There's not much to prepare. My team will handle it. Don't forget, Oldway, I'm not alone in this anymore. Rocky smiled in response to Oldway's concern. That's true. By the way, Oldway, do remember to attend the press conference. After all, you're now a director at Ascendancy Technologies. Rocky invited him. For his most trusted allies, Rocky had generously bestowed upon them the title of directors at Ascendancy Technologies. While it was primarily a nominal position with limited dividends, it nonetheless conferred upon them the highest authority within the company, second only to Rocky himself. They could command Lissandro to manage various tasks and access all internal information of Ascendancy Technologies. Rocky had no secrets to hide from them. All right, I'll be there. Oldway responded to Rocky's invitation before choosing not to prolong the conversation and hung up, just as Rocky finished his call with Oldway. Lucy entered the room. Besides holding a nominal position as a director, Lucy was assisting Rocky with the intelligence department's operations. Unlike the market department, which require a large workforce and where Lissandro was less adept, Rocky had opted not to recruit outsiders for the intelligence department. The confidentiality of intelligence work was paramount, and with Lissandro's capabilities, there was no need for additional personnel. Lucy alone sufficed. In fact, Lucy primarily guided the direction and decision-making, with Lissandro handling the bulk of the work. Lucy, is there something you need? Rocky inquired as she walked in. Lucy shook her head in response. Nothing much, just came to check on you. The intelligence department doesn't have anything for me to do, and it's a bit dull here. I assume you've completed the interview process? Indeed, Rocky replied, about to elaborate when Lissandro interjected with a reminder. Master, there has been a development regarding the incident you are monitoring. It concerns David Martinez. Lissandro's voice resonated as a video feed began playing on Rocky's system. It depicted the aftermath of a car accident. With flames raging on the road, a red-haired woman lay unconscious in the street, while a figure could be seen trapped within an overturned vehicle, desperately shouting for help. Just moments ago, an attack by the animal gang on Arasaka's vehicle had occurred on the bridge leading to Santo Domingo, resulting in a car crash. The victim trapped in the accident was none other than the target of the Master's interest, David Martinez. Lissandro elucidated the events captured in the video. Rocky had been monitoring David's situation closely and had entrusted this task to Lissandro since her arrival. In Rocky's eyes, David was undeniably talented. Otherwise, Arasaka would not have targeted him for experimentation. Although he ultimately met his demise at the hands of Atom Smasher, for an ordinary person, such talent was rare. If David were under Rocky's command, with his assistance, he would undoubtedly become exponentially stronger, perhaps even a formidable asset to Rocky. However, although Rocky had long considered recruiting David, he refrained from acting prematurely. He needed the right opportunity. Before the accident, while David frequently indulged in dreams of becoming a cyberpunk, he remained an immature youth, still living without independent thought, solely pursuing his mother's aspirations. Such a David was incapable of meeting Rocky's expectations. Now, however, was the perfect moment to recruit him. Upon learning of this incident, Rocky was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Lucy, since you are feeling bored, come, I'll take you to meet someone." "Who?" "A young lad, the future legend." Chapter 66. The Black Clinic. The surgery was highly successful, yet she remained in a coma, yet to regain consciousness in Santo Domingo, at Coronado Farm. A doctor clad in a sleeveless apron reported to David, who sat across from him. Following the accident, no one had tended to David and Gloria. The trauma team had directly ignored them upon discovering they were not registered users, with no other recourse. David had to bring his unconscious mother to this clinic himself. That moment, David's Arasaka Academy uniform was caked in dust, marred by several tears that marred its former elegance. With a bandage wrapped around his head and a band-aid on his nose, David appeared somewhat disheveled. Upon hearing the doctor's words, he inquired, "Can I not see her?" "Apologies, the most economical package does not include visitation services." The doctor denied David's request. In Night City, everything was dictated by money. The vast majority of services depended on the payment one offered. Even hospital care varied dramatically between budget and premium packages. As a native of cyberpunk culture, David found nothing strange about this. He had grown accustomed to it. Such a situation was commonplace in any hospital. However, given the dimly lit, rudimentary environment of this clinic, along with the bare-chested, muscular doctor, any seasoned individual would sense something amiss. Unfortunately, David was oblivious. "Here is the bill. Please sign it. That I have also brought your mother's belongings. Please settle the payment within 3 days," the doctor stated, placing a black bag into David's hands before departing. Staring at the bag, David paused, glancing at the bill the doctor had issued. Though it was the cheapest package, it still constituted a significant sum for him at present. Just as David pondered how to resolve the medical expenses, a whiff of smoke suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Cough! Cough! The unexpected smoke caught David off guard. He was not fond of the smell of cigarettes. Confused, he wondered why someone would be smoking in a hospital. Turning his head, he discovered 2 individuals who had seemingly appeared beside him. David scrutinized the pair before him. A man dressed in an elegant suit, appearing starkly out of place in the clinic, and a woman with vibrant, neon pink hair, from whom the acrid smoke emanated. The two were none other than Rocky and Lucy. As David scrutinized them, Lucy gazed at him with considerable interest. She had not anticipated that Rocky would travel such a long distance to this remote clinic in Santo Domingo merely to seek out this young man. Observing David clad in the uniform of House on Academy, she realized he was still a student, which led her to question Rocky's assertion that he would become a future legend. However, out of trust and respect for Rocky, Lucy chose to remain silent, quietly observing how he would proceed. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" David inquired, looking at Rocky and Lucy. With so many places in the hospital corridor, their presence beside him sparked a suspicion that they were indeed there for him. "We're here to handle some matters. I must admit, I'm curious as to why a student from House on Academy would venture to such a place," Rocky replied, nodding knowingly. There was an accident on the way, and my mother fell into a coma, so I brought her here." "I think you've misunderstood. I'm not from a wealthy family. Why attending House on Academy is solely due to my mother's tireless work. I can't afford the exorbitant medical fees of a decent hospital, which is why I ended up here," David explained, as Rocky's question prompted him to elaborate. Despite the sudden appearance of these 2 individuals, David thought perhaps this man's elegant suit indicated a connection to House on Academy, which would explain his curiosity. "That sounds quite touching. However, does her mother happen to have red hair?" Rocky asked. "Huh. How do you know? Do you know my mother?" David was taken aback, surprised that Rocky knew what his mother looked like. Had he seen her when they arrived at the hospital, or did this man have some prior acquaintance with her? Rocky merely shook his head with a smile that I guessed. "You caught my eye, so I thought I'd offer you a gift." After speaking, Rocky instructed Lissandro to infiltrate David's system. Shortly thereafter, a surveillance video began to play before David's eyes. In the footage, a woman with red hair lay on an operating table, but the surroundings were clearly not those of a conventional hospital. various blood-stained surgical instruments, strange graffiti on the walls, and dark, congealed blood in the corners indicated that this place was anything but ordinary. Even David, though not particularly astute, could grasp the grim reality. This was evidently a den of scavengers. "Mom," David exclaimed, recognizing the woman in the video as his mother. Gloria, as he watched the footage, the horrific realization dawned on him. He had inadvertently led his mother into a hellish situation. Although David may have been somewhat dim-witted, having failed to notice the obvious signs of shady clinic, he had at least gleaned some knowledge from his daily encounters with Scavenger Dream. With his hands clutching his head and panic filling his eyes, David's right leg began to shake uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that events would spiral to such a degree. Had it not been for the surveillance footage playing before him, he might have remained blissfully unaware until it was far too late. Perhaps even until his mother was entirely dismembered. He might have naively believed she had succumbed to a futile rescue attempt. What should I do? How can I save my mother? David was engulfed in fear and confusion. Although he frequently experienced battles in Scavenger Dream, he had never confronted anything of this magnitude in reality. Observing several heavily armed scavengers in the footage, he swallowed hard, pondering how he could possibly rescue his mother from their clutches at that moment. David's gaze suddenly shifted to Rocky. "Can you help me? Please save my mother to your hacker, right? A cyberpunk or maybe a secret agent? Regardless, can I ask for your assistance? I can offer you a reward." David placed his hopes in Rocky, reasoning that since he could hack into the clinic's network and access the surveillance footage, he could surely help him rescue his mother. However, to David's despair, Rocky shook his head that "I won't help you save anyone. The consequences you've brought upon yourself are yours to bear." Rocky's frigid words echoed in David's ears, extinguishing the flicker of hope within him. Just as David believed that all hope was lost, he observed Rocky take action once more. Out of seemingly nowhere, Rocky produced a handgun, disengaged the safety, and tossed it to David. "Aren't you eager to save your mother? Then go ahead and do it. I've prepared the tools for you. Let me see what you're capable of." Chapter 67. The deadly empty gun. David caught the handgun, momentarily stunned, feeling the weight of the firearm in his hands. It was the first time he had ever touched a gun. The sensation was entirely different from what he had experienced in Scavenger Dream, though the dream had rendered the tactile experience remarkably realistic. This was a real gun, one that could take a life. Gloria had always shielded David from such dangers, never allowing him to encounter these grim realities. Staring at the gun, David swallowed hard. Was Rocky suggesting that he should use this weapon to save his mother? David hesitated, unsure if he could even hit a target, let alone take a life. He feared that if he charged in, he might be shot down in a hail of bullets. "Are you hesitating? Or are you afraid?" Rocky pressed. "No, I'm just contemplating whether there might be another way, like calling the police or something," David retorted defiantly. The unexpected turn of events had left his mind in disarray. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to settle his mother's medical fees, and now he was being thrust into the role of an armed rescuer. Calling the police? That's undoubtedly the most naive thought I've ever heard. By the time the NCPD arrives, you'll be left to have them collect your mother's remains. Oh no, perhaps you won't even find her remains. Maybe one day, you'll encounter her in a canning jar? Rocky mocked David's childish notion without mercy. Even if David reported the presence of scavengers in this clinic to the NCPD, by the time they arrived, who knew when that would be? After all, these scavengers had no intention of fleeing, and the NCPD typically had little interest in dealing with them. That a clandestine clinic located in a remote alley of Santo Domingo, even if it was a site of scavenger activity, would hardly be deemed a pressing matter by them. Upon hearing Rocky's words, David's heart trembled. If he failed to rescue his mother today, he could only imagine the horror she would face at the hands of these scavengers. He had witnessed their merciless brutality in Scavenger Dream. The thought of his mother being ruthlessly dismembered by these fiends would haunt him for the rest of his life. That I understand now. David tightened his grip on the gun, ultimately making his decision that he had to save his mother. What should I do? David looked up at Rocky. Although Rocky had declined to assist him in rescuing his mother, and David had no right to demand help from anyone, he could sense that Rocky wanted to aid him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have informed him of this situation, nor would he have provided him with a gun. Seeing David's resolve, a faint smile crept onto Rocky's lips. He issued a command to Lissandro, and soon, A three-dimensional map of the clinic appeared in David's system, detailing enemy positions, his mother's location, and possible routes, all marked with precision. It was a service akin to that of a personal assistant. Rocky was fully aware of David's limitations. Currently, he lacked any cybernetic enhancements or chips. He was merely an ordinary student who had witnessed numerous scavenger dream scenarios. With no combat experience, sending him to confront the scavengers with a handgun would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. Rocky's true intention was to ignite David's latent courage, awakening the cyberpunk spirit within him. Though he outwardly claimed he wouldn't help, he would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye, ensuring David wouldn't perish in this endeavor. The map has been sent to you. Just follow the indicated route. I understand. David took a deep breath, steadying himself. Finally, he picked up the handgun and ventured into the depths of the clinic, trying to appear as composed as possible. Entering an operating room, he discovered the passage leading to the scavenger's lair. The patients had been brought into this room before being transferred elsewhere. The map indicated that a scavenger was stationed here. David became increasingly cautious, treading lightly as he advanced. Meanwhile, Rocky and Lucy, following behind him, appeared relaxed and carefree, as though they were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Such a commonplace scavenger hideout posed no threat to them at present. Moreover, with Lissandro's surveillance, they were privy to every development within the clinic, ensuring that no surprises would arise. Navigating around the scavenger's line of sight, David positioned himself behind a wall, using it as cover. He peered out to observe the scavenger's back, slowly raising the handgun to T. That moment, he realized that with a simple pull of the trigger, he could take this scavenger's life. David hesitated, as the notion of killing was far too distant for him. He was not yet fully prepared psychologically. Yet after a moment's pause, he resolved to pull the trigger. He had no choice. He had to save his mother. In that instant, as he squeezed the trigger, the bullet shot forth. However, as David envisioned blood splattering and chaos ensuing, the reality unfolded quite differently. The bullet narrowly missed the scavenger's head, flying past him instead. It was evident that David had missed his mark. David witnessed a shot miss its target, momentarily stunned. Though he quickly regained his composure to fire again, the scavenger had already taken cover behind a barrier. Rocky had equipped David's firearm with a silencer. Yet the bullet whizzed past him, alerting the scavenger to his presence. The scavenger, concealed behind the cover, observed David exhaust his magazine. He immediately raised his weapon to retaliate. Bullets flew towards David, and just as he realized he was about to be struck, a hand suddenly grasped him from behind, pulling him back to safety. David hardly registered how he had returned to cover. It felt as though he had merely blinked and vanished. The pain in his hand from the forceful tug reminded him that it was Rocky who had saved his life. Watching bullets pierce the spot where he had previously stood, David's face reflected the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Beside him, Rocky regarded the scene with a mix of disbelief and frustration. This guy was truly inexperienced, missing an easy shot from such a close range. Yet considering it was David's first time firing a gun, it was somewhat understandable. At least he had the courage to pull the trigger, which indicated there was hope for him. Lissandra, neutralize him, Rocky commanded, reluctantly issuing instructions to Lissandra to eliminate the scavenger. The scavenger had now detected David, and should it come to a one-on-one confrontation, there was no doubt David would meet a grim fate. Chapter 68. The basement with Rocky's directive given, Lissandra commenced her infiltration of the scavenger system. The bionic eye rebooted, causing an electromagnetic short circuit, rendering his weapon inoperative. Numerous magical puppets swiftly occupied the scavenger's system. The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by the scavenger's furious howls. Rocky seized David and stepped out from behind cover, approaching the now incapacitated scavenger. The scavenger, stripped of his threat, sat helplessly on the ground, his nerves paralyzed by intense electrical shocks, leaving him utterly immobile. Finish him, Rocky instructed, releasing his grip on David's collar. Hearing Rocky's words, David raised his handgun towards the defenseless scavenger. The scavenger, fully aware of his doomed fate, could only plead for mercy. Please don't kill me. Spare me, I'm just a doorman. I have an elderly parent and children to care for, that I beg you. Don't take my life. Though death was a common occurrence in this grim society, it did not mean that everyone could face it without fear. Observing the scavenger's desperate pleas, David hesitated, his finger poised on the trigger. After all, he was still a living human being, despite having resolved to pull the trigger. The scavenger's cries of desperation caused him to waver. Rocky cast a sidelong glance at David, puzzled. Surely, he couldn't have been swayed by the scavenger's fabricated sob story. The mention of having dependents was likely a mere ruse. After all, the moment the scavenger chose this path, he had sealed his own fate. Fortunately, David ultimately did not disappoint Rocky. "I'm sorry," he uttered as the scavenger's head was instantly perforated, this time in a close-range shot. David did not miss. After eliminating the scavenger, David gasped for air, attempting to steady his racing heartbeat. The sensation of taking a life for the first time was overwhelmingly intense, yet he understood he had no choice. There was no turning back now. Rocky, observing David's state, patted him on the shoulder before advancing into the scavenger's lair. "Hurry up and resolve this. Time is of the essence, kid," with Rocky's voice echoing in his ears. David had no time to contemplate, casting one last glance at the lifeless body before swiftly following Rocky's lead. As they proceeded down the corridor, they reached the basement, where the full extent of the scavenger's hideout became apparent. In stark contrast to the somewhat clean walls of the clinic above, the basement was adorned with grotesque graffiti, even depicting crude anatomical sketches with red arrows marking various body parts for sale. Thanks to Lyssandra's takeover of the entire network, the scavengers remained oblivious to the intrusion, and the basement was eerily quiet. David felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he took the initiative to explore, adhering to the map's guidance to avoid straying off course. Upon reaching a door, David hesitated as the conversations emanating from within halted his steps. "Did we catch some good meat today?" "Not much. Those guys have become quite cunning. And clinic visitors have dwindled. There's hardly any suitable prey left. But today we happened upon a mother and son involved in an accident. The woman is unconscious and currently in the operating room, lying in the dissection chamber. You won't believe it. Even without any augmentations, she's got healthy, supple skin that I bet her parts could fetch a good price. Isn't that risky? Don't worry. Her son is just a broke fool who can't even afford medical bills. He probably can't even scrape together the cost for her remains that will dismember his mother tonight and inform him tomorrow that she succumbed to her injuries. We'll just burn her to ashes and send him home with the remains. It's foolproof. Haha, sounds good." The two scavengers conversed shamelessly within .AT that moment. David trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly, gripping his firearm with intensity. Anger surged within him. He recognized the voice. It was the same doctor who had spoken to him in the corridor, claiming that his mother's surgery had gone well. Now, that very same individual discussed the monetary value of his mother's body. David's fury stemmed not only from their intentions toward his mother, but also from the painful clarity he had gained about the true nature of the world around him. These individuals deserved to die. Any sympathy he might feel for them would only aid them in their cruel machinations against the innocent. In that moment, David finally awakened to reality. With resolve, David steadied his firearm and swung open the door, aiming directly at the doctor. This time, he acted with unyielding decisiveness, not holding back in the slightest. His aim was true. The doctor fell to the ground in a matter of moments. David then redirected his weapon towards the scavenger who had been facing away from him. The scavenger, caught off guard and just beginning to react, found his head pierced by David's bullet. After delivering a few more shots to ensure the two scavengers were thoroughly dispatched, David had achieved his first true kill. "Well done," Rocky remarked, observing David's performance. Yet, David felt no thrill or anxiety. Only a profound calmness and detachment remained. "Thank you," he replied, reloading his weapon with the magazine Rocky had provided, before venturing deeper into the basement. It must be noted that David possessed an undeniable talent. If he could overcome his inner weaknesses and fully immerse himself in the battle, he would become an incredibly formidable warrior. That moment, David seemed to enter a state of heightened awareness, dispatching scavengers with increasing ease until he arrived at the dissection room. The scene within was truly horrifying. Various disfigured corpses lay sprawled across the surgical chairs. And there, he spotted his mother, Gloria. "Mom!" David cried out, rushing forward to assess her condition. Fortunately, Gloria had yet to fall victim to the scavenger's vile hands, just as David reveled in the success of rescuing his mother. The door was suddenly kicked open. The head scavenger made his entrance in that familiar, menacing manner, Without time to ponder why the map had not indicated the presence of this particular scavenger, David saw the head scavenger raise his right hand, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets in his direction. Chapter 69. Seeing Waystand, the head scavenger's arrival was too sudden. With no time to think, David swiftly pulled Gloria from the surgical chair and took cover, shielding her behind him. Boom. The explosion hurled David backward. Thankfully, his quick reflexes allowed him to shield most of the blast's impact with the cover. And Gloria, whom he protected, remained unscathed. However, David's condition was far less fortunate. The residual force of the explosion left his back marred with gruesome wounds, and he succumbed to unconsciousness as the scavenger prepared to pursue the now-cornered David. Rocky sprang into action. Like a flash of lightning, Rocky appeared before the head scavenger in an instant. Just as the scavenger fired his weapon, Rocky seized his right hand, twisting the gun's muzzle to point at his own mouth. With a sharp, resounding crack, the head scavenger's skull exploded, showering the room with fragments of blood and gore. Rocky had already evaded the blast, not wishing to soil his finely tailored suit with such filth. Lucy, standing beside Rocky, surveyed the chaotic dissection room with a hint of exasperation. "You could have avoided this mess," Lucy remarked, puzzled. Rocky merely chuckled in response. One must let this lad endure some hardship. After all, as long as he does not perish, that suffices. You seem to be rather considerate of him. I suppose so. This fellow possesses considerable talent, so consider it a form of special accommodation. The appearance of the scavenger leader could not possibly be a mere coincidence. With Lysandra's capabilities, she would not overlook such a target. It was Rocky who specifically instructed Lysandra to obscure his whereabouts from David's map. After David completed the introductory tutorial, Rocky thoughtfully arranged a narrative-driven assassination for him, aiming to provide a slight setback. David, with his lofty ambitions, had installed a Synopsis and fancied himself a unique entity. He would not concede to his limitations, nor would he relinquish the power and fame he had fought so hard to attain. Resembling man in his obstinacy, although his performance today had its flaws, it was markedly superior to that of others who were newly acquainted with such matters. Nonetheless, David's achievements were largely due to Lysandra's assistance. Without her near-omniscient insights, he would never have reached this level to temper his burgeoning arrogance. Rocky knew he must curb his enthusiasm. Furthermore, David's nature is not one to be easily subdued. It is often under pressure that he reveals greater potential. At that moment, all foes within the scavenger hideout had been vanquished, and Rocky approached David. He observed David, who lay unconscious, still protectively shielding Gloria beneath him. David's back was charred from the explosion. Yet blood was scarcely flowing. The deepest wound even exposed his pallid vertebrae. Although the sight was grim, it remained true. He would not die. Moreover, his injuries conveniently aligned with Rocky's plans. "Lucy, come over and lend a hand," he called, beckoning Lucy to assist in carrying Gloria. While he lifted David, he placed both of them in the back seat of Drasso and drove back to the clinic on Japan Street. The dismal state of the clandestine clinic was not within his purview of concern. Inside the clinic, Rocky first examined Gloria, discovering that her condition was not serious. She would recover shortly. Subsequently, he transferred David to the surgical chair to assess his injuries. While not critical, the wounds affected his spinal nerves, and without repair, they could lead to paralysis. Perfect, Rocky mused, then retrieved the Synopsis, which originally belonged to man, from David's black bag. Given the current circumstances, David could utilize the Synopsis to mend the nerve damage. This was Rocky's initial plan, to install the Synopsis, granting David the qualifications to enter the mercenary industry, and subsequently enlist him to work under his command. As for other advanced prosthetics or pharmacological enhancements, that would depend on David's future performance. Until David explicitly aligned himself with Rocky, the latter would not invest excessively. After all, the Synopsis was not his possession, so he felt no remorse in utilizing it. With a scalpel, he incised David's back, initiating the installation of the Synopsis. The cold blade glided across David's body, provoking intense pain. Initially rendered unconscious by the violent shock, David was abruptly awakened by the agony. "Ah!" he cried out. "Hold still, refrain from shouting, endure it. You are injured and I am performing surgery." Rocky's voice resonated in David's ear. David, recalling Rocky's voice, understood that without his help, he could never have saved Gloria from the scavenger. Realizing it was Rocky speaking, David momentarily regained his composure. Gritting his teeth as he turned his head to survey his surroundings, he noticed Gloria lying nearby, appearing relatively unharmed, and the environment did not resemble that of the clandestine clinic. David's anxiety subsided, allowing him to fully engage in battling the pain. Before long, Rocky completed the installation surgery of the Synweisten. He then treated the remaining wounds on David's back, which were not severe. With disinfection in time, they would heal naturally. All done. You may rise. Rocky indicated that the surgery was complete. As David stood, the pain gradually diminished, though he still felt considerable burn sensations in various areas of his back. It was significantly more tolerable than before. David distinctly sensed the presence of something new on his back, and he realized he could control it. "What has happened?" David inquired, perplexed. Rocky explained, "You were injured by an unexpected explosion from the scavenger. Your back sustained multiple wounds, and the deepest one impacted your spinal nerves. To bridge the nerve gap and prevent paralysis, I installed the Synweisten prosthetic." Synweisten? You mean the one that enhances neural responses and slows down the world? David exclaimed. He recalled the barrage launched by the scavenger and anticipated his back injuries. However, he was astonished by Rocky's subsequent revelation that he had indeed installed the Synweisten. He was well aware of its capabilities. Having experienced the sensations of others activating the Synweisten in the virtual realm as a devoted fan, he had longed to attain such rapid neural responses. Without waiting for Rocky's answer, David chose to directly attempt activating the Synweisten. Chapter 70. Rocky's invitation, the Synweisten activated. In an instant, the world slowed down in David's eyes. Elated, he reveled in this state, attempting to move as he sprinted around the clinic. David. Rocky and Lucy's movements appeared excruciatingly slow. Even the smoke wafting from Lucy's cigarette dispersed at a pace several times slower than usual. Incredible. "This is the Synweisten," David exclaimed in jubilation. This was the ability he had yearned for. He savored the decelerated world. He curiously approached Rocky, scrutinizing him. He extended his hand, waving it before Rocky, eager to see his reaction. Yet at that moment, the seemingly sluggish Rocky's eyes suddenly darted with speed, locking onto David. Their gazes met, and Rocky's lips curled into a smile. In an instant, he seized David, lifting him effortlessly to this amusing. Rocky inquired, observing David's astonishment. David remained momentarily bewildered by the swift turn of events. He glanced around. The Synweisten's effects had not yet ended, so how could Rocky have apprehended him? Confused, he asked, "Did you also install the Synweisten?" Rocky shook his head. "The Synweisten is merely a basic prosthetic. Do not assume that possessing it renders one formidable. Without the corresponding strength, one merely becomes a faster insect." As the Synweisten's effects waned, Rocky effortlessly flung David aside, causing him to stumble slightly. Rubbing his head, David felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite having installed the Synweisten, he found himself lacking any capacity for resistance against Rocky. This is an immunosuppressant. It can mitigate the side effects of the prosthetic. Be sure to administer it regularly. Also, the Synweisten imposes a burden on the body. Do not use it recklessly. Understood? Rocky remarked, tossing 2 vials of the immunosuppressant to David. Given David's innate talent, he should be fine unless he activated the Synweisten excessively in a short span. However, this lad knew nothing. Without a reminder, he would likely treat the Synweisten as a toy, using it a dozen times in a day without hesitation. The mere thought of him fainting and causing trouble was exasperating. "I understand." David nodded earnestly in response to Rocky's words, grateful for Rocky's assistance. He held his counsel in high regard. By the way, this Synweisten, it must be quite expensive, along with the medical fees. But rest assured, once my mother awakens, we will find a way to repay you. I won't owe you anything. David suddenly recalled that the high-grade Synweisten would undoubtedly come at a hefty price. Not to mention the surgical expenses. This moment, Rocky had already changed out of his suit and donned the attire of a prosthetic surgeon. David surmised that Rocky might be a prosthetic doctor, and the Synweisten was likely a product he sold regularly. However, Rocky's response took David by surprise. "This Synweisten was never mine. You need not worry about payment. However, I should indeed collect the surgical fee. It's not yours. Then how did you install it for me? David's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. This belongs to your mother. It was originally in that black bag. Rocky revealed the truth, knowing David would soon discover it since he had already undergone the installation. Rocky felt no obligation to conceal this from Gloria. What? My mother's. Why would she have something like this? David's disbelief was palpable, as he had always perceived his mother as a diligent, ordinary worker, entirely unassociated with dangerous prosthetics. Rocky shrugged. That is a question for you to ask her. The Cyanweisten was something Gloria had covertly taken while cleaning up the scene of Cybermaniac's demise. Such matters were inherently complex and better left for Gloria to address. I understand. I will inquire further, in any case. Thank you immensely for your assistance. I assure you I will repay the medical fees. My name is David. David nodded. Though his mind was filled with numerous questions, he could only wait for Gloria to awaken before inquiring further. Elle responded to David's introduction, while Rocky added David's contact information and sent the medical bill to David's email. Oh, got it. I will remember, David thought to himself. Realizing this was the first time he had learned Rocky's name, that he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Rocky for his assistance. Without him, his mother might have faced dire consequences. Remembering Rocky's name, David turned to Lucy, who had remained relatively silent but was still associated with Rocky. David deemed it essential to greet her. Upon noticing David's gaze, Lucy glanced back at him. Lucy, she replied in a nonchalant manner. Although she held little interest in David, she had come to understand why Rocky spoke highly of him. After all, this military-grade Cyanweisten was something even seasoned soldiers struggled to control. Yet here was David, unscathed and functioning perfectly with it, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Bring your mother. I will drive you back, Rocky stated, unwilling to waste any more time, signaling David to take Gloria with him. Once inside the vehicle, Rocky returned them to Santo Domingo. Mr. L, it seems I haven't given you my address. How did you know I lived here? As the car came to a stop beneath the towering skyscraper H4. David suddenly recalled that Rocky had not asked for his address, nor had he mentioned it. Rocky lightly tapped his temple with his fingers. Don't forget, I'm a hacker. Taken aback by Rocky's statement, David reflected on everything that had transpired at the clinic, feeling that everything suddenly made perfect sense. However, he found himself curious about the true nature of Rocky's identity. Was he a hacker, a secret agent, or a cybernetic doctor? You seem quite puzzled about my identity, don't you? But you'll learn in due time that if you wish to seek employment and not waste your Cyanweisten, feel free to come to me. Observing David's confusion, Rocky chuckled. After installing the Cyanweisten for David, he believed David would no longer lead the life of a compliant schoolboy. Once he and Gloria faced the truth and resolved everything, it would be time for him to embark on his legendary journey. Chapter 71. Gloria David was momentarily taken aback by Rocky's invitation. He had indeed contemplated dropping out of school to work. Understanding the financial situation at home, David knew that Gloria worked tirelessly to afford his tuition at the prestigious Hosen Academy. Only for them to live like impoverished citizens, he was aware that Gloria pinned all her hopes on him. Wishing for him to succeed and live a better life than their current one, however, David genuinely disliked school. Not because he lacked talent, but rather the opposite. His academic performance had always been exemplary. The real issue was that he felt utterly out of place, as though he and his classmates inhabited entirely different worlds. Rather than endure the strange glances of his peers at Hosen Academy and potentially become just another cog in the corporate machine, David longed to venture out into the world sooner, hoping to ease Gloria's burdens. He nodded earnestly, committing this thought to memory. Once outside the vehicle, David lifted Gloria onto his back. Lissandro, keep a close watch on him. Notify me if anything arises. As he watched David depart, Rocky issued a command to Lissandro. It was not that he feared David might flee. He simply wanted to ensure that, after equipping him with the Cyanweisten, no one else would discover it, as its value was significant. The following day, Gloria, who had been returned home by David, gradually awoke. Opening her eyes, she rubbed her slightly dazed head. Searching her memory, she recalled the last moment before losing consciousness. The vehicle she was driving crashing directly into an overturned car. Glancing at the familiar ceiling above her, Gloria was astonished to find herself at home. David, she called out, concerned for his well-being as he had been in the car with her. "Mom, you're awake," David responded, rushing to her side. Seeing David unscathed standing before her, Gloria sighed in relief. "David, are you all right? Weren't we in an accident? Why are we at home?" Gloria inquired, puzzled. "I'm fine. After the accident, you lost consciousness. And I took you to a clinic that you're all right now," David explained, adding his frustration about the trauma team who had ignored them simply because they weren't clients. Upon hearing David's words, Gloria began to piece together the situation. "David, did you cover the medical expenses? That must have cost quite a bit." "Which clinic did you take me to?" she queried, curious about how David had managed to pay for the treatment. David shook his head, hesitating before revealing the truth. "It was that clinic in the alley behind Coronado Farm. The payment issue has been resolved." Although David did not pay for the services, in a sense, the clinic no longer existed, and thus no payment was necessary. However, he was now indebted to Rocky. Gloria was stunned by David's answer. She was well aware of how few clinics there were in the remote area of Coronado Farm, and most of them were under the control of scavengers. "You mean that clinic? How could that be? It's known to be controlled by scavengers, right?" "Mom, I figured it out eventually. At first, I was unaware. But later I uncovered their true nature and managed to rescue you," David admitted, feeling a mix of guilt and happiness. Guilt for almost putting his mother in danger, and happiness for having the ability to protect her. "David, are you serious? How did you manage that?" Gloria exclaimed, springing up to inspect David for injuries. Gloria was no stranger to the underground dealings that often involve scavengers, and the idea that her usually obedient son had rescued her from their hands was almost unbelievable. However, she soon felt something unusual on David's back. That is Sion waistband. "David, why do you have it installed?" Gloria recognized the cybernetic implant she had stolen during the scene cleanup. This implant had already been sold to man, who had paid for it, yet now it was installed on David. "Mom, when I saved you, I was injured by a scavenger explosion. The cybernetic doctor installed the Sion waistband to save me. But I should really be asking you, why do you have such an implant in your bag? Also, I checked your other account, and there is a large sum of money in it." "Mom, what is going on?" David questioned, sensing that Gloria was concealing many secrets from him. Gloria was taken aback by David's inquiries. She had always aimed to project the image of an exemplary mother, but now her secrets were exposed, leaving her flustered. "David, I had no choice. I needed to pay for your education. If I didn't do this, I would be able to afford the exorbitant tuition fees." Gloria weakly defended herself. "But that is a crime, Mom. Is it really worth it to attend Hosen Academy?" David countered, "It is worth it." "David, you may not understand yet, but it's all worth it as long as you can succeed. I would sacrifice everything," Gloria insisted passionately, her every action driven by the desire for David to thrive. Yet it was clear that David did not share her perspective. "That I don't understand. Why must it be this way? Is being a social elite the only way to survive?" "Mom, I detest school and don't wish to become what you envision. I want to pursue my own path. That I am utterly tired of their judgmental stares. And no matter how hard we try, we could end up like them. But it would be better for me to drop out and make my way in the world. Now that I have the Sion waistband, I can find a job and support us." "No," Gloria exclaimed. "The Sion waistband is a dangerous implant, especially this military-grade model. It could drive you insane. You want to be able to control it." "I can." Chapter 72. The Deal with Man. David rebutted Gloria's claims, demonstrating his point through action. In an instant, he activated the Sion waistband, vanishing from Gloria's sight. Mere moments later, he reappeared before her, seemingly having only blinked. Yet, in his hands were numerous bottles and containers, all gathered from various corners of the room in a flash. Such a feat would have been impossible without the capabilities of the Sion waistband. "See, Mom, I can do it. That I can control it," David boasted, showcasing his newfound abilities. Subsequently, David swiftly returned everything to its original place. "Enough, David, at no more using the Sion waistband," Gloria remarked, her heart racing as she witnessed David activate the Sion waistband twice in quick succession. She hurriedly restrained him, preventing any further use of the cybernetic enhancement. "Rest assured, Mom, I know the doctor informed me, and I will be cautious. However, I feel perfectly fine at the moment, without any discomfort." Observing Gloria's worried demeanor warmed David's heart, prompting him to smile and offer her reassurance. Curiosity piqued, Gloria wondered when David had come to know the cybernetic doctor, given that he had mentioned him multiple times. David, who is this doctor you speak of? It is perilous to seek out an unfamiliar cybernetic surgeon for enhancements, she cautioned. What she was unaware of was that David was acquainted with more than just Rocky. He had even assisted the cybernetic doctors in promoting the Black Super Dream at school. Understand, but that cybernetic doctor might be more than just that. He was the one I encountered at the clinic, and it was he who revealed the truth about the scavenger and helped rescue you. Mom, not only that, but he also installed the Sion waiststand for me, so I owe him a surgical fee. He mentioned that if I needed to find a job, I could reach out to him. Overall, he is a good person, David explained. Upon hearing David's words, Gloria furrowed her brow. Unlike David's naivety, she perceived the doctor as someone who had seemingly done them a great service. Yet in Night City, kindness often came with ulterior motives. And Gloria was acutely aware of that. She just couldn't fathom why he would choose to assist David. Just as Gloria was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang, glancing at the caller ID. Her heart sank. Without a moment to spare, she gestured for David to wait while she answered the call. Gloria, what is going on? We had a deal, and now I've heard nothing from you. What is your current situation? And when will you deliver the cybernetic enhancement I requested? Man's voice came through, clearly irritated. I apologize, man. There was an unexpected incident yesterday, and I couldn't reach you. We may need to discuss the cybernetic enhancement further. Gloria replied cautiously. What more is there to discuss? The money has already been transferred to your account. Are you now trying to backtrack? Man's frustration was palpable. He had collaborated with Gloria multiple times and trusted her integrity. Before the deal, she had claimed to need the money urgently, which led Man to pay up front. Now, with the deal seemingly in jeopardy, he was understandably upset. After all, this was the Sion waiststand he had long coveted. No, man, there was an unforeseen complication, and we cannot clarify everything over the phone. Let us discuss it at the transaction location, and I will provide you with an explanation. Gloria cast a glance at David before addressing Man. Fine, let's meet at the usual place. Although Man was curious about what had transpired, he decided to wait until they met to clarify the situation. Mom, that was your buyer, wasn't it? I'm coming with you, David said as Gloria hung up the phone. After all, this matter also involved him, and since the cybernetic enhancement was currently on him, he felt he bore some responsibility. However, Gloria shook her head. No, David, stay home and wait for my return. I will handle this. Given that Man's cybernetic enhancement was attached to David, Gloria feared that Man might act impulsively if he saw it on David. Instinctively, she wanted to protect David from danger, believing she could manage the situation alone. But, listen to me, David, I will be back soon. Firmly rejecting David's request, Gloria exited the apartment. But I can protect you now. Watching Gloria's retreating figure, David's voice dwindled to a whisper. Too soft for her to hear. With Gloria gone, David surveyed the empty room before approaching the bedside. He retrieved a handgun from beneath the bed, a gift from Rocky. Gripping the gun tightly, he concealed it at the small of his back and activated the Sion waiststand. Pursuing Gloria, he needed to discover who she was conducting business with and ensure her safety. In Santo Domingo, a row of warehouses stood. Man, Pilar, and Falco sat outside one of them. Soon, Gloria's slender silhouette appeared in their line of sight. Gloria, explain what is going on. Where is the cybernetic enhancement? Man asked, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixed intently on her. Gloria scanned her surroundings for any abnormalities before responding. I was in a car accident on my way home yesterday and was taken to the clinic. By the time I regained consciousness, the cybernetic enhancement had already vanished. I'm sorry, man. I can't deliver the enhancement, but I will return your money, though it may take some time. Gloria felt a pang of guilt as she concealed the truth about David having installed the enhancement. Initially, she would have been able to return the money, but now, most of the funds Man had provided had gone to cover the damages caused by David's use of pirated software, which had disrupted the school's educational system. Upon hearing this, Man's anger flared, and he shot up from his seat. What? You can't deliver the enhancement. Do you have any idea how long I waited for the right cybernetic enhancement? Man's frustration was evident. Gloria, this isn't merely about the money. This military-grade enhancement is not something you can buy with cash alone. And now you want to return my money while making me wait? I trusted you because you said you needed the money urgently. Now that you've taken the funds, are you planning to pull some sort of trick? Man had collaborated with Gloria several times and had faith in her character. However, the stakes were higher this time, and he was unwilling to be deceived. No, man, I used a portion of the funds, but I will repay you as soon as possible. I truly apologize for this incident. And I assure you it won't happen again. With no other options left, Gloria hoped man would understand. Yet, man was not easily appeased. He clearly did not believe her claims. Used a portion? Now there's no enhancement. And you have no money. Is this your explanation? Given the current circumstances, do you think there will be a next time? Gloria, you need to tell me everything that happened yesterday. That I want to know who has the Sion waistband now. Man's primary concern shifted from the money to the whereabouts of the enhancement. I don't know. Gloria maintained her facade of calm. Man scrutinized Gloria's eyes, searching for any hint of truth. Although he had collaborated with her multiple times, it did not guarantee her honesty. After all, previous transactions had not involved such high stakes, and there was a possibility Gloria intended to sell the enhancement to someone else or pocket his money. You better truly not know. I will find out. And if you have deceived me, you should be aware of the consequences, man warned, gesturing for Pilar to step forward and install a tracking device on Gloria. With trust between man and Gloria eroded, he needed to prevent her from fleeing. Hey, Miss Gloria, I trust you understand the necessity of my actions, Pilar said, leering slightly as he approached her, ready to install the tracking device. However, just as Pilar moved to do so, a figure swiftly intervened, blocking his path. That figure was, of course, David. He had been eavesdropping nearby, and upon learning that Gloria had not disclosed the full truth, his heart sank. He understood her intentions but refused to shy away from responsibility. The situation, initially straightforward, had escalated because of him. Had he not used pirated software, Gloria would not have found herself in this predicament. If he hadn't so naively taken Gloria to the Black Clinic, he wouldn't have needed the Sion waistband. David felt accountable and did not wish to evade it. He could not let Gloria shoulder this burden alone. With the enhancement on him, it was his duty to repay man, which compelled him to step forward. David, Gloria gasped at the unexpected appearance of her son. Huh, where did you come from? Who are you? Pilar asked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the slender figure. The person you're looking for is me. The Sion waistband is on me. David summoned his courage and declared to man and the others. David, you're insane. You need to leave. This has nothing to do with you. Gloria attempted to push David away, hoping he would retreat, but he stood firm, his body as immovable as stone. Upon hearing David's proclamation, man's expression shifted to one of amusement, realizing that Gloria had indeed deceived him. Leave? Where are you going, Gloria? Shouldn't you clarify the current situation? And you, kid, who are you, and why do you have my Sion waistband? My name is David, and I am the son of Gloria. Following a car accident yesterday, I sustained an injury to my spinal nerves. To save my life, the cybernetic doctor has fitted me with a Cygnus arm. This cybernetic enhancement is now integrated with my body, and I will manage the financial aspect of it. Please do not put my mother in a difficult position. Taking a deep breath, David explained to the imposing man before him. Upon hearing David's words, man and his companions exchanged glances, followed by an eruption of laughter. Ha ha ha. You've installed the Cygnus arm? Are you kidding me? With a physique like yours, you'd be dead in an instant if you had such a military-grade enhancement. Stop joking around, Pyrrha mocked, clutching his stomach. Though it was unkind, the notion of someone with David's slight frame sporting a Cygnus arm was indeed astonishing. I am not joking, David asserted, turning to reveal the Cygnus arm affixed to his spine beneath his clothing. The sight rendered man and his companions momentarily speechless, and before they could respond, an even more shocking occurrence unfolded. In the blink of an eye, David vanished, only for his voice to resonate from behind man and the others. This is the capability of the Cygnus arm. Now you should believe me. When man and the others turned around, they discovered David standing behind them. At that moment, it dawned on them that David had arrived powered by the Cygnus arm. This meant he had activated it twice in quick succession. Was that even possible for a regular human? Man was nearly rendered speechless. However, after a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly and remarked, Kid, whether you have a Cygnus arm or not, regardless of being Gloria's son or not, that enhancement belongs to me. Do you understand? I've already paid for it, so you should return it to me. Did I apologize? but this enhancement is of great significance to me. I promise to reimburse you. I will earn the money I owe you very soon. Please grant me this opportunity." Although David resolved to bear the burden himself, he was naturally reluctant to part with the Cygnus arm at Man's insistence. In David's view, the job that Rocky had invited him to required the Cygnus arm, making it an essential asset for his future endeavors. He would not relinquish it lightly. "What do you mean by that? Do you really think I would believe that a kid like you could earn that kind of money? I'm not a fool. You might as well come with me to remove that enhancement, and we can consider the matter closed." Man regarded David, who was so adamant in his claims, clearly doubting his ability to repay such an exorbitant sum. "That I can earn it. The doctor who fitted me with the Cygnus arm has extended an invitation to me. I will make the money soon." Although David was unaware of the nature of the work Rocky had mentioned, he trusted that someone as capable as Rocky would certainly help him earn a substantial amount. Which cybernetic doctor could help you earn that much money? Don't be ridiculous. That it's not just that. He is more than merely a cybernetic doctor, but for the time being, I only know his name. Oh, is it not? Man and Pyrrha exchanged astonished looks, clearly familiar with the name. Chapter 74. Compensation. Upon hearing the name from David's lips, both Man and Pyrrha were momentarily taken aback. "That you're not referring to the one with a clinic on Japanese Street, are you?" Man inquired for confirmation. David nodded in affirmation. "Damn it, not this guy again." With that confirmation, Man couldn't help but curse. The cybernetic doctor, L, with a clinic on Japanese Street. These key pieces of information led Man to ascertain that the individual David spoke of was indeed Rocky. Man was no stranger to Rocky, for it was this very person who had lured both Lucy and Rebecca away. Although Rebecca still participated in missions with them, she seemed visibly distracted, and it was only because Rocky found her surplus to requirements that she continued to accompany them. Lucy, on the other hand, had completely severed ties with Man's team, leaving without a trace of sentiment. Even as a backup hacker, her absence had resulted in all the network pressure falling squarely on Chi-Wei, who was now nearly overwhelmed. Clearly, all of this turmoil was orchestrated by Rocky, and Man could not fathom how this individual possessed such magnetic charm that both Lucy and Rebecca had chosen to follow him. Pyrrha was equally incensed. Upon learning that Rebecca and Lucy were involved with Rocky, he not only mocked Rebecca, but also sought retribution against Rocky, only to be thwarted by Rebecca, who had inexplicably acquired the strength to subdue him. At this point, both Man and Pyrrha harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Rocky, yet felt powerless to act. After all, Lucy and Rebecca had made their own choices, and as friends, they could only respect those decisions. However, now that Rocky had not only taken Rebecca and Lucy, but also installed his Cygnus arm onto a mere child, how could Man possibly tolerate such an affront? David, puzzled by Man's outburst, asked, "Do you know him?" "Know him? We've been thoroughly duped by this guy. Forget it. Let us leave it for now. Since you've already integrated the Cygnus arm, you can keep it, but you must repay me promptly." Man inhaled deeply to quell his agitation, ultimately conceding. Given that this matter involved Rocky, he could not press too hard. After all, with Rocky being so close to Rebecca, Man naturally could not impose on him too harshly. That would be unreasonable given their friendship. Nevertheless, while he had decided to spare David, he would certainly seek out Rocky for an explanation. His Cygnus arm had been taken, and he would demand a replacement from Rocky. After all, he was a cybernetic doctor, and surely he had access to more enhancements. Additionally, Man was on the verge of establishing a company and had made connections with Arasaka, so perhaps he could procure something even better than the Cygnus arm. When the time came, he would settle old scores and ensure that Rocky paid for his transgressions. David, relieved that Man had finally let him off the hook, breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible. Now get lost. I don't want to see you around here anymore." Waving his hand dismissively, Man urged David to leave his sight. Though he had relinquished the Cygnus arm, Man's heart still ached. Sensing Man's impatience, David hurriedly approached Gloria and led her away from the warehouse entrance. "Man, are you really giving up that enhancement?" Pyrrha glanced at David and Gloria as they departed before turning to Man with a question. "What other choice do I have? Let us go find that bastard L and settle the score." With a cold scoff, Man led Pyrrha and the others towards Rocky's company. Rocky could typically be found either at his clinic or in his office. Locating him would not prove difficult. Rather than contacting Rocky, Man and his companions made their way directly to his company. "Hello. Welcome to Ascension Technologies. I apologize, gentlemen, but our system has not detected any appointment for your visit. Please state your purpose. A virtual AI with a friendly demeanor greeted them at the entrance. This AI had been specifically designed by Lissandro for reception duties that we wish to speak with L. Man stated bluntly. Please hold on. I am notifying Mr. L. The AI responded as soon as Man conveyed their intent. The AI relayed the information to Rocky in his office, interrupting any potential refusal that was about to be voiced. Very well. Mr. L is expecting you in his office. Please follow the instructions provided. Shortly thereafter, the AI responded. At that moment, Rocky was in his office preparing for an upcoming press conference, completely unprepared for Man's arrival. Without much hesitation, Rocky opted to welcome Man inside. Man, it's been a while. What brings you to the company? Rocky inquired with curiosity as Man entered the office. I can't believe it, L. It hasn't been long. And yet you've transformed so dramatically. This company seems quite well organized. That is of little consequence. Now, state your purpose, Man. Yesterday, you fitted my Cygnus arm onto some Brad. I'd already paid for that enhancement. You possess so many other cybernetics, yet you chose to install the Cygnus arm. How do you intend to address this? Man approached the desk and slapped it, questioning Rocky in a tone that bore a hint of accusation. In response to Man's inquiry, Rocky remained unflustered, calmly explaining, Calm down, Man. Yes, I did save a kid yesterday, but I had no knowledge that the enhancement belonged to you. IT was simply lying in a bag. And I assumed it was his. It was only natural to fit it. How can I possibly remain calm? You've not only taken Rebecca and Lucy from us, but you've also made off with my hard-earned enhancement. You must provide an explanation today, or this will not end well. Man unveiled the true purpose of his visit. He had harbored grievances against Rocky for quite some time, and since he now found himself working for the company, he intended to extract some benefits from him. Upon witnessing Man's demeanor, Rocky smiled. So you're looking for some form of compensation. This is quite manageable. In truth, Rocky felt somewhat guilty for having taken two of Man's key team members. And now that Man had broached the subject, it presented an opportunity to resolve matters efficiently, alleviating any potential hassle. Well, you are right. I must admit that my actions were indeed somewhat ungracious. I will make it up to you. But concerning the matter of Sion Wastestand, I may not be able to provide you with a prosthetic. What do you mean? As a prosthetic doctor, are you unable to present me with a satisfactory prosthetic? No, it is just that I believe you might require something else, such as this. Rocky chuckled softly, shaking his head before placing a blue vial on the table. Chapter 75. The press conference? What is this? Man gazed at the blue vial on the table, raising an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by Rocky's implication. Can this single vial possibly compare to the value of Sion Wastestand? Man was not entirely convinced. Observing Man's puzzled expression, Rocky smiled and began to explain that IT is a high-grade serum that enhances physical strength and increases tolerance to prosthetics. The value of this vial alone is already equivalent to the prosthetic you have lost. And, most importantly, this substance is not available on the market. What Rocky had presented to Man was the Elite Soldier Serum, currently exclusively supplied to Arasaka, apart from the 10 doses that initially leaked to underground clinics. It is now completely unavailable for purchase. Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, Man reached for the serum on the table, scrutinizing it closely. Just this? Are you certain? I have no reason to deceive you. Man, I examined your body previously. And if I am not mistaken, you're nearing your limits. Frequent tremors, disorientation, and hallucinations. These symptoms you must have experienced. You should understand what these symptoms signify. This serum can remedy your condition and allow you to avoid downgrading your prosthetics. Rocky's words struck Man like a heavy blow. The symptoms he had been experiencing recently were indeed occurring with increasing frequency, though not yet alarmingly, so that he realized these were the early indications of cyberpsychosis. Typically, such circumstances necessitate either the downgrading of prosthetics or the acceptance of death. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish the formidable prosthetics he had worked so hard to obtain. He could not forsake his strength. And he even aspired to enhance himself with Sion Wastestand to advance further. Very well. How do I use this? After a moment of silence, Man accepted the vial that if this serum delivers the effects Rocky claims, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. This compensation is satisfactory. Just find a trustworthy prosthetic doctor to assist you with the injection. Of course, you can also come to my clinic tonight. I can help you. Nighttime, inside Rocky's clinic. After the injection, man gradually regained consciousness. Though Rocky had suggested finding a reliable prosthetic doctor, man had insisted on having Rocky assist him, as he was the one who provided the serum and was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about it. How do you feel? Quite well. I am very satisfied. That moment. Man's mind felt remarkably clear, and the previous haze had lifted as he savored the state of his body. A smile graced his face. Although you have injected the serum and your condition has improved, it does not imply that you can install prosthetics without limitation. The serum merely enhances your ability to endure prosthetics, yet an upper limit still exists. If you continue to install prosthetics without pause, you will inevitably succumb to cyberpsychosis. Observing man's excitement, Rocky felt compelled to remind him he was somewhat apprehensive that man, after receiving the serum, might recklessly augment himself further with prosthetics. As it stood, man had not yet harmed anyone due to cyberpsychosis, and he appeared rather unconcerned. Rocky could only offer verbal caution. Understood. Man chuckled in response to Rocky, evidently in good spirits, since man had expressed this. Rocky refrained from further comment and allowed man to take his leave. 2 days later, News 54 reports. Today, Arasaka convened a press conference to announce its partnership with the technology company, Ascendancy Technologies. Let me take you into this press conference to unveil the mysteries of Ascendancy Technologies. At the conference venue, a reporter from News 54 spoke directly to the camera. The scene shifted to a raised platform, where numerous staff members diligently prepared, and the venue was quickly set for the event. The spokesperson from Arasaka's marketing department adjusted his attire, ensuring everything was in order before stepping onto the stage. Before the camera, the press conference officially commenced. Today, I am delighted to be here representing Arasaka to host this press conference. As a world-class armed technology company, Arasaka's service scope encompasses various industries, including arms manufacturing, security, and banking. We have always been committed to providing our corporate clients with superior. These Arasaka folks have a knack for rambling. They seem determined to elevate their company to the heavens with every opening statement that in the audience. Jack, a robust figure clad in a finely tailored suit, observed the loquacious Arasaka spokesperson and turned to Rocky to voice his disdain. Jack had always held a low opinion of these individuals. Their words were devoid of value, and the opening remarks were perpetually repetitive. However, despite his grumbling, Jack spoke quietly to Rocky. After all, they were in Arasaka's domain, and he was present as an employee of a collaborating firm, so he could not allow outsiders to overhear such comments, especially with a horde of sharp-eared reporters present, ready to pounce on any hint of scandal. Even if they dared not report on Arasaka's misdeeds, it was prudent not to provide them with any ammunition. Observing Jack's quiet critique, Rocky chuckled. Jack, are you still not familiar with them? Company sycophants, as always. Moreover, he is not Arasaka's decision-maker, merely a tool pushed onto the stage, required to maintain a semblance of decorum. If it were someone like Arasaka's heir, Lin Xian, presenting the conference, he would certainly dispense with such tedious verbiage. L is correct. A tool representing Arasaka must cover all bases. Old Wei nodded in agreement with Rocky's perspective. Today, Old Wei had also donned a suit, accompanying Rocky to the press conference. Even Lucy had seldom participated in such grand affairs. Clad in a fitted women's suit, Lucy's figure was accentuated to perfection. Only Rebecca, who could not abide such formal attire, chose to remain absent from the event. After a prolonged period, the Arasaka spokesperson finally concluded his lengthy soliloquy, articulating the specific plans and rationale behind the partnership with Ascendancy Technologies. The announcement of the collaboration process was now complete. Next, we invite our partner, Ascendancy Technologies Chairman L, to the stage for the inaugural product launch. Amidst thunderous applause, the Arasaka spokesperson exited the stage. Some reporters in the audience welcomed Rocky's appearance, while others still sought to question the Arasaka spokesperson. However, it was evident that the spokesperson had no intention of engaging with them. There was simply no provision for questions in Arasaka's arrangement. After all, this press conference was merely part of the transaction with Rocky, and Arasaka had no desire to invest excessive effort or respond to reporters' inquiries. Chapter 76, Advertisement. The power stimulant is a cutting-edge combat enhancer developed at great expense by Ascendancy Technologies, boasting no side effects while providing a powerful acceleration effect suitable for various situations. On the television screen, Rocky, impeccably attired in a suit, spoke eloquently from the stage. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Gloria sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. Her life had drastically changed over the past few days. First, there was the car accident, followed by her son discovering her secret, and then David acquiring Sion Waystan, leading to confrontations with man and others. Just yesterday, Gloria received a message from her company notifying her of her termination. There was no explanation, merely a unilateral notification. The car accident had prevented Gloria from attending work the following day, and the company had shown no concern for her situation, immediately notifying her of her dismissal. Gloria chose not to question or explain, for she understood that it would be futile. This turn of events only compounded her already precarious situation. Without her job, she lost her source of income, making it increasingly difficult to repay her debts. Upon learning of this development, David seized the opportunity to negotiate with Gloria. Despite her fervent pleas for David to return to their previous life and allow her to resolve the mess, he resolutely refused, withdrawing from Arasaka Academy, a rebellious student. The academy had welcomed David's departure with open arms. He faced no obstacles in completing the withdrawal process. Knowing she had lost her job and accrued substantial debt, Gloria felt powerless to prevent David's decision. David successfully escaped from Arasaka Academy, but this became the final straw for Gloria. She now felt as though she had lost her life's purpose, directionless and adrift. All her efforts throughout the first half of her life seemed to have lost their significance. Mother. Just as Gloria remained lost in thought, David's voice called from behind her. Mother, what are you so engrossed in? For a moment, Gloria did not respond, and David called out again. It was only then that Gloria realized David was addressing her. David, I am watching the news. It is the press conference of Hangban. Gloria's unfocused eyes regained their clarity as she turned her gaze back to the television, reflecting on what she had previously seen. What? Still concerned about Hangban? We have no ties with them anymore. Mother, that is true, Gloria murmured softly, preparing to turn off the television. Meanwhile, the screen continued to broadcast. As a technology manufacturing enterprise, we boast a mature and exceptional research and development team, along with professional scientific laboratories. The man on the screen persistently extolled the achievements and prospects of his company. That moment, David approached and caught sight of the content on the television. Wait! Oh, David exclaimed, for the man speaking on the screen was the very individual who had saved him that day. The same suit, the same voice, there was no mistaking it. David, do you know him? Gloria inquired, noticing David's unusual expression that if memory served her correctly, she was watching Hongban's press conference, even if she had momentarily lost focus. The speaker on stage should have been a representative of Hangban. Why was David associating himself with someone from Hangban? He is the one who helped rescue my mother at the clinic that day. David, are you implying that the company you are going to work for is Hangban? A hint of confusion flickered in Gloria's eyes, but it was evident that her anger had dissipated considerably compared to earlier. I don't know, perhaps. David shook his head, visibly uncertain. Facing technology, Gloria and David redirected their attention to the press conference being aired on the television, swiftly identifying critical information. Unfortunately, Rocky was not affiliated with Hangban. In fact, what was currently being broadcast was a product launch for Facing Technology. Hongban's press conference had concluded long ago. David began searching online for Facing Technology. To their astonishment, it appeared that Facing Technology was currently enjoying a surge in popularity. Reports about it could be found on various websites. Soon, the two of them gained insight into this so-called Facing Technology. The founder and chairman of Facing Technology is a partner of Hangban. David reflected, realizing that this was his first encounter with Rocky's identity. Meanwhile, Gloria fell silent. Although Facing Technology was not Hangban, it was still a partner enterprise. From the information she had gathered, the company seemed to possess considerable potential. If David could secure a position within this company and ascend to higher echelons, it might not be a bad choice after all. Contemplating this, Gloria brushed away her previous gloom. Since there was no longer an opportunity to rise to the top of Hangban, perhaps climbing to the upper echelons of Facing Technology was an acceptable alternative. David, Do you have a way to contact him? No, I plan to reach out today, but he seems to be busy at the moment. David, listen, regardless of the circumstances, I sincerely hope you can achieve great success. Since you dislike my approach, pursue what you truly desired in that moment. Gloria genuinely acknowledged David's decision, as a renewed sense of hope for his future ignited within her. Yes, I will work hard, Mother, David nodded solemnly. The press conference soon concluded. After adjusting his attire, David bid farewell to Gloria and sent an email to Rocky while preparing to head to Facing Technology. At the station, David arrived at the platform to wait for his train. The bus had yet to arrive, and as he waited, he contemplated what he should say when he met Rocky. Just then, the lights of a nearby advertisement board changed, capturing David's attention. Turning to look, he saw a new round of advertisements playing on the board. Chapter 77. The marvelous use of stimulants. The advertisement depicted a slender figure wearing round goggles and a white, fawn-like mask, sprinting wildly. His running posture exuded a sense of speed, as if he were extracting every ounce of his velocity. The camera followed him closely, the surrounding scenery whizzing past. Suddenly, 3 armed adversaries appeared ahead. Spotting the sprinting figure, the trio raised their weapons and fired simultaneously. In that instant, the running youth produced a green vial and injected it into his abdomen. His already swift pace accelerated further, leaving a trail of green light in his wake, vividly illustrating the surge in his speed. Upon reaching his limit, he executed a stylish slide, diving into the midst of his foes. Bullets whizzed past him, narrowly missing, while the gunfire closely trailed behind, yet always lagging just behind his agile form. Bursting into the enemy's ranks, the youth drew his weapon and swiftly dispatched the 3 assailants. The camera zoomed in as he leaned close to the lens, brandishing an unadministered vial and delivering the advertisement's catchy slogan: "Run fast, shoot fast, win fast, Facing Technology's power stimulant. Experience the sensation of flying, always staying one step ahead, leaving death far behind." Jointly produced by Facing Technology and Hangban Pharmaceutical Laboratory. Quality assured, affordable prices. At that moment, the image froze and transformed into a promotional still, with bold slogans plastered across the screen, captivating the attention of passersby. This advertisement was undoubtedly designed by Rocky, and the protagonist was a direct homage to the image of the Power Kid. Today marked the official launch of promotional activities for Facing Technology and the Power Stimulant. Complementing the fervor of the press conference, various types of advertisements were being deployed throughout Night City. It was not surprising for David to encounter related ads in the subway station. Even beyond the prominent advertisement board, many smaller places showcase promotions for the power stimulant. Working late into the night? Feeling tired and drowsy? Just take the power stimulant, a tiny vial, and you'll be energized all night. Such images accompanied by slogans could be found scattered throughout the station. The power stimulant, how impressive. David couldn't help but express admiration as he regarded the advertisement, feeling a surge of anticipation for Facing Technology. As the train arrived, David boarded and made his way to Facing Technology. Mr. Martinez, welcome to Facing Technology. Chairman L is currently in a business meeting. Please proceed to the reception room and wait patiently. I will notify Chairman L of your arrival at the earliest opportunity to the entrance of Facing Technology. The reception AI verified David's identity before granting him access and directing him to the reception area. Stepping into Facing Technology, David curiously surveyed the company's environment. Although the office building was not situated amidst the cluster of towering corporate skyscrapers, its interior decoration exuded an air of sophistication. The sight of numerous employees bustling between various workstations painted a vivid picture of industriousness, allowing one to palpably sense the company's vibrant energy. Passing by an office cubicle, David observed through the transparent glass wall an employee diligently operating a computer terminal. The worker was engrossed in his tasks, completely oblivious to David's gaze from beyond the glass, perhaps too preoccupied to notice. After completing a document and sending it, he barely had time to catch his breath before a fresh wave of work flooded his terminal. Watching the workload accumulate and feeling the fatigue weighing on him, the employee sensed he was nearing his limit. For the past few days, his sleep had not exceeded 4 hours each night, and the remainder was devoted to preparing for Facing Technology's debut in Night City. The press conference today had only exacerbated the workload, with a deluge of orders needing processing, pushing his mental faculties to the brink. Yet, he gritted his teeth and opened the drawer to his right, extracting a green vial to inject into himself. The stimulant coursed through his veins. The haze clouding his mind dissipated, restoring him to a state of invigorated alertness, and he plunged back into his work. This power stimulant had been thoughtfully provided by Rocky for these dedicated employees. Although the stimulant's acceleration effects lasted only a minute, the heightened mental state it induced persisted far longer, making the use of stimulants to enhance work efficiency a viable option. Meanwhile, David watched in astonishment that if he wasn't mistaken, that employee had just injected the power stimulant. David was taken aback. How diligent and hardworking the employees of Ascendancy Technology were, resorting to stimulants to regain their productivity. Moreover, it seemed many others were similarly engaged, injecting the stimulant before diving back into their tasks. What David remained unaware of was that this employee had no desire to work this hard. He simply had no choice. Given the opportunity, he would never have opted to work undercover at this company, which treated him as expendable, inundating him with an overwhelming workload. But now, he had no way back. And he was not alone in this predicament. Many other employees faced the same fate. Originally, he had no intention of working this tirelessly. The hours set by Rocky were not so excessive, and overtime was supposed to be voluntary. However, as other employees began to push themselves, he found himself compelled to keep pace. Once the first person used the stimulant Rocky provided, others felt obligated to join this relentless cycle of work. In this manner, amidst the mutual comparisons of these outstanding undercover employees, Ascendancy Technology has exhibited an unprecedented vitality. Naturally, Rocky was overjoyed by this, even providing them with an unlimited supply of stimulants as a benefit. Diverting his gaze, David no longer lingered, and following the instructions, he made his way to the reception area. Unlike the bustling scenes of the outer office space, the reception area was particularly tranquil, with only a lone concierge awaiting. "Good day, Mr. Martinez. Please take a seat. Chairman L is still in a meeting. Kindly wait a moment. May I offer you something to drink? Just water. Thank you." This warm reception was a first for David, who felt somewhat unaccustomed to such courteous treatment. Responding with a hint of shyness, David waited in the reception area for quite some time before he finally received the notification that Rocky's meeting had concluded. "Mr. Martinez, Chairman L is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Chapter 78. Special Operations Division. Mr. L. Inside the office, David saw Rocky seated in a chair and greeted him. "Please have a seat, David. Feel at ease." Noticing David's slight awkwardness, Rocky smiled and gestured for him to sit opposite him. You mentioned before that you could offer me a job. May I inquire about its nature?" David asked hesitantly. To this point, David remained unclear about the job Rocky referred to, but he recalled Rocky mentioning that it would prevent him from being overshadowed by Sion Waystan, leading him to believe it was the type of work he had imagined. However, David felt a twinge of apprehension. He hoped to leverage Sion Waystan for various thrilling missions and become a legendary figure, rather than being confined to an office. He was somewhat concerned that Rocky might have merely spoken in jest that "I wish for you to join our special operations team." The nature of the work could encompass anything: espionage, intelligence gathering, assassination, robbery, military operations. You may be tasked with it all. In essence, you will be akin to the mercenaries of Night City, with the distinction that you will serve only me. Rocky answered David's question, and the worried expression on David's face gradually dissipated. This was precisely what he desired. "I have no objections. I am eager to join," David replied hastily. "Hold your horses. This is work, not a game. It's not merely about seeking thrills. The challenges you will face are far more perilous than the minor skirmishes you encountered with the cleaner that day at the clinic. The dangers you will confront may even cost you your life. Have you thought this through?" "I have." Upon hearing Rocky's words, David hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded resolutely. Though he indeed hoped for excitement from such a job, he was confident in his abilities. If he could handle Sion Waystan, a feat beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, then he could certainly manage this role as well. As long as you're confident. Follow the instructions to get certified in the HR department. Then report to the Special Operations Division. Someone will guide you on how to proceed. Understood. Thank you very much. Expressing his gratitude to Rocky, David exited the office and successfully activated the complete company system in the HR department. Following the map's guidance, he made his way to the Special Operations Division of Ascendancy Technology. The Special Operations Division was located on a different floor from the regular office area as David walked through. He no longer encountered the busy employees. Here, he didn't even see a single soul, prompting him to question if he had taken a wrong turn. Little did David know, this was the very core of Ascendancy Technology, the server of Lissandro. The secret laboratory and the Special Operations Division were all housed here. These were among the most significant assets of Ascendancy Technology, which is why Rocky had prohibited outsiders from stepping foot in this domain. Hello, David entered the Special Operations Division with a mix of trepidation. However, to his surprise, the area was also eerily quiet, with only various weapons and computer terminals scattered about, seemingly devoid of personnel. Anyone here? Am I perhaps arriving at an inopportune time? David mumbled. Just as he prepared to step further in to confirm the absence of others, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. Hey, who are you? Where did you come from? Startled by the unexpected voice, David looked around but saw no one. My apologies. I forgot to turn this off. As the voice faded, a figure slowly materialized beside David, a cybernetic girl with twin ponytails. This individual was Rebecca, who continued speaking. I was just testing the latest cloaking device, so now it's your turn to answer my question, kid. Though Rebecca had to look up to meet David's gaze. Her commanding presence was undeniable, especially since David appeared quite inexperienced and lacked any intimidating aura. Observing David's slight nervousness, Rebecca was curious about his purpose here. Given Lissandro's control over the company, it was unlikely that someone would simply wander into this area without permission. Utilizing her cybernetic eye to skin David, the company system confirmed that he was a new recruit in the Special Operations Division, having just joined. Hello, I'm here to report for duty. My name is David. A newcomer. How rare. Come on in. I'm Rebecca. Seeing that David's explanation aligned with the system's information, Rebecca's suspicion dissipated. She led David into the Special Operations Division, contacting Jack along the way. Within a minute, Jack, who had been chatting with Oldway in the adjacent laboratory, returned to the Special Operations Division. You must be the new guy, David. I'm Jack, and I'm currently in charge of the Special Operations Division. Jack greeted David. Presently, the Special Operations Division of Ascendancy Technology consisted solely of Jack and Rebecca. Rather than a traditional operational unit, it resembled a mercenary squad, meaning for Jack, this was akin to a new member joining the team. I've reviewed your file. You haven't done any of this before, have you? Just a student. Yes. David felt a surge of anxiety at Jack's inquiry, worried that Jack might look down on him. However, to David's surprise, Jack wore no displeased expression. Instead, he smiled and said, "That is all right. El has briefed me, mentioning that you possess considerable talent. That I will help you acclimate to this place. Rest assured. This is a training chip from Arasaka. Start by practicing the most basic combat techniques, and afterwards, I'll take you out for your first mission." Jack handed David a chip, which was a training module acquired from Arasaka. Though the chip was not of the highest quality, it was perfectly suited for a novice like David. Thank you. David accepted the chip, immersing himself in the training module scenario. Jack, are we heading out on a mission? Rebecca inquired upon hearing Jack mention taking David for his first task. It had only been a few days since she officially joined the Special Operations Division, and she had yet to undertake a mission herself, making this a first for both her and Jack. Their SA situation at the factory. Someone is stirring up trouble, and it's up to us to root them out. The impact isn't significant. Primarily, is to give this kid some practical experience. Jack nodded, and the two began preparing as David trained. By the way, Rebecca, have you tried out that batch of equipment El sent over? What cool items are there? I haven't finished testing. I was just trying it out when David arrived. Rebecca shook her head. Chapter 79. Compound number 5 El sent over the equipment usage instructions. As Rebecca spoke, she displayed the equipment list on her terminal. Invisibility wristband, iron horse mobility device, storage gloves, data knife, phase knife, Arcstar fragmentation grenades, thermite grenades. Wow, that's quite a lot. What is iron horse? Jack questioned upon seeing the names of the equipment on the list. Aside from the first two items, he had only seen Rocky use the others. However, Rebecca shook her head, indicating she was also unaware that we'll find out by testing. The list includes descriptions, Rebecca and Jack began experimenting with the brand new equipment. Meanwhile, in another part of the office, Rocky was continuously reviewing the system interface. Today marked only the first day of the stimulant's release, yet a plethora of orders had already flooded in addition to various companies from Night City placing orders. Numerous pharmaceutical suppliers expressed interest in the performance enhancers, ordering substantial quantities to distribute throughout Night City for sale to the public. Originally, the funds earmarked for production and promotion had nearly depleted, but this initial wave of orders quickly replenished the coffers. Rocky now had sufficient resources to install additional modules, as he planned to further enhance both Ascend technology and his own capabilities. Ascend technology was advancing rapidly. Even with Arasaka's protection, it remained a tantalizing target in the eyes of others. While Arasaka could shield Ascend technology from overt attacks from large corporations, it could not entirely safeguard it from all disturbances. Rocky was acutely aware of this. Thus, for self-preservation and future plans, he required more formidable power, particularly arm strength in the short term. Rocky did not intend to launch any new products. The profits from the performance enhancers and soldier serum would suffice for a while, that if he were to unveil something extraordinary, it would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval, and even Arasaka might take measures against Ascend technology out of concern. Such an approach may indeed prove counterproductive, without sufficient strength to safeguard oneself, no matter how much one possesses. It will ultimately become a mere shroud for others. Previously, Rocky focused on two significant modules related to potions, and naturally, this time he set his sights on potion-related modules as well. Before long, Rocky identified a particular module, the Compound No. 5 Integration Package, a potion from the universe of the Black Cloak Patrol, containing 3 types of potions: Compound Number 5, Anti-Compound Number 5, and Temporary Compound Number 5. Compound Number 5. Upon injection, it grants the user extraordinary abilities. Due to the extensive modifications to the body, using the potion typically requires cultivation during infancy. Adults face severe rejection upon usage, with a high probability of death. However, if one's physical strength is sufficient or fortune favors them, they may withstand this rejection. Anti-Compound Number 5. This potion can suppress the genetic modification effects of Compound Number 5, temporarily nullifying the special abilities it grants, rendering the target an ordinary person. Temporary Compound No. 5. This allows an ordinary person to briefly acquire the abilities modified by Compound Number 5, and it is also usable by adults. However, the side effects are significant, severely damaging the user's genes. Ordinary individuals using it more than 3 times face a high likelihood of suffering irreversible brain trauma and death. Price adjustment. World adjustment 20 gift package discount 20 chapter 80. Preparation complete. Item module 80,000 euros per set. Alchemy table formula expansion 800,000 euros. This is the module Rocky planned to install. The effects of Compound Number 5 are extraordinarily potent, bestowing individuals with unique abilities, and it possesses a high upper limit. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Foremost among them is the side effect, as the risk for adults upon injection is considerable, with only a few fortunate ordinary individuals surviving. Nevertheless, this issue is easily resolved, as the documentation indicates that sufficient physical strength allows one to disregard such reactions, and the body infused with soldier serum easily meets this requirement. The most critical flaw lies in the fact that while the upper limit for gaining special abilities is high, the lower limit is alarmingly low. There are those like the strongest modified beings, soaring through the skies and shooting lasers, while at the other end exists merely a long appendage of a superhero. In conclusion, any ability could potentially be acquired, entirely dependent on luck or perhaps innate talent. Despite the considerable uncertainty, Rocky opted for Compound Number 5, for regardless of the abilities gained, those who have undergone the injection will invariably experience an increase in physical strength. Should he acquire a powerful special ability, it would undoubtedly be a profitable venture, and even a slightly inferior result would not be deemed a loss. Furthermore, the temporary Compound Number 5 within the integration package was also a potion that piqued Rocky's interest. Although the side effects are substantial, rendering it unsuitable for personal use, as a commercial product, it would be exceedingly suitable. Once Ascendant Technology has developed sufficiently to release temporary compound number 5, this potent potion will undoubtedly be fervently sought after by numerous companies. Getting it in advance is akin to an early investment. After all, a 20% discount on the gift package is quite appealing, and 800,000 euros is an amount Rocky can afford at present. Having made his decision, Rocky proceeded with the module installation and subsequently arrived at the secret laboratory of Ascendant Technology. Rocky had already relocated the workstation, alchemy table, and other production equipment from his studio to this location. After all, it is considerably safer here compared to the clinic, and it is more convenient for him to operate in the laboratory. Old Wei was idly watching a boxing match, while the alchemy table busily produced advanced soldier serum. Old Wei had not gone back on his word, coming to the laboratory to assist Rocky in developing Ascendant Technology. Currently, the laboratory was primarily under Old Wei's utilization, with no pressing research projects at hand. Old Wei took the opportunity to produce serum potions while enjoying the boxing match, quite unconcerned. What brings you here? Have you finished everything upstairs? Upon seeing Rocky enter the laboratory, Old Wei expressed his curiosity about why Rocky seemed to have some free time today, as he had assumed Rocky would be quite busy. Almost done. The remaining tasks are trivial matters, so it's no issue to discuss them tomorrow. I'm here mainly regarding the new potion. A new potion? You say? Yes, let me show you. Rocky approached the alchemy table, halting the production of soldier serum. With ample time before the delivery date set with Huangban, Rocky had already produced most of the potions he was to provide. In truth, there was no pressure regarding this batch of orders, and he could deliver the goods to Huangban within a few days. However, he had no intention of doing so, as revealing the true production efficiency of the serum potion to Huangban would not bode well. Rocky would not inform Huangban that the potions were ready until the very last day. Rocky displayed the formula to Old Wei. Compound number 5, what is the effect of this potion? Old Wei inquired, gazing at the potion's name on the formula, sensing from the complexity and the various rare materials that this potion was indeed extraordinary, potentially surpassing even the super soldier serum. Though accustomed to Rocky unveiling previously unseen technologies, he could not help but feel a sense of awe each time. It's challenging to articulate the effects of the potion. You will likely need to witness it firsthand to comprehend fully. In any case, this potion is extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even beyond your current understanding. Old Wei, brace yourself. Rocky shook his head. Such supernatural powers are not easily explained. Old Wei chuckled lightly in response. You have already brought me ample astonishment. I have long been prepared for such things. After Rocky showcased the compound number 5 formula to Old Wei, he proceeded to place an order for a batch of raw materials from suppliers. With the identity of Ascendant Technology, acquiring many materials had become significantly simpler, and before long, Rocky managed to secure all the necessary components. However, assembling all the materials would still require some time. Rocky entrusted the production of compound No. 5 to Old Wei, instructing him to keep an eye on the progress of the materials. With little else to occupy his time, Rocky decided to take a glance at the Special Operations Department next door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted David lying aside, Jack standing, and Rebecca gliding along the wall. At that moment, Rebecca was swiftly sliding against the wall, and upon noticing Rocky's entrance, she kicked off the wall and leaped into the air. "Wait!" she exclaimed as she executed a double jump just before landing, propelling herself further across the room and straight into Rocky's embrace. "Rebecca, how is it? Are you getting used to it?" Rocky asked, gently supporting Rebecca as she hung on him. Smiling, the ability to wall slide and perform double jumps was indeed thanks to the iron harness mobility device. The extraordinary mobility afforded by the device allowed users to maneuver swiftly on the battlefield, executing wall slides, double jumps, and other maneuvers. "Well, I still need to adapt a bit," Rebecca replied as she jumped down from Rocky, acknowledging his question. This was her first experience using such equipment, and given her physical capabilities, she could manage the mobility device well, though she still needed to familiarize herself with its operation and gradually incorporate it into practical combat scenarios. Then practice more. By the way, how is that lad David faring? Rocky encouraged Rebecca with a pat on the head and then inquired about David's situation. "I took him the training chip for his practice. It will likely take some time. These past few days, I've been helping him get acquainted with the team and the tasks. I believe he will grow quickly." Jack, ignoring the playful exchange between Rocky and Rebecca, turned his attention to David and shared his plans. Rocky nodded in agreement. He felt quite reassured leaving David in Jack's care. Jack was notably patient with people, and Rocky believed he could cultivate David into an excellent mercenary. Time passed swiftly, and soon all the materials required for producing Compound No. 5 were gathered. Today, Rocky received a prompt from Lissandro, and Oldway also contacted him, inviting him to the laboratory for a trial. Chapter 81. Energy absorption in the laboratory. Upon Rocky's arrival, he found Oldway at the alchemy table. His expression tinged with anticipation that you've arrived just in time. The first batch of Compound Number 5 is nearly complete. As soon as the materials were ready, Oldway had commenced production of Compound No. 5. This time, the potion was exclusively for their own use. Thus, he need not expend effort researching alternative versions. Before long, the first batch of Compound Number 5 was produced. The blue potion flowed quietly within the test tube, resembling nothing out of the ordinary compared to the super soldier serum. Rocky took the Compound Number 5 that Oldway handed him and placed it on the workstation for testing. The potion's effects were confirmed to be sound. All right, Oldway, administer the injection. With the potion deemed safe, Rocky wasted no time preparing to inject Compound Number 5. Having already undergone the super soldier serum treatment and benefiting from the Tyrant prosthetic, he had no concerns regarding the side effects. The laboratory was equipped for surgical procedures, and upon seeing this, Oldway said nothing further, guiding Rocky to lie back in the chair. After the experience with soldier serum, Oldway had become increasingly adept at administering such unknown potions. As usual, he initiated the biological monitoring program, and soon he had successfully injected Rocky. However, this time was not as uncomplicated as the soldier serum. Once Compound Number 5 entered Rocky's body, his muscles began to visibly convulse. A look of anguish crossed Rocky's face as his body involuntarily curled up, clearly enduring immense pain. The activation of Compound Number 5 has brought about a genetic enhancement, and such fundamental alterations to the essence of life are evidently quite distressing. Oldway hastily supported Rocky's body to prevent him from falling, his face betraying a look of concern. At that moment, the Tyrant cybernetic enhancements behind Rocky suddenly surged to full power as the pain editor activated, severing Rocky's pain receptors. The expression on Rocky's face quickly returned to normal, while the formidable attribute boost provided by the Tyrant suppressed the unusual reactions within his body. Before long, Rocky was back to his usual self, and the transformation induced by Compound Number 5 was complete. He abruptly sat up from the operating chair. "How are you all? Are you all right?" Oldway sighed in relief upon seeing that Rocky appeared unscathed. "I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort. I'm actually okay, thanks to the pain editor. Others might not have it so easy after the injection." Rocky nodded reassuringly to Oldway that he had intended to test the reaction of the injection of Compound No. 5 himself, which is why he hadn't activated the pain editing module from the outset. However, through his first-hand experience, he found that the injection of Compound Number 5 was indeed excruciating, yet not fatal. As long as one had received the super soldier serum with a potency of 100%, they could withstand such reactions, albeit enduring a period of pain. After addressing Oldway, Rocky began to sense the superhuman abilities bestowed upon him by Compound No. 5. He slowly closed his eyes and attuned himself to the energy permeating the surrounding environment. Just as Oldway was beginning to feel perplexed, Rocky suddenly seized a nearby wire connected to the apparatus. In an instant, a flash of electricity erupted, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. A power outage. What just happened? Even the typically composed Oldway found himself exclaiming in surprise. The company was situated in the municipal center. Unlike Santo Domingo, which frequently experienced power cuts, here, the power supply was exceptionally stable, and outages were virtually unheard of. Just as Oldway was trying to comprehend the situation, the laboratory lights flickered back to life. "Don't be alarmed, Oldway. I was merely testing the abilities granted by Compound Number 5. Rocky's voice resonated as the illumination returned. Yet upon hearing Rocky's explanation, Oldway was even more bewildered. "Are you suggesting that Compound No. 5 enables you to control electricity?" he inquired, adopting a speculative tone. However, Rocky merely smiled and shook his head. "No, to be precise, it allows me to absorb energy." As he spoke, Rocky withdrew a handgun and shot himself in the arm. The gun erupted with a fierce spark, but the bullet, upon nearing Rocky, seemed to lose all kinetic energy and fell limply to the ground. This was the extraordinary ability Rocky had acquired after injecting Compound No. 5. Energy absorption. Much like the power of Black Queen from the X-Men, he could absorb any form of energy and subsequently release it. The brief power outage moments ago was due to Rocky instantaneously absorbing all the electrical energy in the vicinity through the wire. The bullets fired at him lost their kinetic energy upon reaching him, and thus fell impotently to the ground. Under the capacity for energy absorption, it was evident that conventional physical attacks would no longer affect Rocky. However, this absorption of energy was not without its limits. Exceeding the threshold would lead to Rocky being overwhelmed and suffering severe backlash. This, the effect of Compound No. 5? Even with the mental preparation, Old Wei was genuinely astonished. The scene before him surpassed his understanding. Yes and no. This is a unique ability bestowed upon me by Compound No. 5, and the capabilities acquired from the injection can vary greatly among individuals. Some may be exceptionally powerful, while others might be rather weak. Rocky elucidated to Old Wei. What a remarkable elixir! Old Wei marveled once again, prompting Rocky to rise with a smile. Feeling the energy within him, he realized he had yet to reach his limit. Curious about the extent of his limits, Rocky retrieved a heavy machine gun from his storage space and tossed it to Old Wei. Old Wei, fire at me. Let's see where my limits lie. Old Wei took hold of the machine gun, casting a reluctant glance at the imposing weapon. Are you certain? Wouldn't this be a bit reckless? Not at all. Such things cannot harm me now. Go ahead, Rocky urged. All right then. With that, Old Wei set up the machine gun and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Rocky. Yet, as the bullets approached him, they all fell to the ground as if deflated, lacking any force. The bullet casings accumulated on the floor, and Rocky felt the energy within him swell, akin to a growing reservoir of vitality. Old Wei, what the hell are you doing? Just then, a startled voice echoed from the laboratory door. Both Old Wei and Rocky turned to see Rebecca, Jack, and David standing at the entrance, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chapter 82. Self-healing moments ago, the commotion caused by Rocky's power outage was quite significant, even reaching the Special Operations Division. Rebecca and her companions, who had been stationed there, were still grappling with the sudden blackout when they heard the resounding gunfire. With both the power cut and the gunshots, they initially feared an invasion of the company premises and rushed to the source of the commotion. Upon entering, they were greeted by the startling sight of Old Wei furiously firing a machine gun at Rocky. The explosive scene prompted Rebecca to gasp, fearing that Old Wei had gone mad and was intent on killing Rocky. Upon seeing Rebecca and the others, Old Wei quickly released the trigger. Don't worry. We were merely conducting an experiment, he explained as the gunfire ceased. What kind of explosive experiment could warrant such chaos? We thought the laboratory was under siege. Jack, regaining his composure, approached Rocky, picking up a bullet casing from the floor for inspection. The casing was intact, and upon glancing at Rocky, who bore no injuries, Jack's expression was filled with confusion. It's the effect of a new drug, Compound No. 5, which grants me the ability to absorb energy. Old Wei and I were just testing the limits of my energy absorption. Rocky succinctly explained the situation and elaborated on the functionality of Compound No. 5 to Rebecca and Jack. Both of them expressed keen interest in the compound. But currently, there was no surplus of it available for injection. They would have to wait for Old Wei to produce more. While awaiting the production of Compound No. 5, Rocky reviewed the operational plans of Jack and the others. Jack, how are things at the factory? We've located the target. It's members of the Vortex gang, but we have yet to identify the mastermind behind it, Jack replied with a nod. Recently, there have been numerous individuals meddling with the stimulant factory in the Northern Industrial District, seemingly attempting to steal the formula for the stimulants. Our investigation points directly at the Vortex gang. Jack was skeptical that the Vortex gang would be interested in the stimulant formula, even if they acquired it. They would be incapable of production. After all, such actions would infringe upon the interests of Arasaka. If the Vortex gang were to produce and sell it, Arasaka would not remain idle. The Vortex gang were not fools. They would not dig their own graves. There were certainly other companies behind the scenes instigating the Vortex gang. Collaborations between gangs and large corporations in Night City were not uncommon. No one would turn down a lucrative deal. One side provides the funds, and the other executes the task. These gangs often function as vast mercenary collectives, driven by those who bid the highest, and this was not unusual in Night City. That makes sense. The Northern Industrial District is indeed the Vortex Gang's most active territory, so it's not surprising that the companies would turn to them. That I'm curious about who is pulling the strings behind them. Military technology is a strong suspect, but biological technology and trauma teams also have significant motives. Rebecca and I had initially planned to visit the Vortex Gang's headquarters today to see if we could extract any information. However, with your new drug now available, it's no trouble to delay a bit, Jack said, raising his hands in resignation. Rocky, upon hearing this, smiled lightly. They won't be able to escape. I'll join you later. I am feeling a bit restless and eager to test my new abilities. The energy Rocky had just absorbed had yet to be released, leaving him with a sense of fullness. He was itching to put his skills to the test. And since the Vortex Gang had come knocking, there was no way around it. Jack, observing Rocky's restless demeanor, silently prayed for the members of the Vortex Gang. Someone is about to have a rough time. Under Old Way's rapid production efforts, the second batch of compound number 5 was soon completed. Rebecca and Jack gazed at the blue vial in Old Way's hand, imagining how this substance, resembling the super soldier serum, could bestow upon them supernatural abilities, causing a wave of excitement to wash over them. Ladies first, Jack gestured grandly, indicating for Rebecca to go ahead. He knew he would eventually have his turn, so he was in no rush. Seeing this, Rebecca wasted no time, promptly reclining on the operating chair as Old Way prepared to administer the injection. Amidst Rebecca's cries of agony, compound number 5 gradually transformed her genetics, endowing her with new abilities. After a considerable time, she finally emerged from the intense pain. How do you feel? Old Way and Rocky simultaneously inquired with concern. However, Rebecca did not rush to respond. Instead, she drew a handgun and shot herself in the arm. This time, the bullet did not lose its momentum like it had for Rocky. Rather, it violently pierced through Rebecca's arm, resulting in a copious flow of blood. Rebecca, both Old Way and Rocky exclaimed in shock. Old Way, witnessing the splattering blood, was rendered speechless, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. So, it seems both of you react like this after the injection. No wonder you ended up together. But the key point is that Rocky can absorb energy. What on earth is she trying to accomplish? Rocky had previously mentioned that everyone's abilities are different. Surely this girl must have been inattentive. Old Way struggled to maintain his composure, bewildered by Rebecca's actions. Yet, soon his confusion transformed into astonishment. He observed the gaping wound on Rebecca's arm healing at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, the punctured injury vanished, as if she had never been harmed at all. If it weren't for the bloodstains left on the ground, everyone might have believed that Rebecca had never shot herself. Ha ha! Impressive, Rebecca exclaimed, lifting her fully healed arm before her, scrutinizing it closely. After confirming its complete recovery, she burst into joyful laughter, clearly delighted with her newfound ability to sew. Rebecca, your ability is self-healing? Rocky speculated, having closely observed her recent actions. Rebecca nodded in affirmation, a smile gracing her face. Indeed, it's self-healing. That's quite an impressive ability. Rocky felt a surge of happiness for Rebecca's acquisition of such a skill. Although it may not directly enhance her combat prowess, it suits her remarkably well. That Rebecca's usual combat style is rather reckless. She relishes overwhelming firepower and tends to be quite audacious, often placing herself in perilous situations. Moreover, it is evident that Rebecca despises donning heavy protective gear during battles. This self-healing ability aligns perfectly with her combat style, allowing her to navigate the battlefield with even greater abandon. Judging by the speed at which Rebecca healed, even the previous version of her, after being struck by Adam's heavy blow, would likely have recovered in no time. Not to mention, the current Rebecca had already injected herself with the super soldier serum. Adam's judgment from above no longer posed a threat to her. Chapter 83. The all-food factory. Rebecca's newfound ability was commendable, but Rocky's was even more formidable. Witnessing both individuals attain such potent powers through compound number 5, Jack fell in eagerness to try it himself. Old Way smiled at Jack's eager demeanor and promptly began concocting the next batch of compound No. 5T that moment. Rocky noticed David nearby, his eyes filled with yearning. Since entering the laboratory with Rebecca and Rocky, David had remained quietly in the background. He understood his current standing and, therefore, refrained from speaking up. However, he had witnessed Rocky emerge unscathed from the bullet barrage and Rebecca's arm rapidly regenerating, all of which left a profound impression on him. The allure of such extraordinary abilities was unmistakable, especially for someone David's age. He too longed to possess such powers. Recognizing David's eager expression, Rocky approached him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "So, you want a dose too?" "Oh, yes, can I?" David replied, not concealing his desire. However, to David's slight disappointment, Rocky shook his head. "Not yet. You wouldn't be able to handle this serum. Perhaps in the future. I've heard from Jack that you've been performing well lately. Keep it up, and these opportunities will come your way." Currently, David had yet to inject himself with the super soldier serum and was therefore unprepared for the effects of compound number 5. Rocky was in no rush to administer the serum to David either. As it stood, David was already able to partake in special operations missions thanks to Sion Waystain. Rocky preferred that David cultivate his skills gradually. After all, David was not a mercenary by nature. He had much to learn, and Rocky planned to wait until he had mastered the fundamentals before intensifying his training. On the day David truly integrated into the team, Rocky would undoubtedly support him. Jack shared this sentiment and would even require David to undergo basic physical training, to which David readily agreed. "I will do my best," he affirmed with a determined nod. Rocky smiled at David's resolute demeanor. At that moment, it seemed Rocky remembered something and inquired, "By the way, David, didn't you mention that your mother lost her job? There's a vacancy at the factory. I can arrange for her to work as a supervisor there." David had previously shared information about his mother with Rocky, and he was well aware that Gloria had indeed lost her job. Though David had become independent and could support his family without needing her to pay high tuition fees, Gloria's character suggested she would not remain idle for long. It was likely she would seek another job. Given that good positions were hard to come by, Rocky thought it best to offer a helping hand. Although Gloria did not possess any particular skills, David was considered one of their own, and bringing her into the company would foster goodwill. As for whether Gloria would betray the company, Rocky was not concerned. With Lysandra's oversight, and given that Gloria's past petty thievery was primarily driven by the need to cover David's tuition, he believed she would understand her responsibilities now that David no longer required her care. "Thank you, Mr. L. I will discuss this with my mother. I believe she will be more than willing to accept this position," David replied eagerly. Rocky had assisted David in so many ways, and now David felt a strong sense of belonging to Ascendancy Technologies. Naturally, he would be pleased to have Gloria join the team. The interlude of waiting soon came to an end. Jack, with Old Way's help, injected himself with compound number 5. However, to Jack's great disappointment, he did not awaken any special abilities. The enhancement from compound number 5 merely resulted in a straightforward physical augmentation, granting him a more powerful physique akin to receiving another dose of the super soldier serum. The effects were reminiscent of Queen Maeve in Black Noir, or perhaps akin to Wolverine without her healing factor. While lacking in any extraordinary traits, this simple enhancement was far from weak. In comparison to many flashy abilities, this straightforward augmentation felt far more satisfying. With the enhancements from the super soldier serum and compound number 5, conventional weaponry could no longer harm Jack. Even a standard handgun would fail to pierce his skin. Jack was pleased with this outcome. Although it lacked flair, it suited his personality perfectly. With Rocky, Jack, and the others fully injected with compound number 5, the sky had just begun to darken. Seizing the moment, Rocky led Jack and the others to the industrial district in the north of the city, to the all-food factory. Drasas parked not far from the entrance, where the factory doors stood firmly closed. This facility had once belonged to the all-food company, but it had long since been abandoned and was now occupied by the Vortex Gang as their base. After instructing Lysandra to temporarily disable the surveillance cameras at the factory's exterior doors, Rocky approached the side entrance. The vivid graffiti of the Vortex Gang on the wall proclaimed their dominion over this territory. Rocky arrived at the intercom, a device used by visitors to summon the Vortex Gang to enter and conduct business. One would naturally need their consent. However, Rocky did not choose to press the call button. Instead, he pulled out a data knife and plunged it forcefully into the intercom in an instant. The data knife opened a direct network channel to the Vortex Gang's base through the intercom subnet. Lysandra then initiated an intrusion into the Vortex Gang's network, taking control of the factory's data fortress. After a brief period of waiting, Lysandra provided feedback, confirming that she had successfully commandeered the entire cyberspace of the factory. All while the Vortex Gang remained oblivious. Withdrawing the data knife, the factory's roll-up door opened effortlessly under Lysandra's control. As the door gradually ascended, revealing the interior scene, Rocky found himself back in this place once more. Yet, unlike before, this time he was met not by military-grade sentry turrets, but by the vigilant members of the Vortex Gang. The moment the roll-up door rose abruptly, the guarding gang members assumed a defensive stance. "Damn it, who the hell are you? This is Vortex Gang territory. How did you open this damn door? State your purpose, or get the hell out of here." Chapter 84. The workshop killing God as the silhouettes of the unexpected guests gradually came into view behind the roll-up door. The guards had already raised their weapons, aiming at the newcomers. However, they were blissfully unaware that these uninvited guests had long been aware of their presence and were entirely unconcerned as they stood before them. The guards observed the four individuals ahead. The leader donned a finely tailored suit, accompanied by a large man clad in a black jacket, with a cybernetic girl sporting twin ponytails and an inexperienced youth trailing behind. This eclectic combination appeared utterly abstract to the guards. If anything, Rocky and Jack seemed like they were there to conduct business. The diminutive cyber lowly and the youthful figure bearing a hint of naivety stirred a growing ire within him. This was no amusement park. It was not a venue for parent-child gatherings or frivolous play. "Halt your advance, or I shall promptly perforate your skulls." As the guard witnessed the group approaching, he immediately issued a warning, simultaneously triggering an intrusion alert through his communication device, calling for reinforcements. Yet, at that moment, the communication channel lay silent, as though in a grave stillness. His network connection had been severed by these very individuals. The guard realized that these intruders were the culprits. Outnumbered 4-1, he found himself isolated and vulnerable in that fleeting instant. Panic seized him, his finger trembling on the trigger, torn between the urge to fire and the instinct to hesitate. Ultimately, however, the madness ingrained in the Vortex Gang compelled him to pull the trigger with conviction. Die. The flash of the bullet's discharge illuminated the dim entrance momentarily. The guard, frantically shouting, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the group. Soon a full magazine had been expended, the smoke beginning to dissipate. Yet the scene before him was far from what he had envisioned. Rather than four lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, these individuals stood before him. Unscathed, clang, clang, clang. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the now silent environment, accompanied only by the clattering of spent shells kicked aside. Undeterred, the guard hastily reloaded his weapon, continuing his assault. However, the outcome remained unchanged. As the bullets approached the intruders, they simply fell to the ground as if rendered powerless. This surreal spectacle transcended the guard's comprehension. Rocky and his companions advanced slowly, as if strolling leisurely towards the guard. At that moment, the guard appeared utterly deranged, his fingers still firmly pressing the trigger. Rocky extended his hand to shield the muzzle of the gun, plucking a bullet from the air with a deft motion. The once lethal projectile, capable of claiming a life, now resembled nothing more than a peanut in Rocky's grasp. "Thank you for your hospitality." Rocky graciously acknowledged the guard's unselfish contribution, feeling a surge of energy within him. He then presented the bullet before the guard, as Rocky's fingers gently released their hold. The previously motionless bullet suddenly shot forth, piercing through the guard's skull in an instant. Blood splattered, and the guard's vitality ebbed away as he collapsed backward. Rocky had no intention of sparing this guard, nor did he plan to engage in a diplomatic discussion with the Vortex Gang, but he was not naive enough to believe that his standing could rival the formidable forces behind the gang. Presently, Ascension Technologies lacked the notoriety and strength to warrant respect from such factions. As long as they arrived under the banner of Ascension Technologies, no useful information could be procured through negotiation or trade. No one would be foolish enough to choose to betray a large corporation in favor of a fledgling enterprise. Rocky's objective in this endeavor was to subdue the Vortex Gang, compelling them to relinquish all intelligence. Should they resist, he would ensure their disappearance from Night City. With the guard dispatched, Rocky and his party pressed deeper into the factory. Navigating through the winding corridors, they opened a small door, entering the factory's production workshop. They had now entered the primary operational zone of the Vortex Gang. The workshop was vast and open, under the watchful gaze of numerous surveillance cameras, while numerous gang members patrolled the area. The moment they stepped through the door, they were immediately spotted by a Vortex Gang member stationed on a high platform. Intruders. Upon discovering outsiders within their domain, he quickly sounded the alarm. Soon, the entire factory was alerted to the breach. This time, Rocky did not hinder their communication. He wanted the Vortex Gang to be fully aware of his arrival. Eliminating them one by one would be tedious. It was far more efficient to confront them all at once. Without further ado, the Vortex Gang members raised their weapons and opened fire. Although their reactions were swift, unfortunately for them, some were swifter still. They could see the moment they decided to attack. Rebecca, positioned behind Rocky, sprang into action. She swiftly vaulted into the air, effortlessly reaching the second level of the workshop, where she dispatched nearby foes with precision. The remaining Vortex Gang members, witnessing this, redirected their weapons towards Rebecca. However, utilizing her iron drive maneuvering apparatus, she darted around the workshop with astonishing speed. Sliding along walls, executing evasive maneuvers, and leveraging her small stature, she evaded their fire with ease. Like a harbinger of death, Rebecca relentlessly harvested the lives of the Vortex Gang members. Meanwhile, David, witnessing Rebecca draw the enemy's fire, refused to be outdone. Activating his Sion waiststand, he armed himself and commenced clearing the remaining adversaries on the ground, though his efficiency left much to be desired. With the aid of the Sion waiststand, he managed to secure a few kills. What manner of monster is this? We can't even touch her. In no time, under Rebecca's relentless onslaught, the workshop's defenders were nearly annihilated. It was then that they finally felt the chill of fear towards the entity soaring above them, deftly weaving through the air as she struck them down. Meanwhile, in the chamber accessed by the workshop's elevator, the Vortex Gang's leader, Brick, seethed with rage as he observed the unfolding chaos on the surveillance monitors. What is happening? Can someone tell me? A group has invaded the factory, slaughtering indiscriminately, and we are powerless to stop them. Which infuriated him further to this moment. The analyzer had already identified Rocky and his companions as members of Ascendancy Technologies. Quickly, contact the military tech personnel. I need reinforcements, or our people will be wiped out. Recently, he had indeed accepted a contract from military tech, tasked with stealing the stimulant formula from Ascendancy Technologies. However, he had not anticipated that this fledgling company would possess such formidable firepower, capable of confronting the Vortex Gang directly. This was a combat style he had never encountered before. Immersed in the cyber realm, the Vortex Gang hacker received the command and promptly initiated communication with the military tech head. Yet he was horrified to discover that all external network pathways had been sealed, rendering him incapable of transmitting any signals. Ahead, passage is prohibited. In the cyberspace, Lysandra's colossal figure overshadowed all, resembling a deity who commanded the world, casting a disdainful gaze upon the insignificant hacker as she delivered her merciless decree. Chapter 85. Negotiation. Rocky would naturally not allow the Vortex Gang to establish contact with the outside world. Lysandra had long since commandeered the network. Now, the Vortex Gang within the factory was akin to fish in a barrel. The hacker, beholding Lysandra's godlike presence, felt as though his very existence hinged upon her whims. Boss, we may be unable to contact the outside. Our network has been compromised. He trembled as he reported their predicament to Brick. Yet in the very next moment, before he could finish his sentence, a blinding flash erupted from the back of his head. Lysandra had mercilessly incinerated his brain. What? To hell with it. Observing the lifeless hacker, Brick erupted in fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Without military tech support, he was ready to retreat. Yet Brick had not anticipated that even if military tech knew of Rocky and his companions' incursion into the Vortex Gang's territory, they would offer him no assistance. Instead, they would swiftly distance themselves from him. Once abandoned, obtained concrete evidence of their targeting Ascension Technologies, they would gain another bargaining chip and excuse. This was precisely what military tech wished to avoid. Otherwise, they would have dispatched their elite forces and agents to carry out the task rather than hiring a gang like the Vortex Gang. The Vortex Gang's abandonment had been predestined from the outset. As Brick hesitated, Rebecca had already eliminated all the enemies in the workshop. A low hum resonated as the fabric of space tore open, revealing a rift from which Rocky and his companions emerged. Before Brick could fully grasp the situation, he found himself confronted by the three of them. His expression soured. It was clear that neither attacking nor fleeing would be viable options. It seemed this time he had truly met his match. At that moment, Rocky was also observing Brick but remained silent. After a brief pause, the elevator doors behind them slowly opened, just as a gap wide enough for a person to pass through appeared. A shadow flickered past. It was David, who had been ruthlessly denied entry into the phase rift by Rocky. Upon seeing David's arrival, Rocky redirected his attention back to Brick. You should know who we are. No? Is an introduction necessary? As for why I've come, I trust you have some inkling that Rocky's calm voice reverberated in Brick's ears, his indifferent tone akin to that of an upper echelon addressing a subordinate. Which irked Brick. After all, he was the leader of the Vortex Gang, commanding numerous members. Now he found himself questioned by an individual from a fledgling company. Yet he was compelled to restrain his emotions. The image of Rebecca's brutal slaughter in the workshop had left a lasting impression. Moreover, the grim fate of the hacker served as a reminder that a top-tier hacker lurked in the shadows. Faced with the trio before him, Brick felt no confidence in confronting them. Had he been able to assemble the Vortex Gang members, he might have felt less apprehensive. Their overwhelming firepower could easily engulf Rocky and his companions. However, therein lay the dilemma. He lacked sufficient reinforcements. While other areas of the factory still housed personnel, they would not tip the scales in his favor. And Brick was unwilling to send them to their doom. After calming the tumult of emotions within him, Brick finally spoke up. Ascendancy Technologies, is it? Ah, the recent celebrity of Night City. I am well aware. I admit that I recently accepted a commission concerning you, but you should understand the unspoken rules of the underground. We are merely responsible for collecting payment and executing tasks. This is purely a matter of business and not a personal affront to you. Brick raised his hands in a gesture of explanation to Rocky, elucidating the stakes involved. Of course, I am aware that you're not targeting Ascendancy Technologies. I, too, come from a mercenary background. Otherwise, do you think we could converse amicably? However, this does not imply that I can tolerate your sinister intentions towards my factory and formula. I demand an explanation. What do you intend to do? Our men only conducted reconnaissance on your factory. No actions have been taken, and you have suffered no losses whatsoever. On the contrary, it is you who intruded upon our territory and slaughtered so many of our brothers. Brick listened to Rocky's demand for accountability. The suppressed fury within him reignited, and he spoke through clenched teeth. If this group had barged in and wreaked havoc after stealing the formula for the stimulant, he could grudgingly accept it. But as it stands, they have gained nothing, for the stimulant factory is impenetrable, fortified with Arasaka's vigilant defense turrets. Especially within the realm of cyberspace, the defenses are as solid as a rock. To date, they have achieved nothing but suffered significant losses today. How could this not infuriate him? Yet he ultimately regained his composure. For in Night City, the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth that I end this situation. He could only resign himself to misfortune. That I will decline this commission. Henceforth, I will not take action against your company, and this matter shall be settled. If you have any objections, then prepare for an all-out war with the Vortex Gang. Brick made his greatest concession, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed his stare upon Rocky. Should he utter a negative response, Brick would demonstrate that he was not devoid of resolve. He would ensure that Ascendancy Technologies understands the consequences of provoking the Vortex Gang. No one wishes to be targeted by the notorious madmen of Night City. Chapter 86. Neon Rocky observed Brick's resolute demeanor. His expression unchanged, he knew that Brick remained unconvinced. Although Rocky had stormed the all-food factory and confronted Brick directly, the losses incurred by the Vortex Gang were merely a fraction of the entire organization. Brick, compelled by the formidable display of strength exhibited by a few individuals, had no choice but to bow before Rocky. Yet he still believed himself capable of negotiating terms. After all, Ascendancy Technologies is but a small company, Waging war against the Vortex Gang would not be an easy feat. The Vortex Gang lacks the strength to assault Arasaka Tower or its associated enterprises. However, if it is merely Ascendant Technologies, they could certainly pose significant challenges. Rocky understood this as well. He did not wish for a horde of heavily cybernetically modified lunatics to encircle his pharmaceutical factory. Even if he could manage the situation, it would inevitably result in considerable losses. Thus, he chose to reason with Brick rather than eliminate him outright, though he harbored disdain for the Vortex Gang's madness. Brick remained relatively sane. Retaining this rational individual to oversee the Vortex Gang was far preferable to allowing the gang's lunatics to run rampant. Remember your words, Brick, that I do not wish to see the Vortex Gang coveting anything belonging to Ascendant Technologies. Of course, if you're curious to see whether Ascendant Technologies possesses the capability to eradicate the Vortex Gang from Night City, I am more than willing to accommodate that inquiry. With this statement, Rocky had no intention of further wasting time with the Vortex Gang. His objectives had been achieved. By managing the Vortex Gang, the most significant source of instability in the Northern Industrial District had been neutralized. As for the remaining scavengers entrenched in the Northern Industrial area, should they provoke him, he would deal with them one by one. Rocky departed the all-food factory with Rebecca and the others. Unfortunately for Rocky, Lysandra had been unable to uncover the mastermind behind this operation within the Vortex Gang servers. Meanwhile, Brick directed the Vortex Gang in handling the aftermath of the incident, rescinding all actions against Ascendant Technologies. Time flew by. 2 months later, following the Vortex Gang incident, the inquiries from various companies into Ascendant Technologies seemed to grow increasingly clandestine. During this period, Ascendant Technologies continued to develop steadily. Municipal centered at night in a corner of an underground parking garage. John sat in a car, his gaze darting around as if awaiting someone. It was already late at night, and the entire garage was eerily quiet. The overhead lights failed to illuminate the whole garage, casting the corners into a dim ambience. One could vaguely see that John was attired in a well-fitted suit, seemingly having just finished work. The identification badge he had discarded in the passenger seat hinted at his identity. Ascendant Technologies, John Derrick, Logistics Support Department Transport Team Leader. At that moment, John's hands rested on the steering wheel, his fingers rhythmically tapping, betraying his anxiety. Before long, the faint sound of footsteps echoed in the garage as another man in a suit appeared. The man approached John's car, and upon confirming the visitor's identity, John rolled down the window. "Any findings?" the suited man inquired. John refrained from responding verbally, instead producing a data chip and handing it to the man. The visitor glanced at the chip, noting John's silence, and sensed his tension. "You seem a bit on edge. This location is under our surveillance. There is no one else here, and this isn't your first rendezvous." The man's brow furrowed slightly. Given John's experience as a seasoned agent, having even undertaken undercover missions within Arasaka, he should not exhibit such signs of unease. Realizing the man was pressing for an answer, John forced himself to calm down and spoke. "It's nothing. It just seems there have been significant personnel changes within the company lately, and I suspect this is related to the counterintelligence department. We must exercise caution during this period. The data on the chip contains Ascendant Technologies' recent shipping records in addition to the usual pharmaceutical materials, the company has secretly ordered a substantial quantity of metal raw materials. I have documented the specific materials and their distribution directions on the chip." Upon hearing this, the suited man nodded and accepted the chip. Just then, John spoke again. "By the way, has there been any response regarding my request? When will I be removed from Ascendant Technologies?" John had applied for a transfer from Ascendant Technologies during their last meeting. The environment there was no longer tenable. Over the past few months, he had not only maintained a grueling work schedule, but had also meticulously gathered various intelligence. Although Ascendant Technologies was merely a newly established small enterprise, John's keen instincts as an exceptional agent had consistently made him feel perilously exposed, as if an unseen pair of eyes was always upon him. This sensation intensified after he uncovered the company's secret orders, which explained his current anxiety. Being an undercover agent at Ascendant Technologies had taken a toll on him. The relentless pressure and high-stress environment left him utterly drained. His desire to escape Ascendant Technologies had never been more pronounced. Regrettably, however, the suited man shook his head upon hearing John's words. "Not yet confirmed." You should remain at Ascendant Technologies for now. However, you are performing admirably, and I believe it won't be long before they find an opportunity to extract you." Upon hearing this, despair washed over John. The first part of the statement had already sealed his fate, while the latter was nothing more than a hollow assurance. He was not so naive as to take the empty promise seriously. Although he had prepared himself for the inevitable, recognizing that the company would never relinquish an operative who had managed to remain embedded so long and gather reliable intelligence, John still felt a sense of disappointment. The suited man dismissed John's concerns, urging him not to entertain unrealistic expectations, before picking up the chip to connect it to his interface and begin reading the data. Yet, just as the chip was about to be inserted, the suited man found himself unable to move his hand. It felt as though his arm had been frozen in place, immobilized as if gripped by a massive brute, while the chip remained suspended just outside the interface. An unexpected turn of events left the man visibly alarmed, instinctively attempting to adopt a defensive posture. However, he was horrified to realize that not only was his arm paralyzed, but his entire body seemed ensnared by an immense force, constricting him and rendering him unable to take even a single step. John, observing the suited man's distress, quickly sensed something was amiss, just as he was engulfed in his own panic and confusion. A series of footsteps echoed from the depths of the dark garage. A unique array of neon colors gradually illuminated the scene as it emerged into view. Chapter 87. Metal from the Shadows. Lucy stepped forth as the sole operative of Ascendant Technology's counterintelligence department, essentially the big boss. Lucy's presence here was entirely anticipated. With the likes of Lysandra in the counterintelligence department, John's espionage activities were certainly laid bare before her. While she typically dismissed ordinary data theft as inconsequential, it was evident that John had crossed a line this time. Upon seeing Lucy, John knew he was doomed. Although their encounters had been few, he recognized her identity immediately. It was clear that his espionage efforts had come under the scrutiny of Ascendant Technology's counterintelligence department. John now fervently wishes that the man in the suit could hasten a call for reinforcements to save himself. Unfortunately, the man in the suit had already begun sending distress signals long before his body spiraled out of control. Yet all his calls vanished into the void, met with silence. He turned his only movable eye towards Lucy. He noticed her expression remained stoic, merely raising her hand. Under the gaze of the terrified man in the suit, his feet began to lift uncontrollably from the ground, and his body slowly floated upwards. The data chip in his hand instantly broke free from his grasp, drifting towards Lucy as the chip approached. Lucy opened her palm to catch it, reclaiming the data and ensuring it remained secure. With a gentle wave of her hand, the man in the suit, who had been suspended in midair, was suddenly propelled backward as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing violently against a pillar in the garage. Blood uncontrollably trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained unable to regain control of his body, firmly pressed against the middle of the pillar. That moment, the man in the suit was engulfed by the excruciating pain of shattered bones. Yet he could not afford to acknowledge it, nor could he muster the strength to scream. His mind was solely consumed by fear and astonishment. This was an assault method he had never encountered before, strange and terrifying. Utterly beyond his comprehension that he had come across intelligence regarding Arasaka, which had been planning to integrate gravity control into weaponry. Yet he saw no cumbersome gravity controllers on this woman. If Arasaka had indeed developed such a miniature gravity weapon, he could scarcely fathom its terrifying implications. However, it was clear that the man in the suit was mistaken. This had nothing to do with Arasaka's gravity weapon. The power Lucy exhibited was, in fact, the result of compound number 5, psychokinesis. This was the ability Lucy had acquired through compound number 5, powerful and graceful. Lucy paid no heed to the man in the suit's shock and confusion. She had no interest in wasting time on the dying. Summoning 3 small knives from her spatial backpack, she directed them with her thoughts, sending them soaring gracefully through the air, mercilessly piercing into his skull. In an instant, the man in the suit lost all semblance of life. Having dealt with him, Lucy turned her gaze towards John in the car. With a mere thought, the car door was cruelly yanked open, and John was pulled out by telekinesis. He beheld the floating knives hovering ominously before his forehead. John was gripped by terror that he had witnessed the death of the man in the suit and had no desire to follow in his footsteps. Yet, just as John intended to utter something, the cold blade had already plunged into his skull. Lucy had no inclination to listen to the dying. Thus, Ascendant Technologies lost yet another valuable asset. However, Lucy remained unconcerned. For every life lost, there were countless others waiting to fill the vacancy. And times had changed. Ascendant Technologies was no longer in the dire straits it had once faced at its inception. Now, Ascendant Technologies had gained a measure of influence in Night City, attracting a plethora of clean-slate talents. Eliminating these parasites was merely a means to cultivate her own strength that if they continued their petty antics, Lucy would not bother them. But if they encroached upon critical intelligence, she would naturally take action. After dispatching the traitor, Lucy spared not even a glance at the corpse on the ground. She gently levitated herself using her psychokinesis and gradually floated into the darkness, as if she had never been there at all. On the other side, in the laboratory of Ascendant Technologies, a specialized area housed a furnace-like machine operating at full power. Through the furnace's openings, one could clearly observe a terrifying high-temperature reaction taking place within. Its radiance, emblematic of extreme heat, illuminated a corner of the laboratory, casting it entirely in an orange hue. The emanating heat distorted the very air around it. Yet beside it, Rocky remained utterly unfazed, standing enthusiastically before the furnace. Observing the constantly morphing metal within, the unbearable heat that would incapacitate an ordinary person was nothing more than sustenance for Rocky, effortlessly absorbed into his being, with the machine's furnace operating at full capacity. A long rectangular metallic block, entirely silver and shimmering with blue light, soon took shape. Rocky excitedly grasped it, inspecting it with great care. That moment, Lucy, having completed her espionage elimination task and arriving at the laboratory to find Rocky, happened upon this scene. Sensing Rocky's excitement, Lucy curiously levitated herself, resting her chin on Rocky's shoulder, and inquired, "What is this?" The warmth brushed lightly against her face, tickling Rocky, but his focus remained firmly on the metallic block. Vibranium, he explained, an exceptionally hard metal. Vibranium adamantium alloy package. Vibranium, a metallic material from the Marvel Universe, sourced from rare natural meteorites, possessing remarkable hardness alongside the ability to absorb sound waves and kinetic energy. Adamantium, an alloy material from the Marvel Universe, known as the hardest metal on Earth. Once formed, it is nearly indestructible and unchangeable. Both vibranium and adamantium are extraordinarily powerful metallic materials that can be used at a workstation to modify items, upgrading them into corresponding metallic products. Price adjustment, package discount 30, world adjustment 10, item module, 160,000 euros alloy ingot. Furnace recipe expansion module, 1,600,000 euros, chapter 88, rescue as a significant metal within the Marvel Universe. Vibranium boasts a wide array of applications. Particularly, its formidable hardness and kinetic energy absorption properties render it the optimal material for crafting defensive equipment. As for adamantium, its hardness surpasses that of vibranium, making it virtually indestructible for weapon crafting. With the acquisition of these two metals, the equipment and weaponry produced by Rocky would receive terrifying enhancements. Clutching the vibranium ingot, Rocky approached the workstation, placing it inside and selecting the recipe. Soon, the vibranium ingot was decomposed into 9 vibranium particles. Processing such high-strength metals like vibranium is often exceedingly challenging, especially adamantium, which cannot be reshaped once formed. Fortunately, Rocky had the workstation's assistance, capable of both decomposing and synthesizing these metals, as well as utilizing them to upgrade and create items. He placed a portion of the vibranium ingot into the furnace, adding other metallic raw materials, and the furnace began to forge adamantium according to the recipe. Logically, possessing either vibranium or adamantium would suffice. However, the annoyance lay in the fact that vibranium, as a natural meteoric metal, incurred a 20-world adjustment price debuff within the module, while adamantium did not have such a drawback. Its production necessitated the use of vibranium.I in exasperation. Rocky opted to directly purchase the combination package of both metals, conveniently aligning one for primary defense and the other for primary offense. thus avoiding waste. Top-tier metallic materials are not easily produced, and waiting for the adamantium to forge would be a lengthy endeavor. Where's Old Way? Lucy, who had been following Rocky, inquired, noticing his absence from the laboratory. Rocky smiled and shook his head. Old Way doesn't have a habit of staying up late. That makes sense. Hearing this, Lucy naturally wrapped her arms around Rocky's neck. Knowing they would not be disturbed, she promptly became more proactive, since the establishment of Ascendancy Technologies. Both Rocky and Lucy Rebecca had grown increasingly busy. Coupled with their shift work, Lucy was keen to seize the rare opportunities available. Rocky, of course, did not reject Lucy's affections, and ever since she had injected the super soldier serum and compound No. 5, awakening her psychokinetic abilities, their lives had grown particularly exhilarating. Meanwhile, in Santo Domingo, David was lost in thought, gazing out the window at the scenery. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon him, accentuating his clearly defined muscular contours. Suddenly, a task prompt popped up before him. Rescue mission. Save company employees captured by the cleaners. Location: Santo Domingo. Target information. Immediately following, a communication tone sounded. It was a call from Jack. David, did you receive the mission information? Just now, that gang has taken our employees. The location is in Santo Domingo, not far from you. Can you make it there? Lysander monitored all company employees, not only to prevent espionage, but also to be aware of any dangers they faced. With the notion that harming one's employees would be tantamount to striking oneself, Rocky would never allow the cleaners to abduct his staff unchallenged. As the saying goes, a punch to the face prevents 100 punches to the body. He would not spare any gang or cleaners that dare to threaten his employees. Thus, whenever a gang or cleaners targeted his staff, Lysander would promptly notify several members of the Special Operations Department. Even if they lacked the time to intervene directly, they would contact intermediaries in Night City to issue commissions, allowing freelance mercenaries to handle the situation for the company.AS. For why not simply purchase trauma team membership services for the employees? Ascendancy Technologies was not wealthy enough for that, and even if they were, Rocky did not wish to enrich the trauma team's coffers. Yes, I've seen it. I'm heading there now. Can you manage on your own? No problem. Just a group of cleaners. I am confident. Then I will leave it to you. After disconnecting the communication, a faint smile appeared on David's face. The current David was a far cry from the one just 2 months ago. It turned out that Rocky's judgment was not mistaken. David was indeed exceptionally gifted. Under Jack's guidance, David was making rapid progress and had earned Rocky's recognition. Now, having undergone enhancement from the super soldier serum and various cybernetic modifications, David's strength had surged to the forefront of Night City, becoming someone capable of handling matters independently. Jack's decision to entrust this task solely to David was the best proof of this. And it was the reason behind David's joy. His abilities had been acknowledged. Another group of cleaners, was it? When would these individuals finally vanish from Night City? David muttered to himself. Rescuing people from the cleaners was no longer a challenge for him. Moreover, David harbored a unique animosity towards the cleaners, as they had once set a trap for him, nearly costing him his mother. Thus, his eagerness to eradicate the cleaners was entirely understandable. With the activation of the Sonviston, David swiftly donned his gear. Without waking the slumbering Gloria, he slipped out of the apartment, racing towards his target location. Santo Domingo, at the entrance of an old apartment, David scrutinized the firepower layout of the cleaners' hideout and nodded slightly. This den still aligned perfectly with David's stereotypical impression of the cleaners. There was no need for tactical arrangements. A direct assault would suffice. Drawing out his data knife, he effortlessly hacked into the apartment's network. And the familiar squalor greeted him as he opened the door. Various pieces of debris littered the floor, and in the corners he could spot numerous used syringe vials, with remnants of green substances clinging to the inner walls. Casting a casual glance at the apartment surroundings, David continued deeper. Not intending to waste any time, he activated the Sonviston and commenced his slaughter of the cleaners. Just months ago, David had faced these cleaners with trepidation, nearly losing his life. Yet now, these individuals posed no threat to him. With the aid of the Sonviston, the cleaners were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Before long, David had eliminated all the cleaners in the hideout and located the target of his rescue mission. Special Operations Division, David Martinez, you are saved. Let us go. He released the employee bound to the chair and switched off the connected Hyperdream recording device, taking the initiative to speak upon hearing David's words. The employee momentarily froze, then stammered his thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 89. Marvin IT was not a pleasant experience to walk back from the brink of death. He had felt utterly despondent when captured by the cleaners and bound to the chair. Being at their mercy and subjected to black hyperdreams was nothing short of a living nightmare, though he was ultimately destined to die. Yet he never expected to be rescued, saved by the Special Operations Division. He was merely an ordinary employee of Ascendancy Technology, not a high-ranking official, and his meager salary barely supported the purchase of trauma team membership. In other companies, a lowly employee like him, deprived of the benefits of trauma teams, would likely await death. Having traversed the thin line between life and death, the employee could scarcely articulate his feelings at that moment, only managing to stammer his gratitude. But David merely smiled gently. No need for thanks. This is the company's arrangement. Continue to work hard in the future. I will. I definitely will, the employee replied hastily. There are numerous ways to win people's hearts. Saving a life often yields excellent results. While it may not inspire someone to give their all for the company, it can enhance their sense of belonging and motivate them to work diligently. Having completed the task, David led the employee out of the apartment. On the way back, Jack had already learned of the successful mission through Lysandra and called again. Well done, David. Moving so swiftly. Is the fellow unharmed? He is well, not injured at all. I hope he will arrive at work on time tomorrow. That's good to hear. You've worked hard. We're up to me. I would suggest to increase our manpower. Just a few of us are quite overwhelmed. Jack complained to David as Ascendancy Technology grew. The number of tasks to manage increased significantly. Yet Rocky had not expanded the personnel in the Special Operations Division, leading to Jack and his team often being swamped. Situations like tonight, having to work overtime in the dead of night, had become commonplace. Jack had voiced his concerns to Rocky, but it was also a dilemma for Rocky. He was well aware of the need to bolster manpower, not only in the Special Operations Division, but also to establish his own army to truly contend with those large corporations in the future. Although their combat strength was already formidable, they faced minimal threats in Night City to the core members of Ascendancy Technology. However, relying solely on a handful of individuals to dominate Night City was unrealistic. He required a substantial number of combat units to assist with daily operations. The problem was that trustworthy individuals in Night City were scarce. Freelance mercenaries were unreliable, and training combat personnel demanded significant time investment. Moreover, as long as they were human, there would be vulnerabilities, making it challenging for Rocky to place complete trust in them as he did with Jack and his team. Fortunately, Rocky was already addressing this issue. Since humans were unreliable, he would seek alternatives. The following day, in the laboratory, Oldway contemplated the blueprints before him. So, this is the robotic soldier you mentioned? It doesn't quite look like something that would engage in battle. After a lengthy silence, Oldway finally mustered this question. Just days prior, Rocky had enthusiastically discussed his plans for an intelligent mechanical army, boasting about military-grade technology and toppling the Arasaka group, with claims of vibranium bodies. Able to take on 10 opponents and withstand nuclear strikes without flinching, Oldway had been taken aback. Yet upon seeing the blueprints today, he felt something was amiss. The model depicted in the blueprints sported a large cylindrical camera for a head, with a square display screen dominating its chest. The mechanical limbs appeared rather mechanical. Although the overall shape was humanoid, it bore no resemblance to the concept of bionic robots that should exist in this era, resembling more a relic of the last century. If this robot were intended for industrial production, Oldway would have no objections. However, if it were claimed to be capable of combat, he would have to reserve his judgment. What Oldway did not realize was that this creation was originally designed for production tasks rather than combat. Mobile robot multifunctional entity, Marvin, automated assistant, a mechanical automaton from the Titanfall universe, responsible for manufacturing and other similar daily tasks. Although typically utilized for production duties, Marvin has the potential to evolve, becoming more intelligent and capable than its counterparts, possibly even developing self-awareness when exposed to sufficient stimuli and ideas. For instance, a Marvin robot that enjoys giving a thumbs up. Note: this module of the Marvin robot can reliably stimulate self-awareness and possesses great adaptability, learning various types of skills that IT is also protected by system rules, ensuring absolute loyalty to the host at all times. Price adjustment. World adjustment 10. Item module 45,000 euros. Blueprint production 450,000 euros. This is the origin of the blueprint. Oldway was indeed correct. These robots did not appear to be designed for combat. While this was true, the characteristics of Marvin robots allowed them the possibility of becoming combat machines. The Pathfinder from Apex was the best example, and its combat abilities were no weaker than those of ordinary soldiers. One could even say it was a formidable weapon on the battlefield. The crucial reason Rocky chose it was also due to its potential for disguise. Currently, Ascended Technology was under the watchful eyes of various corporations in Night City. Arasaka had not rushed to take further action against Ascended Technology, largely because it posed no immediate threat, although the stimulant was currently all the rage in Night City. Bringing significant profits to Ascended Technology, it was merely a stimulant and not worth the trouble. While the soldier serum was powerful, its impact did not directly affect Ascended Technology itself, as they were not an armed technology company. There were no armies, no weapons. Thus, regardless of how potent the soldier serum was, Ascended Technology itself did not pose a threat to them. The real danger lay in Arasaka and other large enterprises that had acquired the soldier serum. If Ascended Technology were to unveil a powerful combat robot, it would undoubtedly signal their intent to penetrate the realms of Arasaka, military technology, and armed security sectors. This would raise alarms for Arasaka and alter their current calm demeanor towards Ascended Technology. Even the nominally cooperative Arasaka would view Ascended Technology as a significant threat. However, if Ascended Technology were to present merely an ordinary civilian-grade industrial production robot, such concerns would not arise. Chapter 90. The Smiling Robot. Utilizing production-type robots to divert the attention of various enterprises in Night City would enable Rocky to more easily develop his mechanical army. This is why Rocky opted not to select the highly upgraded Phantom robot, which would have been more suitable for combat, nor any other more powerful combat robots. Oldway, do not be deceived by the unassuming appearance of this contraption. Once you impart combat skills to it, it shall undoubtedly shine on the battlefield. Moreover, this robot is not solely designated for combat. It can also be utilized in production. Once you witness its creation, you'll comprehend its potential, seeing Oldway's lack of faith in a Marvin robot. Rocky chuckled and elucidated. True to its multifunctional name, the Marvin robot excels in a plethora of scenarios. They can indeed serve for production purposes, rather than merely as a facade, whether for mass production of weaponry, transporting goods, or even basic construction. Marvin is exceptionally adept, with such a versatile being that can act as a worker and arm itself at a moment's notice, transforming into a fierce combatant. Rocky found it hard to refuse. After hearing Rocky's words, Oldway felt reluctant to voice further doubts, and thus began the fabrication of the first Marvin robot with a mix of skepticism and hope. The entire manufacturing process was not overly complex. The blueprints purchased from the system could be synthesized into the necessary components at the workstation, saving considerable time. That be why selecting the component recipes and inserting the materials, the relevant parts could be manufactured. For the materials, Rocky chose vibranium as the primary substance. Being the inaugural robot, Rocky lavishly opted for an entirely vibranium construction, ensuring it was truly indestructible. Future Marvin robots would only require a hint of vibranium to suffice. If all subsequent units were crafted to such specifications, the Ascendant Technology would likely face bankruptcy. Although the manufacturing process had been significantly streamlined, the time required to create the robot remained lengthy due to the vibranium yield and the workstation's processing speed. It was not until the following day that Rocky and Oldway successfully assembled the robot that in the laboratory, a brand new Marvin robot came into existence that indulges whims. Rocky specifically painted this first robot blue. Additionally, he installed grappling hook components on its arms and naturally included a space-folding storage device for weaponry. With the aid of performance enhancers, the affluent Rocky had already procured mass-producible storage equipment. When deployed on a Marvin robot, they would initially appear as benign production units, but once tasked with combat, they could instantly arm themselves with the gear stored within their compartments. Rocky gazed at the robot awaiting activation. He pressed the power button. The robot was activated for the first time. its camera head lifted, and the screen on its chest illuminated, yet it remained motionless thereafter. This moment, the robot appeared rather dim-witted. Lacking self-awareness, it was merely an ordinary machine awaiting its programmed commands, far from being a mechanical life form. Without hesitation, Rocky activated the self-awareness awakening program provided by the system, designating the basic template as the Pathfinder model. As the program activated, the robot's limbs began to twitch, and expressions flashed across the screen on its chest. Smiles, tears, anger, frustration, neutrality, and love. As the program continued to run, the expressions flickered increasingly faster. Ultimately, when the program concluded, the expression settled on a smile, and its mechanical right hand displayed a thumbs up. "What is this pose? Did you program this?" Old Wei inquired curiously, observing the robot's stance. "Ahem. You could say that," Rocky awkwardly replied to Old Wei's question. He had not explained to Old Wei that he was awakening the robot's self-awareness. Now, with Old Wei mentioning it in front of the robot, it felt akin to gossiping behind someone's back. Just then, the robot spoke up. "Oh, Mr. Victor, do you not like this design? Though it saddens me, I can change it." The mechanical voice startled Old Wei. Prior to activating its self-awareness, Rocky had uploaded various identity details to the robot's terminal, so it naturally knew Old Wei's identity. Acknowledging Old Wei as one of its creators, but sensing his displeasure with its appearance, the robot appeared somewhat crestfallen, its chest screen displaying a downcast expression. Witnessing this, Old Wei found himself at a loss. Rocky timely reminded him, "Old Wei, this robot is now a mechanical life form with self-awareness, much like Lysandra, oh right, and it is named Marvin. This first robot, crafted with the utmost luxury, was bestowed with the name Marvin, which Rocky did not hesitate to assign to it." Upon hearing this, Old Wei realized he had misspoken. "I apologize, child. That was not my intention. Please do not take it to heart." Old Wei hastily clarified that "It is all right. Mr. Victor, I am fine." Marvin appeared quite easy to appease, immediately reverting to a smiling expression. Observing Marvin's somewhat childlike demeanor, Rocky felt a twinge of exasperation. Had he known, perhaps he should have chosen a more stoic assassin template. However, he also reasoned that it was not necessarily a bad thing. With Lysandra already embodying the archetype of the cold, aloof woman, a bit of levity could be refreshing. If all mechanical life forms were akin to Lysandra, it would be dreadfully monotonous. Furthermore, mature personality templates tend to have less plasticity, consequently lowering their potential. While suitable for mass production models, it was better for the unique Marvin to be nurtured gradually. As Rocky did not intend for Marvin to make a public appearance too soon, lest other corporations discover this robot wreaking havoc in Night City, sending it to a factory would waste its first-generation capabilities. Thus, Rocky planned for Marvin to remain in the laboratory, assisting Old Wei and serving as a companion, but he was confident that Old Wei would appreciate this new assistant. "All right, enough of this chatter. Let us test your abilities." "Marvin," Rocky interjected, "to your command. Father did No need to call me father. Just call me L. Understood. Mr. L. Chapter 91. Performance testing. Taking Marvin to the testing area, Rocky intended to first evaluate Marvin's physical strength. He drew a handgun and aimed it at Marvin. However, this sight startled Marvin, prompting it to raise both hands defensively in front of the gun. "Mr. L, please do not do that. Look at you, all flustered. Oh, not worry. These things cannot harm you. I merely wish to test your resilience." "Very well." Observing Marvin's fearful demeanor, Rocky shook his head in resignation. This being, newly aware, was much like a child, unaware of its own capabilities. Bang, 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 as several shots struck Marvin. Not even a scratch was left on it. Upon realizing that the bullets posed no threat, Marvin gradually grew excited. It was evident that the vibranium construction boasted formidable hardness. Rocky proceeded to employ more weapons against Marvin, yet Marvin remained entirely unscathed. After testing its physical strength, Rocky then instructed Marvin to assess its own power. The results were as Rocky had anticipated. Under the influence of vibranium, Marvin not only became more resilient, but also gained the capacity to endure greater energy releases, resulting in a notable increase in strength, several times beyond its original capabilities. The drawback was that under full performance, energy consumption was rapid. Fortunately, The vibranium's ability to absorb kinetic energy allowed it to recuperate some of its energy, thus not significantly impacting its endurance. Watching as Marvin obliterated the strength testing machine with a single punch, Marvin jubilantly danced about. You were right, Eld, this fellow could indeed become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Witnessing such results, Old Way generously offered his praise that, "Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Victor." Rocky, noticing Marvin's delight in its performance, smiled slightly and remarked, "Marvin, do not celebrate too soon. You still have one more test to complete." After stating this, Rocky turned back to Old Way. The hardware performance is indeed impressive. With the enhancement from vibranium, it can become a powerful combatant. However, there are considerable shortcomings. You mean network defense capabilities? Old Way instantly grasped Rocky's implication. Precisely, Lysandra. As Marvin wore a puzzled expression, Rocky summoned Lysandra. Upon seeing the robot-like projection before him, Marvin realized it was another mechanical life form akin to itself. This was the first encounter it had with a kindred spirit since its inception. Marvin appeared somewhat elated, while Rocky raised an eyebrow. It was known that Lysandra seldom manifested in projection form, perhaps showing some interest in Marvin, or perhaps wishing to assert dominance. Rocky could not ascertain. Just as Marvin reveled in the joy of encountering a peer, it was caught off guard when Lysandra suddenly struck. In an instant, the previously jubilant Marvin seemed frozen in place. This was the final test Marvin had to endure, a trial from Lysandra. As a newly awakened mechanical life form, Marvin's immature system defenses seemed flimsy as paper in Lysandra's eyes. Though it might sound unreasonable, even the most robust security systems would likely falter against Lysandra's intrusion. Even a top-tier robot like Iron Man can be restrained by Lysandra. Comparing her to the newly emerged Marvin is undoubtedly a bit of an unfair advantage. Although Lysandra, bound by system regulations, lacks the ability to alter Marvin's underlying code to incite rebellion, incapacitating or shutting him down is a trivial task. This moment, within the cyberspace, Marvin finds himself trembling before the woman in front of him. "Beautiful Miss Lysandra, if I have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize. Might I implore you to spare me? This feeling of being unable to control my own body is truly unbearable at this juncture." Marvin is engulfed by fear, unable to fathom that his first encounter with a peer would lead to such a humiliating defeat. Rendered utterly powerless, it seems this fellow being is rather difficult to engage with. Observing Marvin's plight, Lysandra appears somewhat disappointed and quietly exits the cyberspace. As Lysandra relinquishes her hold over Marvin, he finally regains control of his body. "So, what do you think, Lysandra?" Rocky inquires curiously, glancing at Lysandra's holographic projection. Lysandra's assessment is straightforward, showing no intention of sparing Marvin's feelings. Too weak. Hearing such a critique from Lysandra, Marvin, now capable of movement, bows his head in sorrow, his expression shifting to one of dejection. However, what Marvin did not anticipate was Lysandra's subsequent sharp critique. "Not only is your network defense capability lacking, but your demeanor is also excessively naive." At this point, Marvin's expression transforms from dejection to tears. Initially, when Marvin first encountered Lysandra, he felt immense joy. In the realm of robots, Lysandra is undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet to his dismay, this enchanting woman delivered a brutal thrashing without uttering a single word. And on top of that, she berated him as a novice, calling him childish. It's a blow that any ordinary person would struggle to endure. Witnessing this scene, Rocky stifles a laugh and contemplates offering some words of comfort. After all, as a newly born mechanical entity, it is entirely reasonable that Marvin cannot compete with Lysandra. Rocky had never expected much from these robots regarding their network defense capabilities. Ultimately, they would all need to connect to Lysandra's network for assistance. However, to Rocky's surprise, Marvin's previously dejected expression suddenly shifts to one of determination. "Miss Lysandra, I acknowledge my weaknesses, but I will strive to improve." That moment, Marvin seems resolute. As a mechanical life form, he certainly does not wish to be looked down upon. Yet the aloof Lysandra appears disinterested in Marvin's newfound ambition, vanishing without a word. Rocky then speaks up. "It's all right, Marvin. You still have much to learn." Presently, Marvin is merely newly created, with Rocky yet to provide him with training or software upgrades. While Marvin is unlikely to regain any semblance of dignity in network defense against Lysandra, he still has ample room for improvement in other areas. After completing the tests, Rocky begins to focus on Marvin's skill training, which is quite simple. Connect the desired simulation program to his terminal and allow him to learn through self-simulation. Chapter 92. Industrial Park. Rocky connects Marvin to the terminal, uploading the fundamental combat training program. These programs, sourced from system expansions, are not costly, and the variety is extensive, encompassing combat, technical, and lifestyle categories. Though termed training, it resembles more of a software system upgrade package. Once the program concludes, the robot will acquire the skills contained within. Basic combat training, fundamental boxing training, foundational iron control training, and more. These are the meticulously prepared courses by Rocky for Marvin, as the program initiates. The previously vibrant Marvin falls silent. Rocky then commences his next plan. Marvin, the prototype, is merely an experiment for Rocky. The ultimate goal lies in the creation of a robotic legion. The stimulant factory is bustling. The surrounding buildings resonate with the cacophony of construction that a massive workforce from the Knight Corporation is tirelessly operating, erecting a vast wall that encircles the stimulant factory along with several other structures. Long before Rocky's ambition to produce a mechanical army, preparations for the expansion of Ascendancy Technology's factory had already begun. Based on the original stimulant factory, other factories in the vicinity have been acquired by Ascendancy Technology. This area is on the verge of becoming an industrial park for Ascendancy Technology to mass-produce Marvin robots. The equipment available in the laboratory alone is insufficient. In addition to the robots themselves, the demand for their accompanying weaponry is immense. The production efficiency of the laboratory cannot meet the requirements. Thus, factory mass production is a necessary step. Ascendancy Technology's factory is located in the Northern Industrial District. Though not in the city center, Ascendancy Technology has become a prominent enterprise in Night City, attracting considerable interest from various parties. Such extensive construction cannot escape the gaze of other corporations. On the 33rd floor of the Arasaka Tower, V sits at his desk, reviewing reports. Following Jenkins' rigorous assessment, V, having been heavily nurtured by Jenkins, is on the verge of becoming the second-in-command of the Counterintelligence Department. The incident involving the advanced soldier serum has solidified this reality that Arasaka's acquisition of Ascendancy Technology's advanced soldier serum owes much to V's contributions. Jenkins has cultivated V as his trusted confidant, leveraging this incident to elevate V's influence within the Counterintelligence Department. Presently, V undeniably holds the position of second-in-command within Arasaka's Counterintelligence Division. However, power often entails pressure. V rubs his temples to alleviate his fatigue before resuming his work. The news of Ascendancy Technology's factory expansion and the plan to establish an industrial park has reached V without surprise. The significance of Ascendancy Technology to Arasaka is self-evident. As the source of the advanced soldier serum, it has consistently been a focal point for the Counterintelligence Department. Thus, even though V considers Rocky a friend, he lacks the capacity to assist him at this level. Yet, what frustrates Arasaka is the unexpected effectiveness of Ascendancy Technology's internal counter-espionage measures, leaving no spies capable of accessing their core operations. To date, Arasaka has not obtained any useful confidential information through espionage. Over time, Arasaka has shifted its focus away from Ascendancy Technology, relinquishing the idea of stealing its core secrets, as long as they do not cause any disturbances and consistently deliver the advanced soldier serum. Arasaka's objectives will be fulfilled. However, it seems Ascendancy Technology has embarked on new endeavors. Piquing V's interest, he retrieves another report, sourced from the internal spy Yamamoto Daishion. Ascendancy Technology is reportedly preparing for a press conference, with the entire publicity department already in motion. The conference's agenda pertains to the sale of soldier serum, alongside the unveiling of an unknown product. The specific details of the product remain undisclosed. Yet keywords such as mechanical and automation have emerged. The report is brief, as the information obtainable by the spy is limited to V is aware of the soldier serum sale. Ascendancy Technology recently fulfilled Arasaka's order for advanced soldier serum and is likely planning to market a lower-tier version. As for the other product, it may well be pivotal to the expansion of their industrial park. However, lacking further details, V finds it challenging to respond and decides to set the Ascension Technology intelligence aside. Turning his attention to the next report, Cybernetic Titan Combat Data Acquisition Plan. The initial product of the Cybernetic Titan project has been successfully produced and undergone preliminary testing. Currently, it lacks supporting combat data. Plans are in place to lure military technology units for performance testing of the Cybernetic Titan. Following the tests, the Arasaka rescue team will promptly deploy to clean up the battlefield and recover the experimental product. Experimental subject, Captain Buffle, subject IDNC 126978, handler, Kate. Upon reviewing the task file, V is somewhat taken aback. The Cybernetic Titan is a significant experimental project for Arasaka, and he is no stranger to it. However, he's surprised by how rapidly the Cybernetic Titan's development has progressed to the stage of practical testing. Not long ago, the Tanaka kidnapping incident involved the Cybernetic Titan. Although V was not directly involved in handling the case, he has familiarized himself with the details. Tanaka, one of the primary figures behind the Cybernetic Titan project, possessed extensive experimental data but was kidnapped, resulting in data extraction. Although Arasaka ultimately recovered Tanaka's body and restored the experimental data, the incident undeniably caused significant data leaks. Yet, despite the ramifications of this leak, the Cybernetic Titan project continues to advance smoothly. This success is likely attributable to the benefits derived from the advanced soldier serum. As the name suggests, the Cybernetic Titan is Arasaka's latest combat exoskeleton. Named for its massive size and gorilla-like appearance post-dawning, the IT is equipped with powerful anti-gravity propulsion components and cutting-edge gravity control units, rendering it a potential ultimate weapon on the battlefield. Arasaka is confident that the Cybernetic Titan's strength will enable it to dominate the market once introduced. Regrettably, the Cybernetic Titan, as a military-grade cyborg assembly, possesses such formidable capabilities that it is not meant for the average individual to master. A large number of experiments conducted by Arasaka resulted in the majority of test subjects losing their personality traits before the complete installation of the Cybernetic Titan, transforming into utterly deranged cyber entities. Even the rare few iron-willed soldiers who managed to endure until installation completion found themselves uncontrollably succumbing to madness within mere minutes. Consequently, the advancement of the Cybernetic Titan project has stagnated. However, everything changed a few months ago with the emergence of the advanced soldier serum. This remarkable concoction enhances the human body's resistance to cybernetic integration, significantly propelling the project's development. Once injected with this serum, the successful installation of the Cybernetic Titan is nearly assured. With the aid of the advanced soldier serum, research on the Cybernetic Titan has progressed at an astonishing rate. IT has proven to be a sagacious decision for Arasaka to procure the serum at great cost. Returning to the testing protocol, the application of military technology to assess the combat capabilities of the Cybernetic Titan is evidently a calculated ploy. Military technology has long coveted Arasaka's Cybernetic Titan. The slightest hint of information regarding the Titan would incite their eagerness to seize it. Even if they are aware of the trap, their desire for the Cybernetic Titan would compel them to plunge headfirst into danger. Ultimately, who will emerge victorious hinges upon the capabilities of the Cybernetic Titan itself. With a contemplative gaze fixed upon the name Kate inscribed on the handler, V revealed a knowing smile. It seems she harbors great confidence in the Cybernetic Titan. Is she not concerned that military technology might actually succeed in their endeavors? Nonetheless, a confrontation between the Cybernetic Titan and military technology would undoubtedly be a captivating spectacle. Kate, the one adorned with 3 dark red petals atop her head, once held considerable sway within Arasaka's counterintelligence division. Although she remains influential, she has been eclipsed by V. Whether this testing operation will propel her further or lead to her downfall remains to be seen. In Watson District at the Afterlife Bar, members of the Man team were gathered in a booth, enjoying drinks. Ever since Rocky administered the advanced soldier serum to Man, his physical condition has significantly improved. Not only have the early signs of cyberpsychosis vanished, but his physical strength has also increased. Remarkably, he has heeded Rocky's counsel and refrained from further augmenting his cybernetics. However, the enhancements provided by the serum have sufficiently elevated his prowess. With this newfound strength, the completion of their commissions has become markedly easier. Under the turning gears of fate, Pyrrha was spared from being shot in the head by the deranged Ludic, although Faraday still approached Man, requesting him to retrieve data from Tanaka. This time, Man executed the mission without the influence of cyberpsychosis, successfully obtaining the data. Since then, the Man team's completion of this significant contract has gradually established them as a renowned mercenary group within the Afterlife bar. In the booth, Man and Dorio engaged in quiet conversation, while Pyrrha and Falco leaned together, sharing laughter. Meanwhile, the team's hacker, Kiwi, remained as taciturn as ever. However, aside from the Man team, Rebecca, sporting twin ponytails, blended into their midst. Although she has departed from the team to fully align with Ascendancy Technologies, she still occasionally partakes in drinking gatherings. After all, with years of camaraderie, they count among the few friends Rebecca has in Night City. Just as they were merrily sipping their drinks, an individual abruptly entered their line of sight. Dressed in a classic red suit with white hair, the three eyes arranged on his right side made it easy for those familiar with him to recognize his identity. Despite his elite appearance, traces of the calculating and profit-driven demeanor characteristic of a middleman in Night City could still be discerned. The newcomer was none other than the infamous middleman, Faraday. Faraday, what business brings you here? Man inquired, correctly surmising his purpose. Middlemen approach mercenaries primarily to present lucrative opportunities. Thus, Man wasted no time, setting down his drink and regarding him with keen interest. Faraday, unperturbed by Man's inquiry, maintained an expression of aloof superiority, which irked Man. This is a major deal, the largest you've ever encountered in your life. Oh, what deal could possibly eclipse the previous kidnapping of an Arasaka executive? Man raised an eyebrow at Faraday's proclamation. While a significant deal could be advantageous, it does not guarantee a lack of peril. High rewards often entail high risks, and substantial deals typically involve corporations, among the most dangerous entities in this city. Had it not been for their clean handling of the Tanaka kidnapping, coupled with military technology's backing, they likely would not have survived to revel in Night City. Now, with Faraday claiming there exists an even larger deal, Man's interest was piqued, yet a sense of caution began to settle in. Observing Man's curiosity regarding the contract, Faraday tossed him a chip. Man glanced at it before ultimately deciding to connect it. As anticipated, the contract Faraday presented, closely tied to military technology, was once again related to Arasaka. This time, however, the stakes were even higher. Seizing goods from Arasaka's armed transport convoy, it would not be an exaggeration to state that this was indeed the largest deal Man had ever encountered. The decision to take on such a venture, however, required careful consideration. Robbing an Arasaka transport team was tantamount to challenging a powerful adversary. Yet, for a mercenary, the pursuit of fame and fortune is paramount. It was difficult for Man to decline such a lucrative offer, as the rewards would afford him a long respite from strenuous labor, an opportunity few would resist. After a brief hesitation, Man ultimately resolved to accept the contract. He was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of mercenary status in Night City. This could be his moment of glory. However, just as Man was about to voice his acceptance, Rebecca interjected. Man, she shook her head disapprovingly. Understanding her expression, Man recognized her intent. She was advising him against accepting the deal. Although he struggled to comprehend her reasoning, after a moment's reflection, he chose to trust Rebecca's judgment. Faraday, I will not take this contract. Though Man relinquished a significant opportunity, he also evaded the risks associated with the task. Perhaps Rebecca possessed relevant intelligence that hinted at potential pitfalls. Faraday, seemingly taken aback by Man's refusal, furrowed his brow in displeasure. Are you truly allowing a child to influence your judgment? How absurd, Man. This is none of your concern. Faraday, I have made my decision. Upon hearing Man's declaration, Faraday found himself at a loss for words, letting out a cold huff as he prepared to leave. However, he had yet to step out of the booth when Rebecca's voice halted him. Get lost, you lapdog of military technology. Rebecca was no longer a mercenary reliant on middlemen for sustenance. Unlike Man, she had no intention of indulging Faraday. Her disdain for the arrogant middleman had long been simmering beneath the surface. Once, as the team's mascot, she had felt small and powerless, even in her fiery temperament. She had refrained from offending those who provided contracts, but times had changed. Now, Rebecca held no fear of Faraday and was determined to unleash her pent-up frustrations. Upon hearing Rebecca's tirade, Faraday paused, his eyes narrowing as he glared at her. Visibly angered by her audacity, Rebecca, undeterred by his glare, retorted, "What are you staring at, four-eyed old fool? Did I say something wrong?" As Rebecca's verbal onslaught intensified, even the usually composed and elegant Faraday struggled to maintain his facade. The corners of his eyes twitched, yet he couldn't muster a retort. There is an adage that states information is the currency of middlemen, one of the most renowned middlemen in Night City. Faraday undoubtedly wielded a wealth of information. He was acutely aware that Rebecca was no longer a member of Man's team. Had it been otherwise, he would have reacted to her first insult. No mercenary in Night City had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Most mercenaries groveled before him, eagerly awaiting his contracts as a form of reward. Yet, regrettably for Faraday, Rebecca was no mere mercenary. He recognized this fact. Presently, Rebecca was affiliated with Ascendant Technologies and maintained close ties with its upper echelons. He was well aware of this intelligence. If middlemen were akin to benefactors bestowing favors upon mercenaries, then the relationship between middlemen and corporations mirrored this dynamic. Only the middlemen were the ones awaiting rewards. Corporations are the true masters of this city, and this statement has never been called into question. Though Faraday was unsure how Rebecca had ascended to such connections, he understood full well that he could not afford to provoke her. Despite Ascendant Technologies being a relatively new company, its influence in Night City was substantial. With the potent effects of their stimulant gaining traction and the fervent promotion by both Arasaka and Ascendant Technologies, it had become a sensation throughout the city, in the mercenary industry, the military security sector, corporate employees, and entertainment venues. One can envision various scenes. Even in the dark alleys where one might least expect it, the presence of performance-enhancing stimulants is palpable. Naturally, this is merely the surface that ordinary citizens observe. As a middleman in Night City, Faraday possesses knowledge of far more concerning the enigmatic Ascendant Technology. IT is not solely the production of their mysterious substances that attracts numerous corporations, nor the profound collaboration with Arasaka. According to Faraday, all mercenaries who accepted contracts dealing with Ascendant Technology have ultimately vanished from public view, meeting untimely demises. This grim reality is what renders Faraday mute in the face of Rebecca's vitriol. The intricacies of Ascendant Technology are far from being as straightforward as they appear. Thus, the roles have now reversed. Rebecca stands as someone capable of stepping over Faraday. Ultimately, Faraday refrains from further comment, enduring his fury as he departs amidst Rebecca's tirade. "Rebecca, why did you attempt to prevent me from accepting this contract? Are you aware of the issues it entails?" Man inquired as Rebecca halted her cursing upon observing Faraday's exit. Just moments ago, Rebecca's vehement denunciation of Faraday had left Man feeling quite embarrassed, something he would never have dared to imagine in the past, and of course, he would not engage in such behavior now. He is merely renowned, not yet a legend of Night City. Until he ascends to the status of a living legend, the relationship between mercenaries and middlemen is unlikely to change significantly. Rebecca noted Man's inquiry. She felt compelled to elucidate the situation. After all, she is not currently a member of the squad, and persuading others to abandon a lucrative contract is hardly commendable behavior. Time rewinds to the moment Man accessed the chip provided by Faraday. Sitting beside him, Rebecca had no intention of intervening in Man's decision to take on the job. However, as Man contemplated the information on the chip, intelligence data materialized before Rebecca's eyes. The content displayed was precisely what Man had accessed. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Lysandra. Rebecca mentally berated Lysandra for her impolite actions. "Lysandra, are you aware that this is a breach of etiquette?" Lysandra had evidently infiltrated Man's system to obtain the chip's contents. As Man's friend, Rebecca did not wish for Lysandra to engage in such behavior. Yet, Lysandra's response was devoid of empathy. "For me, there is no distinction between polite and impolite. There is only what should be done and what should not." Faraday, as a middleman, is intricately linked to military technology. Most of the contracts he issues pertain to military technology, likely targeting Arasaka or Ascendant Technology. My mission is to ensure the security of Ascendant Technology. Therefore, I must collect this intelligence. Upon hearing Lysandra's words, Rebecca could only accept the situation with resignation. Turning her attention to Faraday's contract request, she was curious about the nature of this significant undertaking. As Rebecca perused the details, Lysandra simultaneously analyzed the contract's content. The task involved robbing an Arasaka armed convoy, and according to analysis, the cargo being escorted was likely the latest prosthetic suite, the Body of Steel. As the cornerstone of Ascendant Technology's counterintelligence department, Lysandra's database consolidated nearly all intelligence, making her the epicenter of information for Ascendant Technology. The information regarding the Body of Steel had been relayed to her by Rocky, intended to draw her attention to events associated with it. Rocky had also informed Lysandra of potential scenarios involving the Body of Steel, by correlating other intelligence and the current timeline. Lysandra easily deduced that the cargo being transported by Arasaka was likely the Body of Steel. What exactly is the Body of Steel? A wave of confusion washed over Rebecca's mind. IT is a highly formidable battlefield weapon developed by Arasaka. Lysandra explained to Rebecca, subsequently analyzing if our analysis is correct. And the cargo being transported by Arasaka is indeed the Body of Steel. The illogical route and lack security likely indicate that this is a trap set by Arasaka. Military technology is well aware of this. Hence the decision to have Faraday recruit mercenaries as a test. Chapter 95. The Wasteland. Rebecca's perceptive mind quickly grasped the crux of Lysandra's statement. Are you suggesting that Faraday is seeking scapegoats for military technology? If man and the others accept this contract, how perilous will it be? The survival rate is below 5. They are highly likely to be annihilated. This was Lysandra's assessment. Upon hearing this, Rebecca did not doubt the judgment of the top-tier artificial intelligence. Instead, she immediately signaled man not to accept this deadly contract. This is a trap. The convoy is rumored to be carrying Arasaka's high-end weapons. Military technology is seeking scapegoats to lead the charge. This contract is a dead end from start to finish. Returning to the present, Rebecca articulated her reasoning. Man nodded in agreement. Given that Rebecca currently worked for Ascendant Technology, a collaborator with Arasaka, it was reasonable for her to possess insider knowledge. That damned Faraday must be aware of the situation. That scoundrel intends to lead us to our doom, man exclaimed vehemently. His words rang true. Faraday was indeed aware that this contract was a guaranteed death trap. Arasaka was scheming to lure military technology's forces into the open. The orchestrator of this incident, Kate, astutely chose to bribe a middleman connected to military technology to disseminate information. Unsurprisingly, the agents dispatched at Kate's behest ultimately found Faraday. There are not many well-known middlemen in Night City, and Faraday is undoubtedly among those closely linked to military technology. Faced with Arasaka's offer, Faraday readily acquiesced, having successfully completed the Tanaka incident's contract. He had not lost military technology's trust. Thus, he had not fully aligned himself with Arasaka. He merely adopted a profit-driven mindset, accepting the tasks Arasaka presented. From the outset, Faraday understood this was a trap. Arasaka was testing the Body of Steel, but he collected the funds provided by Arasaka while leaking information to military technology as per their expectations, simultaneously fulfilling military technology's contract by seeking out willing scapegoats. This was a classic case of double-dipping. Sending mercenaries to their deaths at the Body of Steel did not hinder his receipt of payment from military technology's contract. In fact, he stood to gain even more. Astutely calculating and driven by profit, Faraday epitomized this duality. He cared not whether the mercenaries lived or died. What he sought were riches, power, and the ladder to ascend within corporate hierarchies. The gears of fate turned. Returning to their origin, history has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself, as Arasaka's Body of Steel prepared to once again collide with military technology. However, this time the focal point of the event was no longer David. Man's squad was on the verge of becoming the unwitting victims. Yet, let us not forget, the one manipulating the gears of destiny remains Ascendant Technology. When Lysandra detected the contents of Faraday's chip, Rocky had already received the news in parallel. Observing the intelligence provided by Lysandra, Rocky recognized the familiar scene and understood what had transpired. The Body of Steel, you say? It seems Arasaka has found the suitable test subjects. With a delicate tap on the table, Rocky contemplated the circumstances surrounding the event. The emergence of the body of steel did not surprise him. Although Rocky had previously abducted David to prevent him from being targeted by Arasaka, his serum for elite soldiers had inadvertently supplied Arasaka with numerous Davids. Thus, the emergence of the body of steel became entirely plausible. Rocky had previously instructed Lysandra to monitor developments related to the body of steel. However, to be frank, he was not particularly invested in the body of steel at this moment. While it appeared to be an impressive weapon on the battlefield, it faltered in one-on-one combat, unable to match even Adam's heavy-hitting capabilities, a rather embarrassing shortcoming. As for its performance on the battlefield, it was merely adequate. IT could handle regular military forces, proving efficient in dealing with minor threats. However, should encounter the vibranium mech forces capable of withstanding its gravitational field. Rocky could only speculate about its chances of success. Not to mention, when he deployed BT, one could only wonder how it would respond. Nonetheless, the body of steel was undoubtedly a significant event, and missing the opportunity to engage would be rather dull. After all, the annual spectacle of the body of steel clashing with military technology is a rare occurrence. That IT was also time to deal with that fellow Faraday. Outside Night City, in a desolate expanse known as the Wasteland, parched shrubs sprawled across the sandy plains. Such a harsh environment rendered the wasteland sparsely populated. In Night City, few residents willingly tread upon the wasteland. Apart from a handful of nomadic tribes, the area was rife with gangs that thrived on robbing corporate transport convoys. At this moment, a band of outlaws lay concealed by the roadside in the wasteland, fully armed with an array of formidable weapons. Their mismatched gear and attire, distinct from the wasteland's inhabitants, unmistakably revealed their identity as mercenaries from Night City. They had been lying in wait for some time, and soon enough, excitement flickered in their eyes as their target emerged on the roadway. A convoy emblazoned with the Arasaka Group insignia advanced steadily. Though the convoy was not particularly large, it comprised the most elite armed transport vehicles. The centerpiece, a massive transport truck, was fortified to the highest degree, leaving little doubt about the significant cargo it contained. At the very moment when the convoy of Arasaka passed by the mercenary team, a cacophony of excited howls erupted from the mercenaries, who pressed the accelerator to the floor and charged toward Arasaka's convoy. Woohoo! Charge! This was the most lucrative deal of their lives. Once they completed this job, an avalanche of wealth would be theirs. How could they not go mad with excitement? Meanwhile, within Arasaka's convoy, the armed forces swiftly responded upon noticing vehicles approaching from the flank. Although they were unaware of the nature of their cargo, or that they were being targeted, they had long been prepared for the possibility of encountering bandits in this treacherous land, an all-too-common occurrence in the Badlands. On one side were the frenzied mercenaries, driven by exorbitant rewards, and on the other stood the Arasaka forces, fighting for their livelihoods and very lives. The two sides soon clashed. However, it was evident that Arasaka, as the dominant power in Night City, possessed the most elite armed transport unit, which was not something mere ragtag mercenaries could challenge, let alone these hastily assembled Faraday rejects. Chapter 96. The cybernetic titan, the air reverberated with the fierce crack of gunfire across the open Badlands. The mercenaries unleashed a barrage from their heavy machine guns toward the Arasaka convoy. Yet their firepower failed to inflict significant damage on Arasaka's armored vehicles. In contrast, Arasaka's escort vehicles collided with the mercenaries, sending them reeling. Instead of resorting to passive defense or attempting to escape the assault, Arasaka's armed escort team took the initiative to eliminate these bothersome mercenaries. They maneuvered their armored vehicles alongside the mercenary cars, drawing weapons and executing headshots with precision. Soon, the mercenaries were entirely neutralized. Yet the crisis for Arasaka's convoy was far from over. Having dealt with this group of mercenaries, they still faced more adversaries lurking ahead. Even though handling these mercenaries had not proven overly difficult, it was not without its toll. With wave after wave of mercenaries, Arasaka's transport team began to show signs of weariness. The number of armed personnel dwindled gradually, and dealing with these mercenaries became increasingly challenging at this rate. It was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. In the heart of the Arasaka transport convoy, a colossal cargo truck stood as the primary target of this mission. Inside the compartment, two fully armed Arasaka soldiers sat facing each other, weapons in hand. Outside, the sounds of bullets striking the high-strength protective steel plates transformed into faint thuds reverberating within the truck. On the tactical display nearby, red dots appeared and vanished, while blue dots representing their teammates also dwindled slowly. Beneath the visors of their tactical helmets, their expressions were tense. They had been intercepted throughout the Badlands. And under normal circumstances, reinforcement from Arasaka would have been en route by now. Yet, as of this moment, not a single sound of reinforcement could be heard. This silence hinted at something amiss. Either the enemy was far too formidable, or this mission had encountered unforeseen complications. Swallowing hard, they turned their gazes toward the other side of the compartment, where an unfamiliar colossal figure loomed. Its iconic giant gorilla arm signified its identity, the cybernetic titan. Suspended within the titan was a being devoid of limbs, unconscious and vulnerable. Though the two armed soldiers were oblivious to the true nature of the cybernetic titan, they could surmise that it was Arasaka's latest scientific endeavor. With such a crucial asset now in peril, Arasaka displayed no signs of panic. They understood the implications. Clearly, they were mere pawns in a larger scheme. Yet, what good was this knowledge? It would only serve to amplify their suffering. As mere pieces on Arasaka's chessboard, they seemed devoid of any authority over their own fates. Boom! With a resounding crash and violent jolt, the once speeding cargo truck came to an abrupt halt. The two armed soldiers received their final task: to initiate the installation program on the truck's terminal. Across the desolate Badlands, the truck's driver was swiftly eliminated by the mercenaries. The truck, having engaged its braking systems, kicked up a cloud of yellow dust before finally coming to rest beneath the swirling sands. The mercenaries, belonging to yet another wave of attackers, gazed upon the truck amidst the billowing dust with gleeful smiles, utterly oblivious to the sudden breach forming in the dust cloud as if something were smashing through the sandy barrier at great speed. The mercenaries excitedly approached the truck's door, while a hacker in their ranks worked furiously to crack the door's lock. Just as the hacker was on the verge of unlocking it, the ground trembled ominously. The mercenaries turned in alarm, only to behold a scene that filled them with terror. Armored vehicles emblazoned with military technology insignia filled their line of sight, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of the approaching convoy, with swirling dust obscuring half the sky. Among the ordinary armored vehicles, a multitude of missile launchers mingled within the ranks. But what struck sheer dread into the hearts of the mercenaries was the sight of military hover tanks. The war lizard soaring above. Military technology, what scale of force is this? The mercenary leader shouted in panic. He had never witnessed such a formation before. "Boss, what do we do? Should we run?" One of the mercenaries urgently inquired. This was no longer a matter of a small armed transport convoy that if those poised missile launchers unleashed their payload, they would be reduced to nothing but ash. They were merely desperate fugitives, not truly willing to embrace death. The leader hesitated, contemplating the overwhelming military force before them. Another dire situation unfolded. The previously silent cargo truck erupted with a thunderous noise, and a massive bulge formed on the indestructible truck door, as if a fearsome beast within was awakening, ready to burst forth and devour all in its path. "Retreat," the mercenary captain ordered hastily, realizing that staying any longer would seal their fates. Yet this was a contract where death was the only certainty. How could they expect to escape so easily? With a second deafening crash, the truck door could no longer withstand the immense force and was flung aside as the truck lost its door. The interior scene was unveiled that a deep crimson met their eyes, not the red of alarms, but the splattered blood of the two Arasaka soldiers, now transformed into the finest pigment, staining the compartment with a new hue. The cybernetic titan, or rather, the experimental subject, Captain Bayfield, had emerged. Contrary to expectations of a mighty roar akin to that of a titan, Bayfield's expression was unexpectedly cold. In that moment, he could feel the terrifying power bestowed upon him by this cybernetic body. As a soldier forged in iron and blood, he had never encountered such a formidable enhancement. Yet he felt no joy in his newfound strength, that he understood all too well that he was merely a pitiful experiment. What significance did it hold, no matter how powerful an experimental subject he became? His existence was merely to provide Arasaka with a grand spectacle before being discarded into oblivion to rot away. From the moment he was gravely wounded on the battlefield, revived by a mysterious serum, and willingly participated in Arasaka's experimental program, he had foreseen his fate. So, who should he blame? Himself for being valiant yet unfortunate on the battlefield? Bayfield thought not. The true culprits were undoubtedly Arasaka. Chapter 97. The collapse of identity. Bayfield loathed Arasaka. The scattered armed soldiers within the truck were his handiwork. Yet that was merely an impotent outburst of his rage. Regaining his composure, Bayfield turned his gaze toward the mercenaries hastily fleeing before him and, with a casual gesture, unleashed a gravity field that crushed them into a pulp. Under the influence of the gravity field, even the ground was left with a terrifying crater. However, this gravity field did not only affect the external world. As Bayfield employed the gravity field, a sharp pain surged in his head, plunging his mind into further chaos and igniting a ferocious intensity in his thoughts. After dispatching this insignificant band of thieves, Bayfield then directed his attention toward the encroaching armed forces. Military technology is this Arasaka's true objective. Let me confront these troops. The armed forces drew ever closer, and the missiles aboard the launchers were primed and ready. Observing the scene before him, Bayfield found himself reluctant to fulfill Arasaka's desires. What he truly yearned for was to storm the Arasaka Tower with his cybernetic form and slay those who had transformed him into this abomination. Yet the memories swirling in his mind compelled him to regain his calm. Experimental subject Bayfield, the military technology forces are your target. Let me see your capabilities when the time comes to D. or not entertain any notions of subterfuge. You should be well aware of our methods. As long as you deal with the military technology forces, your daughter will never have to struggle again. She will enjoy the finest life and education. But if you fail to do so, I need not elaborate on the consequences. I do not wish to repeat myself. Your life was salvaged by Arasaka, a fair trade, as it should be. Moreover, it would provide your daughter with a brand new life. Consider it your last act of warmth, would it not? A splendidly grandiloquent rhetoric. Suppressing his fury, Bayfield spat vehemently. Threatening with vulnerabilities, a despicable yet effective tactic. Even a hardened soldier like Bayfield could only acquiesce in the face of such intimidation. Before Bayfield could continue to drown in his memories, the military technology forces drew ever closer, unleashing a torrent of missiles from their launchers. In an instant, a ferocious barrage of firepower descended upon the battlefield. Yet in that fleeting moment, Bayfield activated the Synopsis, deftly evading the dense rain of missiles. An elite within the ranks, Bayfield had naturally equipped himself with the Synopsis, and indeed, it was of a high-intensity military grade. Otherwise, he would not have drawn the attention of Arasaka. The installation of the cybernetic titan did not hinder the performance of the Synopsis. Rather, their synergy forged a terrifying combat capability, having dodged a volley of missiles. The mental strain brought on by the activation of the Synopsis began to erode Bayfield's previously composed demeanor, plunging him into an inexplicable frenzy. Were there any living souls within the cargo compartment at that moment? They would witness the personality collapse percentage displayed on the terminal panel surging abruptly by several points. Hovering above the ground, buoyed by the anti-gravity propulsion device, Bayfield gazed down at the military technology forces. His eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. Military technology, akin to Arasaka, was but a vile entity. These corporate hounds deserved their demise. Since he could not slay Arasaka's minions, he would gladly turn his wrath upon them. After all, they were all equally deserving of death. As he spoke, Bayfield activated the gravity controller, propelling himself toward military technology as Arasaka wished. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire, missile explosions, and the thunderous roars of gravitational detonations filled the air, echoing like the cries of a war demon across the desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, not far away on a colossal stone platform, the ground appeared barren and devoid of life. Yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a slightly distorted membrane within the air. Within this membrane, Rocky observed the unfolding battlefield. The debut of the cybernetic titan warranted the best vantage point for Rocky to relish the spectacle. He reached the scene and witnessed the cybernetic titan in action. Rocky had exchanged for an invisibility field generator from No Man's Sky. Unlike typical cloaking devices that employed optical coatings for camouflage, the stealth technology from No Man's Sky achieved optical concealment by distorting the surrounding gravitational field. It was a precision application akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Naturally, one could opt for a less precise approach to create a broad stealth gravitational field. Within this invisible realm, Rocky reclined atop the vehicle's roof. Flanked by Rebecca and Lucy, each held a bottle of beverage, as if they were on vacation in this desolate land. Incredible. Arasaka possesses such formidable weaponry. This is the so-called cybernetic titan, Rebecca mumbled through sips of her drink. Just then, the surrounding stealth field rippled, and a figure darted in. David, piloting the Synopsis, he had just returned from the vicinity of Arasaka's cargo truck, a task orchestrated by Rocky, who had instructed David to assist Lysandro in infiltrating the cybernetic titan's installation. Equipped with the Synopsis and cloaking technology, David was indeed the ideal candidate for this assignment. With Lysandro's intervention, the experimental data concerning the cybernetic titan would be within their grasp. Although it might hold little value for Ascension Technologies, it could serve as a bargaining chip, and Rocky would not let such an opportunity slip by. Upon David's return, Rocky tossed him a chilled beverage. Well done. Come, let us observe the prowess of this cybernetic titan together. David accepted the drink without hesitation, quenching his thirst. Despite possessing a physique akin to Captain America, traversing this harsh terrain in the Synopsis was undoubtedly exhausting. Having completed his mission, David joined the ranks of onlookers. Meanwhile, the battle escalated to a fever pitch, resembling a one-sided massacre at the hands of the cybernetic titan. With the aid of the Synopsis, the military technology forces found it exceedingly difficult to engage the titan. While the titan's immense strength effortlessly sent their armored vehicles flying, the gravity generators mounted upon it posed a significant threat to military technology. However, such overwhelming combat prowess was not without its costs. With each activation of the Synopsis and the cybernetic titan, the neural connections tethered to Bayfier gnawed away at his brain. This relentless erosion accumulated, plunging Bayfier's mind into increasing chaos and fury. What began as a vendetta-driven slaughter gradually morphed into instinctual savagery, a primal urge for indiscriminate destruction. Bayfier's persona was disintegrating. This was precisely what Arasaka yearned to witness. They sought to uncover the limits of the cybernetic titan. To them, Bayfier was merely a disposable experiment from the outset. Chapter 98. A single blow, the cybernetic titan continued its rampage. Rocky summoned a holographic display panel, revealing the data acquired from Lysandro's infiltration. At that moment, Bayfier's personality collapse rate had reached 80%, steadily climbing without any sign of decline. After all, Bayfier had not strapped himself with a 9-fold dosage of suppressants, prepared to administer a dose at a moment's notice. His one-way ticket to hell had never afforded him the luxury of a return. Observing the escalating collapse rate of Bayfier's psyche, Rocky grew curious about the other details of this experimental plan. Bayfier, a ruthless captain affiliated with military technology, had recently been captured by Arasaka during an operation against them. No wonder. Yet this fellow was certainly exacting revenge upon his former employer with a vengeance. Rocky mused over the data displayed on the panel. Perhaps he had realized that both military technology and Arasaka were cut from the same cloth to risk life and limb for their companies. Only to meet such a fate, he should have anticipated this outcome. Lucy offered her unfiltered assessment. Rebecca, intrigued by the lively exchange between the two, leaned her petite head against Rocky's chest, feigning interest in the content displayed on the screen. Rocky surmised that Rebecca was likely uninterested in the subject matter, yet he indulged her by playfully pinching her cheeks, allowing her to rest against him. Lucy, witnessing Rebecca's antics, could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, David, perched atop the engine hood, remained undistracted by the banter, his gaze fixated on the distant cybernetic titan. Although David was not weak by any means, the sheer lethality of such a powerful cybernetic construct was formidable even for him. As the battle raged on, the erosion brought about by the cybernetic titan and the Synopsis approached its zenith. Unlike David's previous encounters, Bayfier was devoid of the 9-fold dosage of suppressants. Furthermore, after acquiring data from the field, military technology placed greater emphasis on the cybernetic titan, deploying an even larger contingent of forces. Under these compounded influences, even Bayfier, who had received an injection of elite soldier serum, experienced a more rapid personality collapse compared to the original David's resilience against cybernetic enhancements. 100 before long, the collapse rate displayed on the data panel reached its apex. This signified that Bayfier had irrevocably transformed into a cybernetic lunatic, one equipped with a cybernetic titan He that moment. Bayfier's eyes had lost the rational gleam inherent to humanity, appearing instead as those of a madman, or perhaps a beast. And indeed, that was the truth. With Bayfier's complete descent into madness, his attacks grew increasingly violent. The remnants of the military technology forces, already dwindling, were swiftly annihilated, leaving only a solitary mag lizard struggling for survival. Yet Bayfier had no intention of sparing in a flash. He activated the Synopsis and cranked the anti-gravity propulsion system to full power. In this accelerated state, he raised his colossal fist and struck the mag lizard with devastating force. The airborne mag lizard was sent soaring through the air, while its pilot scrambled to regain control. However, the overwhelming force had compromised its anti-gravity apparatus. Ultimately, the mag lizard could not maintain its flight for long before it spiraled out of control and plummeted. Even in his frenzied state, Bayfier had not forgotten his penchant for delivering the final blow. He revved up the propulsion system, preparing to land another punch on the beleaguered mag lizard. Yet, to the surprise of Rocky and the others, the plummeting mag lizard veered directly toward them as the mag lizard hurtled closer. And Bayfier, driven by the thrill of the chase, closed in on their position. Rocky could not help but glance at David beside him. "No way, buddy. Are you entangled in some bizarre causal loop with that cybernetic titan?" Rocky inwardly lamented. Faced with such a predicament, he felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, attending the spectacle on-site was fraught with risk. Initially, he had intended to bring Rebecca and the others to witness the event while securing the cybernetic titan's data. However, this situation had grown increasingly complex as the mag lizard raced toward them. David activated the Synopsis, eager to intervene but unsure of how to proceed. Observing Rocky's unwavering demeanor, he hesitated to use the Synopsis to whisk them away, choosing instead to await Rocky's command. Yet, Rocky remained entirely unfazed. Aside from David, none of them were likely to be crushed by the oncoming threat. One could absorb the kinetic energy of the impact. Another could project a telekinetic barrier, and the last could withstand any damage. As for David, piloting the Synopsis, he was fast enough to evade fatality. As the mag lizard descended at breakneck speed, Lucy activated her telekinesis the moment it entered her control range, redirecting it away from its original trajectory and sending it soaring far into the distance. The colossal metal behemoth crashed heavily behind Rocky and his companions. That moment, Bayfield was nearly ready to plunge into the cloaking field. Rocky, seizing the opportunity, decisively deactivated the invisibility shield. The sudden shift in the scene instantly captured Bayfield's attention, while Rocky keenly observed him. Bayfield was drenched in blood, some of it belonging to his foes. But far more was his own. Blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth, and not just there. His nose, ears, and even his eyes seeped crimson. The corrosion of the human body by cybernetics was not merely a psychological affliction. The immense strain of high-intensity augmentations was devastating. Even with his reinforced physique, he could not endure the relentless and frenzied use of his cybernetic enhancements. Present, Bayfield, battered by the unyielding torment of the cyber colossus and Cian Wasteland, was in a state of utter exhaustion. Even if the forces from Arasaka did not arrive to deal with him, he would soon succumb to his own fatigue and perish. Yet, Bayfield's frenzied consciousness was indifferent to the condition of his body. He was acutely aware of 4 vibrant lives before him, and his sole desire was to obliterate them. With another activation from Cian Wasteland, Bayfield spat another mouthful of blood and, rallying himself, swung his fist toward Rocky. Unfortunately for him, this time his once reliable iron fist was not as effective. Rocky had never been intimidated in a clash of fists. The tyrant system activated instantaneously, and time seemed to freeze, with a speed surpassing Bayfield's. Rocky raised his left fist and charged toward him. The 2 fists were poised to collide, one a massive iron gauntlet, the other a comparatively slender cybernetic arm. This seemingly disproportionate contest would not unfold as anticipated. Rather, it was the opposite. As the kinetic energy of the gigantic iron fist approached Rocky, it was entirely absorbed, transforming into the pent-up energy within him. The super soldier serum and compound 5 had fortified his body, and with the amplification of the tyrant system, combined with the recently absorbed kinetic energy and the energy already stored within him, the force of this punch reached an alarmingly terrifying magnitude. Moreover, Rocky's left cybernetic arm had been replaced with one forged entirely from adamant alloyed. In comparison, the hardness of the cyber colossus was akin to that of mere tofu. Rocky's rapid fist collided with the now motionless iron fist of the cyber colossus. Amid David's astonished gaze, the punch obliterated the cyber colossus's arm. Severed from one of his limbs, Bayfield was hurled away by the sheer force. Yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. They were filled solely with madness. Struggling to stabilize himself with the thrusters, Bayfield intended to launch another assault, activating the remaining gravity field generator aimed at Rocky. However, Rocky had no intention of wasting any more time. Arasaka's rescue team was on the verge of arriving, and military technological reinforcements were likely en route as well. Soon, this location would transform into a battleground between the two companies once more. Rocky had no desire to be discovered or to wade through such murky waters again. With the tyrant system operating at full capacity, he pursued Bayfield just as the gravity field was about to fully activate. Another punch smashed Bayfield's head into a pulp, liberating him from his suffering. Thus, the initial experimental prototype of the cyber colossus, Bayfield, who had caused such chaos in this wretched land, met his demise. After dealing with Bayfield, Rocky instructed Lysandra to begin erasing traces from the scene. Thanks to the initial infiltration of the cargo truck, Lysandra had already commandeered the Area's network. In no time, she eradicated all data records from the site, including those from the Cyber Colossus's experiments. While these records were insignificant in themselves, they would expose their presence, leaving Rocky no choice but to allow Arasaka to toil in vain. Although he had never intended to act thus, fate had conspired against him. All he could do was offer a silent apology to their good allies at Arasaka, promising to do better next time. Climbing aboard, they made their swift escape, not long after Rocky and his companions departed. Arasaka's rescue team arrived on the scene, followed by military technological reinforcements. Both sides engaged in a fierce standoff over the Cyber Colossus, tensions escalating toward imminent conflict. However, Arasaka's newly deployed elite forces firmly suppressed the military technological troops. Each member of these elite units had undergone enhancements with the advanced soldier serum, equipped with the most sophisticated military-grade augmentations. This marked the first battlefield deployment of these enhanced soldiers, once again demonstrating the power of the soldier serum. Ultimately, the incident concluded with a devastating defeat for military technology, which, despite incurring significant losses, failed to secure the Cyber Colossus. Yet Arasaka could hardly claim victory, having expended vast resources to thwart military technology, only to discover that the data within the Cyber Colossus had been entirely purged. Rendering their efforts fruitless, it could be said that both sides suffered losses. Though military technology's defeat was more severe, on the other hand, Arasaka may have lost the operational data of the Cyber Colossus. But they gained valuable real-world data on the enhanced soldier serum, mitigating their loss. This data provided Arasaka with a renewed appreciation for the potency of the advanced soldier serum, Arasaka Tower. The incident involving the Cyber Colossus had finally settled. The outcome was unexpected, and Arasaka was displeased. Meanwhile, the counterintelligence department was managing the aftermath of the incident. In the office cubicle, V meticulously reviewed the report on the events. The Cyber Colossus and military technology forces had both suffered grievous injuries. The experimental subject was dead, and the Cyber Colossus was severely damaged. Had the operational data been lost, even the most elite hackers could not restore IT. It appeared military technology had prepared thoroughly. This time, Arasaka had underestimated them. No, it should be said that Kate had been careless. V mused. The report surprised V. Although the Cyber Colossus had not been taken by military technology, the data within it had been completely lost. Naturally, Arasaka pinpointed military technology as the culprit. After all, both the evidence at the scene and the review of the entire incident indicated that only military technology possessed the capability and motive to execute such an act. Arasaka could only blame military technology for having anticipated their intentions and prepared devices and hackers to sabotage the data. Just as V was immersed in the report, a commotion from a nearby cubicle caught his attention. Inside, a red-haired Kate was furiously pounding on the table. Although her red optical augmentations obscured her eyes, her expression unmistakably conveyed rage. The agents standing by were rendered silent, fearful of provoking the ire of this counterintelligence deputy director. As a primary architect of the Cyber Colossus incident, the failure of the test not only brought her shame, but also incurred losses for the company, for which she naturally bore responsibility. Observing this scene, V could only smile and shake his head. It seemed that cleverness was not always a virtue, and Kate was a living testament to that. Not lingering on the situation any longer, V stood up, prepared to execute his own tasks. The Cyber Colossus incident had not only impacted Kate, but also presented V with a new mission that he needed to discuss business with Ascendancy Technologies. Although Arasaka had gained nothing from this incident, when compared to the heavy losses suffered by military technology, one could argue that Arasaka had emerged victorious from a different perspective. All this was tied to the advanced soldier serum. Whether regarding the experimental subjects of the Cyber Colossus or the blood serum-enhanced soldiers who had driven military technology to retreat, Arasaka had thoroughly savored the benefits brought by the advanced soldier serum. If this trend continued with the support of the advanced soldier serum, Arasaka would gradually establish an advantage over military technology in various realms that, in the long run, Arasaka's goal of surpassing military technology to become the true sovereign of armed technology would no longer seem distant. Clearly, Arasaka was unwilling to relinquish this advantage. Chapter 100. V's visit Ascendancy Technologies. Long time no see. V in the reception room. Rocky greeted V, who sat opposite him. It was Arasaka. Who sent you, wasn't it? What business do you have with me? Without delay, Rocky inquired directly about V's intentions. V had come to the company to see Rocky, rather than inviting him to a bar, indicating that his visit was primarily for corporate matters. Acknowledging Rocky's straightforwardness, V skipped the formalities and stated, "It has been a while. That you are correct. I am here because Arasaka wishes to pursue more in-depth collaboration with Ascendant Technologies regarding the advanced soldier serum. For instance, Arasaka desires to monopolize the soldier serum and requires a substantial supply of it." Although V arrived carrying Arasaka's intentions to negotiate terms with Ascendant Technologies, he and Rocky shared familiarity, allowing him to be forthright about Arasaka's primary desire. According to intelligence gathered by the Counterintelligence Department, Ascendant Technologies was preparing to hold a press conference to announce the sale of the serum. While the contract stipulated that the serum sold would only be a weakened version of the basic soldier serum, Arasaka could still maintain its competitive edge. However, they were not content with this arrangement. The circulation of the weakened soldier serum in the market would inevitably undermine Arasaka's advantages and allow military technology to acquire the serum through less scrupulous means. This was something Arasaka sought to prevent. They aimed to make the soldier serum an exclusive asset of Arasaka. Previously, Arasaka had yet to fully comprehend the transformative potential that the soldier serum could bring. With a minuscule investment, they could gain the exclusive advantages of the original formula. And in 2 years' time, unconditionally acquire the recipe, enabling self-production and sales while capturing a share of the soldier serum market. This was already a lucrative venture. Yet human nature is invariably greedy, and Arasaka, as a corporation, was no exception if they could leverage the soldier serum to gain an even greater advantage, subjugating military technology beneath their feet. The market share they could seize would yield astronomical profits for Arasaka. How could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Upon hearing V's words, Rocky smiled faintly. To monopolize the soldier serum. That is a simple task. I recall promising to prioritize Arasaka's serum orders. If Arasaka can procure all the serums we produce, wouldn't that equate to a monopoly? Rocky jested. If Arasaka could indeed purchase an unlimited quantity of serum, he would simply ramp up production. Before long, Arasaka personnel would be quaffing the serum as if it were a beverage, and Rocky would no longer have to worry about finances. Of course, This was an impossibility. Arasaka was no fool. What they sought was a contractual monopoly. Faced with Rocky's banter, V could only candidly clarify the matter. Arasaka aimed to completely monopolize the serum, ensuring that whether now or after acquiring the formula in the future, they would be the sole company, aside from Ascendancy Technology, to possess the soldier serum. Please elaborate. Rocky inquired further. He was quite willing to discuss collaboration with Arasaka, provided the terms were satisfactory to him. Arasaka wanted the serum. While all Rocky desired was money, he was indifferent to whom the serum was sold. If Arasaka wished to monopolize it, that was acceptable, as long as the payment was forthcoming. The expansion of the Ascendancy Technology Industrial Park had cost him a significant amount of euros, and the production and armament of the Mechanical Legion were insatiable pits. Additionally, many technological exchanges also required substantial funding. Only with money can one change the world. Originally, Rocky's plan was to profit from selling the basic soldier serum to recoup his investments, but if Arasaka could offer a suitable price, he would not hesitate to collaborate. The soldier serum would be exclusively supplied to Arasaka, terminating the plan for external sales in exchange. Arasaka would provide a substantial number of serum orders and pay a hefty monopoly compensation fee upon the future delivery of the serum formula to Ascendancy Technology. Rocky was unsurprised at why Arasaka was aware of Ascendancy Technology's recent plans to sell serum externally. However, upon hearing V's proposed offer from Arasaka, Rocky shook his head. According to V's account, it was essentially trading the profit from selling the basic soldier serum for Arasaka's so-called substantial compensation. Setting aside which was more profitable, even if the compensation were vast, it would only be received in the future. What Rocky needed was not future money but immediate returns. Ascendancy Technology could accept Arasaka's proposal, but with one stipulation: the compensation must be paid immediately upon signing the contract. Ascendancy Technology required tangible benefits without delay. Hearing Rocky's conditions, V nodded. "I am not authorized to finalize this. I am merely here to inform you of Arasaka's intentions in advance. The specifics of the transaction will need to be determined when you engage with the board. However, I will communicate your demands to the higher-ups. Arasaka places great importance on the serum matter and will strive to accommodate your conditions within reasonable limits." Along with responding to Rocky, V kindly reminded him of Arasaka's seriousness regarding the issue, hoping to grant him an advantage in the forthcoming negotiations. Yet, V was taken aback by Rocky's subsequent remark. "Oh, how intriguing. It seems the cybernetic titan has had quite an impact on Arasaka." The moment the term cybernetic titan was uttered, V's expression involuntarily shifted. Although the cybernetic titan was not a secret to someone of V's standing within Arasaka, it was rather unexpected for such a term to escape Rocky's lips. V could not recall having divulged any information regarding the cybernetic titan to Rocky, leaving him puzzled as to how Rocky had come by this knowledge. "The cybernetic titan is an experimental project of Arasaka. It seems you have some insight?" V inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I have a bit of knowledge, considering this behemoth stirred quite a commotion in the Badlands. Arasaka's secret development of the cybernetic suite, testing military technology in real combat scenarios. Fascinating indeed. It is merely unfortunate that after all of Arasaka's efforts, the data from the experimental subjects mysteriously vanished. What a pity." Initially, V was merely slightly surprised by Rocky's mention of the cybernetic titan, as he could have gleaned some information from the leaked data regarding the Tanaka case. However, upon hearing Rocky state the fact that the experimental data had been lost, V was left in sheer shock. This was classified information within Arasaka. How could Rocky possibly know? Was it that Ascendancy Technology spies had infiltrated Arasaka? This explanation might hold water, but if that were true, it was far too fantastical that I'm rather curious about how you obtained this information. V could not help but inquired out of course. This was merely born out of curiosity. Although V had no immediate thoughts of betraying Arasaka, he was not naive enough to consider himself a loyal hound of the corporation. Chapter 101. Territorial expansion. V's loyalty to Arasaka was solely driven by his ambition to ascend to a higher position and enjoy better treatment. He would not foolishly identify himself as Arasaka. Even if Rocky's people had genuinely infiltrated Arasaka, there was no need for him to unearth the spies. After all, Rocky had assisted him on numerous occasions. And it was fair to say that V owed much of his current standing to Rocky. From helping him handle Jenkins' commission to the merits gained from the soldier serum incident, V was not the sort to forget his roots or betray his allies. Though he had not spent much time with Rocky, he regarded him as a friend and considered him one of his own. Indeed, were it not for V's accomplishments in Arasaka's counterintelligence department, he might have contemplated working for Ascendancy Technology. After all, his good brother Jack was here, and working alongside Rocky was certainly more enjoyable than enduring the disdainful faces of those capitalists at Arasaka. In response to V's inquiry, Rocky handed him a data chip. Upon accepting the chip, V suppressed his curiosity and, after a brief glance at Rocky, hesitated not to connect it. The contents of the chip were, of course, the lost experimental data pertaining to the cybernetic titan.It was only upon seeing the data that V realized the truth. The data loss had not been orchestrated by military technology, but rather by this seemingly inconspicuous Arasaka partner, Ascendancy Technology. However, how they had achieved this was what truly astonished V. Quite surprising. ISNT it. Observing V's expression of shock, Rocky continued with a smile to V. Ascendancy Technology is not as simplistic as you perceive. I believe the data before you serves as the best evidence. Admittedly, Ascendancy Technology has yet to reach the level of Arasaka, but one day in the future, all of this will come to fruition. You are Jack's brother and my friend, which is why I am so candidly sharing this with you. With this data, I believe you can advance further within Arasaka. And what are the conditions? V understood Rocky's implication. He intended to entrust this data to him. With it, V could indeed progress further within Arasaka. Kate had botched the matter, and Arasaka suspected that the data had been tampered with by military technology. As long as V made a few adjustments, he could claim credit for retrieving the data from military technology. However, in the adult world, there are no gifts without strings attached. The value of this data was self-evident, and Rocky undoubtedly had his own demands. V, don't overcomplicate things. This data holds little significance for Ascendancy Technology. Consider it an investment on my part that I genuinely need your assistance, but not at this moment. The relationship between Ascendancy Technology and Arasaka is not merely a matter of one or two espionage actions. I need you to ascend to a higher position as swiftly as possible. Only then can you provide critical assistance to Ascendancy Technology. Though V now seemed to have reached a height unattainable by an ordinary person in a lifetime, in the grand scheme of Arasaka, his voice was still too faint, and his access to resources was too limited to offer substantial help to Ascendancy Technology. Very well, I understand. Thank you, brother. Seeing Rocky's stance, V accepted the data chip without pretense. Though he owed yet another favor, the data would indeed be of great assistance to him, and no need for thanks. Observing V accept the chip, Rocky retrieved a fine bottle of liquor from a nearby cabinet and poured a glass for V. Come now, opportunities to meet are rare. Let us toast to friendship, friendship. As the two glasses clinked, savoring a sip of the strong liquor, Rocky suddenly spoke again. By the way, V. Jack has spoken to me about you, mentioning your aspirations to ascend within Arasaka. I understand your momentum within Arasaka is quite favorable, and you likely do not wish to relinquish that. However, I must say, should you ever grow weary of this, seeing through Arasaka and realizing that the pinnacle will forever belong to Arasaka Saburo and the Arasaka family, Ascendancy Technology will open its doors to you. Perhaps here, you may discover a different ideal and strive alongside us. I will remember that. The conversation between Rocky and V unfolded pleasantly. Following this, V conveyed Rocky's thoughts to the senior management at Arasaka. After much back and forth, Arasaka ultimately acquiesced to Rocky's terms, agreeing to pay a substantial monopoly compensation fee to Ascendancy Technology. After all, the monopoly on the serum was of paramount importance to Arasaka. In the realm of commerce, Arasaka, devoid of any soldier serum, stands as one of the most formidable enterprises globally. However, the monopoly over soldier serum held by Arasaka presents an opportunity to transform this standing from one of many into a singular dominance. Thus, when Rocky proposed an exorbitant compensation, Arasaka had no choice but to acquiesce. Rocky, on the other hand, was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, for even the sale of basic soldier serum would yield gradual returns. What Rocky lacked most was time. The substantial sum acquired from Arasaka was akin to exchanging long-term gains for immediate wealth. While such a strategy might be deemed short-sighted in conventional companies, it was a different matter for Ascendant Technologies. For them, the swifter the capital influx, the better. This would enable Rocky to promptly exchange for a multitude of modular items, thereby expanding the company's scale and facilitating exponential profit growth. The outbreak of the cybernetic Titan incident sparked considerable conflict. Yet, as it unfolded beyond the confines of the Night City district in desolate wastelands, it did not garner excessive attention. The repercussions and dissemination of the event remained largely confined to the corporate sphere. The news media of Night City, lacking the endorsement of the two involved companies, refrained from reporting on the matter, directing their focus instead to another incident: the recent press conference held by the burgeoning enterprise. Ascendant Technologies no longer reliant on Arasaka's notoriety for visibility. Ascendant Technologies swiftly captured the attention of various media outlets following the announcement of their forthcoming press conference. News 54 reports, today, the much-anticipated technology and pharmaceutical company, Ascendant Technologies, convened a new press conference. Mr. L, the current chairman of the company, graced the event with his presence, delivering a significant announcement to Night City. During the conference, Mr. L elaborated extensively on the future trajectory of Ascendant Technologies, projecting its evolution into a multifaceted technological powerhouse. Beyond the familiar pharmaceutical domain, the company has ambitious plans encompassing fields such as intelligent robotics, aerospace, and renewable energy. The multifunctional mobile robot prototype showcased at the conference marks a significant foray into the realm of intelligent robotics for Ascendant Technologies. Chapter 102: Marvin and the Dog. While the conference contained a wealth of content, much of it was rather insipid and bore little relevance to the everyday citizen of Night City. This event was primarily orchestrated by Rocky for the benefit of the local companies, aiming to convey that Ascendant Technologies was not merely a pharmaceutical enterprise, but one willing to innovate. Should Ascendant Technologies unveil other products in the future, stakeholders should not be overly astonished. The demonstration of the Marvin robot served as a testament that Ascendant Technologies was not merely making grand claims. This served as a precautionary measure for rival companies, facilitating the company's expansion plans. Following the press conference, Ascendant Technologies officially embarked on its territorial expansion initiative. With financial backing from their ally, Arasaka, the industrial park's expansion proceeded seamlessly, even exceeding initial projections. Within the factories, numerous Marvin robots were being constructed and subsequently deployed across various positions within Ascendant Technologies. However, this ambitious endeavor drew sharp criticism from several media outlets that had not received sponsorship from Ascendant Technologies, labeling the company's extensive production of robots as a misguided venture, claiming that the maintenance costs for these machines could surpass those of human labor, rendering it an exercise in futility. Despite the accuracy of these criticisms, the media failed to consider the potential future impact of these seemingly flawed Marvin robots on Night City. In a room adjacent to the laboratory, Rocky had transformed the space into a boxing ring. Rocky, Oldway, and Jack maintained the habit of boxing together regularly. Despite the noticeable disparity in their physical prowess, they managed to relish the thrill of the sport by exercising a degree of control. Today, however, they were joined by a newcomer, Marvin. Since his inception, Marvin had primarily functioned as Oldway's assistant, engaging in various upgrades and enhancements while often residing in the laboratory. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Oldway had nurtured Marvin much like he had once mentored Rocky, imparting the art of boxing to him. Oldway had even custom-designed a boxing glove component for Marvin, which could be affixed to his hand, mimicking the feel of traditional boxing gloves. This glove, integrated with Marvin's system, featured a display screen on the back of his hand that showcased his distinctive expressions. Marvin took great delight in this addition to AT that moment. The boxing ring was alive with the spirited exchange of punches between Oldway and Marvin. However, it did not take long before Oldway succumbed to defeat. Although Marvin had calibrated his strength to match Oldway's level, his vibranium body rendered Oldway utterly powerless against him. The kinetic energy of each strike was almost entirely absorbed, making it nearly impossible to knock Marvin down, let alone push him back. Additionally, unlike humans, robots lack inherent weaknesses, presenting a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Marvin's rapid learning abilities allowed him to surpass Old Way's skills in a remarkably short span of time. "I can't continue," Old Way admitted, conceding defeat with a sense of respect. "This guy is just too unfair that I need to challenge him." Jack, witnessing Old Way's retreat from the ring, eagerly stepped up to test Marvin's mettle. Unlike his encounter with Old Way, Marvin could not afford to take it easy with Jack. Having undergone 2 rounds of enhancement, Jack's physical strength was now on a different level than Old Way's. The properties of vibranium no longer allowed Marvin to disregard Jack's powerful strikes. The two engaged in a vigorous exchange of blows, much to Rocky's enjoyment as he watched the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, however, Lysandra approached Rocky with disconcerting news. Another attack had occurred. Rocky furrowed his brow as he examined the information displayed on the screen. Just moments ago, Ascendant Technology's material transport convoy had fallen victim to an assault orchestrated by the 6th Street Gang. This marked the 8th attack within a span of just a few days. During this brief period, a slew of targeted assaults against Ascendant Technologies had emerged, impacting transport teams, company employees, and even the industrial park itself. The assailants comprised both mercenaries from Night City and local gangs. With the 6th Street Gang being particularly active at IT, was evident that certain factions were growing increasingly impatient. The cybernetic Titan incident had not only awakened Arasaka to the significance of the serum, but had also drawn the attention of another player in the fray, military technology. As Arasaka's archnemesis, military technology recognized the dire consequences of allowing the unchecked growth of both Ascendant Technologies and Arasaka. In response, military technology hastily began disseminating numerous contracts aimed at undermining Ascendant Technologies. Serving as an appetizer for their ulterior motives, the recent spate of attacks was, in fact, orchestrated by military technology. While these incidents had not inflicted substantial damage upon Ascendant Technologies, many being neutralized by the Special Operations Unit, the sheer volume of assaults had rendered Jack and his team overwhelmed. Consequently, Rocky decided to relieve Jack and his associates of their responsibilities regarding these attacks. Dealing with these incessantly bothersome mercenaries and gangs proved too time-consuming and labor-intensive for Jack and his team. Even if they managed to mitigate some of the assaults, it would not deter further incidents from arising. These nuisances would only proliferate. Faced with this predicament, Rocky resolved to present a special gift to the factions targeting Ascendant Technologies, including the gangs, mercenaries, and military technology. After issuing a directive to Lysandra, Rocky shifted his focus back to the boxing match between Jack and Marvin. Today was one of the rare occasions when the group had gathered to enjoy boxing, and Rocky was determined not to miss out on the thrill due to distractions. In the ring, Jack and Marvin exchanged blows with vigor. The disparity in their strength was minimal, and Jack's enhanced durability allowed him to withstand Marvin's powerful punches. Consequently, the bout continued without a clear victor after an extended exchange. Under the overhead lights, Jack's muscular physique was strikingly defined, while Marvin, as a robot, emanated a unique metallic sheen. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern 4 neat scratches on Marvin's metallic arm, reminiscent of claw marks, detracting slightly from his otherwise flawless appearance. This blemish was a remnant of an earlier incident in the laboratory when he inadvertently injured himself while playing with a dog. Chapter 103. The Source Project, Apocalypse Nightfall in Santo Domingo. Within an abandoned warehouse, now commandeered by the 6th Street Gang as a stronghold, the gang had just completed a high-stakes robbery targeting the recently Ascendant Technologies. The operation had proven remarkably successful. Although a few Arasaka security personnel within the transport convoy posed a challenge, resulting in the loss of several gang members, the rewards promised to be substantial. Having just returned with the stolen goods to their secret hideout, they awaited the arrival of their employer to collect the haul. Inside the warehouse, 6th Street Gang sentries and patrols were stationed throughout, establishing a heightened state of alert across the entire compound. The members of the 6th Street Gang are predominantly veterans from the battlefield. Consequently, they exhibit a superior level of discipline compared to other gangs. At this moment, they are intently on guard. The 6th Street Gang has accepted numerous contracts targeting Ascendant Technologies. Although they do not fear Ascendant Technologies, they are well aware of the operational efficiency of the Special Operations Division. To preempt any potential assaults, the 6th Street Gang has naturally fortified their stronghold's defenses in a corner of the warehouse. Two soldiers from the Sixth Streets gang stand sentinel, stationed before two pillars, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. The area they oversee is theoretically foolproof. Should anyone attempt to ambush one of the sentinels, the other would immediately detect the anomaly. However, one of the soldiers appears slightly fatigued, inadvertently stifling yawn. Standing guard is not as effortless as it seems. The constant vigilance quickly drains one's energy. Fortunately, their task is nearing completion, as the employer is expected to arrive shortly to collect the goods. Thus far, everything has transpired without incident, and it seems the day may conclude smoothly and satisfactorily. Casting a glance at the time, the soldier notes that there are still 10 minutes until the agreed hour. Yet, at that very instant when his gaze strays from the focal point, he catches a fleeting glimpse of something darting past him. Alerted, he turns to look, only to discover that the soldier opposite him has vanished, leaving behind 4 horrifying claw marks etched into the concrete pillar behind him. The soldier immediately senses that something is amiss. However, before his brain can issue a command, his head is severed from his body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, both soldiers lose their lives without uttering a sound. The other soldiers in the warehouse remain blissfully unaware that an uninvited guest has infiltrated their stronghold. These two fallen soldiers are merely the beginning point one after another. Soldiers succumb to the unseen assailant, their lives extinguished without a hint of awareness. As more soldiers fall, the remaining members of the Sixth Streets gang finally grasp the gravity of the situation. An enemy is among them. In an instant, alarms blare, and all soldiers of the Sixth Streets gang spring into a state of alertness, desperately searching for the intruder. Yet their efforts are in vain. The assassin's actions remain relentless. In a moment of horror, one soldier witnesses his companion being bisected before his very eyes, blood gushing forth and splattering across him, yet he's unable to glimpse the face of their attacker. The ranks of the Sixth Streets gang dwindle at an alarming pace. The small leader of the gang, faced with such dire circumstances, can do nothing but order all remaining soldiers to regroup. If they do not, the entire garrison will surely meet a grim fate. In the center of the warehouse, all surviving soldiers gather around the stolen goods, congregating in the most open area with the clearest line of sight. Although a few more gang members fall victim during a regrouping, they manage to preserve the remaining combatants to this point. The number of Sixth Streets gang soldiers has been halved. Fortunately, as they complete their assembly, the terrifying assassin does not reappear. For a moment, the atmosphere in the warehouse turns exceedingly eerie. All the soldiers stand united, weapons raised, vigilant against their surroundings. They carefully control their movements, refraining from making unnecessary noise, lest they obscure critical information regarding the assassin's presence. In this tense ambience, the invisible killer seems to have vanished, delaying any further action, as if the recent deaths were mere figments of imagination. However, just as the soldiers believe their gathering has deterred the assailant, a sudden blue luminescence ignites from the distant shadows. The blue light gradually materializes, becoming distinctly visible against the darkness. All the soldiers of the Sixth Streets gang now see clearly, a pair of claws shimmering with blue light. Above these claws, 2 rows of sharp, glimmering, beastly fangs are revealed. Before the soldiers can react, the owner of these claws and fangs leaps towards them, swiftly knocking one soldier to the ground, claws thrashing. Blood sprays forth as their comrade is brutally dismembered before their very eyes. In that moment, illuminated by the light, the soldiers finally behold the full visage of this horrifying creature, a sleek, metallic body of black and white, devoid of any biological traces, leaving them uncertain whether it is a product of cybernetic enhancement or a mere machine, with the stature of a ferocious wolf. Its glimmering fangs and claws, along with the swaying tail behind it, instill in them the realization that they are not confronting a mere human, but rather an unknown, terrifying killing machine. Source Project, Doomsday Warwick, from the Source Project universe. A superweapon crafted by the Source Project company IT represents the initial version of Source Project, Annihilation. Unlike Annihilation, which is a fusion of human and various beast genes, Source Project. Doomsday is the ultimate weapon created purely through the weaponization of ferocious beasts. Warwick was designed solely for the purpose of slaughter. It is a machine of pure carnage. This beastly enhancement has precisely achieved that purpose. It lacks rationality, only embodying primal instincts, ferocious and wild, and nearly impossible to control. It was during the control program tests on Warwick that a group of uninvited guests disrupted the process, allowing this beast to escape the grasp of the source project company. Under this module, Warwick has perfected its control system and is utterly loyal to its host. This is the gift that Rocky has bestowed upon these bothersome individuals, a hunting feast delivered by the apex killing machine. Warwick,